Welcome back, Legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter uncovered Dumbledore's lies and broke free? Here's a quick glimpse. After uncovering the truth behind Dumbledore's hidden plans, Harry refuses to be controlled any longer. Breaking free, he begins forging his own path, one that could change the fate of the entire wizarding world. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Harry followed Hagrid through the portal revealed by the wall of bricks in amazement. Obviously, he'd never known this kind of thing was possible, much less done. He looked around him, taking in all the people in strange outfits. Of course, to them, his clothing was strange as well, so he took that thought with a grain of salt. There were stores that sold the strange dresses he saw men and women walking around in, and stores that sold animals of all kinds. Harry stared at the store that smelled like Aunt Petunia's garden and the medicine cabinet at the same time for a few seconds, then realized he'd been temporarily left behind by his guide. As he rushed to catch up to Hagrid, he passed by a store with a lot of enthusiastic children in front, and Harry caught a glimpse of what looked like a straw broom in the window. As he continued, following Hagrid to the best of his ability, Harry wondered what was so fascinating about brooms with straw at the end. He vaguely wondered if they were so enthusiastic because the broom was much better at cleaning than most, which would cut down on the time it took to do their chores. Then Harry noticed that Hagrid had stopped in front of a large establishment that looked vaguely like a museum, not that Harry had seen many of those to judge by. It stood several stories high, and the walls seemed to tell stories with the creatures carved into them. Some Harry had never even imagined in his wildest flights of fancy, and others seemed just like creatures he'd dreamed up late at night and when he was locked in his cupboard. Near the doors stood small beings in a uniform, seeming to both guard the doors and greet those entering at the same time. The front doors had a message carved into them, which made Harry shiver as he realized it was a threat to thieves. "In here, Ari," the bearded man said, as he stood, practically blocking the doorway, "we'll get you some money to buy our supplies with. We just ask the goblins at the desk, and they'll lead us down." By that point, Hagrid had walked Harry to one of the desks in question, where a smallish, wrinkle-skinned creature with the longest, sharpest pointed ears Harry had ever seen sat. Its squinty eyes looked up from the desk it sat at, and peered down its long, pointy as its ears nose at Harry. "Your business here, sir," it drawled, while still making notations in its ledger. "Mr. Harry Potter to withdraw schooling funds from his vault," Hagrid answered for the small boy, who was utterly fascinated by the creature. "Does Mr. Harry Potter have the key?" The goblin now looked like it was suppressing a great deal of glee at the thought of the child in front of him not having his key, and this thought made Harry look up at Hagrid worriedly. Harry hadn't a clue how to withdraw money from anywhere, he'd never even been given money before. Hagrid blinked then muttered under his breath as he reached into his coat. He dug around for a bit, then pulled out 2 keys, and handed them to the goblin. "Mr. Potter's key, and the key to get you-know-what from Vault 713. At this, the goblin took the keys with a rolled eye, peered closely at both, jotted down something on the paper that must be on the desk, and handed the keys back. "Just a moment, Griphook will be with you to take you to the vault." Prior to this point, Harry's experience with the phrase, "just a moment," had meant at least a 10-minute wait. But apparently the goblins believed in saying it and actually meaning it, for just a moment later, another wrinkle-skinned creature with sharp-looking ears and nose approached, nodded to them and started walking to the back of the room. Hagrid followed it, and Harry rushed to not get left behind, even as he took in the seemingly endless desks and doors leading off the main room of the bank. The goblin climbed into what looked like a coal cart, and sat down. Hagrid picked Harry up and settled him into the cart, then clambered in as well. "Keep your hands, feet and anything you don't want to lose in the cart at all times," the goblin muttered as the cart began to move. "Oh, and brace yourselves." Harry clung to the seat he perched on as the cart took each curve, bend and straightway at what felt to be a breakneck speed. At one point, a jet of smoke shot past the cart, and Harry jumped, looking briefly down the side of the cart. After realizing that he could neither see anything nor was he still within the walls of the cart, Harry jerked back and looked at Hagrid questioningly. "What was that?" "That might have been a Gringotts dragon." Hagrid looked a little green with the speed and swerves of the trip. "They guard the levels of the vaults." They're also part of the reason why Gringotts has never been broken into. At this, Harry remembered the ominous message carved into the walls at the entrance of the building, and nodded to himself. He figured the message was another part of why the bank had never been broken into. They reached a leveling point in the ride, and the goblin pulled a lever on the cart. It then careened toward an embankment with huge walls attached. It finally began to slow down as it approached the ground, and reached a stop as it lightly bounced on the bracers at the end of the track. From there, the goblin led Harry and Hagrid to a door, and took one of the keys from Hagrid. It stuck the key in a lock. Seconds later, Harry could hear gears grinding and screeching as the door slowly swung open. Harry goggled at the piles of coins, and could just barely see that each pile was one of 3 colors: gold, silver, and bronze. He followed Hagrid in as the large man walked to a pile, pulled out a small bag and filled it with money. Tying it off, he handed the bag to Harry. "There you go, it ought to last you at least through the year. Just so's you know, the gold ones are galleons, the silver are sickles, and the bronze you should remember are nuts. And it takes 29 nuts to make a sickle, and 17 sickles to make a galleon. Got that?" Boggling some more, Harry scrambled to tuck away the bag of money as he followed Hagrid back out the door. The goblin closed it, and pulled the key from the lock. More grinding and screeching signaled that the door was completely closed and locked again, and with that, all 3 climbed back into the cart and made another high-speed, Hagrid-turning green trip through the catacombs. This time, Hagrid had Harry stay in the cart. The goblin reached out to the door, and stuck in the key, like before, and then scratched the surface of the door lightly. Hagrid piped up, "And if anyone gets too close to the door when it's locked, they get get into the vault itself until the next time the goblins check." Daunted, Harry almost didn't ask, but felt he'd better. "And how often do they do that?" Grinning, Griphook showed all of his viciously pointed teeth. "Roughly every 10 years, we do sometimes forget and check even less frequently though." This said as the huge man walked to the newly opened door, and pulled out a bagged item, quickly tucking it into one of the pockets of his coat. "There we go," he said as he climbed back into the cart. The ride back was just as interesting as the ride down had been. Figuring that the ride would be slower, Harry was surprised by the speed of the uphill climb and enjoyed the trip even more. A quick glance at Hagrid told the child that Hagrid was even less thrilled now than he'd been on the way down. No one was happier than Hagrid upon reaching ground level again, and the cart rocked with the alacrity the man employed in removing himself from it. Harry scrambled out so as to not be left behind, and followed his guide back out of the bank. As he was led past that store with all the kids crowded around again, Harry saw more than just the broom with a straw tail. He saw pictures of people riding said brooms, and waving at the people staring through the glass. Harry stopped for a second in amazement. He never would have imagined people would actually try riding brooms. "First years aren't allowed to have brooms, Ari." Hagrid had stopped when the boy did, "but that don't mean you can't enjoy lookin'. Duh, played Quidditch, not surprising that you'd be fascinated too." Actually, Harry blinked. "I was just amazed at the thought of people being utterly fascinated with brooms. I didn't know there was a way to make them anything more than cleaning tools." Hagrid nodded with a puzzled expression on his face. Well, muggles, odd like that. Fancy using brooms to clean when a simple spell would do it for you in a blink." Finally they moved on, towards a bookstore, where Hagrid told Harry he'd be back with Harry's birthday present and would give it to him when Harry came back from buying the books on his class list. Walking inside, Harry stared up at all of the books, and finally, shyly approached the man at the desk. "Sir, I'm going to be a first year at Hogwarts, where do I look for the books on my list?" "Ah," the man said, looking up only briefly, "I know just which books you need. If you give me a few minutes, I'll have them ready for you. You can look around for a bit while you wait, if you like." Nodding, Harry wandered a little bit within the store. He didn't exactly pay attention to where he was until he bumped into someone. Apologizing quickly, Harry flinched back, and looked at whom he'd nearly knocked over. He blinked a few times as he took in the red hair, freckles and laughing eyes of not one, but 2 boys who looked to be 2 years older than he was. "Oh, do excuse us," the one on the left said. "We were just engrossed in our favorite subject, and didn't realize we were blocking the way." The one on the right waved a hand through the area around him. "It's okay," Harry replied, "I wasn't watching where I was going." "You're going to be a first year, aren't you?" The duplicate on the right asked, peering closely at Harry. Yes, Harry looked up cautiously at them. Ah, that's good, left side nodded. Well, to be polite, we'll introduce ourselves. I'm Fred Weasley, and he's my twin, George. No 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 no, right side shook his head. I'm Fred, and he's my twin George. As the two playfully bickered over who was Fred and who was Fred's twin George, Harry smiled, and began to quietly chuckle. Can't one of you be George and the other his twin Fred? They looked at him as they suddenly stopped play bickering. Well, I suppose I could be George and he my twin Fred, the one on the right said. Oh, but I like it better that I'm Fred, and you're my twin George, left side teased as he leaned on his twin. At least I know which is Fred and which is George now, Harry grinned. Oh do you? Right side smirked. You both just agreed that you, pointing to the left, are Fred, and you, pointing to the right, are George, so sure, I know which is which. Ah, but I could be Fred and him George, George countered. Yes, could be. Harry liked this game, but you both just agreed on who was whom, so now you have to live with it, even if you are still arguing over who is the twin of whom. I like this one, Gred, George smirked at his twin. Yes, Forge, I think he'll fit in nicely, Fred smirked back. At this point, Harry realized that neither twin cared who was Fred, and who was George, nor did they care who was someone's twin. He shook his head and sighed. Okay, so now we've got that out of the way, my name is Harry Potter. Really? Fred raised an eyebrow. You poor thing, I'd hate to be you, what with all the scar-gawkers out there. Have you got your books yet? George pointed at the books the twins were looking at. We're just window shopping at books we'd like to get. Our mums already got ours from our older brothers. What's Hogwarts like? Harry asked. There's so many opportunities to test our products out, George grinned. We almost have more opportunities than we know what to do with, Fred agreed. But we make do, George laughed. The school itself isn't bad, and the professors, except for Binns, are okay, but we're not there so much for the learning, as to perfect our jokes. What's so bad about Professor Binns? Harry asked, imagining a cruel person who wouldn't let you even breathe without permission. He's just so boring you fall asleep inside of 10 minutes, Fred shrugged. Now potions and transfiguration are loads of fun. Ample chances for pranks, George continued. And interesting enough that we don't sleep in class, Fred finished, though we could do without the Slytherins breathing down our backs sometimes. What's a Slytherin? Harry was puzzled, figuring that he'd learn enough about the two classes with the books. Didn't anyone explain it to you? Fred blinked. Slytherin's one of the houses of Hogwarts. At Harry's head shake and continued puzzled expression, he added, the other three are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. We're in Gryffindor, George put his 2 cents worth in, and it's the best of the 4. Ravenclaw's for the brainy kids, the ones who like to read all day long and don't care about much else, Fred listed. Hufflepuff's for the ones who wouldn't hurt a fly if it hadn't hurt them first, George mentioned. And Slytherin's for the sneaky ones, Fred hurried to add, but not that they're all bad, he shrugged, just sneaky. They can't be all bad, George agreed, or they'd have been disallowed from the school a long time ago. Besides, Fred finished, it's not like the rest of the school's perfect. I mean, as for example, kings of pranks, best at getting away, prime points losers, and all-around troublemakers, the twins alternated with each phrase. Harry started to feel as though he was watching a game of tennis. He grinned a little bit all the same. Well, Fred sighed, we've got to go, to peruse the joke shop's supplies. We'll see you at school, Harry, George waved a hand as they left. Take care of yourself, and we might just have a job for you at the school. Puzzled as to what job they could mean, Harry wandered the store a little more, and found a book on wizarding culture, one on Herbology, and a few supplemental books for the rest of his classes too. He figured it would be best to prepare for the school before he got there. After all, he'd had 11 years to get used to the culture of his old school. So he might as well get started now for the new school, since it seemed he was expected to already know all this anyway. When he had found all the books he wanted, Harry returned to the front desk, where his class books were waiting. Combining the 2 piles, the bookstore owner totaled it up, and Harry paid from the pouch Hagrid had filled earlier. Not sure how to carry all the books out, Harry paused, but the storekeeper simply cast a quick spell that shrunk the books and handed the newly resized pile to Harry, who gingerly took them. As he left the store, Harry spotted the groundskeeper of Hogwarts, not a difficult task, mind you, and approached him. Hagrid held out a wire cage with a snowy white owl in it. As he peered in at her, Harry smiled gently, thinking she was beautiful. "Here you go, Ari, very own owl." Hagrid waved the cage a little, then pointed at the large trunk the cage rested on, "and this'll be trunk fair school." "What's the owl for?" Harry asked, puzzled, but still happy with the gift. "Wizards get their mail by owl, Ari," Hagrid explained, "so if you have an owl of your own, like this gal here, you'll have an easier time of it." "Oh," Harry gingerly set the cage on the case, and thinking of a name, asked, "I can name her, right?" "Oh, yeah," Hagrid nodded enthusiastically, "it'll help you identify her and identify with her, and that'll make her more willing to carry your mail for you. I think I'll call her Hedwig." Harry vaguely remembered hearing that name in his history classes, he thought. Taking the trunk and cage, Harry walked along the road behind Hagrid, as the man led him to a store named Madame Malkin's. At the door, Hagrid spoke up, "I'll leave you here, Ari, to get sized for robes, and when done with that, ye can go across the road to Ollivander's to get wand. While doin' that, I'll get the potion supply kit ye'll need at school." Opening the door and peering inside the robe shop, Harry spotted a silver-haired boy standing on a pedestal as a witch circled around him with a tape measure flitting about the boy's wrists, arms and his head. Without turning around, the witch called out, "If you'll stand on the platform, an assistant will get to you right away." Harry climbed on top of the box not far off and stood there for just a bit. As he waited, the blond boy already being measured looked him over, with a sneer that even Harry could recognize. As the assistant witch started measuring Harry with her own tape measure that flew about independently, the other boy piped up, "My name is Draco Malfoy, and I'll be a first year at Hogwarts in September." Hesitantly, Harry peered at the other boy through his mangled glasses and his scraggly bangs. "I'm Harry, and I'll be a first year too." "Which house do you think you'll be in?" the boy continued without pausing for an answer. "I'm sure to be in Slytherin, as my entire family has only ever been in that house, though I suppose Ravenclaw would be acceptable to my parents as well." Harry thought about it for a second. "I think I'd be best off in Ravenclaw. I'm certainly not nice enough to be Hufflepuff, and I don't think I have the qualities for the other two houses, so probably Ravenclaw." The other boy nodded shortly, as the witch measuring him finished. He stepped down and said as he left, "See you in September, and we'll see which houses we're in." When the measuring tape finished flying around Harry, the assistant witch told him he could step down. The first witch looked at the notes jotted down and quickly went to the back room. She reappeared quickly with an armful of robes, which she handed to Harry, telling him they would work at least for this year. He was, in her words, to come back next year for a remeasure, to ensure that he hadn't outgrown his robes. Crossing the street to Ollivander's, Harry opened the trunk and stowed away the robes and his books, then stepped inside the store. The dark interior smelled a little musty, and was definitely quite dusty. He looked around at what looked like bookcases, but had smallish boxes set inside the shelves, rather than books. As he approached one shelf of boxes, a thin voice sounded over his shoulder, causing the boy to jump. "Ah, Mr. Potter," a thin, pale man with even thinner and paler hair spilling around his head and hanging over his circle-shaped glasses stood behind the desk Harry was next to. "I've been waiting to see you in here. It seems like just yesterday I sold your parents their wands." "Ah, but I digress. You will be needing your wand for school and it is my job to see that you get it." With that, the man reached into a shelf for a series of boxes, opened them one at a time, and handed each individual stick to Harry. He allowed Harry to hold onto them just long enough to feel the wood against his fingertips, before whisking them right back out of his grip. After about 5 sticks, the man left it in Harry's hands, and nodded at him. "Well, give it a swish, lad." Harry waved the wand gingerly, and blinked as the accrued pile of boxes went flying off the desk. The man quickly took the stick from the boy, and muttering under his breath, disappeared into the aisles of shelves. He quickly returned with another boxed wand, and handed it to Harry, who waved it even more gently than the first. This time, the man's thinning toupee flew off his head, and Harry paled, figuring that by this point the man was going to tell him there was no wand for him, he really wasn't a wizard, or that everyone had been pulling an elaborate prank on him and he fell for it like the dupe he was. As Harry fretted, the man walked back into the aisles again, and disappeared for a minute or two. When he returned, he carried a small box in his hands, and he almost reverently removed the lid, and pulled the wand from the soft cloth it rested on. He handed the stick to Harry and like with the rest of the wands, named the pieces used to create it, holly, 11 inches, with a phoenix tail feather core. As Harry took it, the wand felt warm in his fingers and it shot golden sparks from its tip. The man nodded and put the box aside. That is quite interesting. You see, the phoenix that gave that tail feather only ever gave one other feather. The wand made in that case would be brother wand to yours, and the wizard I sold it to, happens to be the one who gave you the scar on your forehead, lad. Knowing this, I tell you that you are destined for great things, as he was. At Harry's disbelieving look, yes, he was destined for great things. Great, horrible things, but great things all the same. Let not this scare you, child. These great things wouldn't have anything to do with my house at Hogwarts, would they? Harry tried to calm himself. He didn't like the idea of having the same core in his wand as that of the one who killed his parents. To a degree, Ollivander started tidying the boxes scattered about. Each house helps a child learn what their traits are. They are meant to represent the core of a child as they live and grow. For example, the Slytherins trust none but themselves as life has dealt them a hard hand. Often they forget to consider this as they seek revenge against those who've wronged them. The Hufflepuffs are those who have the ability to make friends, trusting in all, until that trust is taken away. The Ravenclaws prefer to research, plan, and theorize, rather than act, and those of Gryffindor are the brave, those who would do rather than wait. Thanking the man and paying for his wand, Harry left the store, feeling a little more knowledgeable about the houses of Hogwarts. As he stepped outside, Harry blinked at the sunlight, and spotted Hagrid sitting in a chair by the door. As the tall man stood, he reached into one of the multitude of pockets in his jacket and pulled out a kit. He handed it to Harry, who noticed it was marked for potions, and asked if Harry liked his wand. Harry nodded as he put the kit into the trunk. Harry wondered how to hide the trunk, and yet still be able to read the books he needed to learn more about what he was getting into. Finally he asked Hagrid, and the large man mentioned there was a spell that shrunk things. Harry mumbled the words he'd heard the shopkeeper in the bookstore say as he shrunk Harry's books, and Hagrid nodded. Then he shrunk Harry's supplies, and unshrunk the books, so Harry could read them before starting school. As they left Wizarding London, and Harry happily put the trunk in his pocket, and the books into a bag Hagrid lent him. Luckily it looked on the worn side, so the Dursleys shouldn't get too mad about him having a big expensive bag, and might even leave the books alone. If they bothered to look at all. Hagrid led the shy boy back through Muggle London. He put the boy on the train back home, and gave him a ticket for the ride to the school. He also gave instructions as to the time to catch the train. Sadly, Harry didn't think to look at the platform number until he got back to Privet Drive, and thus couldn't ask Hagrid about platform 9 3/4. Okay, first off, I realize I have some events in Wizarding London rearranged. I kind of like them this way. Now I just need to know if there is more description needed, or if I'm too descriptive. Comma check would be nice, but is not mandatory. My computer has a rudimentary grammar check, so any other fine-tuning in that department would be nice. As well as typos. Hate those. Lastly, is this a good start? Upon his return to number 4, Privet Drive, Harry was amazed at the change wrought in his absence. Or rather, the lack thereof. His things had not been moved from Dudley's second bedroom, and even though his cousin complained loudly, Harry was actually allowed to remain there for the rest of the summer. Of course, Uncle Vernon was quick to tell Harry in no uncertain terms what he was to do with his unnatural, freakish, school supplies, and he stowed them away quick as he could without revealing to the Dursleys as a whole that he even had them. He left them to believe that he'd given them to Hagrid for safekeeping. Except for Hedwig and the books, that is. As far as Hedwig was concerned, they allowed her into Harry's room on sufferance. He had to swear she'd make no noise, leave no mess, and that the neighbors would never see her flying out his window at night. In the case of the books, he told the Dursleys that there was a chance of having assignments right off, and if he was kicked out of the school for failing, that'd be all the sooner he'd have to come back. They agreed it was a good idea for Harry to be ready for classes, so he was allowed to spend a couple hours at night, after his chores were done, reading the books he'd bought. Thus, by the time he was supposed to head for the train, Harry had actually plowed through Hogwarts, a history, and most of his supplemental books. He'd even touched on the forewords in many of his class books, to ensure he was as prepared as possible. The day arrived that Harry was to go to the train station, and Uncle Vernon, amidst loud complaints, drove Harry to the station on his way to work in the morning. Once at the station, he all but pushed Harry out of the car with the cage containing Hedwig, and the tires squealed as he ripped back out of the parking space. Reading the ticket Hagrid had given him as they left London, Harry wondered yet again if he was being set up for a prank. There was no such thing as platform 9 3/4, the platforms ran in whole numbers, not fractions. Harry had never ridden a train before, but even he knew that. Sighing heavily, he stood around, watching the two platforms, wondering if there was a magic time during each hour that would reveal a door somewhere that would be marked with the number 9 3/4. After some watching, Harry spotted a familiar shock of color. He'd never seen so much of it, but the particular shade of red reminded him of the twins he'd met in Wizarding London. Screwing up all the courage he had, Harry approached them and asked, "Pardon, but would any of you happen to know a Fred or George Weasley?" The woman who turned to look at him gasped and then smiled. "Oh, dearie, you shouldn't sneak up like that. But, yes, I do know both Fred and George." She waved at a pair of boys standing together just a ways off. "In fact, they are two of my sons. You must be a first year. That's fine, lad, we'll help you reach the train. We're just waiting for my youngest son to get out of the bathroom." "Fred, George," she hollered at the twins, "you've a friend here asking about you." With that, the twin heads bobbed up and their faces lit with laughter at recognizing Harry. They quickly approached, with their trunks on carts. "Harry, where's your trunk, and supplies?" one asked. "Hagrid made them small for me." Harry pulled the shrunken objects out of his pocket, and gently set Hedwig's cage on the ground. "You don't suppose I could get someone to fix that, do you? When we get on the other side of the barrier?" "Sure," the other twin nodded. "Mum'll probably be happy too. But first we have to get to the other side, can't let the Muggles witness anything unusual." Harry nodded, and spotted a red-haired boy about his height walking up quickly, and approached the twins' mother. Harry guessed it was the youngest son. Looking around, he spotted a smaller girl, and another boy standing and waiting. The tallest boy wore a badge on his proudly, emblazoned with the letter P, and Harry wondered if he had that much trouble with forgetting his name that he needed the first letter on his just to remind him of it. With the smallest red-headed boy back among the family, the decision to cross the barrier was swiftly made. The oldest boy looked around quickly, and then dashed through, pushing his cart ahead of him. Harry blinked as he disappeared. "Wah! You have to cross quickly," one twin spoke up, as both lined up for their turn. "If you like," the other twin nodded, "you can take it at a run. Might be okay for you to catch a ride on one of our trunks, since you can't with yours." "Not on your life, Fred." His mother harped, "It's too dangerous." "Ah, Mum," the scolded twin teased, "you should know by now I'm George." "Oh fine," she sighed, looking back and forth as if she were looking for proof. "I'm sorry Fred, George, behave yourself." "Nah, Mum," the fist twin cracked as both dashed through the barrier. "You had it right the first time, I am George." With that, they disappeared through the wall. "You'll have to wait to cross with Ginny and I," the woman sighed again. "It's easier this way, though you'll be shorter on time. We'll just have to unshrink your things quickly, and have the twins stow your things. Hopefully they'll wait around for that before gallivanting off with their friends to pull pranks. Those two, I swear. If they concentrated half so hard on school work as on their pranks." By this time the youngest boy had waited for a lull in people around and had dashed across the barrier himself. With that, the family matriarch led Harry and her daughter to the wall, and leaned against it. "Relax, child, when no one is looking, we'll cross, but brace yourself, or you'll fall all the way through." With a gasp, Harry realized what she was talking about as the wall gave way under their weight. He caught himself before falling to the ground and gawked a bit at the large red train parked there. It was blowing steam and whistling, and a conductor was calling for all boarding to hurry up. With that, Harry pulled his supplies out of his pocket again, and handed them to the woman. She set them on the ground, pulled a wand, tapped them and muttered a few words. In an instant, the trunk was normal in size again. Harry looked around and spotted the twins grinning as they approached. "Here, mate," the one on the left grabbed Harry's owl cage, and the one on the right took the trunk. "We'll get these stowed for you, you find a place on the train." Nodding, he thanked their mother, and the twins, while resolving to find something that would identify one twin from the other. He clambered onto the train and found an empty compartment. He sat, pulled the bag of books off his back and pulled one out to continue where he'd left off. After a short while, the door slid open. A red head poked through and the youngest boy who'd been in the twins' family peered through. "Do you mind if I sit here? My brothers are with their friend Lee Jordan, who's got a tarantula in their compartment," said with a shiver, "and the other compartments are full." Briefly wondering about the shiver, Harry shrugged. "I don't mind if you don't mind my reading." After a bit longer, the redhead broke the silence again. "I heard that Harry Potter's on this train. You wouldn't happen to be him, would you? My mum explained what the Potter family generally looks like, and you match, and the twins said you went by the same name, so I guess it would be just strange to have two kids in the same place by the same name, but I figured I'd better ask." Finally looking up, Harry nodded, still not sure what was so special about him or his name that everyone and their cat seemed to know him. It really made no sense at all to him that what he'd done as an infant would get him so much attention now. Then the boy asked about the scar on Harry's head, and blinking, he pulled his bangs away from it to show it in all its jagged glory. "Wicked," the boy breathed, blinked, and then stammered, "I'm Ron Weasley, though you probably already knew what family I'm from, what with my brothers and all. I'm the youngest boy, and the girl is my sister, Ginny. She'll be starting Hogwarts next year." "How many kids do your parents have?" Harry asked. He'd never seen a family so large. "6 boys, and a girl," Ron listed quickly. "Oldest, Bill, works for Gringotts. Next, Charlie, is living on a dragon reserve. Then there's Percy, who's so proud to be a prefect for his 5th year, the twins, me, then Ginny." Having returned to reading about halfway through the listing, Harry just hummed an acknowledgement. Ron sat quiet for a bit after that, then offered one more question. "Why are you reading so much?" One more time, Harry looked up. "I didn't know anything about the wizarding world until Hagrid came to deliver my letter to Hogwarts. He had to because my relatives wouldn't let me read it otherwise. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can beforehand." "Oh," Ron blinked, then pulled an old-looking rat out of his pocket, and from another, a wand that looked to be in just a little better shape. "This is my rat, Scabbers. He used to be Percy's, but since he made prefect, Mum and Dad got him his own owl. The rest of us have to use the family owl. Scabbers doesn't do anything though. I think it might be because he's too old, but all the same Fred and George taught me a spell to turn his tail yellow." Ron set the rat on his lap, and as Harry opened his mouth to mention that Fred and George pulled pranks like most people breathe, the door to the compartment slid open and a brown bundle of hair peeked through. Much like when Ron had poked his head in, all you could see was the hair. In this girl's case, her hair took up a lot more space than Ron's. She paused as she saw the wand pointed at the rat. "Have either of you seen a toad? There's a boy a few compartments back named Neville who's lost his." Both boys shook their heads. Harry quickly closed his mouth, and Ron blinked. The girl then called attention to the wand. "You were getting ready to cast a spell. Let's see it." Shrugging, the redhead started waving the stick back and forth gently as he spoke a small poem, ending with, "Turn this fat rat's tail yellow," and jabbing the wand at the tail. Having read a little, Harry suspected that spells weren't poems, didn't require that much movement, and certainly didn't end with a poke at an object, so he wasn't all that surprised when nothing happened. Neither was the girl, apparently. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" she drawled skeptically. "Well," the boy shrugged again, "my brothers could have been joking with me again. They don't take much seriously at all. What I've read so far," Harry pointed at his books, "doesn't seem to say that spells require a whole poem to work. It didn't look like you were supposed to poke your target either." Ron looked thoughtful, then nodded. "Makes sense. Just thought I'd give it a shot, yeah." The girl rolled her eyes as she stalked off, to search other compartments for the missing toad. After a few more minutes of silence and Harry reading to himself, the compartment door slid open again. This time, framing a trio of boys, 2 taller and darker, the third pale and nearly colorless, but for the school robes already adorning his small frame. He stalked into the room just a bit, pausing as he spotted Ron. "Well," he drawled, "I heard that Harry Potter was in this compartment." Here he nodded at Harry. "You must be him." Harry looked up from his book and nodded slightly, wondering if he'd have to move his bangs again. Ron, flustered a little at the stares he was receiving from the darker boys behind the third, piped up, "Well, it isn't like we don't know who you are either. Malfoy, why don't you just go back to your compartment, and leave us be?" Smirking, the pale boy looked squarely at Ron, and the very tone of his next words made it clear what he thought of the redhead. "I don't care to, just yet. You see, it's just as easy to tell, by your red hair, freckled face, and moth-eaten robe smothered with patches, that you're a Weasley. Too many children and no brains to share between the lot of you, my father always says." Huffing, Ron puffed up a little at the insults, and tried to return in his own volley, "Better a family with too many children than one with no soul. Or did your daddy really expect people to believe he isn't a Death Eater without a cause?" Hearing at both boys arguing, Harry blinked a little. This seemed more like a family grudge to him than anything else. He looked at the two larger boys, and it seemed that they felt the same way. Each was trying to edge to a corner of the doorway they blocked. Harry looked again at the arguing pair, and wondered to himself why the paler one had come to the compartment, besides wanting proof of Harry Potter's presence. Apparently that thought broadcast itself to the boys around him, because Malfoy turned his attention from the youngest Weasley to Harry again. "Well, Potter, if you're looking to get in with the right crowd, I can help you. After all, you wouldn't want all of your allies to be penniless, witless, fools who have more children than rabbits, would you?" Personally, Harry thought this was a rather rude way of asking for friendship, and told himself that he should be smacked if he ever applied anything like that to his own life. Shaking his head, Harry voiced his opinion. "I don't much care about money or how many family members my friends have. I do know, though, that I don't like idiots or rude people, and while you might not be the first, you're sure coming off as the second. Pardon me, if I reserve judgment on who to call friend just yet." With that, Harry returned to his books, hoping that the B-owned would get the point. After a little more bickering between the active members of what seemed like a family feud, the trio left Ron and Harry to their compartment. "You might want to be careful of Malfoy, mate," Ron spoke up after he calmed down from the visiting trio. "His whole family has been dark for ages, and they have always been in Slytherin too. That house has produced the worst sort of witches and wizards, and I just know that Malfoy's going to set a new standard. I asked your brothers about the houses." Harry looked Ron in the eyes, and they said that while Slytherin wasn't as good as Gryffindor, biased as they might be, that Slytherin couldn't be all bad, or it wouldn't exist anymore. They also said that the other houses weren't all good too. "You know whose forces were made up of Slytherins," Ron tried to explain. "That's all I'm saying, and Malfoy's dad was one of them. So I should read Slytherin as being the same as evil." Harry kept his eyes trained on Ron. "Well, no," Ron muttered, "but they aren't angels either." "No one is." Harry shook his head as the door came sliding open yet again, revealing the bushy-haired girl from earlier. "There's an awful ruckus going on. The others are running around, being silly little children," she grumbled. "They're talking about Harry Potter being on the train and just acting like kids. And that Neville boy still hasn't found his toad." "Well," Harry was confused, "why is that important to us?" The girl huffed a little. "Just so you know, the train's approaching the school." She peered at their clothes, and they noticed she was already in her school robes. "You should change." After she left, the boys followed her suggestion, Harry realizing that was the reason Mrs. Weasley had insisted on him keeping a set with him when the twins got ready to load his trunk into a storage compartment on the train. After the train came to a stop, the children clambered off in a hurried but orderly fashion, each eager to get to the school for different reasons. At first, Harry stared at the carriages that sat there, without anything to draw them along, as older students climbed in groups of 4 or 5. Then he heard Hagrid hollering about first years gathering to him, and looked up in the gathering gloom of the setting sun for the giant, who by this point, was surrounded by at least 24 kids. The huge man led all the children to a dock, where boats were moored, and told them to ride 4 to a boat. At this, Harry wondered why they didn't just climb into the carriages like the older kids. Still, he shrugged and climbed into a boat, happening to be riding with Ron, the girl who'd popped into the train cabin, and the boy who'd apparently lost his toad. Said toad happened to pop up in Hagrid's hands, and the small boy paled when the looming man returned, Trevor, just as the quartet settled into their waterlogged craft. After everyone was accounted for, Hagrid started the boats moving on the water, and kept up a running commentary the entire time. Harry listened with half an ear, but also kept his eyes open, staring at the sky, the forest far off that seemed a little darker than any forest Harry had ever seen before, few as that had been. and even scanning the water below them. He flinched when a tentacle floated up from the depths and brushed the side of the boat. He was quite happy to see the end of that ride by the time they reached the docks closest to the school. The view of the school itself was breathtaking. Turrets barely visible climbed to meet the clouds in the sky, with what looked like gargoyles settled in various spots on the roof. One large tower stood in the middle of the structure, with 4 others located around it, in a radial arrangement. Even further back, Harry could just make out the signs of at least 4 more towers that were covered in banners, and flags flapping in the wind. Eventually, the entourage of boats floated under the main structure of the building, and the huge man leading this expedition climbed out of his boat. He encouraged all of the children to follow suit, and double-checked that Trevor hadn't gone anywhere. Leading the cluster to a large pair of doors, Hagrid knocked, with a thunderous boom, on the left door, and waited for a second or two. When the doors opened, revealing a tall woman in dark robes, hair pulled back into a severe bun, Hagrid nodded to her. "They're all yours, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid nodded again and left. "All right, children." Harry started to think her face was permanently set in the expression that resulted from eating a lemo. "One thought was an orange." As she continued, "Hogwarts has a rich history of educating children in the use of their magic. While at this school, it is your responsibility to represent the codes of the school in a beneficent manner. This means that you will not break the rules set before you, lest you lose points for your house, or earn yourself detention. The houses of the school are there for your protection and socialization. They will be much as your home was prior to arriving. What benefits one member benefits all, and that which harms one will harm all. Breaking rules will result in point deductions leveled against your house, and said deductions will be reflected at the end of the year, when the house cup is awarded." The children began chattering lightly to themselves, and looking around quickly. She silenced them with a look, as Harry began to wonder about this house business making any sense. He really didn't want his house to be just like the one he left. He tuned back into her speech in time to hear, "Line up in 2 columns, spruce yourselves up and look ahead of you. We will be walking through these doors to your first glimpse of the school, the Great Hall, and your fellow students, and you certainly wouldn't want to make a fool of yourself this early, now would you?" With that, the severe-looking woman turned her back to the 2 columns of children lined up, and led them through the doors. Many children looked up into the sky, and Harry realized after a few seconds that this must be the charm that Hogwarts, a history had indicated that made the Great Hall so interesting. With that in mind, he began looking around at the 4 tables arrayed in the large room. With the children walking in columns as they were, both rows had 2 tables on either side, which should have created a sense of unity, but even Harry could tell that things were far from even. On the one side of the room, there was a table in red and gold, whose inhabitants seemed to have the highest level of pride in themselves. Next to them, and closer to the new students, were children at a table of black and yellow, who seemed friendly enough, but the air around them seemed more humble. On the other side, to the far left, the students sitting at the green and silver table held themselves stiffly, and Harry sympathized, remembering having to hold himself like that when the rest of the school would have nothing to do with him, fearing Dudley. Finally, the table closest to the left was covered in blue and gray, and the occupants all seemed lost in books, even those who didn't have their noses buried in one. Amidst these observations, Harry heard some small squeals and gasps, as the other students spotted people flying past. Harry looked closely and realized he could see through these flying individuals, and wondered if they were anything like the ghosts told of in stories back at his old school. It didn't seem like it, as only 2 of the spirits floating around even looked remotely dangerous, and one of those 2 seemed like the Weasley twins with a darker edge. His attention was caught by the 4-legged stool at the very back of the room, where the professors sat at a long table, and Professor McGonagall stood. She tapped her wand on the stool, and Harry spotted a hat, shaped like the ones on the heads of the students, but in much worse shape. It needed mending, and washing, and the top of it looked like it just might come off the next time someone touched it, the rip was so large. It was all he could do to stay standing when the rip in the hat began moving animatedly on its own, the hat approximating the movements of a human mouth as it sang a song about the 4 houses of the school and the traits found in them. The students and professors all clapped, some merely politely, when it finished and sketched a bow as best as a bit of cloth could. "When I call your name, you will walk to the stool, place the sorting hat on your head, and sit. When it calls out a house, you will join your new housemates at their table, and wait until the sorting is done." She paused for a beat, to ensure that all had heard her. Calling each name one by one, Harry was intrigued by the time lapses. Sometimes, the hat would barely touch the skull of the next child before it was screeching a name, and in other cases, like Granger, Hermione, it took quite a while. Harry recognized her as the girl from the train at about the same time as the hat called out Gryffindor for her. Another instance of the hat taking a while to sort someone was Longbottom, Neville. Harry thought that if the hat could decide where to put that boy, it should be able to find a place for him, but he still wasn't sure, when the hat finally called out Gryffindor, if the place it settled him would actually fit. With his questions about the houses getting answered 3 different ways by 3 different people, Harry had a general idea of what to expect with each house. So he wasn't in the slightest surprised to hear that Malfoy, Draco, did get into Slytherin, like the pale boy had figured he would. It seemed to Harry that a good portion of what house one was sorted into was determined by which one a person wanted to be sorted into. Which was half of Harry's problem. He didn't think he was smart enough for Ravenclaw, brave enough for Gryffindor, friendly enough for Hufflepuff, or sneaky enough for Slytherin. So he wondered if the hat would just say, "Aha, what do you think you're doing here, you silly child, you don't belong," or something to that effect. In fact, he was so lost in thought, that when Ron nudged him in the shoulder, Harry was at first confused. Then he realized that McGonagall was calling out, "Potter, Harry," for the second time, and the whole hall had fallen into a hushed sort of whispering state. Hesitantly, Harry stepped toward the stool, had an expectant Professor McGonagall, and took the hat from her hand, settling it on his head. He found himself lost in pitch-black surroundings, with a voice whispering in his ears, "Ah, you're another difficult one. Don't be afraid, I like a challenge. Now, where to put you? You've a solid brain in that skull and you're loyal enough to those that deserve it. You're not afraid to stand up for yourself and others either. Most pointedly though, I believe, is that you're keeping your eyes and your options open. You met members from both sides of the field and weren't impressed with the closed-mindedness. That's good, very good. I think, unless you've an objection, that I know just where to put you." Not sure what the hat meant, Harry just figured that if the hat had an idea of where Harry belonged, he'd go along with the hat's ideas. The little bit of conversation the small boy had had with the Malfoy scion, and the youngest Weasley child left Harry a little disappointed in the attitudes of his peers. It didn't seem like things would be that much different from the school he'd attended before. He figured, though, that if the hat had actually been around for as long as it looked to have, it would know what it was doing by now, surely. So Harry mentally told the hat he didn't much care where it put him, he'd muster out as best he could wherever he landed, he'd always lived that way. With that the hat yelled out, "Slytherin," much to the amazement of the majority of the school. Puzzled at their confusion, Harry gently peeled the hat off his head and set it on the stool. Using what he'd already read, Harry wandered to the silver and green table, where they were politely clapping, but their faces seemed to hold a vindictive glee. Harry almost shuddered, wondering what kind of tricks would be pulled on him for just breathing in this house. He sat quietly next to the silver-haired Malfoy, as the B.O. had scooted one of the larger 2 he'd wandered the train with to the side. As he sat, Harry apologized to the larger boy, thinking that his name might have been Goyle something or other. A slight nod of his head indicated the larger boy wasn't going to smack him around, and Harry relaxed a little as the sorting continued. Trying to listen to the hat's calls and to the quiet murmur of the table at the same time, Harry was a little surprised as one of the older table members leaned forward to introduce himself. Name's Marcus Flint. A hand pushed its way into Harry's field of vision. As he met the gaze of the older student, Harry felt the urge to gulp. Was this where he shook the other boy's hand and got his hand crushed, or where the other would use the hold to yank him over the table and toss him onto the floor? Steeling himself for the worse, Harry nodded, and took the outstretched hand. "Nice to meet you." Harry left off his name, figuring that even if they hadn't known him by name already, he'd only make a fuss by calling it out. The older boy nodded as well, and both retracted their hands. "I'm the Slytherin Quidditch captain, 6th year, and a chaser to boot. You look like you'd be a good seeker, and we need one for next year, when ours, Higgs over there," a jabbed finger pointed out a brunette boy quite a bit slimmer than Flint, but still a great deal bigger than Harry, "graduates. Right now, we're okay, but next year, besides, you won't be able to have a broom of your own till then. Oh, Harry had no clue what a chaser or a seeker was supposed to be, but he nodded all the same. I suppose, if you teach me how, I could try. Grinning, the larger boy spent the next few minutes quietly introducing Harry to everyone else at the table. This coincided with Zabini, Blaise being sorted into Slytherin, and the headmaster's strange words of wisdom starting the meal. Amazed at the amount of food, Harry first wondered who would clean up the mess, and then if he would actually be allowed to eat until he was full for once. The second question was answered as Harry noticed that food had found its way onto his plate, as opposed to off of, like usual. Not sure what to make of it, Harry mumbled a thank you under his breath, and ate some of the food. When he felt the urge to take a drink, he puzzled over the strange, orange liquid in the glass in front of him. Apparently his caution with the food was noticed, and the keeper, Bletchley smirked, just pumpkin juice, Potter. We're a paranoid lot, but the house elves make and serve the food to the tables. One of the other chasers, Pusey, added his 2 cents worth. Besides, with the rest of the school wishing they dared poison us, we have to band together. No, none of us fully trust each other, 'cause none of us know when someone else's ambition will surpass their need for assistance, but, here he shrugged. No one trusts a Slytherin, Flint grunted after finishing a mouthful of food, so we all band together to defend ourselves against them. If you have a problem with someone from another house, speak up about it. A boy with a badge on his, in the shape of a P, spoke up. We'll see to it that it's dealt with. Blinking, Harry looked at the badge. If it weren't for the colors, he'd swear it was the same as the one the oldest Weasley at Hogwarts wore. Deciding now was as good a time as any, he asked, what exactly does the badge mean? I saw it on one of the Weasleys, and wondered if it was how he remembered his name, but Harry never did get his question answered, for the rest of the table burst into laughter. By the time it died down, Headmaster Dumbledore stood again at the table with the professors. He cautioned everyone against wandering into the Forbidden Forest, with a rather pointed, but jolly look in the direction of the Gryffindors. He then brought up a corridor on the 3rd floor as being off-limits on pain of a gruesome death. As Harry wondered what that might be about, he peered at the long table, spotting the turban-wearing man he'd met at the Leaky Cauldron. He flinched as a searing pain shot through his forehead, and one of the older Slytherins told him that if his head didn't stop hurting by the time they got to the common room, he could ask the head of house for a headache remedy. Nodding vaguely, Harry wondered what a head of house was, until the headmaster dismissed all of the students. With that, the table stood nearly as one, with the members of the house wearing badges leading. Harry began to suspect that the letter was in regards to an office or task set to the students, rather than a mnemonic device. When they reached the lowest level of the castle, Harry found himself fascinated by the mood of the place. It seemed dark, dank, dreary, and frightening, but as they approached a set of paintings seemingly in the middle of the place, the dungeons, as Harry heard older students refer to it, it felt warmer. The group stopped, and quietly, as though trying to maintain secrecy and privacy, the people at the front of the group spoke words to be spread around. When the message got to Harry, he puzzled together that the passage to the common room was locked, and there was a password required for unlocking it. He didn't want to think about whom would have to stand guard, but he did his best to commit the password to memory. He didn't think that Seguridad was something he'd say in normal conversation at least, but he did wonder who came up with it. All right, you lot, one of the badge-wearing Slytherins spoke up. I will say this once, and only once. Our password will change weekly, unless it gets around that someone's blabbed. Your best bet for learning the new one is to ask a prefect personally. I don't want to hear any of you speaking the passwords outside the portrait guard. That means when you use it, say it low enough for the portrait to hear, and no louder. Follow me, and all first years need to remain in the common room for an explanation of Slytherin expectations. The girl turned around, and muttered to herself. Harry couldn't make out what she said, but apparently the password was in there, as a portion of the wall faded out of view, and the older students filtered through. The first years held back a step, but decided to follow their elders through. Harry noted the lead girl's lack of volume in speaking the password, and where she spoke it, and tried to think to himself how to remember both, as well as the strange word that would get him into the common room. Upon reaching the wall that had disappeared, Harry blinked, finding that it really had vanished from sight. He turned and watched the wall as the last of the Slytherins slipped into the room. The older students quickly vanished into either of two doorways, girls on one side, boys on the other. Finally, there were just the first years, and 6 older students, each with a badge on there, emblazoned with the letter P. Now, the 2 oldest-looking badge bearers stood near the door and the female continued explaining, "You won't need a password to leave the common room, but I don't suggest you try leaving at all hours. While you might get away with wandering the dungeon levels, any higher and you'll certainly be caught by either the Hogwarts caretaker, Filch, our own head of house, Potions Master Snape, or even the Gryffindor head of house, Professor McGonagall. Don't go thinking that just because he's our head of house and won't take points away as easily," the male added, "that getting caught out after curfew won't mean anything. Curfew happens to be 9 o'clock in the evening for those under 4th year, 10 for 4th and up, and only special circumstances will allow you to get around them. If a professor assigns you detention that late, you will be excused for curfew violation, so long as you are heading straight from your detention site to the common room. Said professor may assign a guard or guide to ensure this." Again, the female repeated what Harry heard at supper, "If someone in the other houses is giving you a hard time, let us know. If a professor is being too harsh, let us know. At the least, we can get it turned into our head of house, and maybe something will be done about it. We don't trust anyone outside of our own house, most of the time, but sometimes we have to. In such situations, we must first present a united front. This means no backstabbing among Slytherins. It means do not get caught in your endeavors, and most of all, don't believe that something has to be wrong, just because it isn't right. The world isn't that simple, cut and dried, polarized, or that monochromatic. If there's something going on between you and another Slytherin," one of the younger girls with a badge spoke up, "keep it in the common room. We have enough rumors floating around about our house, we don't need to add strife to that." It seemed as though the badge-wearing students would continue, but the wall behind the oldest 2 disappeared again, and the man who'd been sitting beside Quirrell stepped through. He peered at all of the students in the room closely, then reached into a pouch he wore on his side. He removed a rather thick stack of papers that rolled at the ends. Harry thought they were called parchments. He divided the stack into 7 piles and handed one each to the prefects, as Harry though he had heard them called. They nodded and walked through the doors the other students had already disappeared through. "I am the head of Slytherin House. I teach potions, and will strive to pack your mulish brains with as much information as possible in the 7 years you will attend this school," he began. "I do not want to hear of you fighting among yourselves. I do not want to hear of any of you being caught out after curfew. Nor do I want you to fight in the halls, in the classrooms, or anywhere on grounds. At the least, your punishments will be point loss and detention." Harry fidgeted a little. While in classes, the man continued, walking to the back of the room, where a small fireplace was filled with ashes and soot, unlit. He lit it with a flick of his wand, and the room brightened, and warmed just a little bit more. "You will not, under any circumstances, fall behind. I want no one failing while I am head of Slytherin. If you believe you will, or know you have fallen behind, I will find a student to teach you what you need to know to pass, at the minimum." With that, he began passing out sheets of paper, and informing each student what the paper meant to their lives. "Potter," the man drawled, "you should stay back, I have more to say to you. The rest of you may go to the sleeping quarters, girls to the left, boys to the right. The closer your year is to 0, the lower down and further back your room is from the common room itself." As he reached Harry, the majority of the other students had filed out. Luckily, the list hadn't been alphabetical, as this meant the head of house's desire to talk to him wouldn't keep the rest of the students back in the common room. Harry took the list from the professor and read it quickly, trying to make sense of it. He noticed that the other students had all cleared out of the room at about the time that the older man sat in one of the chairs. He waved Harry into another, then leaned forward as the child settled. "I want you to know, right off," he started, his voice somewhere between a hiss and a growl, "that I will not tolerate you following in your father's footsteps. That means no pranks on your classmates, and certainly no harassment of them. I will be watching you. If you break rules, I will not be lenient. I do not care that you are Harry Potter. To me you are another first year in my sphere of responsibility. Now, if that is clear, you may go to your quarters and sleep. You will be starting classes in the morning." Harry stared after the man for a second, before standing and moving as quickly as he could to the door that led to the boys' rooms. He was puzzled to why the man would want to say those things this early in the year, when Harry hadn't even been there long enough to learn his way around yet. The best he could come up with was that his father must have had something to do with it, and Harry shrugged. He'd figure it out later, after he got some sleep. I just need to know if there is more description needed, or if I'm too descriptive. Comma check would be nice, but is not mandatory. My computer has a rudimentary grammar check, so any other fine-tuning in that department would be nice. As well as typos. Hate those. Lastly, is this a good start? Should I call all Weasleys, Weasley, except Gred and Forge because of a lack of familiarity, or go with my instincts and call them by first name because there's so many? I had this nice paragraph here that I realized would only get me into trouble. So anyone who wants to discuss the definition of abuse with me, check my profile. I should have an email address there to send word through. Or noting it in a review would work. What if? Harry woke the next morning a little disoriented. He'd only just gotten used to the smallest bedroom at Privet Drive before school started. The idea of light shining in through windows was still alien to him, and he was further confused when he realized that the light was actually from torch sconces. He showered, dressed, and gathered books according to his schedule. It said he was to have double transfiguration all morning, so he gathered the book assigned for the class, and the extra books he'd bought to help him better learn the concepts. He also packed the sheets of paper and pens he'd packed into his bag of books. He was still unfamiliar with the parchment and quills the supply list had requested, and would leave them for when he had a chance to practice using them. After all, he had enough trouble with pens bursting in his hands. He didn't want to add a quill into the equation any sooner than he had to. When he finished packing his things, Harry wandered up the stairs to the common room, and asked one of the older students for directions to class. Somehow, he had the luck to have asked Higgs, the Quidditch seeker, and the 7th year took the opportunity to not only show the boy a more efficient way to the Great Hall, but to also wax loquacious about the benefits of playing the broom-based sport. By the time they made it to the Great Hall, they'd not only gathered a small group of other Slytherins to chat with, but Harry also felt he actually understood the game. So, as seeker, Harry tested his understanding. You're supposed to keep an eye out for a tiny gold ball with wings. It flies about anywhere it pleases, and you have to not only spot it as it moves, but chase and catch it. Nodding, Higgs replied, and dodge bludgers, quaffle, keepers, chasers and beaters, not hit the goals. The announcer are members of the audience. Are you trying to scare me out of trying out next year? Harry raised an eyebrow. Laughing, the rest of the group teased the 7th year for intimidating the ickle first year, and Harry for being intimidated all at the same time. By this point, most of the students had settled into the tables that were going to make it to breakfast at all. Something told Harry that the other Slytherins were holding something back in their conversations with him, but he couldn't place exactly what it was. He decided to ponder it later, as it was about time for him to go to class, and he asked for directions again. By the time the older students were done, Harry had drawn a rough map of the path to the Transfiguration classroom from both the Great Hall and the Slytherin Common Room. He took this as a decent first step, as he could ask for directions to other rooms at and after lunch. In class itself, Harry was amazed to see the lack of a professor right up until the beginning of the period. He stared at the marmalade-colored cat on McGonagall's desk, and wondered why the severe woman would have such a whimsical and uncontrollable pet. Just as they would be late, Ron, and the slightly heavy-set boy from the night before rushed into the class. At least we got here before the professor, the redhead gasped as he found a seat in the back of the room. Nearly the whole class gasped as the cat jumped off the desk and became Professor McGonagall herself. Harry tried not to laugh, as he'd heard some of the rude remarks both sides of the class had muttered. He could only imagine what the professor would have to say about them. Perhaps, Mr. Weasley, she hissed, I should transfigure one of you into a clock, so that at least you'll be on time. Now, as for the rest of you, she turned and stalked back to the front of the classroom. Open your books to page 15, and study the page. Harry remembered the page, as it described the match-to-needle transfiguration procedure. It had marginally made sense when he read it before school started, and had only made a little more sense with the second reading during the train trip. He hoped Professor McGonagall would explain just how it was one could make a match become a sewing needle. To Harry's knowledge, a match was a thin block of wood with red paint and sulfur at the tip, while a sewing needle was made of silver, nickel, or steel, with an eye hole at one end and a sharp point at the other. He didn't see how they were anything alike, except in general shape. "Now," she began, after giving them time to study the page, "who among you can explain the differences between a matchstick and a needle?" A few, hesitant hands rose in the air from the Slytherin side of the room, and several from the Gryffindor side, but one hand was almost thrown into the air with enough force to jar the body attached to it. From his encounter on the train with the girl, Harry was not surprised to see Hermione Granger attached to the so enthusiastically stretched hand. "Miss Granger, a matchstick is made from wood, shaped into a slender rectangle, dipped in a flammable substance to create the tip, that includes sulfur. They are often painted red. A sewing needle is made of metal, nickel, silver, or steel, and is sharp at one end, and more blunted at the other. The blunter end is opened in the middle to create an eye, where the thread is pushed to sew with." "Very good, Miss Granger," the older witch nodded, 5 points to Gryffindor. "Now, who can tell me how matches and needles are alike?" "Mr. Zabini. They're both small, slender and have an oval shape at one end," the Slytherin boy drawled lazily. "Good." With a nod, the professor walked back to her desk, waved her wand, and stood with her desk turned to a pig for a moment before waving her wand again to turn it back. Turning a match into a needle is one of the basic steps of transfiguration. One must, at all times, keep in mind both the similarities and the differences of the objects to be transfigured. At no point will I allow tomfoolery in my class. As we get more and more complicated, it is quite possible to transfigure a living thing into an inanimate object. If done improperly, this can result in death. Therefore, if any of you horse around with these spells, I will have you removed from my class. At the very least. Having impressed the students with the seriousness of the subject, she continued to explain the hows and mechanics of making a piece of wood become a sliver of metal. Harry took notes, including the mental comparison to the chemistry he'd heard older students talk about back in Surrey. After a while, Professor McGonagall told the class to put away their books, and they would begin transfiguring the matches. "Remember the gesture, and the words," she stalked the room, quickly placing a match in front of each student. "Concentrate on how you want the needle to appear, and the material it is to be made of. Remember that a needle has an eye hole, as I will subtract points from your grade if it is missing. You will also lose points if I can still strike a fire as though it were a match." The room was filled with muttering and chanting, as each student practiced in their own way. By the time Harry felt comfortable with his gesture for the spell, Granger had yipped out her success in casting it. Praising her loudly, Professor McGonagall picked up the needle, showed it to the class and gave the Gryffindors 5 points for a successfully crafted needle. Harry shrugged and continued pronouncing the words for the spell, to be sure he'd have that right as well. Just as he was about to start actually casting, Malfoy completed the transfiguration, and announced it to the class. The professor walked to his desk, congratulated the boy and moved on to the next student, who needed coaching on pronouncing the words. Harry paused, then told himself that the points were for being the first to succeed. He kept in mind the needles Aunt Petunia would let him use to mend the clothing Dudley wore out. Sometimes the clothing the Dursleys would give him would be so ragged, they needed mending before Harry even could wear them. They were simple steel, with a thin, but long eye-hole, and were exceptionally sharp at the other end, but Harry was never allowed to use a thimble to protect his thumb, as Aunt Petunia figured he'd either lose it or would get it stuck on his thumb. He kept this picture in his head as he waved the wand in the movements he'd practiced, and chanted the words exactly as he'd heard Professor McGonagall and Malfoy pronounce them. To his amazement, as he finished, there sat a simple needle and Harry couldn't resist picking it up and trying to strike it against the desk. It scraped the wood a little, but didn't light on fire. "Ah!" Harry jumped as he heard the words over his shoulder. "Mr. Potter, you remembered to test your needle for flammability. Good thinking. Now, using the same words, and the same gesture, concentrate on the needle being a match again." As there were few changes, Harry got right to work on the second half of the assignment, and just as his needle again became a match, both Granger and Malfoy exclaimed their success in returning their needles to matches. He felt the professor move from right behind him to check on the other two, and she congratulated all 3 students, giving a point apiece for completing the assignment so quickly. While the rest of the class struggled through the project, Professor McGonagall set Granger, Malfoy and Harry to changing the sizes of their needles, the eyeholes of the needles, and making them out of all of the various metals. By the end of the class, no one else had quite made a non-flammable needle that was completely silver in color with a notable eyehole. The others were assigned practicing the transfiguration, on top of the assignment all were responsible for. They were to write a 10-inch essay on transforming a needle into a fork. The end of class signaled lunchtime, so Harry gathered his notes, piled them into his book, put the books and pens into his bag, and took the match back up to the desk in the front of the room. From there, he walked with the other Slytherin students to the Great Hall. As he sat, Harry puzzled over the series of points the Gryffindor students gained in class, and the sheer lack of any gain for similar accomplishments from his Slytherin classmates. So why would Professor McGonagall award 5 points to a student for completing a transfiguration one way, but only award 1 point for completing both halves? Harry asked this question aloud. "I'll bet the first student was a Gryffindor," Flint muttered, "and the second was a Slytherin. McGonagall's as biased towards the Gryffindors as Snape is to the Slytherins. Most would say they have a healthy rivalry, but it's not really that healthy. In fact," Bletchley added, "the main differences in their systems is that McGonagall will give more points to a Gryffindor than she'll give to a Slytherin, if she'll give us any. Snape just won't take points from our house. So why did they have such strong biases?" Harry felt compelled to ask. "Guess which ones they were in when they were at this school," a fourth year hinted. At this point, the older students started looking each other in the eyes and nodding. Harry didn't quite know what this meant, but it seemed to be along the lines of what they weren't saying earlier, so he figured they'd made some kind of decision or agreement. Harry finished eating quickly, so he could make a quick trip to the common room for his books. He had Herbology and Charms in the afternoon, and wanted to pick up the books for those classes, as well as more paper. He'd tried to write smaller to use less space, but the notes for Transfiguration still took up a great deal of paper. By the time he'd gathered his books for class, it was time to start heading that way, so he pulled out his makeshift map, and asked an older student for directions to both classes from the common room, the Great Hall, and from each other. When he was finished drawing, Harry was pleased with the progress he'd made. He hoped to have a small map to help him get around quickly to his classes by the end of the week. When Harry found the Herbology classroom, he wondered how they were going to take notes if the class took place in a greenhouse without any counter space not used by plants. As the rest of the class filtered in, Harry studied the plants. Some looked like ones he'd helped tend back at Privet Drive. He didn't want to get too close though, as the ones surrounding the almost familiar plants looked like they'd actually try to eat him. When Professor Sprout introduced herself, Harry relaxed a little. She was a lot more personable than McGonagall, and made it clear that most of the time, class would be filled with practical work. She said that the majority of the notes they'd take for class would be taken while working on assignments. She then introduced them to some of the smaller plants in the greenhouse. She kept the rowdier plants in line, sometimes tapping the leaves, others the stems. There was even a case of her actually picking up the whole pot of a plant and sternly talking to the bloom, as though it could understand her. Oddly enough, it reacted to her words just as though it did. Harry was amazed at the variety. Some of the plants, upon closer inspection, looked almost exactly like the ones in Aunt Petunia's garden, like the roses. Except these roses held their thorns in their stems until a person tried to touch, pick or prune them. That was when the rose would jut out its thorns, and rip them into one's flesh. Professor Sprout led the class back to the long tables in the center of the room and explained that the flowers on the table were their project for the class period. She spoke of how reactive the plants were, that positive emotions would cause them to grow one way, and negative ones, of course, would influence them in another. As she set them to work, she told the class that the wizard whimsies, when in their reactive state, were nearly useless as anything other than decoration, and were often mistaken by muggles as dandelions. If tended for by a generally happy witch or wizard, whimsies would become very yellow, turn toward the sun and their caretaker, and would eventually seem to dance. When harvested, the sap contained in their stem was used in variations of cheering potions. However, if a depressed witch or wizard were in charge of whimsies, they would turn gray, and would begin tipping their blooms to the ground, slumping horribly. Such whimsies were used to provide the calming potions with a less expensive depressant ingredient, or in certain, less than legal drug cocktails. Now that we have that cleared up, Sprout smiled serenely, we will be replanting these whimsies and watering them. In the time it will take each of you to gently remove your whimsy from the pot, we will know whether to have you replant it with the mimsies or the whimsies. In any case, if you have trouble extracting your plant, I will be monitoring you, and you only need call out. I do not want any of you doing each other's work, but you can give hints and clues, those of you who get done quickly. At this, Harry shrugged, and got to work. First off, he found a pair of gloves nearby and put them on. He'd replanted for Aunt Petunia's garden before, but those plants had come out of flimsy plastic planters, and he could cut those away with scissors. He thought of trying to transfigure the pot his plant was in to mimic that, but he figured he'd wait for something like that later. He stood there for a few seconds, gently petting the leaves and wondering what to do, then shrugged again. Sorry if this hurts, he murmured as he gripped the plant by the stem as it reached into the soil, and pulled gently. He actually wanted to take the plant with the soil, so he wiggled it around a little, and with one more pull, out popped the whimsy, soil and all. Harry reached for the larger pot nearby, and settled it in the very center. Patting it gently, he opened the container of extra soil provided at his station and used that to fill around the plant, cautiously breaking up some of the original soil to mix in, so that the old soil might get more nutrients from the new. When he finished, he stood there for a second in indecision. He couldn't see a difference in the plant, but then he wasn't an herbologist, right? Professor, Harry got Sprout's attention, I think I'm done. She quickly toddled over to his station, and peered at the plant. Well, dear, you do have it replanted, with more soil added. You've been in contact with it plenty, but it's still not reacted with anything. You must have had some practice with gardening, then. A lot of gardening experienced children get this result. They slip into a mindset that is neither angry, nor sad, nor happy, and putter along. It's just fine, Mr. Potter, a point to you for doing so well so quickly. I'll take the plant and you clean up. Then you can wander around and give advice to some of the others. Remember not to do their work for them. Yes, ma'am. Harry quickly swept the spilled soil up and put it back into the container it came from, then placed the old pot in the stack of pots of a like size. He pulled the gloves off of his hands and handed them to another student, who looked like their station had never had any. These might help keep your hands clean. The girl, a little bee, own thing with a short nose, nodded, thank you, but didn't make a move to put the gloves on. Harry blinked for a second, thought of asking if she was going to replant the whimsy with the power of her mind, but kept to himself. He saw another boy a couple desks over trying to separate each slender root from the soil by carefully scraping the dirt into the larger pot, until a root was revealed. Why are you doing it like that? Harry asked, moving that slow will take the whole period. Exactly, the boy turned and grinned. I've heard that Professor Sprout will only continue or start a new lesson when all students have completed the previous part. Oh, Harry looked at the plant, which was certainly taking on a different appearance from the one he'd finished with. Would you say that's whimsy or mimsy? The boy looked at his plant and grinned. That's a whimsy all right. Good, it's exactly what I wanted. Most of these are probably going to be mimsies. Wanted to do something different. Harry smiled quietly to himself and then spotted the two first years who could almost pass for second or third years. How do you think they're going to do? The other boy spared them a glance. Goyle. He might get finished, he's worked with plants before. But if Crabbe doesn't get done, Goyle won't. He doesn't want to leave his friend behind. Not for anything. Harry wished to himself that he had friends, then turned and went back to his station, next to the bee-owned girl from before. She had neither picked up the gloves, nor made any other progress. Harry began to think she was expecting someone to come along and magic the assignment done for her. He shrugged and used the time as opportunity to write out some notes about whimsies and mimsies on one page, and notes about fellow students on another. That was not, the bee-owned girl spoke from over Harry's shoulder, and he jumped a bit. Huh, Harry muttered intelligently. The boy who wants to take forever on the assignment. It looked like the girl was barely holding back a sneer. His name is Theodore not. Mine is Pansy Parkinson, and I'm not touching the flower because I hate whimsies, mimsies, flimsies, and dimsies, and you can get any one of those from this plant. Won't touch them for anything, not even through a glove. Thank you for offering yours, but it won't change a thing. Ah, Harry added those bits of information to his notes, thank you. I'm still learning my way around the school and the people at the same time. I thought I'd take notes to keep them straight in my head. What is that thing you're writing with? Pansy asked, the almost sneer exchanged for a semi-curious look. It's called a pen. Harry held it up for a bit, so she could get a closer look. I used it at my old school. Haven't got the knack of quills, so, he shrugged, figured I'd leave those for when I was writing out assignments rather than notes. The girl med, then went back to glaring at the plant in front of her. Harry briefly thought about quickly repotting her plant just so it wouldn't die, but knowing his luck, he'd get caught. He then jumped as Professor Sprout piped up, Miss Parkinson, I understand you have a strong aversion to whimsies. Then you won't mind if Mr. Potter gets a few points of extra credit for replanting yours, will you? The girl shrugged, and stepped back. Harry quickly put his notes and pen back in his bag, and put the gloves on again. He figured he would need extra credit anywhere he could get it. By the time he had repotted the second plant, it was time to go to the next class. Good job, Mr. Potter, Sprout announced, and you got the same results as last time. I may have some projects for you in your third year if you keep this mindset with gardening. 5 points to Slytherin, and I'll see that you get that many extra credit points. That should be enough to keep a bad essay from failing you. Now, for your homework, all of you are to write a 10-inch scroll about the emotions of a gardener, and how they affect various plants. You don't have to limit yourselves to whimsies, but I am looking for at least one mention of them. Even if that mention is to the effect of, I hate wizards' whimsies. Pansy giggled a little, and Harry smiled at the joke. All of the students gathered their things and headed out of the greenhouse. Harry quickly pulled his map out and started off for the Charms classroom. After a bit, he realized that the other Slytherins were following him closely. So, Potter, Malfoy matched him step for step, you going to map out the whole school? I'd thought of it. Harry looked at the map quickly, then turned left where it said to. Of course, I'm following this, assuming I wasn't pranked. After all, I used it to get to the greenhouse, and it worked, so I'm going on trust here. He could hear a couple of the others chuckle, as Malfoy nodded, at least, this way, if you're late, the whole lot of us will be. And as it isn't a double class, the professor won't have to play favorites. Feeling like he was being tested, Harry shrugged and read his map again, this time turning right. So, all of the professors play that game, do they? As Malfoy answered, Harry got the feeling that his classmates had gotten the answer they were looking for, but he couldn't fathom whether he'd passed or failed the little test they had just given him. Everyone judges Slytherins is lower than them. Potter, you should know that by now. Harry would have answered, but they had reached the classroom his map said they were headed for. He shrugged, and chose a seat at the end of a row, but not too far from the front of the room. The others took seats as they pleased, and they all wondered where the professor was. A minute after the class should have started, and the students got restless, some muttering about a 5-minute rule. Just then, a thunk resounded from behind the instructor's podium. Most of the class jumped. When the second thunk sounded, Harry cautiously peered around the side of the podium, as it was within his view, and saw a tiny man, wrestling books into a column. He blinked. He blinked again, then asked, Sir, do you need help with those books? Amidst looks that called him crazy, Harry got up from his desk and walked to the podium. Ah, the minschool man looked up. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for offering. We'll take this as an opportunity to provide instruction for the first charm you all will be learning. The tiny man waved his wand, then poked quickly towards the book, and called out, Wingardium Leviosa. And the book at his feet lifted into the air. He waggled his wand a bit, and the book followed its motions. He drew the wand towards the pile and set the book down on the stack, then chanted, Finite Incantatem. See. The professor met Harry's eyes. Now you give it a try. Don't worry about getting it on the first try. I've been teaching first years all day, and only one girl has gotten it right on the first try so far. She was a Gryffindor girl who probably should have been in my house anyway. Well, go on, lad. Harry nodded nervously and remembered the words and the wand movement. He reviewed them carefully in his head. Just as some of the other students started jeering or chanting, he waved the wand, just as he'd seen Flitwick do, and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa, poked the wand in the direction of the book, and just about fell over when it actually moved. Right, Professor Flitwick cheered him on. Good job there, Mr. Potter, a point to you. Try again, see if you can get more than just an inch of slide. I understand it's quite a bit heavier than what the rest of the class will be working with, but if you can levitate a book, a feather should be no challenge. Harry gaped at the professor for a second, then steeled himself to try again. The rest of the class was silent, they'd obviously also thought they'd be working with heavy books. He tried again, matching the movement and the words to what he'd seen and done already. This time the book lifted an inch or so off of its neighbor, and then dropped again, with a thump. Good, good, Tiny Flitwick was almost nodding himself off his own 2 feet. Now, you may return to your desk, and I'll finish building my tower to see with. Then I will pass around the feathers, and the rest of you will try to get your feathers to float. As the rest of the class muttered and chanted, Harry laughed to himself how like transfiguration it sounded. Though there were fewer instances of students getting fed up and almost yelling the spell. When he tried to float the feather, Harry was unsurprised to see it not move even the slightest. He figured this morning with the match and a bit ago with the book were flukes. Ah, Flitwick quietly tapped Harry on the shoulder, trying not to make him jump. Your feather isn't cooperating. I think, Mr. Potter, that you're having the same issue that the Gryffindors from earlier were having. The rest of the class made no progress whatsoever, one even set his feather on fire. This was after Miss Granger's success, mind you, so I believe the problem stems from disbelief. You don't believe you can actually get this right, so your magic wants to prove you right. What you need to do, is concentrate on getting it right, because as I told the Gryffindors, this in-class assignment is worth a grade. I'm not going to waive the assignment because you almost moved a book. Here. The professor spoke to the entire class. I fully intend to hold you Slytherins to the same standard I hold my Ravenclaws to. After all, I believe that your house is cousin to mine, just as the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors are cousins. Thus, each student who cannot float a feather in the classroom will have to practice for next class, and will only receive half points next time if they manage it. I'm not doing this to be harsh. I made the same demands of the Ravens and the Huffles this morning, and the Gryffindors earlier this afternoon. Ask them if you want to prove it. I do want you all to be aware that I expect the best from each of you. If you find yourself unable to complete a task, talk to me, and I will do all I can to help. After all, I am here to help you. I would feel horrible if you came out of this class feeling as though I were an ogre, and not just because I'm too tiny for the role. At the same time, I'm not a doormat, and will expect you all to learn. After being prodded to try again, Harry chanted the words, with the same tone, inflection and pace as he had when working with the book. He waved and poked the wand the same way he'd been doing all class period, and was relieved to see the feather float off the desk. It's not just because of an air draft, is it, sir? Chuckling, Flitwick answered, no, it's from your spell. You're young yet, but when you get further along, and especially if you excel in charms and transfiguration, you'll start to get a feel for the magic itself. Some of us older wizards, and yes, the witches too, start to have a sense for when magic is actively moving about them. It generally begins to be noticed at around 5th or 6th year. Now, Mr. Potter, if you'll cast the charm again, this time, try to make the feather dance. I want it to do so in a controlled manner, mind you. Harry paused. He didn't know any dances. He sighed, then cast the spell again. As the feather floated, he moved his wand gently from right to left, and was fascinated by the feather following the movement of the wand. He slowly dragged the wand from left to right, and the feather slowly swung to follow. He whipped the wand back and forth 3 times, and the feather zipped in the air. He hummed a children's poem he'd heard back in kindergarten, and waggled the wand to match. The feather followed. So, Potter, the voice over his shoulder snapped him out of the calm concentration he'd achieved with the feather, and he jumped. The feather went flying out into the middle of the classroom, landing on Flitwick's head. Ah, Mr. Potter, the feather gently coasted back to Harry's desk. I think you lost something. Harry peered at the boy behind him. He wasn't sure if this was Crabbe or Goyle, as no one had actually introduced him to either as an individual yet. The boy took the opportunity to continue his statement from before. Are you trying to be the Granger of Slytherin? Harry shook his head. No, I'm trying to be me. I want to do well enough that the professors don't think I'd be better off sent back. Blinking, Harry decided he'd said enough. So, are you Crabbe, or Goyle? The other boy chuckled. I'm Gregory Goyle. Now don't go letting on that I've actually got a brain, mind you. It's easier to let people think I don't. Okay, Harry wondered what was going on. Aren't you afraid of them deciding that you're not smart enough to stay in the school and sending you away? Nah, Goyle's eyes sparked with something Harry didn't understand. The worst that would happen is my father would be asked to send me somewhere else, like Durmstrang. That's another school, is it? Harry blinked. Yeah, it's one that actually teaches dark arts, not just defense against it. Malfoy's mother and father argued about whether he'd come here or go there, but his mum finally won. The other boy mimed the wand movement, and Harry just had to point something out. You're poking towards the feather too soon. Harry winced, hoping not to be associated with the Gryffindor girl again. Really? Goyle looked at the wand in question. Nodding, Harry turned his chair completely around and showed Goyle the wand movement. This is slower than you need to actually go, but it might help. You move it left to right, and then as you sound out the O in Leviosa, you poke towards the object. The larger boy gave it a shot, just as Harry described, and both boys grinned as the feather lifted a full 3 inches off the table. Congratulations, Mr. Goyle. Flitwick looked almost as though he wanted to Leviosa himself around the room. The glee he contained was so thick, that's nearly everyone. We've just got Miss Bulstrode and Mr. Crabbe left, and everyone will come out of class with full marks for the day. With that the tiny man ambled off to the other side of the classroom, where Millicent Bulstrode sat. So, the boy on the other side of Goyle piped up, you wanna help me? Harry peered over at him. Sure enough, it was Crabbe, Goyle's not quite twin. Harry couldn't tell why he'd come to associate the two as he did, they didn't look anything alike. Goyle was rounder in the face, and bulkier in the body. His hair was a mousy brown, and his eyes were almost dark enough to be mistaken for black. At the same time, Crabbe slumped, and his face was narrower. It still held the baby fat, but it came to a sharper point at the chin, and his eyes seemed a little bluer than Goyle's, but were still dark. His hair was nearly as black as Harry's. So while he couldn't puzzle out the why of it, Harry still thought of the two as twins. Let me see what you've got so far. Harry pointed at the feather. I read all kinds of pointers in the textbook, and the other books I picked up, so I might be able to think of something. Crabbe displayed his casting, and Harry could see that while he poked the wand at the right time, and moved the wand in the right direction, something seemed to be off in his pronouncing. Harry thought a bit, then asked, you wouldn't happen to have a chipped tooth, would you? Blinking, Crabbe grinned, showing off the chip in one of his front teeth. How'd you know? The S sound you make, Harry enunciated, was just a little whistle EY. If you use a little less air to make that sound it should fix the whistle. He doesn't talk much, Goyle added, because of that. Crabbe nodded, then started practicing his sesses in front of the other two. When the whistling stopped, Harry pointed at him. There. Use that one. Blinking, Crabbe repeated the sound a few times to learn it, and then tried the spell again, this time using his new sound for the S in Leviosa, and all three boys gave a little cheer when the feather floated. Ah, good. Harry was beginning to wonder about Flitwick's ability to just pop up at a person's shoulder. That's everyone in class. Mr. Potter, thank you for helping your classmates. You're a credit to Slytherin, and my ravens could even take a few notes from you. Harry ducked his head, blushing redder, he felt, than the Weasleys' hair. If this is what helping people got him, he wasn't sure he liked it. Oh, don't worry, Flitwick tutted, there will come spells that you'll have a hard time with. I can only hope that those you've helped will remember that and return the favor. Now, if all of you would please pack up, the class has ended. I want you to write me a 10-inch scroll on the charm you've learned in class today. You can cover its pronunciation, and how a variation of even a sibilant can affect it. You can even discuss how the movement of the wand will dictate the echo of the object being levitated. With that, all of the children scrambled to gather their things and leave the room. Upon sitting down, Harry noticed a difference in the atmosphere at the table. Crabbe and Goyle had plunked themselves down next to Malfoy again, but this time, it seemed like no one was actually willing to sit near Harry. He figured it was about time. No one had ever lasted this long before, but Harry wasn't sure exactly what had made the others decide he wasn't worth their time. He finished eating, and the plate, glass, and silverware disappeared. He had enough space, so Harry pulled out his Transfiguration book and began taking notes for writing the essay due next class period. At about the time he'd started working on the notes for the third essay of the day, He'd copy them onto actual parchment later that night. Flint flopped down onto the bench, and Harry looked up. This was where he realized that it wasn't just Flint who'd flopped. It was more or less the entire Quidditch team, and Harry began shivering internally. This started to feel like the times when Dudley's gang circled around him. Then he remembered the prefects and the head of house mentioning repeatedly that they were to keep Slytherin issues in Slytherin, and hoped that meant he wasn't going to be pounded into the table. So, Flint began, "You've been asking all kinds of questions all day. Got any more?" Harry felt he was being tested again, but he figured that if this world was different from the Dursleys, maybe the "no questions" rule was too, so he asked, even though it felt like he was failing another test, "Are Professors Sprout and Flitwick always like that? They seemed really nice in class, but I wanted to know if they were just that way when it's just Slytherins in class. Will they be that nice when the classes are doubles?" Flint nodded, and some of the tension seeped out of the rest of the Quidditch team. "Yeah, they're always that impartial. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor really just rules our two houses. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw stay out of it for the most part. There are professors though, that will blame everything on a Slytherin, even if they see a Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff commit it. So why don't you already know this stuff?" Higgs rolled his eyes. "Every pureblood child is raised knowing the politics of Hogwarts if there's even a chance of them going." Harry blinked, and realized which test he'd failed. "I don't," he paused, "I was raised by Muggles. I don't know anything about the wizarding world, because my aunt and uncle never told me anything." He'd expected it, but that didn't keep it from smarting when the rest of the table went silent, and then started talking again. He could feel the distance develop. Even though the Quidditch team still sat around him, Harry might as well have had 3 seats cleared around him on all sides. He packed away his books, and stood. Climbing away from the bench, he walked out of the Great Hall, and used his map to find his way back to the common room. From there, he pulled his notes and rough drafts out, and the quills and parchment, and set to writing the essays on good paper. He'd just finished the last line of his charms assignment when other Slytherins started filtering into the common room. He packed up his things and stored them in his trunk. He hoped with all his strength that no one would try to rip his assignments apart, but wasn't holding his breath. Thus, he'd written 2 copies, and was fully intending to take one set to the head of their house for safekeeping. He needed to talk to the head of house anyway, so he might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? He knocked on the portrait that Professor Snape had indicated led to his office, and waited. After a bit, where Harry stood still, being stared at by the other Slytherins, the door opened, and Professor Snape peered at him. Harry wasn't sure if the man was looking at him like he was an ant for interrupting his work, or for just existing, but he didn't figure he had much choice but to talk to the man. "All right, Potter," Snape nodded slightly and led the boy to the office. He waved Harry into a chair and sat behind the desk. "I suppose this has to do with classes today. Didn't the professors toady enough?" "Sir." Harry was honestly puzzled. "I was just asking if there were something wrong with Muggles. I've been asking the other Slytherins questions about the professors all day. Like Professor McGonagall gave Granger 5 points for transfiguring a match into a needle, and when Malfoy accomplished the same task, not 5 minutes later, she only congratulated him. So I asked at lunch, and was told that was normal. Then during Herbology and Charms, the 2 professors were a lot warmer, and so I asked at supper about them. Then I was asked why I asked so many questions, and told them I was raised by Muggles. From then on, no one said a word to me. I feel like they were testing me for something and I failed." "What did I do, sir?" "Ah," the dark and dour-looking man muttered, "the whole problem stems all the way back to the founders of the school. You see, there is a theory that the more pure your blood is in relation to being a wizard, the more powerful your magic will be. This theory has been weeded and pruned to the point that the majority of the children in Slytherin have been raised to believe they should only associate with other pureblood children. Anyone else is simply inferior. I'm really surprised you don't know this already, Potter. Your relatives should have already told you who you should associate with. I'm still trying to fathom how you wound up in this house, of all places." "Sorry, sir." Harry stared at one of the jars on a shelf to his right. It looked like eyes of some kind, pickled. "My aunt and uncle don't like magic. I'd even be willing to say they hate it. They don't much like me either, it seems, and so they told me nothing of the wizarding world until Hagrid came to deliver my school letter. Hagrid, Snape paused, and said each word slowly, as if trying to believe them, delivered your school letter. Why, pray tell, would such a service be granted to you? Harry was so nervous now he just stared at his own knees, because the rest of them were ripped apart, burned, or simply thrown away by my relatives. They didn't like me, but I get the feeling they didn't want me going to Hogwarts either. Snape steepled his fingers below his nose. This is interesting to learn. Why exactly did you want to bring this to me? You said to keep the issues of Slytherin in Slytherin. Harry finally looked up. Plus, now that the others in the house seemed to be deciding to, snub me, I figured I needed to make a second copy of my assignments, so that if the ones in my trunk somehow disappear, I'd have a copy still to turn in. Do you mind keeping these for me? Harry gingerly held out the 3 10-inch scrolls. He was relieved slightly to see the professor take them. The silence stretched as the man read them. Well, Potter, he looked up and Harry tried not to wince at the darkness in the eyes. I can hold on to them for you. I would suggest, however, that you learn a different way to make sure your belongings stay safe. If your housemates do take to systematically destroying your things, you can report this to me. I will do something about it. Thank you, sir. Harry stood quickly and not sure if he should. Bow or not, at least dipped his head, for listening, and for your help. I'll definitely look up a way to keep my trunk locked. Are there charms for preventing papers from being ripped or marked up? Yes, the man actually seemed amused now. There are, but I would suggest not preventing marking, as your professors will want to correct your work. Oh, Harry bit his lip, but if I can find one to prevent the marking and such, shouldn't there be a spell to remove the first? Harry didn't know whether to be scared or not. The man actually seemed to be grinning. Well, at least in comparison. The edges of his mouth had just barely moved, but he didn't seem to be glaring as badly as when he'd led Harry into the room. In most instances, the spell, Finite Incantatem, will end the effects of a previous spell. Just be aware that if your possible saboteurs realize you're spelling your belongings, they may try that spell for that reason. So do look up alternatives as well. Thank you, sir, Harry repeated himself, and scuttled back into the common room. There he noticed several other students working on assignments. Some looked up, but no one spoke to him. He was glad actually, that they had chosen to ignore him. It was better than being constantly pummeled. He almost wanted to ask one of the older students if this meant he'd have to go to a Ravenclaw for help with assignments, but decided it was safer to head down straight to his sleeping quarters to see if he could find a spell to protect his things with. He'd noted a couple of possibilities, and that they both were ended by Finite Incantatem, when he heard the rest of his yearmates trudging down to the room. Harry quickly spread the rest of his notes around to make it look like he was working on the assignments for the day still. So Potter, not leaned on one of the posts on Harry's bed. How is it you're so ignorant of pureblood supremacy? Sighing, Harry started packing away his things. The other boys were also preparing to go to bed. He pondered over using one of the spells, but decided to wait until later. I was raised by muggles. Muggles who hate magic. So I wasn't aware of magic except as tomfoolery, rubbish, and lazy fools getting up to no good, until Hagrid delivered my letter. He had to because all of the rest were destroyed one way or another by my relatives. They can't stand me, so I don't quite know why they'd want to keep me from coming to Hogwarts. But they did. See, Potter, Malfoy sauntered up to the post opposite where Nott had started the conversation from. That's why wizards are better than muggles. They fear us just because we're different, and even hate us for it. They're really nothing but fools themselves. Smirking, Harry looked Malfoy in the eyes. Do you know how many times I've heard muggles use the same line of thought when declaring one skin tone or religion better than another? If they think that a pale skin tone is better just because it is what they know, how is a wizard any different for thinking he's better than a muggle just because they are different? Harry felt he'd said it the right way when Malfoy paused to think. The rest of the boys were looking at Harry as though he had unexpectedly given them a test of some kind. Malfoy shrugged, and headed for his own bed. I'll get back to you on that one, Potter. With that, the only sounds heard were the rustling of the bedcovers as each boy climbed into his bed and rolled over to go to sleep. I just need to know if there is more description needed, or if I'm too descriptive. Comma check would be nice, but is not mandatory. My computer has a rudimentary grammar check, so any other fine-tuning in that department would be nice. As well as typos. Hate those. Lastly, is this a good Start. Please forgive any ignorance in the sciences that I display. I'm trying to remember the things I learned, but it's been at least 3 years since I had a science class, and I don't remember where I heard the parts about matches from. The next morning, Harry quickly got ready for morning classes, and headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. He wondered if he would get directions from the older Slytherins today, or if they would outright refuse to speak with him. He decided to chance it, and stood next to Flint first off. My next class is flying, and I need to know how to get there. You're putting together a whole map, aren't you, Potter? Flint met Harry's eyes. Harry nodded. I rather doubt you get lost after 5 years here, but if I get enough input, I might be able to make a comprehensive map, for all Slytherins to use. Flint grinned. Now you're making it worth my while. He turned and poked the rest of the Quidditch teammates at the table. Potter here's working on a map. We'll start him off with the classes he needs, but then we'll give him directions to other places, for the rest of us, yeah. With the nodding heads, Harry relaxed a touch. Space was made for him at the table, and he pulled out his makeshift map. While working on the map and eating his meal, Harry thought to himself about the behavior of his housemates. He figured that as long as he could find things to barter with, he could get help from any of them. Then he wondered if that had been what they were looking for in the first place. Shrugging mentally, Harry decided that as long as they didn't destroy his things, he didn't much care. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to research protections for his assignments. By the time breakfast was over, he'd gotten directions for the Quidditch pitch, where the flying class would take place, and for history and potions. He also got directions that would let him move straight from one classroom to another, in all class cases. He thanked the older students, and found himself being the point man for the rest of the first years of his house, as he walked to class. By the time they reached the doors leading to the pitch, the Gryffindors had joined the chain of students following Harry, and for his own thoughts, Harry found it funny. As the last of the students set their belongings on the ground, and waited for the professor, Harry studied the field. He recognized the 3 hoops on either side that the Slytherin team had mentioned, and thought to himself that the height was rather astounding. He had thought he understood that the game was played in the air, but he discovered that he'd underestimated just how in the air it really was. Ah good, a slender, tall witch stalked out, her pace somewhat matching Professor McGonagall's. Her hair was much shorter though, and silver in such a way that it didn't make her look old. As she brushed past him, Harry thought her eyes were actually the same tawny color of Hedwig's eyes, and they even seemed to be slitted like a cat's. None of you are late. That's good. Now, I want to make sure all of you are prepared for this. I will teach all of you how to fly on brooms. It doesn't matter if your parents have already taught you, I'm teaching you my way. I want all of you to remove your over-robes, and any loose jewelry and change from your pockets and persons. When you take to the air, you could find yourself jostled quite a bit, and anything flying from your pockets will be a liability. While you do this, I will collect the brooms and place them on the grass. When you're ready, approach a broom and stand with it to your left. We'll proceed when all of you have placed yourselves with a broom. She charged off to the broom shed, and Harry watched her for a few seconds. His attention was drawn to the discussion that some of the Gryffindor children were carrying about a small sphere. It seemed Longbottom's grandmother had sent him something called a "Remember All," and he was explaining that it filled with red smoke when something was forgotten. The Slytherins promptly laughed as it filled with red smoke. Pity it doesn't tell you what you forgot, Malfoy smirked, then it might actually be a useful gift. Harry shook his head, and approached a broom. He blinked a bit when Goyle stalked after him and took the broom to his right. Malfoy, at a more sedate pace, took the broom to Goyle's right, and Crabbe just to the right of Malfoy. When all students had placed themselves, Hooch began lecturing again. These brooms are charmed to react to commands. To start, you will have to issue verbal commands, but as you get more familiar with them, you won't even need words. This lesson is meant to teach you how to command a broom from the complete rest position. They are on the ground, and you will reach out your left hand, leaving it to hover over the broom. You will then look at it, and say, "Up," and it should rise up from the ground to your hand. Am I understood? As she got the desired response, she waved her hand for the class to begin. The air filled with repetitions of the command indicated, and Harry blinked. He looked at his broom, held out his left hand over the shaft, and called out, "Up," and was jostled a bit by the force with which the broom flew from the ground to meet his hand. The silence around him made Harry blink some more. You mean it isn't always this easy to call your broom? Chuckling, Madam Hooch shook her head. Perhaps if the broom truly belongs to the person calling it, but these are school-issued brooms, Mr. Potter. A point to Slytherin for such a quick response from a broom. You may drop it and try again, if you wish. Shrugging, Harry did just that. 3, 4, 5 times, he dropped the broom, held a hand over it, and called for it to rise into his hand. It responded to the beckons promptly each time. At this point, most of the rest of the class had gotten their brooms to respond at least once, though Longbottom, Parkinson, and Granger had yet to wrap their hands about their brooms. All right then, Hooch called a stop to the broom calling. Now you will hold your broom in both hands and swing. Gently, mind you, you don't want to kick your neighbor, your left leg over the broomstick, and you will seat yourself. When you have accomplished that, you will lean slightly forward, and concentrate on the broom's upward movement. You will ride the broom 3 feet into the air, coast for a few seconds, and then you will sink back to the ground. Is this clear? She nodded and the class proceeded to mount the brooms. Harry dodged Goyle's foot, and was glad he'd chosen the end of a column, so he didn't have to worry about someone dodging his. When everyone had straddled their brooms, Hooch called out, "All right, on the count of 3 you will kick off. 1, 2. At this point everyone's attention was drawn to Longbottom, who had anticipated difficulty in kicking off in time with everyone else, and had thusly kicked off too soon. Sadly, he had also kicked off too hard, and found himself flying. He was much, much higher than 3 feet in the air as he whimpered nervously. By the time Hooch reached where his broom had started, Longbottom's shifting weight had caused the broom to swerve and weave as well as continue to lift. Hooch reached up for the stems at the end of the broom, but couldn't quite reach them. The entire class watched in shock as the broom lifted Longbottom higher and higher, and finally began flying in circles. Harry saw the direction it was headed and winced. Just before the broom and boy both collided with a torch setting on one of the walls. The crack itself was a painful sound, and told most everyone there that something had broken. At this point, Harry figured it was just the broom, but he could see that Longbottom had gotten caught on the metal that held the torch in place, and his shirt was ripping through. Hooch, and much of the class rushed to the boy's location, but still didn't make it in time to keep him from falling the 10 or so feet, and landing with another crack. The meaty sound of this one told Harry that at the least, Longbottom had broken an arm. Poor dear, Hooch cooed as one would over an injured wild animal as she helped the injured child stand. It's broken. We'll just take you to Madame Pomfrey and get that fixed. The rest of you are to remain as you are, and will stay on the ground. If I return and even one of you has touched off ground, even a foot, I will see to it you are expelled. Is that clear? She didn't even wait for a response as she led Longbottom off, cradling his arm gently in her hands. Malfoy, at this point, spotted something on the ground not far from where Longbottom had stood at the start of the lesson. He picked it up and smirked. Bet the lump wishes he'd been looking at this right before he took off. He might not have forgotten he was supposed to wait for her to say 3. Malfoy, Ron growled, let go of that, you have no right to it. Surely no more than you, Malfoy smirked and mimed throwing it, why don't you go and catch it? Just as the bee owned would have tossed it, Harry snatched it from his grasp. Forget it, Malfoy, if you toss it, it will break, and we might be held responsible for it. Besides, it's not worth it to play such a prank. They already think the worst of Slytherin, why make it worse on ourselves? Harry shrugged and tossed the ball to Granger, and noticed that it stayed completely clear. After Madame Hooch returned, the class finished with the lesson. Harry could tell that Granger was quite happy to keep both feet firmly planted, and it seemed as though one of the other Gryffindor girls agreed with her, as did Parkinson, though none of the 3 would admit it. At the end of the class, everyone gathered their things, and Harry noticed that Weasley had picked up Longbottom's things as well. Unintentionally, Harry led the rest of Slytherin from the pitch to the classroom used for history of magic. Upon sitting, Harry realized what made this class so different. The professor was not only already there, but he was dead. Or rather, he was a ghost. This left Harry wondering if the history class would bore him to death, literally, as it seemed almost certain that the professor had met with such a fate. Harry took notes as diligently as possible for at least the first half-hour of class. As much as he tried, though, Harry found himself nodding off. The droning voice that never paused, never hiccuped, and never rose just put him right to sleep. His only comfort as he woke at the end of class was that Harry was most definitely not the only student to fall asleep. He gathered his things, and walked to the Great Hall for lunch. When he found a place to sit, he quietly asked older Slytherins if they had a problem with falling asleep in history. Unanimously, he was informed that 1 in 30 students was actually capable of staying awake in that class. This left Harry vowing to find a way to be one of them. He figured that at the least, he could work on his assignments, or take notes direct from the book. What little he'd already managed seemed to be more or less word for word from the book, so Harry figured he'd be safe that way. "So you're going to work ahead in history, are you?" Nott's comment made Harry realize. He'd been muttering aloud. His nod earned him a smirk. "Want a study buddy?" Raising an eyebrow, Harry wondered why he was suddenly not being ignored. He voiced this question, and just barely noticed in his peripheral vision that he had gotten the attention of most of the table. "You see," Nott started, "I don't much like following behind you to class, like a duckling behind its mum. I want one of those maps. I figure that if I can come up with something to trade for the map, we will come out even." "Studying with me won't make us come out even, I hope you realize," Harry countered, "because that will benefit you as much as it will me." Nodding, the other first year grinned. "Sure it will, but in the meantime, it will give us a chance to find out where you do need help. I mean, you can't be good at all the classes, can you, Potter? So far it doesn't look like you'll need help in charms, transfiguration, herbology or flying. Maybe you'll find yourself lacking in potions, or defense, in which case, I will stand a good chance of being able to help." Harry snorted. "If you're so determined to find something to pay for the map with, why don't you help me understand more of the unwritten rules you know, having been raised a wizard, that I wouldn't know?" At this point, Harry got the funny feeling that the older students were all smirking. While he was sure it was at him, he didn't think they were laughing. It seemed more like they were proud of something. This feeling was quickly overcome by the rest of the first years offering to help with this understanding in exchange for a map as well. For the first time, Harry felt like he was needed for something he could actually help people with. The whole boy who lived business seemed too much of a stretch to him, but helping fellow students find their way around the school, that was something he had control over. Not to mention the apparent study group that was formed. He wouldn't quite call any of the others his friend at this point, but it was certainly closer than he'd ever been before. Shaking off the almost warm and squishy feeling, Harry stood to go to the last class of the day. He was disconcerted by the almost unanimous movement of the rest of the first years to match him. He muttered about how he needed to get that map completed and copied quickly, or he'd go mad with the parade. Chuckles from the older students met his ears, and told him they'd heard. As he walked, he wondered why this class was given a time slot to match transfigurations, when the flying class, which had also been with Gryffindors, had not. Then he wondered how long they would be in the flying class at all. Somewhere just before the dungeons, low chuckles from the other Slytherins told Harry that the parade had been increased to include the Gryffindors. Some of the pluckier members of the Red and Gold Brigade tried to push their way to the front, or to take a different path entirely, to try and make it to class first. This caused bickering within the ranks as it were, and Harry slowed enough to comfortably turn and look. Crabbe and Goyle were standing, towering really, over Ron, and 2 other Gryffindors, a dark-skinned boy, and a brunette who, while pale, wasn't nearly as pale as Malfoy, or even the youngest Weasley boy. The Gryffindor boys were arguing about how they didn't need to follow Slytherins, and could make their way just fine. Malfoy countered with a remark that incited more anger, and Harry stepped towards the say-tet quickly. The whole cluster of students halted. The Slytherins because they wanted to see how this would end, and the Gryffindors because they'd just entered the dungeons, and didn't like the atmosphere. "If you 3 are so sure you know where you're going," Harry cocked his head sideways as he reached the group of arguing boys, "why are you so deep in the middle of this miniature parade? I certainly don't mind if you wander off on your own." Ron blinked. "Look, Potter, you lot of Slytherins are blocking the way, so of course we can't help but be in the thick of you." Shrugging, Harry looked at the rest of the Slytherins in the hall. They all smirked, and then moved to the sides of the walls. Harry looked back to the redhead. "There you go. Path's clear. You can certainly feel free to continue on your own." The Gryffindor boys dashed down the hall. Many of the rest of the Gryffindors went with them, leaving behind Granger and Longbottom, both of whom seemed nervous. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. "Potter, why are you being so?" Malfoy seemed at a loss for words. "I don't care how you feel about the Gryffindors, personally." Harry turned and started back down the hall, reading his map, "but I do care about how the rest of the school sees us. They certainly aren't going to think any higher of us if we just meet their expectations. But if we prove better than they think we are, what does that say?" The now smaller parade continued to follow Harry down the hall. He was rather amazed when they didn't encounter the Gryffindors again. At the door to the classroom, Harry turned again, rather amazed to see Longbottom and Granger still in the midst of the SS. He smiled quietly at them, and received tremulous smiles in return. "Here we are. Wonder if the rest of the Gryffindors made it already." This made the Slytherins realize they had folded around the two stray Gryffindors, almost as if to protect them, and every one of them winced, turned colors, or huffed. Harry grinned, then turned back to the door and pushed it open. The students poured in, and Harry noticed that it had been empty before the cluster reached the room. He settled in a desk near the middle, with Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle to the left of him, and Longbottom and Granger to his right. As the class was about to begin, the rest of the Gryffindors rushed in, flustered and breathless. They seated themselves quickly and whispered amongst themselves. The general consensus seemed to be that they would rather not follow the directionally challenged redhead again. The doors flew open again, and a tall man in dark robes stalked to the front of the room, with the robes themselves swooping behind him in a manner that reminded Harry of the one horror movie Dudley had been allowed to see. The bad guy's cloak had fluttered like that, and Harry had thought it interesting. He wondered to himself what kind of practice he'd have to carry out to pull that off for himself. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," the man began after glaring the class down to silence. Harry had already set out his paper and pens, and began scratching down notes. "As there is little foolish wand-waving in here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." At this point, Harry was scrambling to note all of this down as he'd done in the other classes he'd already had. The silence in the room drew his attention back up to the professor, whose pitch-black eyes were boring into the top of Harry's head. Harry blinked as the professor started again. "Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Something told Harry he should know this. He remembered reading about both herbs in passing in his Herbology text. He took a few seconds to think, and his mind told him it had something to do with living death, but that made no sense as the two words were oxymorons. Shrugging internally, Harry gave it a shot anyway. "I'm not sure exactly, but doesn't it have to do with living death, sir?" The man blinked, and then asked another question: "Where would I find a bazaar?" Harry was shocked to remember this one, but the path to remembering was convoluted. He remembered a science class discussion mentioning that stones from a goat's stomach were remarkably good at removing toxins, and he remembered reading somewhere that such stones were called bezoars. "You'd have to dig one out of the stomach of a goat, wouldn't you, sir?" Another blink, and another question: "What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry wondered what he'd done to get pummeled with all of these questions, especially as Granger was nearly beating Longbottom with her hand in the air as she frantically tried to get the professor's attention to try answering the questions. Puzzling to himself, Harry honestly couldn't remember reading about either in his texts, though he thought he'd heard of wolfsbane before. He just couldn't remember what it was. This time, he physically shrugged, and tried to smart aleck his way out. "Their names, sir." Some strange glimmer in the man's eye told Harry that he was both amused, and very much not amused. This made the boy wince internally, as he quickly jotted the 3 questions down on paper, as the man answered the 3 questions he'd posed. Harry was amazed to have gotten close on the first, and to have gotten the second right. But he was utterly shocked when the professor answered the 3rd question. Monkshood and wolfsbane are alternate names for the herb also called aconite. Here Harry felt like the man was smirking at the class for a second, just before he barked out, "Why aren't you taking notes?" Harry shook his head as he faced his paper. He took notes from the lecture as diligently as possible, still a little put out at not getting all the words from the earliest part of it. He'd gotten the part about wand waving and bottling fame, not that he'd want to, but he hadn't been able to catch the part right after bottling fame. Throughout the rest of the class, Harry scribbled his notes quick as he could. This man spoke quietly, but he sure could pack a lot of words into one breath. Now that you've had sufficient background, we will begin. The blackboard behind Professor Snape suddenly was covered in words, and Harry blinked for a second before scribbling the information onto a clean sheet of paper quick as he could. Meanwhile, the professor was explaining that they would break into pairs and would brew this potion in class. Harry boggled, not feeling that he'd had enough background at all. Sure, he'd read the books on herbs and ingredients, and even tried to fathom what they meant with the instructions, but Harry didn't feel ready to actually brew. Sighing as he was set to work with Crabbe, Harry looked at the other boy and asked quietly which of them should gather the ingredients. When they decided that Crabbe would fetch and carry, Harry pulled out his supplies, the cauldron, the blades and mortar and pestle. It seemed that there was need for all three. He was rereading the instructions and setting to lighting the fire under the cauldron when Crabbe returned. It says here to let the cauldron heat up to start. Harry pointed, and the other boy nodded. Then we're supposed to chop the slugs into half-inch squares, leaving the extra bits to the side. I suppose we can put the water in to start, to let it simmer. Harry looked up, and realized that Crabbe was just looking at him. The instructions don't say anything about water, Potter. How else are the slugs supposed to stew? Harry blinked, honestly puzzled. Dunno, the taller boy responded. Just then, the professor passed by and Harry spoke up. Sir, we were wondering how we're supposed to stew the slugs, if water's not on the list of ingredients. I hope, Mr. Potter, that you and your partner, Snape sneered, didn't simply pour out the fluid your slugs came in. Harry thanked the man and gently poured the liquid the slugs had been stored within into the cauldron. It hissed a little, and sizzled some more, but Harry was already chopping the slugs, having asked Crabbe to crush the fangs. Harry and Crabbe had gotten to the stage of adding the porcupine quills, and Harry wondered where to put the cauldron so it didn't set anything on fire, when Crabbe solved the problem by moving the fire instead. Harry grinned at the other boy and waited a few seconds for the potion to turn green, as the instructions said. He double-checked the words, and muttered, "How are you supposed to tell pea green from grass green?" Chuckling, Crabbe piped up, "Don't worry, Potter, I'll tell you when it's the right color." And just then, he reached over and tipped Harry's hand over, so that the measured quills fell into the cauldron. There. Rolling his eyes, Harry read the next line of instructions. We're supposed to wait for it to turn slate, then put the fire back under it. Guess that's your cue again, huh? While they waited, Harry watched the rest of the class. It seemed as though Granger, who'd moved to the other side of the room, was nearly done with her potion, the assistance from Parkinson notwithstanding. Harry heard Crabbe replace the fire under the cauldron, and the other boy added, "Guess I'll have to teach you to understand the shades of color, in exchange for a map, then, Potter." Smirking, Harry read the next line, "Now we stir." An explosion in the front of the classroom interrupted Harry. It appeared that Longbottom, after having been moved to the very front, had blown a rather large dent into the cauldron in front of him, and Harry briefly wondered how that had happened. Blinking, Harry finished reading the line in front of him, and added the nettles when the potion released a smoky blue gas. He heard Snape order the slightly heavy-set boy to the infirmary, and Harry wondered if the Longbottom was going to set a record for most frequent visitor. "The poor snot's covered in boils," Crabbe muttered. "I've heard of things being their own antidote, but that's just ridiculous," Harry muttered. "Well, according to the instructions, we're just supposed to wait for it to turn candy apple red, and then it's done." Harry felt bad for not worrying more over the other boy's accident in potions, but he didn't read Professor Snape as the type to let them off from finishing the assignment just because of another student getting injured. When he and Crabbe finished putting the red-colored potion into vials, Harry took them up to the front of the room. The man nodded as Harry set the labeled vials next to the ones Granger and Parkinson, and Malfoy and Goyle had already turned in. He then snapped at the rest of the class, demanding that they continue working on their potions instead of gawking. Returning to his station, Harry set about cleaning the cauldron. Following the instructions from the book, indicating that it was unsafe to clean cauldrons with magic, Harry had gathered a towel devoted to the task and wiped down the cauldron with it. When he had finished, he noted that his partner had taken the opportunity to clean the knives, mortar and pestle, and had set them back on the table, so Harry could put them back in his supply bag. He thanked the other boy and stowed them away. At this point, the class was released, with the task of writing a 10-inch essay on the general effects of porcupine quills and potions, and how their preparation would affect the reactions. As the rest of the class filtered out, Harry waited to speak with the professor. The man looked up from the desks after the last student had left. "Yes, Potter." "Sir," Harry hesitated, "I was trying to take notes at the beginning of class, but couldn't keep up. I got as far as your comments on wand waving, then lost some of what you said. I caught up with you at Brewing Fame, and lost you again. Do you think you could repeat it so I can take the notes? I don't want to not have them to study from for a quiz." Will we be quizzed on it?" For the first time, Harry saw the man full-out smirk. "Potter, you'll just have to get notes from the rest of your classmates. And you never know what I will quiz you on, until you see it. Go on, you have assignments to complete, I'm sure." Harry scuttled off again, and headed for the common room. When he met up with fellow first years, he almost breathlessly asked, "Did you get the notes on the professor's opening speech?" In disbelief, one of the older students laughed. "Potter, don't worry about it, he uses the exact same phrases each year. It's just his way of explaining that the class isn't wand-oriented, and that he doesn't want any goofing off. He doesn't test over it, so relax." Wincing, Harry remembered the smirk, and told himself that at the least, he could not forget what he did get written of the speech. Supper came and went, thankfully without a repeat of the night before, and Harry felt like he was beginning to settle in. He'd made a trade with Crabbe for a map. Well, at least, it would be a trade. When Harry got the last of the instructions to classes written down, and Crabbe sat him down to explain the difference between pea and grass greens. On the way back to the common room, Harry heard Malfoy pestering the youngest Weasley, and noticed the argument getting heated. The quieter it got, the closer Harry drew to it. He was lurking behind Goyle, when he heard Malfoy challenge the other boy to a wizard's duel, claiming Crabbe as his second, and Ron claimed Finnegan as his. Harry recognized Finnegan as one of the two boys who'd left with the redhead originally on the way to potions earlier. The other one, Harry realized must be Thomas. Then, rolling his eyes behind Goyle, he waited for the two groups to disperse. He let the other Slytherins reach the common room before he did, and muttered the password to get in. He stalked right up to Malfoy, and glared at him. "You do realize, Malfoy, that challenge was made loud enough that anyone around could have heard. If you're stupid enough to actually go to it, you deserve the detention you'll get, but we don't need you getting points subtracted. Next time you want to challenge someone, make sure you aren't doing so with an audience. Or at least make sure the audience has incentive to not report it." Luckily for Harry, the majority of the students in the common room had been focused on other things, and Harry had been pretty quiet, nearly hissing at Malfoy during his entire rant. Unluckily for Harry, he didn't know that the head of their house was within hearing distance of his rant, lowly voiced as it was. Not knowing any of this, Harry stalked upstairs to work on the essay for potions, and to maybe revise the ones for his other classes. He also wanted to make sure his things hadn't been tampered with, but the other served as his excuse to the rest of the house. In short order, Harry finished the assignments, and prepared for bed. As he was finishing changing, Zabini, Goyle, and Nod wandered into the room. "Ah, Potter," Nod grinned, "just who we were looking for." Harry hemped to let them know he was listening, but didn't commit to any words. "Vincent mentioned you having issues with telling colors apart, and how he was going to use that to trade for a map." Goyle leaned on one bedpost, as Nod leaned against the other, and Zabini folded his arms and rested them on the footboard. "I noticed in Transfiguration, that you like to practice the gesture and pronunciation of spells separate." Zabini smirked. "I'll trade pronunciation tips for a map. I think I can help you get in touch with Longbottom," Goyle offered, who is a veritable genius in herbology only, in exchange for a map. "Hopefully you remember what I'm trading a map for," Nod smirked. Nodding, Harry agreed, "Sure, but you three realize I still need to get the instructions to defense, right? To end from the common room, the Great Hall, and the other classes. When I get that, then I can fulfill my end of the trades." "That's fine, Potter." Nod and the other two left the end of Harry's bed. "It's not like we will let you forget." "Ah, wasn't this where you were supposed to say that this was the beginning of a beautiful friendship?" Harry quipped. The other boys laughed quietly, and prepared for bed as well. I realized somewhere in the middle of typing the potions lesson that flying wasn't actually a class, and was quite possibly offered to all 4 houses at once. I decided to leave it as it was, and continue. The whole bit about the house distancing themselves from Harry was based on their own fear of him treating them like the other houses do. But when he started to catch on to the barter system, Harry proved Slytherin enough. As for the duckling approach, I'm sorry, but Slytherin has always seemed to me to need a leader of some kind, and Malfoy looks to have taken that role in the original books. Here, Harry is just taking the role for the first years, long enough to disperse a map. We'll see what shapes up afterward. Meanwhile, though I'm not detailing the day itself, Snape did in fact turn the speech for his first years into a pop quiz. He nailed all years with it too. I did ask for people to point things out to me. Someone mentioned Harry realizing the importance of having his key to the vault in Gringotts but not asking for it. This lack of asking was due to my own lack of planning, at best and worst. Having had it pointed out though, I am seriously thinking of making something of it when I get as far as the second year. Thanks to Velouet for that one. Both the tip and the idea. For now, it's a case of Harry being more interested in learning about wizarding culture than in acting on it. Now that I'm actively thinking about it, we can suppose that at that point, Harry didn't know if he'd have been allowed to carry his own key, so he didn't even bother asking. But now, evil cackle shrug, I'll come up with something. The next morning, as everyone filtered into breakfast, they passed the counters that kept physical proof of the house scorings, and noticed a rather sudden drop in the Gryffindor counters. Harry remembered that in the bookstore the twins mentioned a prank they wanted to pull and pondered in a low whisper if it was their doing. Oh no, a chipper voice sounded from his right. We haven't pulled that prank yet. Harry quickly looked at the twin to his left. He was still trying to come up with a definitive way of telling them apart, but he was guessing that Fred liked to stand to the left of George, which would put Fred to his left too. Not wanting to let them catch on and switch up their pattern, Harry kept to himself on that thought, and asked, then what's the point lost from? Our baby brother got caught out in the halls last night with his friend Finnegan, Georgie thought muttered. Which lost Gryffindor 20 points apiece. Fred rolled his eyes, and the prat's been whining about some coward not showing up. I warned Malfoy that people could have heard the duel being issued. Harry shook his head. I suppose he either took that advice to heart, or had never intended to show up. Duel. Fred's ears would have perked if his ears could. What's this about a duel? George mirrored the action. Yesterday your little brother and Malfoy were getting in each other's space and arguing, and finally Malfoy issued a wizard's duel, whatever that means, and called a second, and your brother did the same. They arranged a time and place, and apparently, one pair got caught out last night. Well, Fred sighed. We had hoped to not have to use this. George reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. Harry wasn't sure how he knew it, but he was sure that just about anyone who saw it would know it came from the twins. He blinked as George handed it to him. In the halls, or during a class, the twins explained, in their tennis match format, make sure Ron's there to see, and if you can, get Percy in on it too, but at least, have Ron there. Open this up and act like you're going to read it. If you have to, actually read a bit of it out loud if that's what it takes for them to catch on. Why? Harry looked at each twin skeptically. Are you trying to get me in a prank too? Nah, Fred waved a hand about in the air. This one is geared for our Git brothers. Sometimes we think they should have been twins. George snickered. Just a matter of 4 years separating them, but they're almost exactly alike at times. Harry nodded hesitantly. All right, but if this gets me, you owe me. Harry hurried to the Slytherin table to catch what he could of the first meal of the day before heading off to class. On the way to Charms, Harry noticed that some of the other Slytherins were venturing through the halls more on their own. They kept within eyesight of the mapkeeper, as Harry was starting to think of himself, but were turning down corridors ahead of him. This gave him a hopeful feeling, letting him believe that he might not have to make so many maps. Luckily, defense was after lunch, so he would be able to complete the map that night, with any luck. In class, Professor Flitwick called for the essays, and in a few cases, managed to playfully lecture some writers about actually writing 10 inches for their essays. Apparently, someone had tried to write an inch tall, so as to only have to write 10 lines. Harry didn't understand why someone would be trying to dodge out of it. It translated to only a page paperback in his non-magic schooling. He was wondering when they'd make them comparable to the 10 and 15-page essays he'd heard older students complain about back in Surrey. The lesson went much the same as before. The professor explained the charm they would be learning, and demonstrated the wand movement and pronunciation. He cast the charm a few times, and then set the class to work. Frankly, Harry was a little disconcerted with this spell. He didn't see much sense in having a small glowing light appear on one's wand, but he obviously didn't count for much in the scheme of things. He'd just cast the spell, accompanied by the gesture, when the professor seemingly popped up from nowhere right next to his shoulder. Yipping, Harry fell right out of his chair, and into his neighbor, which happened to be Goyle. "Oh dear," the tiny man apologized as most of the class laughed and snickered, "and you were so close to a successful casting, too." As he stood to put himself back in his own chair, Harry heard from Goyle, "He seemed successful enough to me, sir." "Oh." Flitwick smiled encouragingly, "What makes you say that?" The rest of the class complained about the blindingly bright light that had shot from his wand when Harry was startled. It apparently blinded everyone in the room momentarily, except for Harry and Flitwick. My, Flitwick chuckled, that would have been a successful casting if he'd been trying for a blinding flare, but he was just trying for dim illumination. "I don't mind trying again, sir," Harry muttered from his seat. "I'd have probably cast it 4 or 5 times anyway to make sure I understood how to vary the strength of it." Good, the tiny man trotted off, chuckling, "I'll leave you to it then." After the rest of the class lost the flash blind effect, the classroom filled with chanting again. Harry had, by this time, cast a much weaker Lumos that satisfied the requirements for the assignment. This left him with time to play with the strength, and to wonder if he could change the color. When he had concentrated on a specific color to be issued from his wand to match the spell and gotten the desired results, Harry settled back and watched Goyle. Or he would have, if Goyle had actually been working. "Were you trying to get a green light?" Crabbe, from behind Goyle, was blinking rapidly. "Is that what was different?" Goyle looked at his pseudo-twin, then back at Harry. "You couldn't see." Crabbe whistled a little on the S still, and Harry figured that was why they had been watching his goofing around. "No," Goyle shrugged, "I watched him play with the strength of it, and knew there was something different about that one, but it was clear light, like the other times, to me." "Well," Crabbe suddenly grinned, "I saw green." "Oh my," Flitwick was going to either be hit as Harry flailed, or would give the dark-haired boy a heart attack with all the times he snuck up. "We have someone who can see the colors of spells, do we?" "Sir." All 3 boys chimed. "It's not exactly rare, but neither is it common for witches and wizards to see the colors of spells," the professor continued, quickly. "Now, Misters Crabbe and Goyle, I'd like to see your Lumos, so I can continue with the lesson and this explanation." Dumbstruck, both boys simply cast the spell, and then blinked madly when it actually took on the first try. Clapping proudly, the tiny professor gave them 5 points apiece for the timing being so precise that their spells occurred in unison. Now, returning to his podium with books stacked behind, the lecture was continued. "I'm sure some of you have been wondering what use Lumos will be to you. But suppose you are wandering at night, or someone casts the opposite spell of Lumos and you need to get around. In the former case, this spell will provide you with light, just as a torch would. In the latter, it may expel the other spell outright," nodding at the class, "and one could say they are counterspells to one another, but the general counterspell to anything is finite incantatum, which we will learn specifically in another lesson. Nox is a spell in its own right. Just as Lumos is a lighting charm, Nox is as well, only it performs the opposite task." With that, Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and spouted out, "Nox." And the whole room fell dark. After a few seconds of silence, there was muttering, to the effect of, "When's he going to remove the spell?" Rolling his eyes, and glad no one could see, Harry muttered to himself, "We're probably supposed to counter it ourselves." To his right, Harry heard Goyle and Crabbe chuckle, and the 2 cast Lumos again, their wands providing little beacons that drew the attention of the rest of the class. "Good job, another 2 points apiece to you," Flitwick said from his podium, "that includes Mr. Potter this time, for realizing my intent." Going for broke, as it were, Harry decided to try the ending spell. He'd seen it cast twice in this class alone, and he was sure he'd seen it elsewhere. Picking up his wand, he waved it in the movements he'd seen, and called out, "Finite incantatem." Harry thought to himself that he was justifiably amazed that it had actually worked. Then he told himself, he must not have heard the professor speak the same spell at the same time. His hopes and fears were all resolved with Flitwick's next words, "Mr. Potter, congratulations on successfully casting the charm. I've noted this in my book, so when we cover this in class, I will have another spell for you to practice that day." Harry didn't know whether he liked the attention he was getting or not. It seemed like none of the professors felt he could mess up. Not that he was trying, but he wasn't getting scolded for working ahead, and he was only being praised. It felt like he was back at the Dursleys and was Dudley for once. He wasn't sure he liked it. Rather, he liked being able to do well, and be praised for it, but he didn't think he'd mind being told he'd done something too soon. Harry thought about asking Professor Snape about it, as the head of Slytherin seemed like he'd help Harry keep humble. "Now," Flitwick coached the students, "I want all of you to take a turn casting, Nox, and we'll see if we have anyone else brave enough to try, Finite Incantatem. Perhaps by the end of class, we'll be able to skip the ending charm entirely in my lesson plans and move on to bigger, better things." By the end of class, most everyone had succeeded with Nox, and the others exempted from the ending charm lesson included Malfoy, Parkinson, Nott, Zabini, and surprisingly Crabbe. Harry figured the last one had managed it so well because there were no sibilants in either of the words. As he moved with the cluster of students to their next class, Herbology, Harry heard Malfoy bragging about the duel from the night before. He didn't get many details, but he heard enough to know that Malfoy had purposely called the duel to get the Gryffindor into trouble. He also noted to himself to look up the phrase, "blood traitor," when he got the chance. This time, in Herbology they studied the Whimsies, and their cousins, in their final state. Parkinson quickly sidled up to Harry, calling him as her partner when they were told to pair up for the project. Harry laughed to himself, knowing he would most certainly be doing all the work. His thoughts were proved right when the girl leaned over to him and said, "My handwriting is much tidier, why don't I take notes?" "Sure," Harry grinned back, "because we both will fail the assignment if I leave it to you to touch the plants." She grinned back, and Harry thought there might be something to this business of trading skills that the Slytherins seemed so fond of. Each pair was to examine the 4 plants in front of them, and to note their characteristics. They were to catalog the similarities and differences, and from that information, they were to decide whether they had whimsies, mimsies, flimsies, or dimsies in front of them. When he heard this, Harry laughed to himself. "What's so funny, Potter?" Parkinson peered up from the notes. "You don't like any of the 4, Harry pointed at the plants, "does that mean you can't tell the difference?" "Exactly," the girl snorted, "I avoid them when I can, so I can only tell you they're all imsies, as I like to call the grouping." "Okay." Harry shook his head and started muttering details. By the time he was done looking at the 4 plants, he knew that they only had 2 types of flowers in front of them, and he told Parkinson that. "How do you know?" She peered up from the paper. "Well," Harry pointed as he spoke, "these plants, all 4 have similar stem structures, and leaf counts, from what I learned helping in my relative's garden, that means they're the same family of flower. They have similar veining in the leaves, which agrees with that. But when it comes to telling them as separate types of flowers in that main grouping, there aren't enough characteristics to make them 4 different ones. Unless the imsies are different colors guaranteed. But the thing that tells me they're only 2 different types of flower is that the 2 on the left are pointing the same way as each other, and the 2 on the right are pointing the same way as each other. And each pair has moved to point in those specific directions whenever I've moved the flower pots they're in." Nodding, the girl wrote that information down as well, "So now we just need to decide what the directions they face mean." "Pretty much," Harry nodded. "Well then," the Parkinson peered down at the notes from the last 2 lectures, "Whimsies, having been subjected to cheery dispositions, will face the sunlight, seeking its energy. The sun, itself is generally viewed as a giant source of happy energy." Well, Harry looked at the plants, one pair facing the 2 students working with them, and the other pair facing the table. "We can eliminate that variety." "Good," the B-owned girl made a notation on their paper. "Next, dimsies, having been cared for exclusively with magic, will face the nearest, largest source of said energy." "Huh." Harry peered at the plants. "I'm hoping that the pair facing the table aren't dimsies, as that would be depressing, to be a weaker source of magic than a table. The girl giggled, and pointed at the other pair of flowers. What about them though? They continued facing us, no matter how I turned them. Harry shrugged, so they could be dimsies, but I'm not sure. Flimsies, Parkinson read from the paper again, were subjected to severe depression upon replanting, and will only face the ground, dripping tear-like secretions from their leaves. Peering closer, Harry noticed the down-facing flowers did indeed have fluid dripping from their leaves. That tells us which these two are, he pointed, and Parkinson jotted down that information. Harry caught a glimpse of her writing something else. What? You got closer to the other pair too, and they snapped to focus on you, she pointed out, so they have to be dimsies. According to the lecture, mimsies would have focused on anger, and you aren't angry. Humming under his breath, Harry wondered if his partner in assignment would cooperate with an experiment. His thoughts were interrupted with a jolt of shock as the girl reached for one of the newly identified dimsies and pulled it towards both of them. The plant seemed to stand up straighter, and turned to face Harry even more clearly. See. The girl grinned as she quickly fobbed the dimsy into Harry's hands. Now that we have that done, we need to turn in the notes. Harry, bemused at her seeming to read his mind, looked down at the plant in front of him, as Parkinson dashed off. Go figure, He was amazed further when the plant seemed to nod at him. So, Potter, luckily, Harry had heard Malfoy saunter up. Want to test a theory of mine? I'll want to hear the theory first, Harry countered, looking up at the silvery bee. Owned. Rolling his eyes, the other Slytherin boy pointed at the dimsy in Harry's hands. Never mind, it just told me all I need to know, and stalked off. Harry looked back down, and the plant was still staring up at him, or so it felt. When the class finished the latest project, and cleaned up after themselves, they were given another essay to complete. Now Harry had a 10-inch essay on the individual uses for either dimsies or flimsies, to match the essay for charms, on the uses of Lumos, and Nox, and the extra credit one of uses for finite incantatem. He muttered to himself, on his way to the Great Hall, until he remembered that he wanted to talk to Malfoy. Just outside the doors, Harry stopped the bee-owned boy, and asked the question that had been bothering him all day: why call a duel? About time you asked that, Potter, smirking, the other boy continued. I challenged that muggle lover to a duel so I could get him into trouble. What? Harry was trying not to yell. Would you have done if you had gotten caught as well? That. The aristocratic boy shrugged, somehow, elegantly, and looked away. I never intended to show up to the duel in the first place. I told Filch when and where, saying I'd overheard Weasley bragging about how he could wander anywhere without getting caught. And why would you do that? Harry didn't know whether anger or laughter would burst out. He was angry that the other boy would do such things, but he was also laughing at Malfoy, for having nearly the same outlook on life as the youngest Weasley in the school, just mirrored on an axis. Look, Potter, Malfoy met Harry's eyes again, seeing as you were raised by the worst sort of muggles, I should think you would understand. Muggles don't need to know about us, and muggle-borns are just polluting the gene pool. Seeing as you've been raised knowing how Slytherins are seen in the world, Harry felt like throwing the phrase back in the other's face. You should know how it feels to be hated or disliked over something as simple as an accident of birth. From there, Harry stalked to the table, ate quickly, and went about getting the attention of the twins. He didn't like the thought of what he was going to do, in principle, but he really didn't like the whole aspect of, my side is right, that seemed to pervade the school. He just hoped he could get the twins to help him. The irony of his own line of thought escaped him, however, as he thought his way was right, as much as anyone else. When the twins caught up to him, Harry figured they would conduct the conversation in the hall. He was surprised, however, when the two scooped one of his arms in a hand of theirs apiece and more or less frog marched him to a smallish room near a painting with a pair on it, without letting him hear the way they opened the wall that had blocked it. Once inside, the twins released his arms, and grinned at him. Well, is there a way to include Malfoy in this prank? Harry peered up at them. Why do you want to do that? Harry decided to call this one Fred for now. I'm going along with your prank on Ron and Percy because they see the world as black and white, and need to learn that gray exists. Frankly, Malfoy's got the same problem, just from the other side of the spectrum, it seems. The twins looked at each other, grinned, and then turned back to Harry, still grinning. We knew we'd picked right with you. We've been pulling pranks, Fred started, and when George picked up the thought, Harry knew he was in for another tennis match, for the last 2 years, but we're more concerned with having fun. This will give us a reason. See, our predecessors got lost in that line of thought, having fun only, and we didn't want to make the same mistake. You just gave us the perfect line to work from. Blinking, Harry was beginning to wonder if he had created a monster, but was determined to make Malfoy realize that Muggles had just as much value to the world's population as wizards. And he wanted Ron to see that Slytherin wasn't a synonym to the word evil. This does change things a bit. George rested his thumb under his chin. We need to see the paper we gave you earlier. Quietly, Harry handed it over. The two peered at it, and Harry only half understood the things they said. After a bit, the smaller boy wondered if they would want his input, then mentally shrugged and added his too. Wouldn't it be nuts worth in this culture anyway? Wouldn't the easiest way to get Ron or Percy's attention be to put something like pranking manual on the page? Fred muttered, a possibility, but we don't want the page summarily destroyed. See, it's a special kind of paper. It talks back to the person holding onto it. That in and of itself doesn't merit its destruction, but if we put anything indicative of us on it, it would be destroyed, and we don't want that. Not for this paper. George seemed horrified at the thought. Okay. Harry blinked, and noticed that the paper actually had writing on it, who are Messrs. Moony, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail. Chuckling, the twins explained that the quartet were the makers of the paper. Harry felt like they were holding something back, but left it. If they weren't ready to tell him, he would just have to wait, so, would that alone be enough to get attention? In Ron's case, sure, George muttered, but that doesn't guarantee Percy or Malfoy will get involved. That's simple enough. Harry grinned suddenly. I just make sure that Ron makes a fuss, when Percival around and Malfoy will automatically be around, as he has the same class today. Shouldn't be too difficult. Percival will fuss over Ron making a fuss, and the general fuss will get Malfoy involved. I'll just sneak off, and keep myself out of trouble. The only problem will be getting this back to you two. As long as Snape and McGonagall don't confiscate it, we can get it back. Fred smirked. If it stays in Ron's hands, he'll get it to us. In Percy's case, we can snitch it back any time. He doesn't know we know the password he uses to lock his school trunk. All three boys grinned. He was unaware of it, but Harry had just inducted himself into a Weasley twin ritual, when the twins chanted, the first prank of the year, and he finished with, has begun. The trio quickly scampered out of the small room, and headed their own ways. Harry dashed to his common room for his class books, and on his way out, noticed the other first years waiting just outside. He shook his head, hoping today would be the last day of it. He'd luckily gotten directions from older Slytherins at breakfast, and had drawn them onto the map. About halfway there, Harry noticed the cluster of Gryffindor first years led by the fifth-year prefect, Percival. He didn't think his luck could get any better if he tried. Harry suddenly stopped, with the rest of the Slytherins crowding around him, and pulled out the map he'd drawn, along with the paper the twins had given him. He made the second paper fall to the ground, and waited for someone to notice. Sure enough, Malfoy spotted it right off, and scooped it off the ground. Potter, Malfoy read the paper, and handed it to Harry, who were Messrs. Moony, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail. Trying to look relieved and not even trying to hide his nervousness, Harry took the paper. Oh, it's just a paper I picked up. His sentence was interrupted by a red-headed blur dashing in and nearly ripping the paper out of Harry's hands. The dark-haired boy was glad he'd let go as soon as the other started pulling, as he didn't think the twins would like the paper getting torn. Harry looked up at Ron, and began to speak, only to be interrupted again. How'd you get your hands on this? My brothers would never let anything this important fall into the hands of a slimy Slytherin. You lot would just use it to ruin everyone else's lives. Harry wondered how in the world the boy could have gone from being nearly a friend to having just as strong a distaste for Harry as he had for any other Slytherin. He set that thought aside to ask the twins about later, and tried not to smirk as the prefect stalked up and took the paper from Ron, who yelped in surprise. Ron, what kind of ruckus are you raising now? You know you need to be careful after the points you lost Gryffindor last. What do we have here? Percy read the names, and not recognizing them any more than Malfoy or Harry had, muttered to himself about pretentious French people and their ridiculous nicknames. Harry had already started edging to the perimeter of the cluster of students, trying to be subtle about it. He'd reached the Slytherin first-year wall of bodies, at the same time as Percy started yelping about whatever the paper had said of him. Snickering, Harry quickly and quietly led the majority of the other students away, and noticed that both Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape had caught on to the commotion and were stalking their way. Harry and the first years on their way to defense, minus, of course, Ron and Malfoy, were seemingly innocently walking to class, as the former two, and Percival the prefect were yelping about whatever the paper said about them, or what the other two said. As he passed, Snape lowered an eyebrow and peered at Harry sharply. Harry tried not to hold his breath as he passed, hoping that the potions master wouldn't grab him by the nape of the neck and call him guilty by association. He was guilty, but only of providing the means for the three loudmouths to make fools of themselves. Finally relaxing as the two heads of house scolded two Weasleys and a Malfoy, Harry led the rest of the first years, using his map, to class. Just before the bell rang, Malfoy and Ron both dashed into the classroom and found seats. Which just happened to be not only next to each other, and in the front of the room, but also dead center of the row as well. Midway through the class, Harry was fed up with the stuttering of the man teaching them. He'd met the man in London, when Hagrid had showed him the wizarding side. At the time, he'd noticed the speech impediment, and had figured it for shock. Now Harry figured it was a permanent thing. He didn't want to belittle anyone for something they couldn't help, but the man never got the point that if he was going to stutter over words like innocence and purity, he should find another way to get his point across. Harry was also very fond of the way the man seemed to linger over sibilants. Something about it made Harry think of A.S. speaking, and by the time he'd admitted it to himself, the poor boy had a headache. If the class continued as it started, the dark-haired boy didn't figure on learning much more in this class than he'd learn in history of magic. Maybe he'd be lucky enough that the tests at the end of the year would only cover what they read, not what the man would expect them to display in class. He wasn't expecting the man to be able to teach them how not to be hit by the laughing hex, or the body bind. As soon as class let out, Harry scooped up his papers and supplies, and dashed out of the class, heading for the Great Hall, for supper. Shortly after Harry had started eating, he noticed Snape stand from the high table that all the school's faculty sat at, and stalk down the side of the Slytherin table. The already quiet table fell still as death. When the dark man stopped next to Harry, he whipped out a sheet of paper, and as he passed it to the small boy, muttered, "I'm only giving this back to you because Mr. Malfoy made it clear you had it in the first place, Mr. Potter. And Professor McGonagall felt it was safer in your hands than in either of Mr. Weasley's. Just know that I'm on to you, so keep yourself in line." "Sir," Harry took a chance, and asked, "Is it so bad to want my classmates to not think everything is black and white, cut and dry? To want them to know while some things are definitely good and others obviously bad, there are things that could go either way. And that this same line of thought follows for people. I never thought I'd hear a Potter speak in such a manner." It almost looked like Snape was surprised, but then, he could also be carrying the expression that comes with King on a lemo. Harry wasn't sure. With that, the potions master returned to his seat, and Harry, though he never looked up, figured that the man was going to watch him with an eagle eye, for the rest of the meal. Shortly after, Malfoy walked into the Great Hall, whatever punishment he'd been assigned apparently completed, and walked directly up to Harry. "Potter, did you have to abandon me?" The B.O.'n was whining, but Harry got the feeling that if asked, he'd deny it to his dying breath. "I wouldn't have left you there if you would stop acting as big-headed as the Gryffindor fifth-year prefect." Harry peered at the table on the other side of the hall, and noticed the two redheads seating themselves to eat. "I'm a pureblood, Potter." The other boy crossed his arms in front of his, and seemed to puff out a little. "It's in my blood to be arrogant." "I'm not talking arrogant here." Harry glared darkly, and kept his voice low. "I'm talking about being able to see past family trees. If you could stop staring at the trees, you'd see the forest." "That makes no sense, Potter." Malfoy rolled his eyes. "Trust a muggle-raised wizard to get it all wrong. The filthy muggles can't get anything right, not even raising the boy who lived. That's exactly why I left you to your fate in the hall before defense." Harry had had enough, and was too frustrated to eat any more. He stood and stared the pale boy in the eyes. "If you want to believe you're better than them, go ahead, I can't stop you. But if you want to prove it, do the research it takes to know what it is you're belittling. Find out about how Muggles live, think, breathe, eat, and sleep. Take the time to get to know Muggle-borns, and why exactly they have such a hard time. Learn about whether or not they actually are inferior, instead of assuming that what your father says is right. Be a person, instead of a parrot. Prove you're better than the ones who look down on you, look past the prejudice. Harry hissed the last words and stormed out of the hall, unaware that he'd actually garnered a great deal of attention from his rather quiet rant. When he finally calmed down, Harry realized he was in an area of the school he'd never mapped out. He had no clue where he was, and was starting to get nervous. Of course, when he heard footsteps behind him, he jumped 3 feet into the air and tried to hide behind a suit of armor, hoping that would be enough to prevent a beating. He yelped quietly though, when a face popped up from either side of the armor, relaxing only when he recognized the red hair of the twins. "Good on you, Harry," the one to his left, to be called Fred for now, Harry mentally noted, reached out and patted the smaller boy gently on the shoulder. "We can call you Harry," George, on the other side nodded, "right." After his nod, the two helped Harry stand and dusted him off. "Let's get you back to familiar ground." As they walked, the twins asked for a repeat of Harry's speech, and grinned. When they reached a door next to a painting of fruit with a rather colorful pear, the twins stopped. Just so. You know, the tennis match began again, and Harry was finally getting used to it. "This is our headquarters. We can't trust our roommates with knowledge of our plotting and planning, and we'll only trust you with the password if you swear you're one of us now. We've got a name and everything." Harry started to nod, but his stomach growled. He hadn't made much progress in eating his meal when Malfoy had arrived, and the first year had left without finishing. Grinning, George reached over to the painting nearby, and tickled the pair. Both twins crowded around Harry and whispered that was how to get into the kitchens, and their hideout was purposely near the kitchens for a reason they'd explain once they fed their apprentice. Once inside, Harry was amazed at the bustle in the room. He stopped counting after he reached 10 ovens with stoves on top, all with food honor in them. Whistling from teapots competed with the dinging of bells to signal the timers reaching 0. Harry could smell different meats, fruits, and even chocolate. Then he looked down to see who was doing all the cooking, and Harry jolted a little. They resembled to goblins in height and wrinkly skin, but these tiny creatures had much longer ears that didn't come to as sharp of a point. Their noses weren't as pointy either, but were even longer, Harry thought, than their ears. In relation, their eyes were the largest features on their faces. Harry was amazed to see that each of the little creatures was happily bustling over a stove, in an oven, or was chopping away at fruits, vegetables, or meats, stirring in bowls, or popping in and out of the room. Harry wondered how they did that. He remembered reading in Hogwarts, a history, that apparition was blocked by wards over the school. He shrugged as one of the creatures spotted the 3 boys, and figured that it couldn't be apparition then, but some skill rather similar. "Is Master Weasley needing food?" The small creature approached the trio hesitantly, peering up. Harry noticed that it had a tea towel tied around it, with the crest of the school sewn into a corner, and wondered if it was an apron or a uniform. He figured he could ask later. "If you would please," Fred grinned, and George added, "some for our friend here too, if you would." He ate even less than we did before he dashed out of the hall. "Is we elves not cooking to the pleasing of Master Weasley?" The elf had already turned and begun to gather some food. "Oh no," George began this time, "our friend was in a rush to leave, and we figured he'd get himself lost, so we just chased after him to help out." The elf peered closely at Harry, then its eyes went so wide, Harry almost put his hands out to catch the globes. He was sure they were going to fall out of their sockets. "Master Weasley is bringing Master Potter to us elves." "It is being an honor to meet you, Master Potter." Harry blushed as the twins chuckled. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you also. I've never eaten so well in my life." After saying this, Harry wondered what he'd done. Nearly every elf froze in apparent shock, their eyes all wide enough that Harry thought collecting them would fill a couple bags after falling out. "Master Potter is being too nice." One of the other elves began to cry. "We house elves is just doing our jobs, and Master Potter is being too kind and thanking us." Harry looked at the twins in panic, and realized they had no better idea of what was going on than he had. "Why shouldn't I thank you for doing your job well?" With that, the elves all clattered back to work, and Harry got the feeling that they were going to try and do even better than before, just because they had been told they were doing well. The elf that had greeted them approached, carrying a huge tray of food, and handed it off to the twins. When Masters Weasley and Potter is done eating, uses only needing to put all plates and silverware on the tray and one of us will be picking it up. Yes. The boys nodded, rather frantically, and dashed out of the kitchen. Again, Harry didn't catch the password, as this time, one twin was nearly cackling while the other said it. When all three boys settled down, Harry was teased for his thanking the house elves and setting them astir. I'd never heard of a house elf before, Harry muttered between mouthfuls of roast beef sandwich on wheat. How was I to know you don't thank them? Your relatives didn't teach you anything about the wizarding world, did they? Came the semi-rhetorical question. Harry shook his head in a negative fashion. All the same, I think they'd just as soon not know anything about it at all. If they could be made to forget entirely, they'd be just as happy. Or happier, considering they wouldn't know what they're trying to forget anymore. Well, Fred piped up after a mouthful of pumpkin juice, we just wanted you to know that with that, you passed our test. You can now consider yourself a full-fledged, George brandished a piece of paper, junior marauder. Why junior? Harry pondered, do I have to finish an apprenticeship kind of thing or something? No, George grinned, we're just junior marauders too. We won't take the title of marauder without our teacher's permission, Fred smirked, and we've never actually met them to ask permission. All we have is that piece of paper we lent you to get Ron, Malfoy and Percy with. Speaking of which, George rummaged around, I suppose we should work on getting it back. That's going to be a pain. Fred joined his twin in rummaging through piles in the small room. I heard that both McGonagall and Snape were there, and Snape confiscated it. Finally having a chance to surprise the twins, Harry pulled the paper from his bag. You mean this? Gaping, the twins gingerly pulled it from Harry's hand and inspected it. How'd you? Apparently, Harry grinned. Malfoy was quick to tell that it was among my belongings, so Snape felt it was okay to return to me. Rather than cheer, like Harry half hoped, the twins suddenly began cast various charms and spells on the paper. After a bit, they stopped, and relaxed a little. It doesn't look like the bat of the dungeon cast any tracking charms on it. And the cat of the tower certainly didn't put any hexes or traps on it either, the other twin muttered. Oh, Harry blinked, I didn't think of that. That's okay, Fred perked up, we'll get you into the habit soon enough. Just know we've pulled enough pranks in classes that McGonagall and Snape both would love to find our hideout, and each of them try to get us back sometimes. Kind of like a prank war. Harry found himself both scared and exhilarated at the thought at the same time. A bit, George nodded, but it's also a lot like they're trying to find our headquarters to infiltrate and capture. That kind of thing. Harry started to get nervous, but he was determined to try and get others to quit being so polarized in their view of the world. He'd lived so long stuck on one pole, he didn't know what to make of others voluntarily gluing themselves to other ones. Okay, Fred relaxed a little more, now that we have that scare out of the way, we can get to the rules of this group. George nodded, firstly, we won't prank you if you don't prank us. And, you shouldn't prank us unless we prank you first. When we do prank someone, Fred listed number 2, prank only the deserved. Since we're going to try and show off the gray of the world, we prank only the loudmouths constantly spouting black and white nonsense. As of right now, that's Ron and Malfoy. We're sure to pick up other targets. Thirdly, George reached out to Harry and tapped him on the nose. Don't be afraid to tell the other junior marauders that you think it's getting out of hand. If we're getting too extravagant, we'll get caught. If we pull too many, too close together, we'll get caught. If we target just 1 or 2 people, we'll get caught. Or worse, Harry had to add, they'll start getting us back. We really wouldn't mind that so much. Fred grinned. There were 4 original Marauders, and with just 3 of us, we have a lot of living up to their names to do. If there's more of us, the work is spread around a little more. Finally, George finished, we shouldn't limit ourselves to just one house. That's the trap the Marauders fell into. They started off pranking to get a laugh out of people. By the time they left though, they were pranking the Slytherins only to get a laugh out of the other 3 houses. Personally, Fred agreed, we think that might have a hand in why so many Slytherins went to you-know-whose side. I thought I'd heard somewhere that was called harassment, Harry muttered. Exactly, the twins grinned. So, now we've got that spelled out, we should work on a new prank. Where do you get the material for your pranks? Harry finished eating and put his flatware onto the platter the house elves had lent them. He blinked as it disappeared from the room with a small pop. That would be a nice trick too. We pay enough attention to our classes to get the spells and charms we need. Fred pulled a notebook out and opened it up. We research potions that will help. George held out a list of ingredients and the preparations needed. What about keeping track of what you have or haven't done? Harry was getting a little bogged down by the lack of organization. Why bother? Fred shrugged one shoulder and George shrugged the opposite. We know what we've done. Harry sighed and gave up for the time being, and the three began working together to plot another prank. After a while, Harry realized it was getting close to curfew, and he not only had to make it back to the dungeon, he also had his assignments still to do. Shrugging his bag onto his shoulder, Harry waved to the twins as he dashed out. Oh, wait, Fred stood and crossed the room to Harry, we still need to give you the password. Harry paused in the doorway before opening it. Okay. You want to stand with the painting of the pair about 3 feet to your left and look straight ahead as you say this, Fred instructed. Make sure no one is in visual or hearing distance, then say, clearly, but quietly, E equals MC squared. What? Harry blinked. We don't know how to set passwords yet, but this was the perfect room to use. It was right next to the kitchens in case we wanted to sneak anything into the food, George explained. It even came with a password. It's just a little odd, but it's not difficult to remember to get in. When we figure out how to change passwords, we are definitely changing it. Too easy for others to catch on to now. Nodding, Harry dashed out of the room and towards Slytherin's common room. He reached the room and sat down quietly. As he kept an eye on the time, Harry finished rough drafts for the essays assigned that day, and pulled out decently clean sheets of paper to redraw the map onto. After the fourth, Harry realized his hand was cramping, and shook it out. Looking at the time, Harry figured he'd better wait until the next day to work on any more. He packed up, stood up, and halted abruptly as he reached the door to the sleeping quarters of Slytherin students. The head of house was standing there, arms folded over his, waiting, and as Harry got closer, it became clear who he'd been waiting for. Follow me, Mr. Potter, the man muttered and led Harry to his office. Harry sat quickly in the same chair as he had before, figuring it would be best to get the lecture over with quickly, and hoped that the professors hadn't decided that the prank he'd helped with was enough to get him tossed out of the school. Harry only looked up when the man spoke again. The only reason you aren't being held responsible for the prank on Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy is that it was harmless. None of them got as far as assaulting one another physically, and even the insults they did use were mild. I was already aware of the existence of paperwork by the Marauders, otherwise known as Mr. Mooney, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail, and apparently, so was the younger Weasley boy. Your having it in your possession seems to have unsettled him. Maybe he will take the blinders off of his eyes. Sir, Harry chanced speaking, I really am just trying to get them to quit thinking that the world is as simple as they're trying to make it. If a person was automatically good or bad based on their name, or where they lived, I wouldn't be who I am, sir. Harry was surprised that the professor was going to let the slip slide, but Snape simply made the suggestion, I would advise you, and the Weasley twins, as I'm sure you're an accomplice of theirs now, to not let the power go to your heads. The Marauders I spoke of were pranksters as well, and they fell to that vice. By the time they graduated, they pranked anyone they wished to, simply because they could. They didn't care about the dangers their pranks posed either. I don't intend to prank just anyone, sir. Harry paused. If I were to prank anyone at all, it would be someone who deserved it, who had done something to actually deserve it. Not just by being alive. Still, Mr. Potter, the professor stood, indicating the audience was ending. Don't take after the Marauders, and while you're at it, don't follow the Weasley twin route either. They only care about the schooling they receive enough to fuel their pranks. If I could find a way to get them to focus on schooling better, Harry paused at the door, would that make any difference? I can say, Snape stood still, to Harry's right, that if those two focused on school more, and goofing around less, they would have no problems in class. As it is, their only problems stem from lack of organization and focus. I'd noticed, Harry blinked. If you could fix that, the man shrugged, then your association with them would be quite mutually beneficent. Just be careful to not become too Gryffindorish. That will cause more problems than it is worth. As a Slytherin, you should give the air of being interested only in how things benefit you. Your father, however a pure Gryffindor he was also Slytherin enough to sneak his way out of trouble at all times. If you can manage that type of balance, and keep your mindset as you are, you will already be a better example of a Potter in my opinion. That line of thought and speech led Harry to believe that the professor had been a victim of many Marauder pranks, and that the Marauders had been Gryffindors. It even hinted to the boy that his father had been a Marauder. The sheer venom expressed when Snape spoke his surname also was a cause of thought to Harry. He wondered aloud why Snape hated the Potter name. "I'm sure by now," Snape drawled, "you've heard plenty of stories about your father. They will have painted him golden, nearly sainted him, I'm sure. Just know not to believe everything you hear about him. No one is that good, that pure. If I thought it would help Sir Harry peered at the man through his bangs, I'd apologize for whatever my father did to you. But I know it won't, so I can only ask that you keep in mind that I'm not him." Obviously not. Snape smirked again, and Harry began to get suspicious of that smirk. He never would have allowed himself to be sorted anywhere besides Gryffindor. Apparently Potters have been Gryffindors for so long, some think the words are synonyms to one another. "Now, it's time for you to be getting to sleep. I'm not your surrogate father, so leave." As he scuttled down the stairs to the first-year dormitory, Harry didn't know whether to laugh at the way the professor ended the conversation or worry that he was leading the potions master to believe he felt as though the man had the role at all. "Forgive my blunders with plants. I'm neither botanist nor florist, though I did spend 2 months working in a grocery store's floral department. I floundered along best I could, but feel free to tell me I'm full of hot air with flowers. I would also appreciate it if anyone would tell me if I'm making Harry too mature. I haven't been 11 for quite a while, so I'm more than a little worried about having forgotten how it feels." In the weeks following their first prank, Harry, Fred and George became not so affectionately known as the Terrible Trio, a nickname that Professor Snape coined, and much of the rest of the school adopted. Though, only Snape was even remotely certain that about half of the pranks pulled were at their hands. That's not to say that no one suspected. In fact, Ron, according to the twins, was starting to pick up on a pattern. When he spouted off nonsense about dark things being evil and bad, or Slytherins being evil smarmy gits, he got pranked. As dense as he could be, even the youngest Weasley male could see that. Sadly, his assumption was that Harry was merely the messenger, and had no clue that Harry dreamt up some of the pranks pulled on him. After all, who else would think Harry capable of helping the twins to make a candy that left Ron unable to say anything at all if he couldn't say anything nice? Harry's personal favorite was the prank that left Ron and Malfoy chained to each other during double potions. They'd been assigned to work together, and the chain got shorter with each insult they flung, longer with each time they were polite, and finally was removable when they apologized to the class for their rudeness. Harry suspected that he'd only stayed out of trouble with that one because Snape didn't seem to believe Harry could have known enough to set the spell in the first place that bound the two. As one of the brighter students of Hogwarts, Granger didn't take long to catch on to Fred and George being behind some of the pranks. After discussing it with Harry, who thought that if she could provide her brainpower, they could do almost anything, the twins gave her a test. Instead of pulling the prank, she turned it into a professor as evidence, and nearly got all 3 boys detention with Filch for a week. They resolved to keep away from her in future, but as the girl was merely a stickler for rules, they weren't making her a target. Besides, Harry had a suspicion that the girl kept back enough information from the prank they tried to get her to participate in that she could use it later to really nail their coffins together. Upon joining the Junior Marauders, the first thing Harry did was to talk the twins through each prank, saying that they should leave documentation behind so that he could continue after they graduated, possibly picking up others to help him. He wrote down the details they listed, and the twins were pleasantly amazed at how much easier it made other pranks. They had more than half of their research done already, and could spend more time on actually planning out how to not get caught. So they let Harry document the pranks, keeping the paperwork in the room next to the kitchens. Trying to be subtle, Harry also talked the twins into actually studying, telling them that they never knew what might spark other prank ideas. After all, if they used the exact same method every time, they'd become predictable, and that would kill the fun of the pranks. Agreeing, the twins started becoming suspicious that Harry was really just trying to bring their grades up. To which, Harry countered, "Don't consider it studying. Consider it research and development recorded for posterity. Proof that you actually know what you're doing. Who knows, we might be able to turn some of this into zonkos and get patenting money off of it." That little detail sparked an interest in the minds of the twins that Harry wondered if he should regret. They decided to change their pranks from one-off creations to things they could repeatedly manufacture. The first such thing was a set of quills they'd make to write on their own. The twins said they had the idea from the quills reporters used, called quick quotes quills. The trio's quills, rather than having settings for truthfulness and brevity, were set to attitudes. They could be set to saccharine sweet, grumpy Gus, funny Fanny, and boringly normal. The quill supply was bought during a Hogsmeade outing of the twins, with money Harry lent them. He said it was an investment, and they'd see if the quills actually sold to anyone. They wound up giving one to Professor Flitwick, who had agreed to help them work out the bugs and attitudes for the quills. They also lost one to Professor Snape, as one of the twins had dropped a quill into Ron's bag, and the Gryffindor first year had let it write his notes during class. Obviously, that was a quill they weren't getting back. They weren't sure if they could even admit to having made them later, with him having possession of it, but they figured they could wait to patent them until after they'd made a few other things. With the work entailed in creation of the quills, and various pranks, it was a given that the grades of the twins would steadily climb. Well, it was a given with Harry telling the twins to go ahead and put the answers down if they knew them. It would mean fewer people challenging the patents they'd put in later. The professors as a whole were glad to see the twins actually putting in effort to their classes, but no one was exactly happy about the prank increase. After all, with the increase of quantity, was a matching increase in quality. The boys got caught out less and less often, and no one was happier than they were with this fact. With help from the twins, Harry learned enough of the school's geography to get around. Thus, his maps were finished a few days after the first defense class, and he gave copies away to the Slytherin first years after the others carried their ends of the deal out. By the time the exchanges were complete, Harry had a better understanding of why the potions book was so specific on color, which pureblood rules he would need to follow and understand while living in Slytherin, and was much more comfortable with his pronunciation and wand movements for charms and transfiguration. The mini-study group of first years worked on the assignments for history and defense together. Both professors proved either too boring or too difficult to understand, and over time, the other first years seemed to notice Harry knew more than he had originally seemed to about the class work. He never thought about it, or he would have realized that working with the twins, 2 years his senior, was having a positive effect on his class work. He did notice, though, that he had a measure more time to himself. The time spent with the twins made his assignments easier to accomplish. Though he hadn't found 10-inch essays much of a challenge to start with, now his only challenge was not doubling or tripling those amounts and losing points for writing too much, as Granger had found herself doing time and again. Especially in potions. Having more time to himself left Harry working more and more on projects with the twins, which led to his assignments becoming even quicker to finish still. So Harry started to wonder what he could do with his spare time, and made the mistake, he thought, of mentioning this in front of Fred and George. So they dragged him to a Quidditch game. Since they wanted to keep an eye on him and discuss tactics and prank options, it had to be a non-Gryffindor game. The game somehow managed to be Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Harry watched, and found himself enthralled by the flying. He wasn't impressed with the Slytherin team's tactics, as it seemed to rely rather heavily on beating the snot out of their opponents, rather than actual skill in playing. Even though, he was mystified by the tricks each player could perform in the air. He'd enjoyed what little airtime he had gotten with the lessons with Madame Hooch, but she generally only allowed each student to touch off the ground for 5 minutes at a time. The next time they could take flight would come up again after everyone else had had a chance as well. This was so she could actually monitor them for trouble. She'd learned her lesson with Longbottom's flying blunder at the first lesson. After the third time of trying to get Harry's attention and failing, the twins chuckled and sat back to watch the game as well. After the game was over, Harry snapped back into the world of the land bound, and looked at Fred. He'd finally learned to identify the twins by the placement of freckles on their nose. At first, he'd made them nervous by staring intently at their noses, but after a couple days, Harry had been able to memorize the patterns so that he only needed to look for a second at the nose of the twin he was facing to know which one he was talking to. Fred, is there a way to get a decent amount of time in the air on a broom? I don't know if I'd want to play Quidditch, for certain, but I do want to fly more than 5 minutes at a time. So now you can talk. Fred teased. We thought we came out here to find something to do with your spare time, George added, and Harry rolled his eyes at the two of them. I can't help it if I enjoyed the game, heavy-handed as my housemates were, Harry drawled. I've never seen flying outside of television stunts, and flying lessons with Madam Hooch. Television. Fred blinked. Oh, that must be one of those muggle things. Don't mention that around our father. George waved a hand around dramatically. He'd want you to discuss with him every piece of the device, and how it came to work the way it does. He's painfully fascinated with muggles. Laughing, the three stood up in the bleachers and headed back to the school proper. Harry began to think he'd found something to do with his spare time, but he wondered how to arrange time on a broom outside of class. He was still thinking about this when they happened to pass the headmaster. I couldn't help but notice, Harry, the long-bearded man interjected into the conversation the twins were holding, that you were utterly lost in the game. Nodding, Harry peered at the elderly man. Professor. Your father played quite well in his days as a student. Dumbledore nodded and waved the boys to continue down the bleachers. I suspect that it may be a trait carried true in you, as I seem to remember several Potters on the team through the years. Though it would be a shock to them, I'm sure, for you to join the Slytherin team, they would be proud of your supporting your house. I don't really like the way they play. Harry shook his head. I mean, their tactics were, well, I don't know if I would actually call those tactics. Chuckling, the headmaster tugged lightly on his beard. Perhaps, then Mr. Potter, you should join them, if only to change them for the better, as you've done with Mrs. Fred and George Weasley. Harry paled and blinked, noticing the twins were as flustered as he was as the headmaster chuckled some more and wandered off. As Dumbledore turned down a hallway, the three looked at each other and finally expelled their breath in one gush. I don't know that anyone knows how that man keeps informed, Fred nearly whispered. Yet, somehow, George wasn't speaking any louder. He seems to know almost everything that goes on in the school. The three went their separate ways, and Harry turned towards the dungeons. On his way, he encountered Malfoy. The paler boy looked like he couldn't make up his mind whether he wanted to sneer at Harry or not, but settled for a half-sneer that Harry rolled his eyes at. Why did you sit with the Weasley twins, instead of your own housemates? So sorry, I have friends outside of Slytherin, Harry grumbled. Makes me regret deciding to ask you a question. Think I'll go find someone else to ask. No, wait, Malfoy grabbed Harry's sleeve. What were you going to ask? You seemed like the one who knew the most about Quidditch in our year, Harry prefaced, so I figured you could help me. Is there a way to fly on school grounds outside of playing Quidditch? For first years, Malfoy smirked. There's practically no way to get off the ground for us, ickle firsties, until next year. Not even with Quidditch. We aren't allowed a broom, and that makes it difficult to play. Especially since Madam Hooch keeps the school-owned brooms locked up when they aren't in use. Harry sighed. Oh yay, that means I'll have to wait until next year. Next year might be the best time, Malfoy agreed. Our team is losing its seeker. That's the most important position on the team, you know. No, I didn't, Harry responded sarcastically. I'd only had it explained to me within the first week of classes. Oh yes, Malfoy smirked, when they thought they should scout the boy who lived, and learned you were Muggle-raised instead. Perhaps I'll try out next year for Seeker. Do you actually want to play? Harry hadn't noticed a special interest in the game from the B-owned before this. I don't care either way, but if they have no one else, I'll try out. Who knows, having such a pivotal role on the team could win points with my father. Shouldn't you play for you? Harry was puzzled. Instead of someone else. Isn't your own enjoyment worth something? You're still on your, making everyone else get all fluffy, kick, aren't you? Malfoy rolled his eyes. I don't know about making everyone else all fluffy, Harry huffed, but I really think you need to learn to live for yourself, rather than the expectations of others. Ultimately, it's a life better lived. That's the main reason I want to know if it's possible to fly outside of Hooch's lessons. Talk to our head of house, Malfoy sneered. He might be able to come up with something. He might actually bother to help you, since you seem to have so much fun pestering him in the first place. Snorting, Harry countered, "Well, I wouldn't have to seek him out so much if you lot would just answer questions, instead of trying to make every one of them a trait of some kind. Oh, and just to pay for this question, I'd advise you to avoid Ron Weasley the next few days. His brothers have a prank planned for him." Harry stalked off, having paid for the question he'd asked. Of course, he didn't bother to tell the bee that there was a prank in the works for him as well. Harry figured that the bee could use the warning to avoid getting double-dosed, and Harry could claim it as a favor in return. When Harry reached the Slytherin head of house's office, he paused. He hadn't realized he'd gotten a reputation for seeking out Professor Snape so much. It was pretty much as he'd said. He asked the dour man for assistance more often as the rest of his house would expect payment, while the potions master had made it clear early on that maintaining his potions grade was the payment expected in his case. Which Harry was all too glad to do. He had come to enjoy the class. He'd never really liked cooking at the Dursleys, as he couldn't get Aunt Petunia to explain where he'd messed up recipes, but in potions, Professor Snape was quite happy to tell a person when they had mixed up ingredients, timed improperly, or just plain chopped things too largely. Harry did think that those pointers could be given in gentler tones, but after the third explosion caused by Longbottom, Harry was quite aware of how dangerous the potions could be. "Were you intending to come in and ask your question, Potter?" The door swung open, and the professor in question stood with a raised eyebrow at the boy in front of it. "Or were you going to join the portrait as a guard for my office?" Harry tried to keep the professor from noticing, but he rolled his eyes at the sarcastic remark. He also bit his tongue, so he didn't return a comment. He was still learning what kinds of remarks he could get away with this professor, and which ones would get him in the cauldron scrubbing kind of trouble. Mustering up the words, Harry asked, "Sir, is there a way to fly on brooms outside of flying lessons?" "I wondered when you'd ask." Snape shrugged. "It seems it truly is in the blood. From the headmaster, I gathered that each generation of Potters was involved in Quidditch." "I'm not so sure I want to play Quidditch, sir." Harry paused, "but I am definitely interested in flying itself." Well, it sounds odd to say, sir, but the flying itself, it makes me think of freedom, and," here Harry trailed off, losing the words he wanted to speak entirely. "Ah," Snape nodded, "in that case, I'll see what can be worked out. I won't promise anything, as there are rules against first years owning brooms, but there aren't any against borrowing a broom from the school. Else, the Weasley twins would not be beaters for Gryffindor. I suggest you check with Madam Hooch. Likely as not, she'll let you use a school broom, unless one of the teams is using it for practice. She might demand you have supervision. In which case, you'll have to locate someone responsible to make sure you don't plow into the ground and snap your full neck in two." Nodding, Harry thanked the man for his assistance and dashed out to find Hooch's office. After a while, Harry realized that was one room the twins had never pointed out to him. Wandering around, he became lost in thought, until as he stood on a set of stairs, he realized they were moving. Groaning, Harry tried to mentally plot a way back to ground level. He paled and groaned again when he realized that the stairs had moved to the third-floor corridor that the headmaster had expressly warned about at the welcoming feast. Harry turned to go back down the stairs, only to have them move the other end as well. With a third groan, Harry resolved to chance the hall, hoping that he could safely find a door that would lead to a quick passage back to ground level. He figured that maybe Hooch's office was near the Quidditch field, instead of actually in the castle. Quietly as possible, Harry wandered the hall, wincing at each sharp footfall, and at all the dust. It seemed that even the house elves avoided this hall. After quickly trying 3 doors and finding them leading to utterly dusty abandoned classrooms, Harry was about to give up and turn around back to the stairs. He heard what sounded like a cat meowing and tried not to make a lot of noise as he reached for the nearest door. It was locked, but Harry muttered a quick, "Alohomora," and whisked himself to the other side, leaning against the heavy wood for a few breaths. A sour smell led Harry to look up, and he squealed in his own mind as it churned for a way back out. A huge, 3-headed dog was looking at him. All 6 eyes screamed, "Food," and all 3 mouths growled and slobbered messily. As it snapped one head at him, Harry whipped the door back open and dashed to the other side. Pulling it back closed amidst muffled barking and snarling, Harry ran back down the hall the way he came and just caught the stairs as they took another meandering to another location. When his heart finally began beating at a normal rate again, Harry pondered the placement of the dog. He vaguely remembered hearing about a three-headed dog in Greek and Roman mythology from the older kids at his old school, but couldn't remember what it was called. He thought about asking Hagrid, whom he'd occasionally encountered on school grounds. Then he had to ask himself, why would a three-headed dog even be in the school? That's obviously what would cause a gruesome death to anyone wandering up there, but why is it there? A little pondering and Harry remembered Hagrid again, but this time, it was the incident of Hagrid removing a small bag from Vault 713. Could the dog be protecting what Hagrid pulled from that vault? I mean, I remember seeing a newspaper article about Gringotts being broken into, and I think it was the same vault, so I guess whatever was in the bag was pretty important. So I suppose the dog would be guarding it. Perhaps I should just write all this down to keep it straight. I mean, it's an interesting puzzle, but to investigate it would probably get me into trouble, and Slytherin doesn't need to lose points just because I'm nosy. Eventually, the dark-haired boy found Hooch, and spoke with her about borrowing a broom to fly on. She eventually agreed to allow him to fly more during lessons, and if he had a responsible observer, he could fly during his free time. With some persuasive wheedling and a couple of liberal applications of puppy dog eyes, which Harry wasn't sure he was very good at, she caved and let Harry use Fred and George as his responsible observer. He never noticed that he'd had an audience during his muttering through the halls after his encounter on the third floor. Not to say that he forgot entirely about the three-headed dog in the third-floor corridor, but Harry found himself more focused on classes than in figuring out more information on the Avering beast. Classes, homework, trying to actually spend time on a broom outside of class, and planning pranks took up enough time that Harry began to wonder what kind of loon he'd been earlier in the year, wanting more things to do with his time. As October approached, the twins became more and more prone to finishing each other's sentences, tricking people by pretending to be each other, and in dropping little candies and toys around that the trio had created. By this time, they'd made candies that turned people into animals, a variation on the canary creams. Joining the canaries were catnip crunchies, puppy poppers, gerbil gobstoppers, and the trio had just worked out the final details on their newest creations, which they affectionately called rat rations, in honor of Scabbers. To curb some of their energy, because he just couldn't keep up, Harry challenged the twins to dream up a prank fitting for Halloween, to take place during the feast at supper that night. Rising to the occasion, the red-headed duo drew up plot after plan after scheme, throwing each out on this particular night for various reasons. Finally, they dreamed up one that met with their approval, and showed it to Harry. The first year wondered how they would pull it off without getting caught, but the twins said that they'd just have to fall victim to their own prank for that. In which case Harry made sure that he'd only eat food containing catnip crunchies. He wasn't keen on becoming anything so small as a gerbil, canary or rat, but he didn't want to be a puppy at this point either. He wasn't sure that he'd be housebroken quite yet in that form. Not that knowing which trick treats were to be in the food was all they needed to be ready for the prank, but Harry was just making sure he was turned into something he could tolerate. On a lark, Harry thought of having the twins test the candies to see if they cancelled each other out. Laughing, the twins found a way to do just that, using their friend, Lee Jordan. Testing revealed that only the first candy eaten would transform a person, as their body would have absorbed the chemicals and ingredients of that one first. This told them they wouldn't be able to market the whole lot as a whole, under the name, Chimera Grab Bag, which made Harry feel better, even if it didn't make the twins any happier. The rest of the prank, and planning for it, kept all three boys busy enough with studying that Harry found himself cemented in the title of the Ravenclaw of Slytherin. The twins reported that there were several others threatening heart attacks at the suddenly ravenish behavior in the two previously anti-studious Gryffindors. One day, midway through October, Fred called out, "Eureka!" Oh. George didn't even look up from the notes they had on incorporating noise into small rubber balls. "I finally got it to work," Fred crowed as he waved a small pink rectangle under his twin's nose. "Okay, so you got the sounds into the thing. That doesn't mean the whole thing will work," George pulled back from the hand in his face. "That's what testing's for." Harry had been brewing the requisite materials to make the plastics they wanted to embed the sounds into. "That's the simple part," Fred grinned. "After all, we made these so they'd dissolve in fluids." With that, he threw the tiny thing into Harry's glass of water, and all three winced, shuddered, but grinned as Harry's water was suddenly singing a weird sister's song. It was wobbly, but it was loud enough to hear through the water. As the pink object finished dissolving, the song tapered off, until finally, all that was left was a quiet glass of light pink water. Now, we need to see if you can put sounds other than the weird sisters into those things. Harry smirked at Fred and handed him a handful of the pink sticks that resembled chalk. Fred groaned as George and Harry snickered, and all three went back to work. Over the rest of the month, they worked out all the kinks, prepared the pieces, and had just decided to place the fragments of the prank so they would come together at supper when they encountered the Gryffindor ghost Beemo, ning his repeated failures to join the headless hunt. Without thinking, Fred asked why Sir Nick had never made it, and all three boys were hard-pressed to keep their stomachs still at the squelching Nick's head made when he grabbed himself by the ear and pulled. This showed that the ghost had missed complete decapitation by a spare inch of flesh. And apparently, that was just enough to have him disqualified for the hunt. This left the boys more or less talked into going to the Death Day celebration Hogwarts ghosts had put together for Nick, and that made them glad that supper wasn't for a few more hours. When they left the room filled with rancid, rotting food, all three boys realized that their prank wasn't going to happen in time, as they couldn't set it up now without getting caught. So they stored the pieces they could, and planned out minor pranks to use the rest and to tide themselves over until next year. One such was the idea of taking the singing sticks, as they'd named the pink water-soluble objects, and dropping them into water glasses in their common rooms that night. If the trio ever got around to packaging their projects, they'd be careful to make sure no one thought the singing sticks were edible. Harry at least was going to leave the objects lying around and surreptitiously spray them with jets of water from a new spell he'd found called Aguamenti, or the hydrating spell. He didn't want to pollute anyone's drinking glass. With the delay of their prank, the trio wasn't as excited to see the feast arranged for the last day of October as they would have been otherwise. Their spirits, pardon the pun, picked up when they arrived at their tables. Harry had heard of parties for this holiday before, but the people involved had been obsessed with the concept of pitting neon orange with black and blinding their audience. Or the hosts had smothered their home with props in an effort to create a mood, ruining it instead. Of course, Harry didn't hold the comments as gospel, as they had come from his Aunt Petunia, who thought the holiday was rubbish. That didn't seem to stop her from letting Dudley go out to parties each year dressed up, when he threw tantrums to go. In this instance, the tables had remained the same, covered with cloths of the usual colors, but instead of plain flatware, in honor of the holiday, the plates had magical creatures painted on them. At least, Harry thought they were painted. As everyone settled, Harry took the time to look at his plate. The figure on the plate moved like the photographs Harry was still getting used to. When, out of curiosity, Harry picked up the fork and moved it towards his plate, the wolf started getting antsy and growled. The lack of sound told Harry that the plates were enchanted the way photos were in the wizarding world, and Harry was reminded of the prank he and the twins had wanted to set up. He mentally took notes and was determined to add that information to help with the prank for next year. The headmaster stood, said a few words, similarly to at the beginning of the year, and then encouraged the school to dig in. Harry half expected the flatware to turn into shovels and trowels, but wasn't disappointed when they didn't. When the food began appearing on the plate, the pictured animal also seemed to get food, and thus it didn't react when Harry used the eating utensils around it. Harry ate fairly quickly, as he still had to make it back to the trio's headquarters to write his observations down, or he'd forget them entirely. As Harry was about to stand and leave, he noticed that the stuttering professor wasn't at the meal. He had enough time to reflect on this and set it aside in his mind, when the doors to the Great Hall slammed open wide as they went, and the formerly missing educator rushed in, screaming, "Troll!" When he had made it 3/4 of the way through the room he suddenly shrilled, "Just thought you should know," and fainted dead away. Harry blinked, remembering from what he'd read, and from discussions with Fred and George that trolls were big, nasty, stinky, and bad-tempered. Oh, and stupid. Harry didn't want to know how a troll got into the school. Dumbledore stood tall, and called to the now panicking students, "Everyone, calm down, please. Follow your prefects to your common rooms, and we professors will deal with the troll." Slytherins lined up quickly and quietly, in counterpoint to the noisiness of the rest of the school. The Hufflepuffs were horrified, and huddled together in clumps around each of their 6 prefects. The Ravenclaws seemed excited, and more than a little worried, and were more organized. The Gryffindors were in complete chaos, jostling each other and arguing. Luckily, their proximity to the doors made it easier for the houses of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to leave the Great Hall quickly, and without the pushing and shoving that came when the Gryffindors tried to push past the Slytherins. During the mess, Harry overheard Ron and Longbottom discussing how Ron had been rude earlier in the day. Apparently Ron had gotten fed up with Granger's know-it-all tendencies and had snarked about how no one would want to befriend someone so big-headed, or something to that effect. Harry almost pulled a prank on the redhead right there, but he glanced up and realized that the twins were looking straight at him. They shook their heads and grinned. That told Harry the other first year would be dealt with. After escaping the Great Hall, Harry quickly diverted from the river of students, trying to find Professor Snape to tell him about the missing Gryffindor. He'd even take McGonagall if he could find her, but he wanted to tell someone that Granger would be somewhere in the school, ignorant of both the troll and the lockdown. Suddenly, he heard a noise that made him look up. There was McGonagall, glaring at him darkly. "Mr. Potter," she began, "what part of, go to your common room do you not understand?" "I'm sorry ma'am," Harry explained, "I'll be on my way there, but I felt I should tell you that I overheard Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom talking about Hermione Granger's absence from the meal. They seemed to believe she'd been somewhere else much of the day, and therefore wouldn't know about the current crisis." The woman peered at him closely and nodded. "Fine, you've told me, now go to your common room, or you'll not only lose points but you'll also get a detention." Nodding, Harry turned in the direction of his common room, and heard the professor move to follow him. After a bit, she seemed to decide he was going where he said he was, and turned off in another direction. Harry wondered to himself if she would have followed him in the first place if he'd been a Gryffindor. That situation was really starting to irk him. No one trusted Slytherins, as the older members of the house said at the welcoming feast, but the other three houses, it seemed, could practically get away with murder. He was going to wait at least until after winter break, and then he was going to start planning things to fix the problem. Harry was snapped out of his musings as his foot slipped in something on the stone floor. Harry balanced himself, and then paled. He'd stepped in slime. Apparently the troll had a runny nose. Shuddering, Harry looked around, and found a veritable trail of it. Following the trail, Harry hoped he'd find a professor to tell about it, and show it, because he certainly didn't want to find the troll. He was aware of the dangers of following the trail, but didn't see himself as having much of a choice. It was follow the trail and find a teacher, or go to the common room and wonder for the rest of the night who the troll got to. The smell got stronger, telling Harry he was getting closer to the source, and he winced. Looking ahead, there was a door. He thought it was one of the girls' bathrooms, and he guessed that was where the troll had hidden itself. Harry counted himself glad that he'd been placing little noisemaker toys in the slime. They would both help clean the mess, and dissolve in the sludge, quite noisily. This would draw attention to the trail, and would lead the professors to the room. Harry turned to leave the area for his common room, and then froze. The noises he'd heard from the bathroom weren't just troll grunting and snarling. There was high-pitched screaming and shrieking mixed in. Harry Ned to himself, it was just his luck that the place the troll hid was the same place Granger had hidden herself to cry about a redhead's rudeness. He didn't dare leave assuming that an instructor would get there before the girl got killed. He knew that none of the first years knew any spells that would incapacitate a troll. The things weren't just smelly, they were thick-skinned and skulled, and so most hits wouldn't affect them but to make them matter. Harry quickly cobbled together a plan. He'd get the troll's attention, and make it chase after him. He'd run away just fast enough to not be caught, but not so much as to make the troll return to the girl, and he'd find an adult to take care of the problem. With that thought, the slight, dark-haired boy pushed open the door to the bathroom, and gasped at the sight of the destroyed sinks and bathroom stalls. In the corner, huddled, was Granger, whimpering, bruised, and beaten. The troll stood before her with its club raised, about to pummel her again. Not really thinking, Harry tossed one of the noisemakers left in his pocket at the troll. As it landed on the wet floor, it squawked loudly, getting the troll's attention. It turned, looked at Harry, who threw another noisy ball at it, and ran out of the bathroom. It followed him out the door that had just barely closed behind the boy, and started to follow him down the hall. Harry found himself running faster than he'd planned. He'd read that trolls were slow, but the books must have meant it was slow in comparison to an adult, or to other creatures, because Harry had to run with all he had to keep ahead of the creature, screaming loudly all the way. He only just barely registered the black blurs as he passed them. Stopping for a second, Harry recognized Professor Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick following his trail of tricks. He whirled and stopped. "Professor Snape, the troll's right behind me." The trio of adults looked up, and sure enough, the troll had gotten close enough to read them as targets. It started to swing the club at them, but they fired, almost in unison, a stunning charm straight at it. It fell to the ground, out cold, and they turned on Harry. "I thought I told you to go to your common room, young man." The Gryffindor head of house thundered, "This isn't even on the way." His own head of house, meanwhile, had crossed his arms over his, and was balancing his weight on one leg. Flitwick had returned to peering at the slime and the pranks. Screwing up his courage and determination, Harry responded, "I was on my way to the common room when I found the trail. I didn't think farther than leaving a trail for you adults to find when I had reached the bathroom that's down this hall." The door was closed, and the trail ended there. "And," Snape prompted, "sure there was more to it. Did you prod at it to raise its ire after it had found a place to hide, Potter?" And Harry fidgeted and shrugged, "Yes and no. I hadn't intended to do anything after that. I was even on my way to leaving the hall altogether when I realized that there was someone screaming inside the bathroom, where the troll was." "Oh, my," Flitwick looked up, "lead us there, Mr. Potter, we need to assess the poor child's health." The four of them trooped over to the bathroom in question, and the door was pulled open to reveal Granger herself. Her face was covered in tears, and the rest was covered in plaster and dust, but she was fairly healthy. With a deep sigh of relief, McGonagall put a hand to her, as the Gryffindor girl walked completely out of the room and turned to Harry. "Thank you so much for saving me, Harry Potter. I think that swing you distracted it from would have killed me." With that, the girl dashed off, with McGonagall's call following her, telling her to head for the nurse to get herself checked. Harry relaxed just a touch. The girl really would be okay. He then looked at his head of house and flinched. The expression on the man's face wasn't in the slightest bit friendly. Shaking his head, the dark-haired man drawled, "I knew the family traits would out eventually. Don't make a habit of playing hero, if you will. We don't need the added adventure. I will say, however, that it was good you thought at least of leaving a trail. If you hadn't, you could have been the dead student instead of Miss Granger. Combine that with your distracting the troll from its captive prey," Flitwick added quickly, "and you kept any student death from occurring." Sighing deeply, McGonagall pursed her lips. Harry didn't consider himself an empath, but he swore he could feel her reluctance in what she was about to do. 10 points for your quick thinking, heroism, and sheer dumb luck, Mr. Potter." With that, she whirled around, presumably to ensure that her student made it to Madame Pomfrey. As Flitwick turned toward a second direction, Snape and Harry turned in a third, back towards the Slytherin dungeons. After a bit, Harry realized that the potion's master was limping. As he surreptitiously observed, there was a rip in the side of the man's robe, and Harry thought he saw blood trailing down the man's right leg. "Sir," Harry shocked himself by actually asking, "were you going to get that treated by Madame Pomfrey? Or do you have something in your office to fix it with?" Without stopping or even missing a beat, Snape growled, but without any real venom, "It's none of your business, Potter." Not entirely sure why he was going to, Harry smarted off, "So I should ignore it if you're still limping in class tomorrow." And with that, he scuttled for his common room as though a hound from hell was after him. And who knows, he could have been right. After the events at Halloween, Harry did everything in his power to stay out of trouble. This was made doubly necessary as both McGonagall and Snape were watching him closely. Within a week, Harry began to feel as a mouse in the fields does, knowing there are hawks and tiercels waiting for it to show its full head so they can sweep it into the air for supper. Understandably, this cut back on his participation in the pranks. As nervous as he was, Harry couldn't help but notice that Malfoy, Ron, Longbottom, and Granger were all watching him closely as well. At the start of the second week, Harry felt like a clock wound too tightly, and took to avoiding any and every living thing outside of the Slytherin common room. He, of course, relayed a message to the twins concerning this, but Harry was not about to get himself into trouble heading for the room near the kitchens. Nor was he keen on leading anyone to it. Just as Harry was about to snap, Granger approached him on his way from the library, asking if there was a way for her to help with Harry's stress. Rolling his eyes, Harry drawled, "If you could get Ron and Longbottom to quit staring after me all the time, and stop doing so yourself, I'd feel loads better. Then I'd only have Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Malfoy left to drive me starkers." With the staring games. The girl nodded and seemed a little hurt. "I didn't mean to make you nervous, Potter, but I have been trying to figure out how to thank you for saving my life." "You did so at Halloween," Harry shrugged. "Not only did you say the words, you also gave proof to McGonagall that I was telling her truthfully what happened. I don't know if she'd have believed me otherwise." "It doesn't feel like it's enough," Granger paused, "but I will definitely work on Ron and Neville staring. Get back to me when you come up with something else for me, will you?" She left, and Harry puzzled out what she meant. He vaguely recalled Nott's explanation of wizards hating having someone else save their lives. As he headed back to the Slytherin quarters, Harry tried to remember why exactly that would be. In his distraction, Harry didn't realize he was being followed, until he was swooped upon at the turning point from common paths to the Slytherin dungeon paths. Now Harry. On his left was George, grinning from ear to ear. "We know you said you felt too nervous to go anywhere but directly from class to class, to the Great Hall to Slytherin headquarters." Fred piped up on the right side of Harry as both snagged his arms and performed their favorite frog march. "But we couldn't let you stew any longer." George took up the chain of conversation again. "So we're taking you out to the Quidditch field," Fred smirked as he finished, "and we have the headmaster's permission, so the other two can't get mad until and unless we miss supper. Oh, and don't worry about Hermione turning us in either." George grinned as the twins dropped Harry's arms upon reaching the center of the field, where a rather large trunk sat. "We used her wizard's debt to you to get her to swear not to interfere." Fred laughed a bit at Harry's expression, then reached for the trunk. Harry told himself he was going to look up the concept later, but was presently more fascinated by the presence of 3 brooms in the field. He turned and watched the twins wrestle with the contents of the trunk that had been waiting for the trio on the grass. One pulled out short bats that looked somewhat familiar, and the other twin pulled a large, dark-colored ball that looked to be made of leather. It began wrestling around the twin who carried it, and Harry's eyes widened. Meanwhile the other twin was pulling out a slightly smaller red ball, which was quite still. Harry liked this ball better, as it wasn't trying to kill anyone. Grinning, George refused to release the leather ball from his hands. "We're here to scout you, Harry, more or less. Sure, knowing what role you'll likely play when you join the Slytherins will be helpful." Fred picked up a broom, handing it to Harry. He then picked up the other, only this time he handed it to George, who had finished his rather one-sided struggle with the wild ball of leather. Harry mentally decided that the ball had won, as it was flying through the air as it pleased, and George was rather breathless for his efforts. "We're sure you remember the walkthrough the Slytherin team gave you at the very beginning of the year." George straddled his broom, and nodding to his twin, both rose in the air on the sticks. Following them into the air, Harry felt compelled to ask, "How did you get Madame Hooch to agree to this?" Grinning, George nodded at the larger ball flying viciously about them that he and Fred were casually batting around the pitch. "There hasn't been a game of Quidditch in a couple of weeks. We just convinced her that if she didn't let us take them out to warm up with, they'd be right next to bonkers when they got let loose in front of a stadium full of watching fans," Fred smirked. "It just took a little wheedling after that." "Ah," Harry shook his head, "so why only the one bludger then? As good as we are, we're testing your skills at each position as well." George seemed to be trying to be humble. "It's a lot easier to manage just one bludger, as they're almost docile in comparison." Fred grinned, "Rather like us, if you believe the stories others tell. They say we're more likely to be bludgers reborn as humans, but we rather think they're jealous." George agreed. At times, Harry could only agree. After all, who but human bludgers could have dragged him out here when he was determined to stay where he couldn't possibly get into trouble? "Or it's just Lee being Lee," Fred smirked. "So you know the basic names and their functions," George began, as he flew close enough to the ground to pick up the red ball, the quaffle. "I'll take the role of a chaser, Fred'll be a keeper, and you take on the role of beater. That means your job is to keep me from getting the quaffle, getting it past Fred or through the undefended hoop. Got that, Harry?" Nodding as Fred passed him a short but sturdy bat Harry had seen in use so many times in the Quidditch games, Harry asked, just out of curiosity, what would you say of your seeker? She's not too bad. George hovered in the air for a bit, then continued flying. She's blind as a bat without her glasses, kind of like you, but last year, when she was a first year, Hooch had the devil of a time actually getting her onto a broom. Silly little thing is terrified of heights, Fred chuckled. And she's a seeker. Harry wondered what kind of idiot would play a game suspended in the air when they were acrophobic. See, that's the deal, George smirked again. She was terrified of the idea until she actually watched a Quidditch game. In her first year, she was amazed by how quickly injuries get healed and figured that if she could play, she'd try. She's still scared out of her mind on the staircases, Fred grinned, which is great fun to play with, but on a broom she seems to forget about the height. We don't know how good a seeker she is yet, as Gryffindor hasn't had a game, but Wood's hopeful. You guys had a game, Harry contradicted. Slytherin and Gryffindor had already played, against Slytherin. George waved it off. We don't count that one. Bull sent a bludger at her 5 minutes in and it whacked her silly. Strangely, we think he was honest when he said he didn't mean to hit her in the head. It sounded like he was aiming for her shoulder or feet. Fred nodded, something that would just take her out for a while, not for the whole game. Less likely to get pulled out of it himself that way. We lost, but made them fight for it all the same. We'd like to think she'd have caught the snitch before Higgs, George shrugged, but now we'll never know, unless we can wrangle our way back up in cup standings. And keep Bull and Derek from whacking her again. Fred rolled his eyes, then smirked some more. Of course, the way she's been picking at them since then is hilarious. If it weren't for the fact that she's another one of those, how'd that Ravenclaw get into Gryffindor, types, we'd have asked her to join the junior Marauders, too. She's like Granger. Harry blinked. No, George tapped a finger against his mouth. She's, well, Fred added his 2 cents worth. She researches the oddest things. Spends hours upon hours looking up strange facts, but it's none of it related to studying for class. She's queen of the trivia games, but not so hot with actual spell casting. Mixes words up something fierce. All that research though, means no problems in classes. She doesn't even take notes, George smirked, but she's probably one of 10 people who actually got a passing grade on that pop quiz Snape let loose on everyone, you included. Why? Harry wrinkled his nose. She was as fascinated by it as you. George grinned. Of course, her problem was that she had all the points, just flipped around. I think it went, in her head, something like this: I'll teach you to brew death, bottle glory, and put a stopper in fame. She thinks the only reason she still got a passing grade was because she had all the words, just not in the right order. Some of us others in the house think it's just as likely because he thought her slip was funny enough he almost laughed. Oh, Harry nodded. I've seen that paper in his office. I go there a lot to ask questions, since asking anyone else involves a trade of goods, and I don't have the time to think up all the trades I can work out. With Professor Snape, it's just a matter of continuing to do well in classes. So that's why you're a raven in S's skin. The twins snickered. Harry pointed at the quaffle. Yeah, well, shouldn't we start now that we've spent too much time talking about a seeker that can't see? Okay, George grinned. Crash course in Quidditch begins now. He and Fred both flew up, to be level with the 3 goals. Harry followed as quick as he could, and asked how they were going to get the bludger into play. That's your job, Fred laughed. We're going to sit here and chat until you reach the bludger and hit it our way. From then on, you keep trying to hit the quaffle from George's hands, and I'll keep the quaffle from going through the hoops. After a bit, we'll switch. Harry flew out to the bludger, and noted that as wild as it had seemed when the twins were taking it out of the trunk, it was nothing compared to the insanity of the ball when it was out, completely free. He swung the bat at it, to direct it towards Fred and George, and was amazed when the ball shot off in their direction, even before he smacked it. He flew after it, quick as he could, and called out to them that the ball was acting self-directed. When Harry managed to catch up to the sadistic ball, it had swung itself at Fred's head, and then it had swung back to take a swipe at George. Harry, sighing loudly, asked, "Are these things always this vicious?" "Oh yeah." Fred nursed the whiplash he'd given himself to get away from the bludger that had nearly knocked his head off on its own orders. By this time, the ball had swiped at George, and was beelining for Harry, who held out the bat to one side, waited for the ball to get close enough and swung. He smacked it towards George again, aiming for the Chaser twins' broom, hoping to miss but still to unsettle him enough to drop the quaffle. Instead, the ball swerved for George's ribs, and narrowly missed, clipping his spine just a bit. It still had the effect of George releasing the quaffle to fall to the ground, but at least Harry had a chance to give the boy guarding the goalposts a breather. With it chasing after the other redhead, Harry paused for a bit to judge where he'd try aiming it next time, as it came flying back at him. Yipping to himself, Harry swept out with the beater bat and cracked it solidly across its middle. This sent the ball off wildly, past the stands, and the first year groaned. With the bludger out that far, George was free to pester Fred at the goals. The only good thing about the situation was that George had only just flown to the ground to pick up the quaffle, and returned to the usual plane of play when the bludger seemed to put on its brakes and swerved back. It came flying for Harry again, and he had just enough time to ask himself if the bludgers were able to pick targets, when he swung at the mad ball, and missed. Luckily, he had moved himself to the side as he swung, so it missed his shoulder by an inch or so. "Okay," Fred said, having watched Harry's struggle, decided to change things up. "George, toss me the quaffle, and pull your beater bat. You and Harry are going to smack the bludger back and forth, see if he's any good at that." Nodding, the other twin complied. Harry found it much easier to smack the leather ball at a nearby target when the other boy was also maintaining control of the ball with his bat. After a few minutes of this, George looked to his brother. "Fred, you ready?" The quaffle was passed again and the twins made it clear to Harry that the two beaters were to swing the bludger at the twin with the quaffle, and shrugging, Harry went along with it. He'd accidentally shot the bludger into his own feet, and banged it on one of the poles supporting the hoops that the quaffle went through by the time they performed their next switch. "Pass me the bat, Harry," George called as he tossed the quaffle to the first year. Fumbling a little, Harry caught the red ball, then tossed the bat in return. "We're going to start you off with dodging the bludgers, then after a while, Fred'll put his bat away, and you'll pass to each other," Fred added. "Then we'll pretend I'm on the opposing team, and first you'll try to keep the ball from me, with George helping, then you'll keep it from me with him trying to help me." By the time they finished having Harry play chaser, Harry knew he'd much rather be on the team with the twins on it. The effect of finishing each other's thoughts wasn't just rated to confuse the unfamiliar faces. Each twin seemed actually able to read his brother's mind. When they felt Harry had been chaser long enough, George called out, "Toss me the quaffle. We'll try you out as on Fred's team first, then with both of us on the same team. So far you're holding up pretty well. Though you'll take a lot of work to be a great beater or chaser," Fred encouraged, "you're at least not horrible." Harry had just come to the conclusion that the keepers got a bad rap when everyone thought the game's victory or defeat was decided by the seeker, when a timer sounded from the grounds of the pitch. "That means we have about 10 minutes to get the quaffle and the bludger into the trunk, get ourselves cleaned up, and to the Great Hall," Fred nodded as he whacked the bludger in George's direction. Said redhead caught it, and let it drag him a bit in the air, before changing his grip on it, and flying to the ground. The quaffle had fallen to the ground shortly after the timer sounded, as no one had been holding onto it, and no one had bothered to catch it. Harry had just reached 6 feet from the ground when a gold flash suddenly flew past him. Harry looked off after it, to the tune of the twins arguing, somewhat seriously. "Why'd you do that?" George groaned. "We'll never catch it before supper, and then Hooch will have our hides to decorate her walls with." "We can say it was an accident," Fred listed, as Harry, on a whim, followed the flash of light. It was both easier and more difficult to see now, as the sun was setting. Harry got far enough away that he didn't hear Fred's other excuses, such as, "Who says we did it? We could always say that someone else forgot to put it in after practice, she didn't check the trunk before letting us use it." Harry caught the tiny golden ball with wings, and flew back in time to hear Fred starting to list a third point, but he stopped, looking at Harry in surprise. This expression was mirrored on George's face as Fred breathed, "By George, I think he's got it. Next year is going to be fun." George grinned. "Harry as seeker on the Slytherin team. Our poor Seeley won't stand a chance," Fred groaned, "and we're gonna hear about it." "Who says I'll actually play on the Slytherin team?" Harry smarted off, as he tucked the snitch into the last open pocket of the trunk that held Quidditch supplies. I don't like the way they play. You could always lean on them until they rely more on tactics than cheating, George grinned. You know, Fred added, use it as an opportunity to continue what you've already started. That whole crusade of getting Slytherins to prove better by far than anyone expects them to be. Harry actually had a thought on that already. They might have to get a whole new team together on that though. Most of their players really don't seem very good, they rely on dirty tricks too much. But if I hint at it just right, Harry trailed off, then grinned at the twins. They grinned back. I'm actually starting to like this idea. I'll work on it, and get back to you. Next year, if the whole Slytherin Quidditch lineup has changed, you'll know how well it worked. We're just going to wait for their tactics to change, Fred laughed. Well, Harry, George took up one handle of the trunk, and Fred the other, and both started off for Hooch's office. We'll turn this in, and you'd better get cleaned up into the Great Hall. Following those suggestions, Harry made his way to the Great Hall with about 5 minutes left before the meal was set to start. He wandered in the general direction of the Great Hall, in no great hurry, and encountered, of all people, Captain Flint. So Harry decided that it was never too soon to test out the waters in regards to getting the Slytherin Quidditch team to play rather than terrorize the other 3 teams. Hey, Flint. Harry looked up at the 5th year. Tell me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you rather win the Quidditch games because your team is honestly better? What makes you sure we aren't? Harry could tell this was going to be a challenge. His opening volley into the conversation rankled with Flint right off. That's exactly the problem, Harry shrugged, as far as I see it, anyway. What would you know? Harry could tell Flint was angry. How often does your team use methods that ensure the players on the other team can't play? Harry looked the older boy straight in the eye as he said this, and caught a flinch, RTHER than training until they dropped to prove they're better players on sheer merit. So you're saying that you think it would make a difference if we left off with the tricks? Flint smirked. They'll still say we cheated when we beat them out of the air honestly. So, Harry rolled his eyes. Back in Surrey, it didn't matter whether I did well or not, but I chose to do as well as I could, for me. Besides, are any of your players thinking of going professional? Flint paused. I wouldn't be surprised if the only teams that look at Slytherin players are ones who play like Slytherin does, Harry continued, pretending to be ignorant of the expression on Flint's face, and just how well will those teams play. All right, Potter, Flint nearly growled, how do you propose to change all of this, if you know it all so much? I'm not saying I know it all, Harry snapped back, but I know this. I don't want to play on Slytherin's team if all I'll be known for is playing for the cheating team. I'd like to see how good a seeker I could really be. How does that help any of the rest of us? Bull had caught up to the two of them at this point. For one thing, Harry drawled, you could work on your aim. I heard that you were aiming for feet or a shoulder, and you caught the Gryffindor seeker in the head. Wincing, Bull nodded. Yeah, we've been working on that. Most of us on the team can actually play. Higgs had also caught up, and the Quidditch team, plus Harry sat at the Slytherin table. Almost as one. That's better than I was hoping for, Harry sighed. Oh. Flint raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Harry grinned. I was hoping some of you were actually players, but I was worried that for this to work, the whole team would have to be replaced. Who says you have a say in this? Derek snapped, as the house around them began digging into the food on their plates. The team followed suit and began eating as well. Well, Harry grinned, for one thing, even if I don't play on the team next year, I'd like to be on the team that wins. So did the rest of us, Potter, Bletchley smirked. Why else do you think we play the way we do? Because you're afraid you aren't good enough to win any other way. Harry met the eyes of all the players. If that's okay, how are you going to make yourselves get better? So, Warrington speared a broccoli stem, glared at it, and laughed as Pusey suddenly couldn't figure out where his potatoes went, or how in the world all that broccoli got there instead. What's your plan, Potter? We don't want to lose our chance at the cup this year, Flint smirked, so whatever you're planning will have to wait. Not exactly, Harry finished his glass of pumpkin juice. We could train even harder, but you could still, I suppose, use the same tactics to finish the year. Next year can be the unveiling of the Slytherin team that the Scouters will want to see. You're starting to intrigue me. Flint nodded. You're saying we finish this year, playing like we always have. Next year, though, because we'll have been practicing, we play without the tricks, and we'll still win. We have to. Harry smirked. To prove to the rest of the wizarding world that Slytherin doesn't mean cheating, sneaky, evil gits. The Quidditch team gave Harry a look, as if they weren't sure what to make of him. Potter, Malfoy butted into the conversation, why are you on such a crusade? When I found out I was a wizard, I was told that my family had been killed by a person from Slytherin. Harry started, that person also said that all of that man's followers had come from Slytherin. Then I spoke with the twins, who almost have to be the Gryffindor equivalent to a Slytherin, and they said that Slytherin wasn't all bad. I spoke with a couple of others, and picked up a few books. They all agree that Slytherin is the darkest house of Hogwarts. That's not telling us anything new, Higgs muttered under his breath. I'm getting there. Harry rolled his eyes. When I finished all the books, the only impression I got about Slytherin is this: does dark mean evil? Potter. Malfoy was puzzled, and most of the rest of the boys surrounding him at the table had the same expression. When you close your eyes, you don't see any light, Harry explained, but the lack of light isn't evil. Nor is light automatically good. I remember hearing older students back in Surrey talk about things like that sometimes. No, it was never a conversation I was allowed into, but just hearing that was enough. They were arguing over whether or not it was always wrong to steal. Of course it is, Malfoy smirked. That's a stupid question to ask. So, a man who steals just because he can is no different from one who steals to feed his 4 children. Harry looked the owned in the eye, when his job, that he works hard at, doesn't pay enough to feed them, him, and his wife. So you're saying that the only ones who are evil are the ones who do evil things? Bull mustered out around his potatoes. No, Harry shook his head, I'm saying that we can't call dark evil and light good just because. You have to weigh the circumstances. In the case of the wizard that made me an orphan, I, personally, call him evil. He kills because he can, tortures because he can, and does nothing for others without demanding something in return first. How does this apply to us? Flint reiterated. Do you want to be seen as evil just because you're dark? Harry asked. It sounds to me more like you're trying to make us light, Bletchley grumbled. Nah. Harry grinned. Just gray. I can't say that it's better to have all light around, or no one can appreciate the dark. Just like you can't have it all dark, or no one can appreciate the light. Both are needed. The hard part is for each extreme to understand each other, that's what the middle ground is for. Did you dream all this up yourself? Flint raised an eyebrow. No, Harry laughed, I picked up part of it from those older kids in Surrey, some of it from the books I read before coming to the school. Some of it came from conversations with the Weasley twins, and the parts one can explain the best are the ones I understood best. I mean, why would gray exist unless it was meant to bridge black and white, so that the other two could reach each other? So you think we're being too dark? Derek grumbled through his broccoli. I'm not necessarily saying that is the reason why you guys should play more honestly, Harry hedged. I'm saying it at least in part because I'd like to see you guys who want to play professionally actually make it. I lived the first years of my life with people determined to believe that whatever went wrong was my fault. That's happening here with Slytherin. I want to help make them open their eyes. I want them to stop trying to pull the splinter from our eyes when they still need to pull the logs from theirs. Pull slivers. The older boys were befuddled, and Malfoy voiced the confusion. Harry rubbed his chin, it's a Muggle phrase, kind of like those who live in glass houses shouldn't cast stones. I think I understand the principle of it, Warrington paused, but Muggles have a weird way of saying things. Nah, they only say it like that when they want to sound really smart, Harry shrugged, elsewise they say it more like mow your own lawn before trying to tell me how to mow mine. Potter, Flint laughed, stop trying to explain the metaphors, they're only getting more complicated. Okay, Harry looked around, but does it make more sense why I keep getting on people's cases about falling to their expectations of us? It does now. The others grinned. When you put it like that. Bletchley shook his head, falling to their expectations, I like that. Harry realized he was full, I have homework to finish now. I wound up being dragged onto the Quidditch pitch a while ago, so I didn't get my assignments done as early as I would have liked. Go on, Potter, Flint waved the small boy off, we're going to drag you with us the next time we practice, so you can see how good we really are. And so we can get you trained to work with us, and us with you. I just need to know if there is more description needed, or if I'm too descriptive. Comma check would be nice, but is not mandatory. My computer has a rudimentary grammar check, so any other fine-tuning in that department would be nice. As well as typos. Hate those. Okay, now don't shoot me for her presence, but Celia's whom I dreamt up to fill in the seeker slot. I don't know enough of the Gryffindors outside of Harry's main circle to have thought of a better alternative. If this scares you away, stop reading after this chapter. I'm sure she'll show up again at some point or another, but from where I've written, the next earliest she'll show is chapter 13. She's an OC, and the closest to a self-insert that I hope to ever work with. Of course, that said, I hope to keep her from Mary Sue-ing. Hence the mixing up of words. Problem. It is true though, pretty much everything I wrote about her. Though if I'd had my druthers, I'd have placed her in Ravenclaw outright, or Slytherin even. Meh. To Harry, it seemed like he had only blinked after the Halloween incident when it was suddenly frigid and blustery outdoors, rather than the usual cool and damp. His discussions with the Slytherins had netted him an opportunity to watch the team practice, and he found himself pleasantly impressed with how well the team played outside of the actual competitions. The more the team worked, the more the first year hoped his plan would work. It would be a shame to know the Slytherin team was all males in green and silver could play a great game without the tricks and subterfuge, only to have them resort to old ways as soon as the games became a challenge. Feeling he might be biased, Harry got the feeling that the team was actually looking forward to showing the rest of the school that they could play honest. The new training took place for the main team, the tiny teams that acted as the reserves, and even for Harry, who was roughly the equivalent to a backup or reserve seeker. The practices not only showed the students how to carry out their roles on the team, they also emphasized teamwork and strategies. Harry could only hope it would be enough. Ironically, between practices and the prank setups he was working on with the twins, Harry had filled his time up enough that he was starting to regret getting involved in so much. One day, during lunch, Professor Snape made the rounds of the Slytherin table, with a sheet of paper, taking names. As he reached Harry, the boy couldn't help but ask what the list was for. I'm writing down the students of my house who will be spending the winter holiday here at Hogwarts. The potions master stopped walking as Harry asked his question. Do we have to have permission from anyone to stay? Harry tried to keep from giving away how much he was looking forward to the holidays at Hogwarts. Most of the parents will have already sent word to their children if their return was mandatory. Mr. Potter, Snape looked at the list. A note was already sent to the Dursleys regarding this, and we've not had a response. Please put my name on the list to stay, sir. Harry wasn't sure he wanted everyone to know why he wanted to stay. But he was certainly of a mind that the less time with the Dursleys the better. I think they would have said something by now, if they wanted me to return to Surrey. That was my assumption as well, Snape smirked. Your name has more or less been on the list from the beginning of the year, but it is now official. Thank you, sir. Harry went back to eating, and the professor continued down the line of the table. After a short bit, Harry realized no one else surrounding him was eating. What? Potter, Malfoy rolled his eyes. In this house, it's an insult to have your name on the list. I'm used to those, Harry absent-mindedly muttered as he took a gulp of pumpkin juice. Then again, if you knew the Dursleys, you might not see it as such an insult. After all, they are muggles, remember. So are these the sort of muggles it's okay for us to disdain? Not raised an eyebrow. They are, in my opinion, Harry grinned. But you would have to get to know them to be able to make that decision. After all, I'm still trying to get you guys to think for yourselves. Potter, Flint was grinning, how much of this is trying to get us to think for ourselves, and how much of this is a great crusade to white out the black upon our souls? The rest of the table was puzzled when Harry burst out laughing at Flint's remark. They didn't quite understand the reason why Harry thought, white out, was so funny when he tried to explain it either, but finally Harry stood and left the table. He was going to meet the twins to put some finishing touches on the prank they wanted to pull before the break, but he told his housemates differently. I'm going to the library to study a little before class, Harry muttered as he wandered off, books in hand, and supplies hoisted onto his shoulder in the bag that carried them. Indistinct muttering met his ears, and Harry knew that even if they didn't believe it, they were going along with it. After all, the only Slytherin who was reliably pranked was Malfoy, and the rest of the house, though they kept this within the walls of the common room, found this quite funny. After all, he was the only one who verbally argued with Harry about blanket-hating muggles. The rest just kept those thoughts to themselves. Of course, they also kept Malfoy from hearing about their reactions, but it was the thought that counted in Harry's mind. The main thing the pranks had done was to discourage out-and-out fighting between the Gryffindors and the Slytherins for much of the year. Each house knew that to be too loud about their distaste for the other was to invite a rash of pranks. Though he still got pranked, even Ron knew that smarting off was dangerous. It showed that while the redhead was intelligent enough to realize what caused his misfortune, he wasn't quite bright enough to fix it on his end. When he reached the headquarters room, Harry spouted off the new password toaster and walked inside. During their research, the trio had found a spell that was used to change passwords. It was only capable of modifying the weakest of password settings, but that was still strong enough for the door to the side of the kitchen's painting. So far, they'd been using Muggle kitchen implements in honor of the facilities next to their base. Sometimes, Harry suspected that someone had found the book for them and had left the book for them to find, but he wasn't bringing that into conversation until he had proof one way or the other. "Hello, Harry," Fred or so Harry thought it was greeted without looking up. "Hello." Harry stepped further into the room, and set his bag down. He began digging through it and found the notes he'd been looking for. He pulled them from the bag as the door opened again, and Harry had to quickly revise his guess of twins earlier. The one who had just walked in was Fred, and he'd already greeted George, so Harry smirked and said, "Hey, Fred, did you know anything about the list they make before winter holidays?" Nodding as he walked further into the room, Fred dug out his own set of notes, and replied, "Yeah. They do that every year. Most years, Mum's already told us we're to come home, but this year, she said we were staying. She, Dad, and Ginny will be going to visit Charlie in Romania, while they can. They don't want either of us anywhere near a dragon, so we're not allowed to go. And Percy and Ron are just about enough to get strangled by the dragon handlers, so they can't either." George stood with his set of notes, and the three began comparing them quickly. When they had worked out their prank, the conversation turned to plotting new ones for during the break itself. Suddenly a honking noise sounded in the room and all three scrambled for their supplies to their next classes. Outside the headquarters, Harry took the shortcuts he'd learned from the twins to get up to Transfiguration as quickly as possible. He was still rather disappointed with McGonagall's favoritism towards Granger, but as Granger was obviously also disturbed by it, he wasn't going to hold it against the girl. As he mused on this, Harry passed a low, growled conversation between Professor Snape and some unfortunate that happened to be on his bad side. "You haven't figured out how to get past the dog yet, have you?" Snape snarled. Indistinct muttering met Harry's ears as he continued on, trying to listen, and not to be late to class. The response to the muttering was another growled remark. "You don't want to get on my bad side, Quirrell, just remember that." Having identified the other speaker, Harry blinked and rushed to class. He sat quickly, and pulled paper out to take notes with. He thought about puzzling the event out during class, but he knew that McGonagall would call on him, just to make things fair, in class, even though getting a right answer would only get a pursed mouth, and a clipped, "Correct, Mr. Potter," from the witch. Shoving that thought to the back of his mind, and the discussion between Snape and Quirrell to another pocket, Harry focused on class. He took notes on the assignment they would cover in class, and found himself intrigued. They were still working with inanimate objects, but they were now changing things like teacups into teapots. Something small to something quite a bit larger. Harry supposed that it was best to stick with things of a similar nature at first, but didn't get his hope up too much. After all, his studies with the twins were to the point that they were transfiguring pincushions into hedgehogs, and Harry had managed a passable job of it. His hedgehog wouldn't uncurl, but one couldn't pull its spines out either. So while he wasn't exactly bored, Harry actually finished making a teapot from a teacup at about the same time as Granger. He was quite unsurprised however when McGonagall made a big deal of the girl's job, praising it as spot on, done quite quickly, and being first. He was flabbergasted though when the Gryffindor brunette piped up to the Transfiguration's mistress that Harry had completed his at nearly the same time, if not just a bit sooner, and his looked to be quite well done also. Grudgingly, the older woman walked to Harry's desk and peered at his teapot. "Good job, Mr. Potter." The grudging respect slowly blossomed into actual interest, as the woman noticed that Harry had kept the pattern on the china the same, but had changed the color. The handle was thicker on the pot than it had been on the cup, as it should be, and it was more sturdily connected. The lid was removable as it should have been, and the spout was fully open. A point to Slytherin for varying the color of the pattern. Even Miss Granger kept her pattern the same exactly. Though they didn't show it, the Slytherin side of the room was also shocked. Not only had a Gryffindor stood up for one of them, but the instructor had actually complimented one of their own over a Gryffindor. Mentally, Harry decided to ask the girl if it had anything to do with the wizard's debt she thought she owed him. He'd researched it, and found that only the wizard it was owed to could activate it, but that the wizard owing could still feel the need to fulfill it regardless. Granger had spent the last several weeks doing this sort of thing in classes, when it applied. He then thought about giving her another chance to become a junior marauder, as the girl was a veritable bookworm, and he'd heard she had a knack for finding the exact details needed in books within short minutes of starting her search. After the class ended, Harry quickly dropped a note in the direction of Granger's things, and left the room. He dashed back to the room beside the pair, and dropped off his bag. The twins were already there, and he quickly summarized the class he'd just left and ended with, "Do you think we should try again with her, see if she's relaxed on the rules a little by now? Why do you want her help so much?" George raised an eyebrow. "Not that we're against it, Harry," Fred quickly added, "but we're curious. The biggest reason is that she's wicked brilliant," Harry listed off, ticking them on his fingers as he went, "but she's also rumored to be able to find anything in any book within minutes. She might be able to help us figure out what the three-headed dog is guarding. Speaking of which, someone's trying to solve how to get past it." "Really?" Fred perked up. "How do you know that?" "On my way to class, I overheard Snape snarling at Quirrell about it." Harry was distracted and didn't notice the look that passed between the twins, though his attention snapped back to them with the next question. "Does that mean Snape's got Quirrell doing the hard work for him as he tries to get whatever's being guarded for himself?" George asked. Harry shook his head. "We can't assume that. I talk with Professor Snape often enough that I can tell when he's asking questions he doesn't know the answer to, and it seemed like that today." "So he was asking Quirrell, right?" Fred reminded himself. "Which means he could suspect Quirrell's after whatever it is," George added. "In which case, the twins' tennis matched the rest of what they had to say. We should just leave it to Snape. Quirrell is terrified of the man. If Snape doesn't want the thing found, Quirrell will never get past him. We can only hope." Harry shrugged. "Besides, we still need to know what it is the dog's guarding." "We should try Hagrid," Fred suggested. "If it's big, ugly, dangerous, and messy." Hagrid either brought it in, George finished, raised it, or both. "He spends a lot of time in the Forbidden Forest, after all, and doesn't seem to think any of the creatures there are all that dangerous. Besides, he's liable to let things slip. He's a nice enough guy, but doesn't seem like the lights are on upstairs." With that, the trio risked missing supper for a trip to Hagrid's hut. Harry had been to the hut once or twice, as the huge man had invited Harry for conversations, but the small boy wasn't exactly a fan of the place. He appreciated Hagrid's friendship, but he wasn't so fond of the man's insistence that Slytherins were evil, except Harry, of course. Since the twins refused to prank him, citing he was good at returning pranks, Harry had never done anything about it except distance himself, but this one time, the boy had no choice but to interact with the bearded man and his strange dog. "Good day, Ari, Fred, George," they were greeted at the door. "What brings you three here, E.H.? We were wondering," Fred began. The three had decided to be as blunt as possible, to keep confusion levels down. "If you knew anything about the corridor on the third floor," George continued. They had also decided to three-person tennis match the conversation to keep Hagrid from getting mad at any one of them. "Since I accidentally wound up there once," Harry finished, "and found a giant, three-headed dog that tried to eat me." "Aw, Fluffy wouldn't do that," Hagrid responded without thinking, "he's harmless." "Why, he probably thought you was jesses going to play with him. He wouldn't hurt no one. Why you jesses play him a pretty song and, he's harmly wait, I sholn't say da." On a whim, Harry posed the next question, breaking the pattern slightly. "So, Fluffy's guarding that thing you took from Vault 713, right? Don't you worry about da, Harry," Hagrid tried to reassure the boy. "It ain't jesses protected by Fluffy. all of the professors have pitched in with protections, from wait, shouldn't say that either. What else shouldn't you say? Fred couldn't resist picking on the man just a little. All right you three, Hagrid seemed to snap to attention. You shouldn't worry about it. Headmaster Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel know how safe the school is, and they trust the professors to protect the wait, can't say to, either. Ah, quit askin' me questions I can't answer. Missin' supper now, boys, you oughta get onto the Great Hall. With that, he shooed the boys out of his hut, and Fang whimpered, covering his head with his paws. Harry took it as a sign that they'd gotten all the information they were going to from either of the two, and he let Fred and George lead the way to the Great Hall. So we got it confirmed that the dog is guarding something, Fred muttered. We almost know what it is, George continued, and that Nicholas Flamel has something to do with it. We also know that the professors all have a hand in protecting it, Harry added, but that means that at least one of the protections is broken already, with Quirrell or Snape out to solve the puzzles. So we just have to figure out what it is they're all protecting, Fred shrugged. I don't remember any mentions of a Nicholas Flamel in any of my books, guys. Harry countered. Do you remember him from your history of magic classes? We wouldn't, Harry, the twins grinned sheepishly, we still fall asleep in that class, so we don't have any notes from it. Oh, Harry pinked a bit, that's okay, I fall asleep in there too. I just focus on working on the readings and such with a study group. Now I can see where Hermione would be useful, Fred groaned. Well, Harry smirked, you two can work on her, see if you can get her to help, and I'll see about using my sources. With that, the three split up in the door of the Great Hall, and went their separate ways. Over the next several days, they would spend a great deal of time searching the books in the library, and all of their notes. Eventually, they recruited Granger's assistance, as Harry finally had a chance to discuss the wizard's debt with her, and found that she was willing to help with the pranks. Even she was getting sorely tired of the single-minded hatred of Slytherins that prevailed in her dorms, thanks to Ron. While all of the Slytherins she'd met so far were at the least polite, Malfoy not included. Even with the bookworm's help, the search for information on Nicholas Flamel met with no luck. They'd nearly exhausted the library during their search, having only left out the restricted section and those sections that covered magical creatures. Finally, Harry decided to make use of the last source he hadn't tried for information, and warned the others that he was going to ask Professor Snape for either some information on Flamel, or for a pass into the restricted section, so Harry could do a side paper on alchemy. With the expressions on their faces, Harry felt he had to explain himself. He told them that while they'd searched, they had found books that indicated that alchemy had been a precursor to potions, and that because of its mercurial nature, most books on the subject were restricted use only. Harry wanted to write a paper about it, knowing that the only way he'd get to read the books would be to promise a paper on what he found. He'd use that as an excuse to get into that part of the library so he could possibly collect other books. With that bit of knowledge, Hermione was intrigued, and seemed about to threaten to write a paper of her own, but Harry reminded her that Professor Snape wasn't on as good of terms with her as with Harry. With that, Hermione backed down and agreed Harry would be best for finding the books. She did, however, demand to see Harry's notes, so that she could glean nuggets of knowledge from them herself. Shrugging, Harry warned her that no matter what he did, his writing was like chicken scratch. Harry would have thought that finding his head of house to ask a simple question would be easy, but for the rest of the term before the winter break, the professor was simply impossible to approach. Either older students surrounded the man, or he was surrounded by other professors, and Harry wasn't chancing others hearing his conversation with the man. On the one hand, Harry wanted to learn as much as he could about Mr. Flamel and what he had been famous for. On the other though, Harry felt they would be in better health if they left things alone. After all, it seemed like the adults were doing a mighty good job to Harry. As he was leaving potions class one day, Harry tried once again to speak with his head of house, but the man was briskly walking out of the classroom to the halls, as it appeared he was on hall monitor duty. Or something like that. Sighing, the small boy thought seriously about giving up on the quest when he happened across a sheet of paper on Professor Snape's desk. Reading it off under his breath, Harry did what he could to commit it to memory at the same time. The information on it only made Harry believe more that Quirrell was after the object, in Harry's mind. After all, it listed Quirrell's contribution to the protections as being a troll, with a special comment to the effect that Quirrell was quite adept at handling said creatures. Here he laughed loudly because the irony of the defense teacher's flight on the night of Halloween. Then he wondered what in the world that paper was doing on top of a professor's desk where just anyone could pass by and read it, so he scanned it again. It seemed to him as though it was mixed in with papers from the headmaster and the deputy headmistress, which made Harry wonder just how much Dumbledore knew about Quirrell. Snape called back into his classroom for the stragglers to leave, as lunch was in the Great Hall, not his classroom, and Harry skittered out, pondering what he'd found. He was so distracted he didn't even stop to pester the potions master yet again about needing to speak to him. I have posted on DeviantArt a new picture to thank all for 100 reviews. Look for Taureneko Hybrid on the site, if you're looking at all. Oh, and how do you all feel about Thestrals? I feel like I'm missing something, but I can't for the life of me figure out what. As far as Hagrid and the paper go, I'm sorry if they seemed too convenient to anyone, but Hagrid really was easy to get information from. I just stepped it up even more, sort of for humor's sake, but also because I didn't want to quote the actual conversation that happened. The paper is the contribution of another individual whom you'll see a bit of later, much later. So please, don't just tell me those factions were too easy, tell me how to make them seem less so if you feel they were. Please. When the holidays finally rolled around, Harry relaxed just a little. He no longer had the constant trade of skills to get information, the competition for reading material, for space in the halls, or even for time on the brooms in the pitch. He even let this knowledge distract him for a day during the week, and kept the twins on their own borrowed brooms for the better part of it, to play a quick game of broom tag. They were lacking a Hermione searcher, because the girl had gone back to her parents, and was enjoying her holiday. In the Hogsmeade weekend just before the term ended, Harry had given the twins a list, and what he had hoped was enough sickles and nuts to buy it all, and had been pleasantly surprised when they came back with almost half of it still. He'd quickly and quietly wrapped each individual item, and at the end of term, sent off the gifts that needed sending. He'd also found the house elves and asked how to distribute gifts to people. Still in the school, the second day of the holiday, it was nose back to the grindstone, as the trio continued to search for information on Flammel, bitterly missing the Gryffindor girls' knack for cataloging books. Harry was still working on a chance to speak with Professor Snape, and was still finding the man unusually impossible to approach. He was always either shadowing students, shadowing Quirrell, or so grumpy that Harry wasn't about to take the chance. Suspecting that the man wasn't getting much sleep, Harry resolved to try just before Christmas Day itself, so he could give the gift he'd gotten for his professor. He'd wondered exactly what to get each professor, as he didn't know any of them very well, but finally settled on gifts that seemed to go with the personality of the person in question. He and the twins had picked out a package of catnip as a prank gift to McGonagall, and Harry's serious gift had been lens cleaner for the woman's glasses. It had seemed to him that her container for it sitting on her desk was getting a little low. Sprout got a couple packages of flowers that would serve well in a Muggle garden, because Harry thought she might have both kinds of garden at home. Professor Flitwick got a stepladder Harry had put together from several small poles and boards he'd gotten the twins to purchase, and Harry had gotten the twins to look through the Muggle studies section of the bookstore in Hogsmeade to find chemistry and other Muggle science texts if they could. When they came back and said those books were there, Harry resolved to chase one down for Professor Snape. If nothing else, it would make good kindling. Harry hoped that it would give the man new ideas for potions. The day in question, Harry returned from breakfast, and wandered back to the professor's office, and rather timidly knocked on the door. After a bit of silence, steps sounded, and the door opened. "Mr. Potter," Snape stepped back to allow the child into the room, "I have noticed you trying to speak with me about something. I would apologize for being so unapproachable, but it's not my job to babysit all students at all times." Pausing, as it seemed Harry hadn't managed to catch the man on a good day after all, Harry reached into his carrying case, and pulled the gift he'd gotten for his head of house. "Sorry I gave you that impression, sir. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions I didn't think any students would know the answer to, and to give you this." Taking the wrapped package, Snape peered at it, muttering. Harry realized after a start, that the man was checking it for hexes and curses. He supposed he wouldn't call it an insult, as Harry was one of the junior Marauders. When the man stopped spell casting, he looked up. "What is this?" "It's a gift, sir," Harry was smirking internally at the chance to smart off. "Why," Snape drawled, "would you give me anything, Potter?" "Mostly as a thank you for not treating me as my father's son," Harry shrugged. "I probably do act like him at times, as I've heard other professors mutter about it, but you've managed to keep treating me like an individual. I appreciate it, and the time you've taken to explain things in potions for me. You can cease buttering me up, child." Snape shook his head and focused on the small boy again. "What is your real reason for venturing to my office during the holidays?" "Well, that was a real reason," Harry shook his head, "but it wasn't my only reason. I've been digging around the library with the twins and we'd found books that mentioned a Nicholas Flamel. They just mention him, and pass on to something else. But I wanted to know what he did. He obviously did something important, to be mentioned in. He's not mentioned in any books in Hogwarts library," Snape interrupted. "More likely than not you were speaking with Hagrid and he let slip something to do with the man." Harry blinked. What reason would a Potter have for wanting to know more about an alchemist? Much less the one who is called the godfather of potions. The professor pondered to himself. Harry wanted to jump for joy, as not only was he getting a clue about Flamel, but also the man tied into alchemy, which he was genuinely curious about. He wanted to interrogate Snape, but he knew there was no faster way to shut down the conversation than to do that. "Sir. He was an alchemist." "That's great because I'd read mentions of alchemy in some of the potions texts and was curious about the subject." "Again, Mr. Potter," Snape leaned forward, "why do you want to know about alchemy?" "I know you'll find this hard to believe, sir," Harry began, "but I don't do well in potions just because I want to be able to ask you endless questions. I actually kind of enjoy it. I didn't get that far in school, but it sounds like Muggle chemistry would be similar to potions, and it's also kind of close to cooking, which I did kind of enjoy back in Surrey." "You're right, I do find it hard to believe you actually enjoy potions," Snape shook his head. "That's at least in part due to the fact that there's never been a Potter who did enjoy it, to my knowledge." "Did my mother?" Harry was questing for information about his mother, and for a possible excuse as to why he liked potions. "Actually, yes," this made the professor pause. "Fine. That explains your interest in potions and alchemy even, but it does not explain why you were searching through 3/4 of the library." This gave Harry pause. He hadn't known that anyone would keep track of the books they had been looking through. He then supposed that since they had started with history texts, he could go with the cover story the quartet had cooked up. Fred and George got assigned a research assignment for history. Since McGonagall caught them slacking in class that one time and assigned it, which had actually happened, and when they came back with the texts, I naturally started snooping. We ran across the one reference to Mr. Flamel, and couldn't find any others. They've got their paper written and everything. We just decided to search for more information on the man, in case we could use it in another assignment." "You mean prank?" Snape smirked at Harry's expression. Then the man reached over to a drawer in his desk. "Fine, if you want information on Flamel's contribution to history, I will help. The twins will turn in a copy of this history paper to me, and you will write about Flamel, his contribution to alchemy, and why he is called the godfather of potions. I'll even accept one from Miss Granger, as long as she doesn't blather for more than 12 inches past what you write." Harry's eyes felt like they should be popping out of his head. He was so surprised that not only was the professor giving him a pass into the restricted section, he was also listing the exact books to look up. Harry wondered if this had to do with the thing Fluffy was guarding, but he wasn't sure what to make of it. "Sir. Not that I'm ungrateful or anything, but why are you so?" Smirking some more, Snape passed the paper along to the boy, then stood, "Because I know that you would find a way to get into that section of the library anyway. This way, I know you're in there, when, and what you're looking for. I will also have a better sense of what you've gleaned from your search. Besides, there are so few interested in potions anymore, who am I to block the search of another?" Harry began to get suspicious. "Sir, that sounds, if you'll pardon my saying, like a load of, well, junk." Harry didn't know whether he wanted to run and hide or if the man was actually going to give him points. He'd had that expression before for both occasions. As he led the boy from his office, Snape explained, "If you can actually write a coherent paper on Flamel and alchemy, I won't give you a detention for snooping into things that are none of your business. If the twins can write a decent paper on magic history in general, I won't subtract points from Gryffindor and give them detention for not only worming out of actual class, but for also sticking their noses where they don't belong. And if you can keep Miss Granger from submitting a thesis on both subjects, I won't subtract points and give her a detention for being a know-it-all who has to show it." Groaning, Harry said aloud, "I should have left them to the assignment for themselves." "Exactly," came the drawled response. "Now, good day, Mr. Potter." Beginning to feel that this particular form of travel was being labeled as a Harry Potter scuttle, the boy scuttled to Junior Marauder Central, as the password was now, and slipped inside. He beelined for what he thought was the comfiest chair, and pulled the note back out of his pocket, to read the titles he'd been cleared for in the library. "Well, mate," over his left shoulder, a twin stood. "I take it you buffaloed the bat." "Oh no," Harry paled, "not even close. He just made it clear he wants copies of those fake papers I had you two write up to cover our skins. He also wants me to write one on potions, flammel and alchemy. And one from Granger too." "Wait, Fred paled to match the brunette, "we wrote basic stuff in there. How long do we have?" George dug through the pile of paperwork to find the dummy drafts. "The first day back from holidays," Harry read off the note, "according to this." "Well, at least we have time," Fred shrugged, and pulled notes from scattered places. "Time to revise." "Good thing we have the prank for tomorrow already set up." George sighed and dug out his own notes. "We'd never have time for both otherwise." "We'll need to send an all to Granger though," Harry mumbled, "with all kinds of notes on it. To warn her." He looked up at the twins, "because she's supposed to turn 1 and 2, you know." "Yeah," Fred muttered distractedly, "we heard you the first time." "That means we need to hurry up and do this other research," Harry interrupted the twins, "so the information is even there to write about." George stood reluctantly, gathering the research supplies. "What are our consequences?" "Detentions for all 4 of us," Harry rubbed the side of his head, "and Gryffindor point loss for you 3. Other than that, he wasn't specific." "Yura," the twins chorused. "Oh," Harry paled yet again, "and you'll have to turn those into McGonagall after all." "Double Yura," Fred grumbled. "We'd all but convinced her to leave off on it," George whimpered, "so much for that idea." With that, the 3 boys ventured into the library, where Harry walked right up to Madame Pance's desk and met the disapproving frown with the note from Professor Snape. "Sorry ma'am, but Professor Snape caught me snooping in his office, and sent me a paper about potions and alchemy." Taking the note, and reading it, the librarian nodded. "Fine then, I'll go into the section and collect the books for you. Wouldn't want you to snoop in there either, Mr. Potter." When she returned, the boys had set up camp at a table. She set the books down at the table and asked for Harry's wand. "Wouldn't want you to forget to return them either, now would we?" While Harry skimmed and scanned, and read the rather dauntingly large potions text and alchemy tome, the twins were frantically rewriting their history paper. They knew they'd need to write it loads better to meet Snape's standards. By the time Harry finished reading and jotting notes, his hands were cramped like mad, and the twins were poking each other in the ribs to prevent themselves from falling asleep. "Done now." Fred rubbed his eyes. "We are." George was muffled, as his head was resting on the table. Near as can be, Harry gently closed the books, and moved to take them up to Madame Pance. "Wait." George peered around the area. "She's not looking." Fred grinned, and pulled a sheaf of paper out of his pouch, setting it on the desk. "We've tested this before on other restricted books, so we should be okay with this. We might lose a few words here and there, but we'll have our own copies." With that, one twin tapped on the sheaf of blank pages, and the other on the first book. They muttered a spell, and roughly half of the pages moved to rest next to the rest of the pile. The process was repeated with the other book, and that left the 3 boys with a tall stack of loose-leaf pages copied from the 2 tomes. Harry carried the books up to the librarian's desk as the twins shuffled all of the papers back into bags. "Thank you ma'am," Harry nodded as the librarian took the books and passed back his wand. Then he met the twins on the way out, and took his third of the things they'd brought into the library and headed back for their secret room. They spent much of the rest of the day organizing the notes, and revising the twins' papers. Once they had that done, Harry finished his notes, and asked the twins to recopy them. Granger constantly griped about having to read Harry's writing, even though he always warned her about his script being cramped, so he wanted to stave off her grumping. When the notes were copied in a more legible manner, Harry penned a note. Amazingly, his cursive was more readable than his manuscript, but he wasn't about to write class notes that way. The note told the girl what Snape had said, and threatened, and that she needed to tell him how long her paper was, so he could make sure his was nearly the same length. He only hoped that she didn't write the thesis that Professor Snape was worried about. With the preparations for papers complete, the three boys proceeded to put the last details for their prank in place. It would take place, in full glory, or Technicolor glory, as Harry called it, the day that the rest of the students came back, but small things would need to be placed first, so that they could lessen their chances of being caught. By the time the boys all returned to their respective common rooms, the initial layering of pieces for the prank were in place. They just had to wait until the same time the next night to place the second level. After reaching Slytherin common room, Harry peered around, suspicious of being snuck up on by his head of house, but relaxed after a bit when he encountered no one. He settled into one of the cushioned chairs near the fireplace, and started further organizing his notes. When he had that finished, he dug out a section of the text the twins had copied for him, and he began reading it to glean more from it. The notes he'd sent a copy of to Granger were purposely brief, to hopefully prevent her from writing more than 10 feet of text. Harry hoped he hadn't given her more than that amount, but knowing her, she'd have access to a plethora of books to supplement her writing with. He could only hope that it wasn't enough to put her more than a foot past what he wrote. When he realized he was spending more time yawning than writing, Harry deemed it time to go to bed. At about that time, the only other Slytherin still at Hogwarts stumbled through the portrait. Harry wasn't sure what to make of Bletchley staying at the school for the break, but it didn't seem to him to be anything good for the smaller boy. Part of Harry's mind told him that the others of his house had decided someone needed to stay behind for the first year, but Harry couldn't figure out what they'd get from it. And as Harry hadn't seen the older boy thus far during the break, he couldn't ask his fellow Slytherin any questions regarding the situation. Taking a chance, Harry stood and met the older boy in the middle of the common room. "Bletchley, I wanted to know if you were here for any particular reason, say, to keep an eye on the first-year Slytherin staying at the school this year." The older boy chuckled, and said, "Not in the way you think, Potter. But yeah, I'm here to keep an eye on you. Rather to keep an eye out for you. There are Gryffindors staying all over the place, and not all of them are your pet weasels. Some might want to hurt a Slytherin for being a Slytherin, regardless of his also being the boy who lived." Nodding, Harry grinned. "I rather hoped it was that reason, and not because you all thought the boy who lived was just waiting for the rest of the SS to leave the nest so he could lay traps." Harry knew he'd hit the nail on the other side of its head when the older boy flinched. Grinning, Harry made it clear that he'd known all along, but didn't care much. "Potter, you're an odd one." Bletchley guided the smaller boy down the passage to the sleeping quarters of each year group. "How is it you're so good at all your classes, and can pick up on such things so quickly?" "As far as knowing that you all were trying to guard your own backs," Harry shrugged, "it's just as much a matter of I had to do that for myself for ages, so I know what to look for, as it is a case of intuition serving me well. The other, well, I'm good at classes because I am, I guess. I don't know why otherwise." The taller Slytherin shook his head, turned back towards the older student rooms, and muttered, "At least you don't wonder why you're the Raven of Slytherin for your year." "Ah," Harry mock pouted, "you mean I'm not the Raven of Slytherin for the whole house?" Hearing the other snicker as he headed off, Harry turned to his own door, and walked through. When he was sure of Bletchley's departure, Harry cast a quick set of charms he'd found in one of the twins' books. They locked the door and would warm up a person's hand when touched, which would give him a little forewarning if anyone attempted to force it. He'd take the spells off the door in the morning, but he wanted to be sure no one knew that he had the notes from the alchemy text. Working with the twins had only encouraged Harry's search for a spell that would prevent manipulation from occurring to his papers. So he dug up a charm that would require a password to change the information on the page. He'd used that, along with a blanket password to protect his assignments, and would mutter the password to the professors as he turned in the papers. Eventually, he hoped to be able to charm his assignments to look like something else, until he wanted them to appear as his assignments, to fully protect them, but even the twins didn't yet know how to do that. Meanwhile, Harry hadn't stopped working on his map. He was frustrated by the moving parts of the castle, but he figured that was a small price to pay. As he wanted to wait until he'd completed it to make any trades for it, Harry hadn't revealed his progress to anyone else. Harry knew the older Slytherins would be willing to trade for even what he had now, but Harry wanted the map to be more complete. He knew the twins had something that told them where everyone was, but Harry couldn't ever fathom what it was. He knew it had something to do with that paper he'd been tested for Marauder nests with, and he suspected it had to do with a password as well, but he wasn't able to hear the password from either of the twins. He just knew they had some interesting traditions for each pranking session. After all, he couldn't think of any particular reason to solemnly swear to be up to no good as they left the base each night, as that was obvious. He knew they stared at something as they did so, but he couldn't tell if it was a folder, a sheaf, or a single page of paper. I'll ask again, how do you all feel about Thestrals? Oh, and don't be angry about the spell the twins pulled out of their hats, there's a consequence drawback to it. The three just don't know it yet. One quick change made to the chapter thanks to Back in Black 22's comment on something I wrote on accident. Waking up the next morning, Harry was rather surprised to see something at the foot of his bed. He was quite used to seeing his feet of course, but usually, the next thing at that line of vision was the end of Crabbe's bed, trunk, and curtains. Right now, Harry could barely see the bed, at his own feet. The objects blocking the way were what appeared to be boxes. They seemed harmless enough, but Harry was still more than just a little leery of them. Feeling distinctly out of touch with his Slytherin side, Harry took a chance and snagged one off the pile. Rather than the expected names of his roommates, Harry saw his own. The particular box in his hands had been a collective gift from the Quidditch team, the note stated, and shrugging to himself, he carefully pulled the paper apart to reveal a book. Bemused, he read the title. Quidditch Rules of Our Time, it stated. He got a puzzled look on his face and would have continued to ponder that gift, but for the muffled yelp at the door. Smacking himself, Harry remembered the charm he'd cast on the door the night before. He was actually amazed it had lasted that long and vowed to look it up in the book again, to see what its duration was. Hurrying to the door, he pulled his wand to dispel it when it came flying open, nearly into his nose, with a muttered ending spell. Is it completely necessary, Mr. Potter? Professor Snape stood behind Bletchley, who was nursing a lightly burnt hand, to bespell your door to burn hands. I never got much privacy back in Surrey. Harry tried to cover his tracks, and privacy here is an imaginary 7-letter word. So, at the first chance, I wanted to protect what little I was going to get. The older boy smirked. You mean you have something you don't want to get caught possessing? Harry paled. My guess is that Mr. Potter attempted to make copies of books from the library, Snape drawled. They'll last for a while, but there are charms on the books in the library to prevent just such a thing. You might have long enough to recopy them by hand before you have nothing more than blank pages again. Sighing, Harry resigned himself to another detention. I think I shall leave your punishment to Madame Pants, Snape smirked. After all, it is her rule you broke. Yes, sir. Harry released another sigh. I'll subject myself to her justice when breakfast is over. Fist, Potter, Bletchley seemed excited. You have to open your gifts. All of them. Isn't it an awful lot though? Harry pointed at the pile at the foot of his bed. You're sure that none belong to someone else? Potter, please. Snape rubbed the bridge of his nose. You may be used to getting just the gifts your relatives gave you, but now you're in the wizarding world, you'll have to get used to the fact that more people will feel the need to gift you with things. I don't want to know why, do I, sir? Harry peered up at the man. Not particularly, I would guess. Bletchley smirked. Now go and open them. I want to see what everyone gave you. Harry pulled the book he'd already revealed from the bedcovers. Why exactly did the team give me this? You're going on about us playing by the rules. The older boy smirked. We figured we might as well have you learn every last one. That way, on the team or not, you can yell at Jordan when he praises his team for their rule breaking while cursing at us for playing right. If they'll stoop that low, they really aren't any better than they claim we are, Harry muttered. He was sure he'd been heard, but neither of the older Slytherins said anything. So, next, Bletchley waved a hand at the pile. Rolling his eyes, Harry reached for the next object. It was wrapped similarly to the one from the Quidditch team, only quite a bit neater. Heavy and thick, Harry could almost smell the potions that had to have been brewing in the room with whoever bound the object, or at least wrapped it. Carefully peeling away the paper, and noting that it had come from the professor, Harry uncovered another book. Common recombinant effects in potions sparked more interest than the Quidditch book had. As a book Harry hadn't gotten his little hands on, he wanted to sit and read it at once. The expressions on the other Slytherins' faces told him he'd telegraphed his reaction, and he pinked slightly. "Thank you, Professor," he managed not to squeak like a dog's chew toy, but only just barely. "You saw fit to send me a chemistry text." The man shrugged. "I figured that if you were out to ensure I saw the commonalities between potions and chemistry, I'd make sure you know how various herbs and other ingredients affect each other in potions. I figured you'd take better to a book on chemistry than one on cooking." Harry gently set the book beside the first gift. "Not that I'm saying anything about your cooking skills, sir." Smirking, the man replied, "I'm perfectly capable of cooking for myself. A skill that the majority of this house needs to learn." The worried expression on the older boy's face made Harry laugh. As the potions master turned to leave the room, Harry quickly dug into the rest of the gifts, and opened them. The next one he opened was squarish, lumpy, soft, and lovingly, yet unevenly wrapped. Puzzled, Harry held it up to the other boy's gaze for inspection. "What?" "That's a Weasley special, if ever I saw one," the older boy smirked. Harry began removing the paper off the lumpy gift, sparing the label only. He paused as he revealed a green sweater, knitted with thick woolly yarn, emblazoned with a rather large H on the center of the front in dark blue. Pausing, Harry peered at it more closely, and then shrugged. "While we were waiting for you to wake up, the professor mentioned a paper you were supposed to turn in. You'd better not have forgotten to turn it in. He doesn't take late papers." Bletchley leaned against one of the other beds. "I know," Harry began explaining the paper he was assigned. "I went to the professor for questions, and he decided that I should stop sticking my nose in other people's business. So I got to do the research, and the paper, but it has to meet certain standards or I'll get a detention. Unless you can write a Newt-level paper already," Bletchley blanched, "count on getting the detention." "I already was." Harry paused. "What's a Newt?" "Nearly exhausting wizarding test," the other boy explained. "They're the tests 7th years go through at the end of the year, to prove they've learned what the ministry wants us to learn. 5th years have owls, or ordinary wizarding levels." "Huh," Harry blinked. "So you've got studying for that on top of classes, and Quidditch, right?" "Yeah," Bletchley groaned. "That's why I'm not too tickled with your no cheating bits. The team didn't have to practice nearly as much before." "That's okay and dandy for you." Harry cocked his head sideways, "but what about Flint, who wants to go professional? He'd only be able to get in with teams that cheat, and they never get very far anyway. He'd never make enough to support himself the way he really wants to. And don't forget that Higgs wants to go into the league as well. He's already been scouted by those teams, and he's not going to get any better offers because you guys wanted to wait until next year to unveil the cleaner play of Slytherin Quidditch. Not like it would have made any difference for him anyway." The keeper snorted. "Those other teams don't look at Slytherins for recruiting unless we're exceptional, and he's not. He's good, don't get me wrong, but he'd make just as good a chaser as he does seeker, and that's not good enough to draw the attention of the majority of the teams. That's on the list of things we need to change when we're out of Hogwarts," Harry muttered to himself. "We need to prove that Slytherins are just like everyone else, that everyone else is just as capable of walking the wrong path, and that they need to quit looking at us like we're slime. Not like you'll ever have to worry about it, Potter," the older boy smirked. "You're the boy who lived. They'll never believe you could go dark. Or evil. You're not going to like hearing this," Harry prefaced, "but the Muggle world has their own versions of the newspapers, and there are some people who can start off as the precious, do no wrong, sorts for them. It really doesn't take much for the Muggles to turn on their own. And you defend them." Harry could tell that the older boy was infuriated. "The same reason why I defend Slytherins." Harry met the older boy's eyes squarely. "They're just as capable of making mistakes as any wizard. In fact, I doubt that there's much difference between a Muggle and a wizard, aside from the magic we can use that they can't." "I'll think on it, Potter," the older boy shrugged, "but you might want to open your gifts. Breakfast is fast approaching, and I'm not missing it just because you're marveling over your haul." Harry stammered. "You're absolutely sure this whole pile is mine?" "Should be," the other boy shrugged again, "though I wouldn't be surprised if more showed up in the next couple of days." Harry's eyes went wide again. He blinked, then shrugged, and turned to the pile. In his usual methodical manner, Harry revealed a book from Granger, titled, Quidditch Through the Ages, and grinned. The girl must have heard about his helping the Slytherin team. Various small gifts revealed themselves to be from other Slytherins. Small though they were, they showed that the Slytherin house truly did support their own, as most of them refilled his potions supplies, and gave him new ingredients entirely. The rest provided him with more paper for class, and higher quality quills to take notes with, now that Harry was more confident in his writing with the tools. There were even a few cards from the Chocolate Frogs collection included, but the frogs themselves were absent. Harry figured those had come from Crabbe and Goyle, and was happy they remembered not to leave the chocolate on the cards themselves before sending them. Even more, it made him glad he'd gotten gifts for the other students as well, though he needed to find a gift for the collective Quidditch team now. The older boy snorted at the cards, getting your own collection added to, Potter. More like started, Bletchley. Harry looked up. I've seen them, and even been given bits of the frogs, but I don't have any of the cards. What'd you give Crabbe and Goyle to get some of their collections? I dug up a book to help one with his broken tooth causing problems with his spells. Harry sorted the gifts into piles, and put away the supplies he'd gotten, and the other was to thank me for the cleaner written notes for history to study from. Potter, the older boy shook his head, with a grin. You seem to us older students, as though you'd been mis-sorted at first. Now I see you're settled in just fine, and it's as though we're only just seeing the colors of your scales. Harry grinned. He'd thought he'd understood the older student's hesitations right, but this confirmed it. He finished putting his gifts away, except for the sweater and the book from the potions master, and headed for the common room. The other boy followed, and the two quickly made their way to the Great Hall, where the 4 tables for students to sit and eat were decorated much as they had been for Halloween. Only everything was covered in a fine mist of white, looking like a light snowfall. Harry spotted the twins, Ron and Percy, all in their own instances of the sweater, and noticed that Ron's really didn't go well with his shock of red hair. Hearing Bletchley's snort, Harry looked at the older boy. The twins must have continued the tradition of shoving their older brother into his sweater. The older boy snickered under his breath. Harry then looked again at the oldest Weasley in the school, and blinked. The older boy had been trying to worm his arms through the sweater, and was failing to squirm them through the sleeves. He looked as though he had been tied up, and Harry had to bite his lip to keep from laughing as well. The twins weren't even trying not to laugh, and the youngest Weasley was turning odd colors as he looked at Harry. Suddenly uncomfortable, Harry sat quickly, and started eating. I think the youngest Weasley's just flummoxed by your getting a sweater at all, the older boy reassured him. He'll either get over it or storm over to confront you about it. Shrugging, the older boy also dug into his breakfast. That's how Gryffindors usually work. Harry distracted himself with his scrambled eggs and toast. When he'd finished eating, he stood and turned for the prankster headquarters. He mumbled to the older Slytherin that he was going to find a quiet place to read his new potions book, and walked out of the Great Hall. By the time he'd reached the expanse of wall beside the painting leading to the kitchens, Harry knew he had someone following him. He stopped, turned and faced the youngest Weasley. Mum sent you a sweater. Ron's face had finally returned to a normal color, so that means she's adopted you. I don't like Slytherins, but you're not bad for a Slytherin. I've even noticed that the Slytherins don't get nearly as cruel in what they say since you showed up, which makes me think you've got something to do with that. I can't say as I like you. You've helped my brothers nail me with too many pranks, but I get the feeling that they only get me when I deserve them. Like when I start fights with Slytherins. And your point for all of this is? Harry was honestly confused. Look, Ron rubbed at his forehead. I can't promise to like you or any other Slytherin, but I'm going to try and ignore your being in that house, and treat you like I do the rest of my brothers, as my mum seems determined already to do that herself. So, the redhead paused, rubbed his hands on his pants, seeming to be warming them up, and held out his right hand. Peace, right? Or brothers, whichever you want to look at it as. Harry tried to puzzle out what the redhead was up to, and had just about stretched out a hand to shake on it, when the twins barreled down the hall, laughing and making a ruckus. Startled, the redhead pulled his hand back, and looked back at his brothers as they approached. What? Is Ickle Ronnikins trying to make peace? Fred teasingly wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulder, and squeezed. Putting our affairs in order, are we? George continued. Ron stuttered and stammered. I was just. What's going on? Harry crossed his arms in front of him. Ickle Ronnikins threw a fit when he heard from us that Mum was sending you a sweater, Fred started to explain. Then he had another fit when you came into the Great Hall just carrying it, George nodded, then grabbed the sweater from the brunette's hands and started bunching it up. Harry blinked madly, let me set my book down first, please. I didn't put it on because I wasn't sure I was supposed to. Waiting for the younger boy to put the book down, George held the bunched sweater over his head, poised to swing it around the other's neck. When the book rested on the floor, the tall redhead wasted no time in putting the material over Harry's head, and scooping his arms through the sleeves. Harry was grateful that the older boy had given him that courtesy. Harry didn't want to think about how hard he'd have found trying to shove his arms through, the sweater was snug as it was. When the wool was pulled over his waist, Harry piped up, so why would Ron be trying so actively to make peace? Mum gets real grumpy when his brothers fight among one another, Ron mumbled, so if she knew I was fighting with you, and was the start of it, she'd be all over me in no time flat. Harry nodded, okay, I suppose I can accept a truce. Just so long as you keep your eyes open about Slytherins. We aren't evil. We don't dance in the moonlight over a blood sacrifice of newborn lambs or anything like that. We just sit in the common room and do our homework, like any other Hogwarts student, I would expect. The twins laughed as the younger redhead paled at the mention of sacrifices of lambs. When he calmed back down, Ron shook his head and muttered, you have a strange sense of humor, Potter, I have to tell you that. That's okay, Harry shrugged, I haven't had much experience with wizards in my life so far, so I'm still learning what is considered funny around here. Shrugging, the youngest redhead turned and left. I'm going back to the common room, and I'm going to eat the last of the frogs. The cards will be all mine, and I might even get the Agrippa that I've been waiting for. Waiting until Ron was gone, the trio turned to the wall just behind them, and in unison, chanted the password. As they stepped into the room, they panicked. Obviously someone had gotten into their headquarters, as there were 3 small packages on the tabletop. They scrambled around, making sure nothing was missing, and there were no spells cast on the room itself. When they settled, they looked at the boxes. Casting another round of spells to make sure no tracking or listening spells were on them, and no pranks would activate, each boy picked up the box with his name on it. The twins had identical boxes, and Harry's was just a little bigger, but it was squishy, as the sweater package had been. He watched the twins unwrap theirs, which turned out to be a pair of books. Scanning the titles revealed them to be named, Marauder Journal, and Marauder Spellbook. Harry tore into his own gift, and barely spotted the paper settled on the top of the silvery fabric before the twins gasped and crowded around him. Wicked Harry. That's an invisibility cloak. They keep people from seeing you with their eyes. Too bad they aren't an infallible way to sneak around. They can be detected by the Marauders map. And there are people who specialize in a mental discipline that would allow them to sense your thoughts, even under the cloak. What's a Marauders map? Harry latched onto the one statement the tennis match yielded him with enough to ask about. Oh, yeah, Fred acted sheepish, we had meant to tell you earlier. But then again, George was just as sheepish, we figured you wouldn't like hearing about it all. Okay, Harry drawled, sat down, and waited for the twins to either sit, tell the story, or do both. You see, we found this in Filch's office in our first year, Fred related, we'd been caught, and were fidgeting like any nervous first year would with him, when we spotted this paper on his desk. We quickly made a distraction, whisked it off the desk, and carried it back to our common room. We could tell it had been dead useful to someone, George added, but it was in a state that only told us it had been made by Moony, Padfoot, Prongs and Wormtail, we didn't know anything more than that. Then we found things that indicated that those 4 had gone by the name of Marauders, Fred continued, and that the Marauders had been pranksters. We then set about discovering how to use the paper, and when we did, George finished, pulling the paper Harry had been inducted into Junior Marauder Ness with, we came to call ourselves the Junior Marauders. Looking at the paper, Harry was amazed as it formed letters, seemingly of its own accord. MSSR. Padfoot thinks that's a nice name to go by. MSSR. Prongs agrees, but feels it could be a little more original. MSSR. Mooney thinks the Junior Marauders are almost ready to drop the Junior and become the second generation of Marauders in their own right. MSSR. Wormtail would like to know if the Junior Marauders have managed to keep from being caught as often as Messrs. Padfoot and Prongs did in school. MSSR. Padfoot thinks MSSR. Wormtail is just digging for trouble. When the Harry looked up, he saw the twins grinning, and double blinked. Did you know that that paper did that? Sure, George smirked. Why else do you think we sent you with it to make sure Ron and Percy got to see it? Wow, Harry blinked, but if you knew about this all along, why didn't you tell me sooner? Well, Fred hesitated, we knew you'd be good for pranks, but we weren't sure you were quite ready for full Marauder Jr. status. Then it just never came up. George shrugged, sorry, mate. Now you know. That would have been so useful earlier. HarryMo.Ned, I was working on a map for the Slytherins to use to get around. Harry spotted letters rapidly appearing on the paper, and leaned over to read them. MSSR. Padfoot would like to know why a junior Marauder would help a slimy Slytherin get with anything. I am a Slytherin, thanks. Harry glared at the paper. MSSR. Mooney would like to tender his congratulations to the junior Marauders for having more than one house involved in the fun. MSSR. Wormtail thinks that the Slytherin Marauder must be a lion in S's skin, as the Slytherins would never have enough nerve for anything of Marauder level. Harry was too angry to respond. He saw now what the twins had meant by saying the Marauders had been biased. He began to think that perhaps half of the older group had actually been open-minded. This though was interrupted by the last Marauder adding his own comments to the conversation. MSSR. Prongs thinks that the Marauders is no place for a Slytherin, and that Mooney has been affected by one too many moonbeams to make any sense. You're just a bunch of egotistic jerks who wouldn't see past their own noses to the people under the title of Slytherin. Harry was furious, and tried not to shout, but still spoke loudly, I can't believe you were anyone to look up to. It sounds to me like you're worse than the Slytherins ever were, what with your pranking them exclusively. MSSR. Mooney would like to remind the newest Marauder that Slytherins target Muggles and Muggle-borns on a regular basis. They do that out of ignorance, Harry growled, and more than a little self-defense. They've gotten the reputation for being evil, and no one ever bothered to look past it. Of course they're not going to be nice. Why bother when no one will let you live down what someone a generation or 5 ago did? MSSR. Mooney feels that the Slytherin Marauder should look at what he just said and realize that the Marauders also acted out of ignorance. No Slytherin ever tried to change what we knew. Of course not, they didn't think it would do them any good. Harry calmed a little, I want to fix that. I'm hoping that eventually the rest of the world will see that what someone 5 or 50 years ago did doesn't automatically reflect on the generations to come. There couldn't have been enough Slytherins to fuel Voldemort's needs, so he had to get other soldiers from somewhere, right? So why does everyone always say that only Slytherins went bad? MSSR. Padfoot thinks that you know who would not have just recruited from England, and everyone knows that Durmstrang teaches the dark arts. MSSR. Prongs feels that perhaps the little s is trying too hard to justify himself. MSSR. Mooney is willing to ponder the possibility of the angle the Slytherin Marauder has suggested. MSSR. Wormtail feels that the first generation of Marauders has been jabbering long enough, and if the new Marauders would please activate the map, the conversation or argument, if you will, can end, and perhaps be restarted another day. Fuming at the map, but still curious, Harry looked at the twins, who seemed as surprised as the Slytherin at the reaction Harry's comments had brought from the map. Did you know it did that? Sure, we knew you could talk to it. Fred blinked, and handed the map to Harry. Just say to the paper, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. It should activate the actual map part. Muttering the phrase, Harry blinked as the paper changed from being smothered in the argument the Marauders were having amongst themselves, to a series of lines and dots. It finally resolved itself to be a map of the school. Your opening line to pranks makes sense now. He paused, peering at the map's lines. I so could have used this when I was making those maps. I wanted to make the stairs move, but couldn't figure out how. In the margins of the map, small as they were, a quick line of text appeared, in the loopy, yet clean writing of the calmest Marauder, MSSR. Mooney would like to warn the youngest Marauder that simply copying the map will not work. The books needed for making copies of the map are in the restricted section, and are charms texts. The new Marauders will need to find charms on animating cartographic marks to make staircases move in their new maps. Harry blinked, thank you. Scribbling down the suggestion, Fred made a mental note as well. Then the three peered at the map, and noticed that on the third floor, there was a large dot that stayed in one place. That must be Fluffy, George pointed, wicked big dot for him. You haven't seen that before. Harry looked up. Oh, he'd seen it, Fred blinked, but before that conversation with Hagrid, the dot never made any sense. Harry mumbled, so how do you shut the map back off? Mischief managed, the twins chorused and grinned as Harry blinked, recognizing the phrase. So that's why you two always laughed when I said that at the end of pranks. Harry mock glared at the two redheads. Laughing, the three settled down, further revising the papers due in just a couple of days. Losing track of time, the boys only realized it was time for lunch when their stomachs growled loudly. Sheepishly looking at one another, they stood and went to the Great Hall to eat. After eating, they returned to their hidey hole, and continued working. Harry finished his paper, having extended it to within 3 inches of what Hermione said she'd written, and picked up the book to his right. He'd meant to pick up the new book the potions master had given him, but instead picked up one of the books they'd checked out for the Flammel reference but hadn't gotten to. He blinked, shrugged, and settled in to read. After a bit, he was amazed to encounter the name of Nicholas Flamel. Making enough noise to get the attention of his cohorts, Harry called out, finally. I found his name somewhere. So what did he do? Fred stopped writing instantly. With a noise that was somewhere between a snicker and a whimper, Harry read from the book. Nicholas Flamel is famous for his alchemic works, not the least of which is the only known successful configuration of the Philosopher's Stone. At least now we know what's on the 3rd floor. So, now we find out what a Philosopher's Stone does, right? Fred stood from the table, prepared to go to the library again. The trio started out of their headquarters, muttering about the stone and what possible uses it could have that someone would want to steal it for. In their preoccupation, they never realized that standing just in the shadows to the right of their secret room, was a person who'd hidden there as they came out, and heard all of their theories, and most definitely what was hiding the item they spoke of, and what it was called. This is the second version of the chapter, and I think I like it a bit better. I'm trying to convey the beginnings of Harry's ultimate goal. The reason why he was sorted into Slytherin. He's still got some eye-opening experiences ahead of him, that will shape exactly what he does when he finishes school, but he's pretty well set on the path he set for himself when he heard of the wizarding world, its distaste for Slytherins, and how Slytherins have reacted to it. That's not to say that his goal cannot be changed, just that he's quite determined. Fixed a typo. Also finagled a detail to fit with something pointed out to me. I read through the first book again, rather that section, and discovered that the book with the information on Flamel was never named. When classes resumed, the 3 boys quickly turned in the papers to McGonagall and Snape. They spoke with Miss Granger and made sure she'd turned hers in as well, and Harry was exasperated to find that the girl had revised her paper at the last minute, and it had thusly gone from 3 inches less than Harry's to 9.5 more. Upon hearing this, Harry looked at her crossly and told her that any consequences of that were on her own head, as he'd made it clear she was to leave off revisions after she'd told him how much she'd written. Abashed, the girl nodded and accepted the grumbling. Then she spoke of how she'd accidentally encountered the information on alchemy by Muggle standards and just had to include it. Groaning, Harry told her to share her notes with him anyway. He figured that even if he couldn't use it for the paper, it would be good to know the information, in case of Snape quizzing him on it. Not knowing it for the paper would be just barely acceptable, but not learning it right after Granger returned would not. As the 4 worked on their notes for alchemy, Harry was reminded of what they'd discovered during the break. Granger, we figured out what Fluffy's guarding. Harry piped up while scanning notes in the girls' handwriting and copying out his own. Really? She stopped working on her 5th revision of the assignment from Transfiguration given that morning. Yeah. Fred nodded. Harry didn't look up to make sure. He'd heard differences in their voices recently and had reached the point that he could tell them apart by that now. Harry accidentally picked up a book he hadn't meant to, one we hadn't gotten through yet, and found mention of Flamel being the only person successful in creating the Philosopher's Stone. George finished. Oh. The girl scrambled for a clean sheet of paper to scribble this down on. Relax, Harry snorted. Quietly, as they were in the library, where the quartet met to work on this research project, he told her, we already have notes on it. Roughly 10 pages worth, Nodding at the twins, one pulled the sheath out of his carrier pouch. Without our note-taker, we had to make do, so it's in my cramped handwriting. Then I'll just recopy it to make it more. She stopped speaking as the boys shook their heads. Fred shook his head one last time and continued. We don't need it more legible. We came to the decision that if that's what Fluffy's guarding, and it came from Gringotts. Then it was suspiciously timed, as there was a break-in at Gringotts shortly afterwards. George added, and if someone's desperate enough to try stealing it from Gringotts, then there are plenty of protections here to prevent just that. Harry finished. It seemed Granger was beginning to get used to the three-part swing of conversations with them that had developed midway through the first term. So you don't want your notes easily read in case someone tries to use the information you've gathered to help themselves out. She guessed. Exactly. Fred grinned. As she read the notes for the sake of reading them, she suddenly stopped, and penned something quickly to the side of one of the notations. To prevent the squawking she was sure was coming, she explained, I overheard the headmaster speaking to someone shortly after school started, and just after the prophet reported the break-in at Gringotts, that he was glad he'd removed it, when he had. He also said that he was just as glad he'd only told a select few that he was thinking of removing it from Gringotts. Did he say anything about who he'd told? Harry wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know. Once they'd let the girl in on the information they had, she jumped at the fact that during the fiasco at Halloween, Snape had been injured. She was sure he was the one after whatever had been hidden behind Fluffy, and Harry had a feeling that she had more evidence to stack against the professor. Truthfully, Harry didn't have any evidence that specifically said it couldn't be the potion's master, so he couldn't grump at Granger much about it, though his personal suspicions were on Quirrell. Anyone who stuttered over the words, innocence, and purity, on a regular basis was suspect in his opinion. Especially when they had no trouble with malevolence and injury. That didn't even cover the whole sibilance issue. Harry was so sick of hearing sounds dragged out almost all class period. If he had to hear it out of class, he covered his ears and whimpered. Yes. Now Harry knew he didn't want to know, though he did, because the girl's expression spoke of her having more proof of Snape's duplicity. He said he'd told Professor Snape, McGonagall, Quirrell, Sprout, Flitwick, and he'd obviously told Hagrid. This proves that Snape is after it. No, it doesn't. Harry snapped, finally able to say something about it. It just narrows down the possibilities. We're fairly certain Flitwick, Sprout and Hagrid had nothing to do with the break-in, because we've learned they were accounted for. McGonagall wouldn't have done it. Granger yelped. Shushing the girl, Harry grumped, are you so sure? Do you have proof? The only reason I haven't jumped your case about assuming that it's Snape is because I don't have ironclad proof it wasn't. But you need to have that kind of proof before assuming it isn't McGonagall, or even Quirrell for that matter either. Pausing, the girl seemed to realize something. You've never believed it was Professor Snape, have you, Potter? No. Harry looked at the table. I don't want to think it's him. He's helped me so much with information. No, he's not nice, and no, I don't think he's entirely good, but then who is? I see. The girl relaxed. Fine then. We'll work on getting absolute proof that it is or isn't one of the three. But things are heavily against it not being Snape. Fred butted in, and Harry was grateful. Actually, it's just as heavily against it not being Quirrell as well, my own. After all, we did run across a notation somewhere that the man was skilled with trolls, and what broke into the castle on Halloween. Past Hogwarts protections, sneaking through the guards of the professors even. And who brought it to everyone's attention? George grinned. Oh my goodness, Hermione paled, that tips the scales entirely. I'm so sorry, Harry Potter. I don't like to think that it would be Professor Snape, but we can't discount him. It was in his office after all, that the note was found. All the same, we'd better do something about it. After all, Hagrid's been pretty easy about telling people that all you need to deal with Fluffy is a simple spell. Harry admitted. Nodding, the other three gathered supplies, and headed for the third-floor corridor. While Granger kept guard, the boys placed all kinds of tricks and traps around the entryway and the doors, so intruders would have a hard time getting past them. They also resolved to check and replace them every few days to ensure they wouldn't fail. Imagine their surprise when a few days later they overheard Hagrid complaining about how hard it was to even get to the door to feed Fluffy anymore. Sheepishly, the quartet decided to leave things as they were, figuring that if Hagrid was having a hard time of it, so would anyone trying to get past the Cerberus. A few weeks of this passed, and aside from renewing their traps, the quartet more or less forgot about the Philosopher's Stone, as they had no intentions of getting any more involved. The detentions they'd all gotten from Professor Snape in spite of their papers ensured that. Though, Granger's was because she had once again, written much more than she needed to. Speaking of potions, Harry had noticed over the year, that the potions master would periodically change partners for Longbottom, as no student wanted to be matched with the boy for more than a couple weeks at a time. Some of the noisier Slytherins half-joked about asking for battle pay when they were set to work with the hapless Gryffindor, but in all this time, Snape had yet to pair the boy with Harry. This puzzled him until, midway through term, Snape stood in front of the class, and indicated that he was, once again, changing partners for Longbottom. With a deep sigh, he stated that for the rest of the term, Longbottom and Potter would work together. Having had his hopes crushed by the unbelievable failure of Granger's partnership with the boy, Snape wasn't figuring that matching him with a highly successful student would prevent explosions. He was just hoping that something could be salvaged from the explosions, as had proven true when Longbottom had worked with Malfoy, Zabini, Nott, and Granger. Together with Harry, they formed the top 5 of the class, and were spread out in the top 10. For first years altogether. Sighing as he moved, Harry prepared to be redoing the potion that night, to get a grade on it all the same. When he plunked himself down next to Longbottom, he noticed that the boy, while still as scared as ever of the professor, wasn't as terrified as he'd been any other time he was working with a Slytherin. Puzzled, Harry mentally set to working out how this could be, until he shrugged and figured the boy knew Harry wasn't going to pick on him, as Malfoy and Nott had done, and he wasn't going to leave it all to him as Parkinson, Bulstrode, Thomas, and Ron had done. After a few minutes of taking down the instructions, Harry set the paper on Longbottom's side of the desk, saying, "Read that a couple of times, I'll go get the ingredients." Standing and gathering the supplies, Harry noticed that the professor was already writing up the makeup lab for that night. Blinking, Harry muttered, "Sir, that potion looks like something third years do. And the fact that you recognize that means it is still within your skill set." The man returned, "Potter, please return to your desk before your partner sets the desk on fire." Whirling around, Harry noticed Longbottom was trying to light the fire under the cauldron he'd set up, but was setting the fire too high. With a groan, Harry dashed back to the table and set the ingredients down. Taking Longbottom's wand, Harry asked, "Let's not go there, please. Longbottom, do you know how to chop?" Blinking, Longbottom hesitantly nodded. Taking the spare bit of snapper root he'd collected, Harry set it in front of the other boy, and pulled his knife from the supply kit. "Prove it. I keep the blade sharp enough to cut fingers off, because otherwise it wouldn't cut half of the stuff it needs to, so when you chop, keep your fingers like this." Harry mimed a few chops, setting his hand on top of the roots, with the fingertips pointed towards the table, so his knuckles stood out. He used the knife with the other hand and made it clear that the knuckles were used to guide the blade in place. The knife just rocked along the surface, and at no point did it entirely leave it. "Does that help?" Judging by the look on Longbottom's face, Harry had taught him something he really wanted to keep, and the boy rushed to mimic Harry's actions. First on just the table, then on the roots. When Harry looked up after setting the fire under the cauldron and preparing the other ingredients, he noticed that Longbottom was doing rather well. Looking around, Harry noticed that Professor Snape was on the other side of the room. Not wanting to upset the balance, but needing to know, Harry piped up, "Longbottom, why are you so hopeless in this class?" "Well," stopping chopping, the boy looked at Harry, "I never understand anything, and I'm not really good with a knife. I'm such a klutz, and I just don't understand anything in here." Snorting, Harry pointed at the roots in front of Longbottom. "You've done a decent enough job on those. I know you know herbology, and you're not completely hopeless in transfiguration. I think if you just slowed down and allowed yourself to move at your own pace things would go a lot better." But I'm too slow." The other boy let the knife rest on the table as he turned to Harry, who was adding the ground parsa wings, and waiting for the potion to turn yellow, and the colors the instructions tell me to watch for, they never make sense. I'm sure, if you asked nicely, and worked out a trade, Crabbe would be willing to help you out with that." Harry tried not to laugh at the shell-shocked expression on Longbottom's face. Hey, we all want this classroom to stop having the record for explosions in class. Oh, Longbottom looked at the roots again, and asked aloud, are these chopped enough, Potter? Looking quickly, the darker-haired boy nodded, scooped them up, and dropped them in, the potions ready for them. Quickly scooping them up, Longbottom dropped them in quickly. Wincing, Harry knew that even if they managed to not blow it up, he was still taking advantage of the make-up potion if he could that night. Because he'd be spending a lot of time stirring out the air dropping the roots in had introduced, this was going to be runny and thin. Thus, it would take a triple dose to work for anyone. Really, Longbottom, Harry shook his head, and tried to stir out the air bubbles the plopping root chunks had created in the potion. Potions isn't that different from cooking. He realized he'd spoken too loudly when the potions master stopped in front of their desk, looked at the liming mess in front of them, and sneered, care to explain that, Mr. Potter? I wasn't aware you knew anything of cooking in the first place to compare the two. Well, sir, Harry winced as he got the last air bubble out of the potion, just as it turned green enough for the next ingredient. He added that, still stirring, and adding the next ingredient as he spoke. They both work with recipes, require specific ingredients, precise measurements, and set times to stew, cook, and prepare. They require set temperatures, and are often ingested. The main difference is that in potions, you wouldn't be eating very many of the ingredients on their own, while in cooking, nearly everything is edible outside of a recipe as well. You're just as capable of making people sick with a mistake in cooking as in potions. Harry paused as he added the last ingredient, which caused the potion to puff white for a couple of seconds, and there he realized that the whole class was paying attention. And while explosions are caused by the equipment more often in cooking as opposed to bad combinations of ingredients as in potions, cooking can still be deadly. I don't like to think of the times that my aunt nearly poisoned us when she actually cooked. That was why I didn't have many problems with that chore being almost exclusively mine. The air of the room changed, and Harry realized he'd given something about his home life away. Not just to Slytherins, but basically, to the whole school. Harry mentally gave a point to the professor for tricking such a confession out of him, but at the same time, was growling at the man in his mind for pulling such a trick. Nodding and looking at the potion as it rested, Snape smirked, 1 point to Slytherin for an explanation of the processes of cooking and potions making that even Muggleborns can understand. A point to Slytherin for the first potion made, in concert with Longbottom, which didn't explode this year. Pity it isn't exactly what your assignment was. Quote. With that, Harry and Neville joined the rest of the class in packing up and cleaning out their cauldrons. As he did so, Harry mused on the adult's parting remark. He had asked Professor Snape long ago why he terrorized Longbottom so, and the response the man gave indicated that it was just as much for the fun of it as it was to keep the House of Lions in line. Harry had asked if he could leave off, at least on Longbottom for a while, so that the boy might learn how to actually make potions instead of explosions. The professor had given Harry a detention for his cheekiness, but had deigned to consider it. He'd since then been a lot less caustic, and had noticed that the potions Longbottom worked on exploded a lot later in the process. It seemed Longbottom's fear levels corresponded directly with the times of the explosions. This proved Harry's theory, and while he suspected he'd cemented himself as Longbottom's partner for the remaining 4 years the other boy would be in potions, at least he'd get plenty of practice in explaining things to people. When classes resumed, the three boys quickly turned in the papers to McGonagall and Snape. They spoke with Miss Granger and made sure she'd turned hers in as well, and Harry was exasperated to find that the girl had revised her paper at the last minute, and it had thusly gone from 3 inches less than Harry's to 9.5 more. Upon hearing this, Harry looked at her crossly and told her that any consequences of that were on her own head, as he'd made it clear she was to leave off revisions after she'd told him how much she'd written. Abashed, the girl nodded and accepted the grumbling. Then she spoke of how she'd accidentally encountered the information on alchemy by Muggle standards and just had to include it. Groaning, Harry told her to share her notes with him anyway. He figured that even if he couldn't use it for the paper, it would be good to know the information, in case of Snape quizzing him on it. Not knowing it for the paper would be just barely acceptable, but not learning it right after Granger returned would not. As the four worked on their notes for alchemy, Harry was reminded of what they'd discovered during the break. Granger, we figured out what Fluffy's guarding. Harry piped up while scanning notes in the girl's handwriting and copying out his own. Really? She stopped working on her 5th revision of the assignment from Transfiguration given that morning. Yeah. Fred nodded. Harry didn't look up to make sure. He'd heard differences in their voices recently and had reached the point that he could tell them apart by that now. Harry accidentally picked up a book he hadn't meant to, one we hadn't gotten through yet, and found mention of Flamel being the only person successful in creating the Philosopher's Stone. George finished. Oh. The girl scrambled for a clean sheet of paper to scribble this down on. Relax, Harry snorted. Quietly, as they were in the library, where the quartet met to work on this research project, he told her, we already have notes on it. Roughly 10 pages worth. Nodding at the twins, one pulled the sheath out of his carrier pouch. Without our note-taker, we had to make do, so it's in my cramped handwriting. Then I'll just recopy it to make it more. She stopped speaking as the boys shook their heads. Fred shook his head one last time and continued. We don't need it more legible. We came to the decision that if that's what Fluffy's guarding, and it came from Gringotts. Then it was suspiciously timed, as there was a break in at Gringotts shortly afterwards. George added. And if someone's desperate enough to try stealing it from Gringotts, then there are plenty of protections here to prevent just that. Harry finished. It seemed Granger was beginning to get used to the 3-part swing of conversations with them that had developed midway through the first term. So you don't want your notes easily read in case someone tries to use the information you've gathered to help themselves out. She guessed. Exactly. Fred grinned. As she read the notes for the sake of reading them, she suddenly stopped, and penned something quickly to the side of one of the notations. To prevent the squawking she was sure was coming, she explained, I overheard the headmaster speaking to someone shortly after school started, and just after the prophet reported the break-in at Gringotts, that he was glad he'd removed it, when he had. He also said that he was just as glad he'd only told a select few that he was thinking of removing it from Gringotts. Did he say anything about who he'd told? Harry wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know. Once they'd let the girl in on the information they had, she jumped at the fact that during the fiasco at Halloween, Snape had been injured. She was sure he was the one after whatever had been hidden behind Fluffy, and Harry had a feeling that she had more evidence to stack against the professor. Truthfully, Harry didn't have any evidence that specifically said it couldn't be the potion's master, so he couldn't grump at Granger much about it, though his personal suspicions were on Quirrell. Anyone who stuttered over the words, innocence, and purity, on a regular basis was suspect in his opinion. Especially when they had no trouble with malevolence and injury. That didn't even cover the whole sibilance issue. Harry was so sick of hearing sounds dragged out almost all class period. If he had to hear it out of class, he covered his ears and whimpered. Yes. Now Harry knew he didn't want to know, though he did, because the girl's expression spoke of her having more proof of Snape's duplicity. He said he'd told Professor Snape, McGonagall, Quirrell, Sprout, Flitwick, and he'd obviously told Hagrid. This proves that Snape is after it. No, it doesn't. Harry snapped, finally able to say something about it. It just narrows down the possibilities. We're fairly certain Flitwick, Sprout and Hagrid had nothing to do with the break-in, because we've learned they were accounted for. McGonagall wouldn't have done it. Granger yelped. Shushing the girl, Harry grumped, are you so sure? Do you have proof? The only reason I haven't jumped your case about assuming that it's Snape is because I don't have ironclad proof it wasn't. But you need to have that kind of proof before assuming it isn't McGonagall, or even Quirrell for that matter either. Pausing, the girl seemed to realize something. You've never believed it was Professor Snape, have you, Potter? No, Harry looked at the table. I don't want to think it's him. He's helped me so much with information. No, he's not nice, and no, I don't think he's entirely good, but then who is? I see. The girl relaxed. Fine then, we'll work on getting absolute proof that it is or isn't one of the three. But things are heavily against it not being Snape. Fred butted in, and Harry was grateful. Actually, it's just as heavily against it not being Quirrell as well, my own. After all, we did run across a notation somewhere that the man was skilled with trolls, and what broke into the castle on Halloween. Past Hogwarts protections, sneaking through the guards of the professors even. And who brought it to everyone's attention? George grinned. Oh my goodness, Hermione paled, that tips the scales entirely. I'm so sorry, Potter. I don't like to think that it would be Professor Snape, but we can't discount him. It was in his office after all, that the note was found. All the same, we'd better do something about it. After all, Hagrid's been pretty easy about telling people that all you need to deal with Fluffy is a simple spell. Harry admitted. Nodding, the other three gathered supplies, and headed for the third-floor corridor. While Granger kept guard, the boys placed all kinds of tricks and traps around the entryway and the doors, so intruders would have a hard time getting past them. They also resolved to check and replace them every few days to ensure they wouldn't fail. Imagine their surprise when a few days later they overheard Hagrid complaining about how hard it was to even get to the door to feed Fluffy anymore. Sheepishly, the quartet decided to leave things as they were, figuring that if Hagrid was having a hard time of it, so would anyone trying to get past the Cerberus. A few weeks of this passed, and aside from renewing their traps, the quartet more or less forgot about the Philosopher's Stone, as they had no intentions of getting any more involved. The detentions they'd all gotten from Professor Snape in spite of their papers ensured that. Though, Granger's was because she had once again written much more than she needed to. Speaking of potions, Harry had noticed over the year that the potions master would periodically change partners for Longbottom, as no student wanted to be matched with the boy for more than a couple weeks at a time. Some of the noisier Slytherins half-joked about asking for battle pay when they were set to work with the hapless Gryffindor, but in all this time, Snape had yet to pair the boy with Harry. This puzzled him until, midway through term, Snape stood in front of the class, and indicated that he was, once again, changing partners for Longbottom. With a deep sigh, he stated that for the rest of the term, Longbottom and Potter would work together. Having had his hopes crushed by the unbelievable failure of Granger's partnership with the boy, Snape wasn't figuring that matching him with a highly successful student would prevent explosions. He was just hoping that something could be salvaged from the explosions, as had proven true when Longbottom had worked with Malfoy, Zabini, Nott, and Granger. Together with Harry, they formed the top 5 of the class, and were spread out in the top 10 for first years altogether. Sighing as he moved, Harry prepared to be redoing the potion that night, to get a grade on it all the same. When he plunked himself down next to Longbottom, he noticed that the boy, while still as scared as ever of the professor, wasn't as terrified as he'd been any other time he was working with a Slytherin. Puzzled, Harry mentally set to working out how this could be, until he shrugged and figured the boy knew Harry wasn't going to pick on him, as Malfoy and Nott had done, and he wasn't going to leave it all to him as Parkinson, Bulstrode, Thomas, and Ron had done. After a few minutes of taking down the instructions, Harry set the paper on Longbottom's side of the desk, saying, "Read that a couple of times, I'll go get the ingredients." Standing and gathering the supplies, Harry noticed that the professor was already writing up the makeup lab for that night. Blinking, Harry muttered, "Sir, that potion looks like something third years do. And the fact that you recognize that means it is still within your skill set." The man returned, "Potter, please return to your desk before your partner sets the desk on fire." Whirling around, Harry noticed Longbottom was trying to light the fire under the cauldron he'd set up, but was setting the fire too high. With a groan, Harry dashed back to the table and set the ingredients down. Taking Longbottom's wand, Harry asked, "Let's not go there, please. Longbottom, do you know how to chop?" Blinking, Longbottom hesitantly nodded. Taking the spare bit of snapper root he'd collected, Harry set it in front of the other boy, and pulled his knife from the supply kit. "Prove it. I keep the blade sharp enough to cut fingers off, because otherwise it wouldn't cut half of the stuff it needs to, so when you chop, keep your fingers like this." Harry mimed a few chops, setting his hand on top of the roots, with the fingertips pointed towards the table, so his knuckles stood out. He used the knife with the other hand and made it clear that the knuckles were used to guide the blade in place. The knife just rocked along the surface, and at no point did it entirely leave it. "Does that help?" Judging by the look on Longbottom's face, Harry had taught him something he really wanted to keep, and the boy rushed to mimic Harry's actions. First on just the table, then on the roots. When Harry looked up after setting the fire under the cauldron and preparing the other ingredients, he noticed that Longbottom was doing rather well. Looking around, Harry noticed that Professor Snape was on the other side of the room. Not wanting to upset the balance, but needing to know, Harry piped up, "Longbottom, why are you so hopeless in this class?" "Well," stopping chopping, the boy looked at Harry, I never understand anything, and I'm not really good with a knife. I'm such a klutz, and I just don't understand anything in here." Snorting, Harry pointed at the roots in front of Longbottom. "You've done a decent enough job on those. I know you know herbology, and you're not completely hopeless in transfiguration. I think if you just slowed down and allowed yourself to move at your own pace, things would go a lot better." But I'm too slow." The other boy let the knife rest on the table as he turned to Harry, who was adding the ground parsa wings, and waiting for the potion to turn yellow, and the colors the instructions tell me to watch for, they never make sense. I'm sure, if you asked nicely, and worked out a trade, Crabbe would be willing to help you out with that." Harry tried not to laugh at the shell-shocked expression on Longbottom's face. "Hey, we all want this classroom to stop having the record for explosions in class." Oh, Longbottom looked at the roots again, and asked aloud, "Are these chopped enough, Potter?" Looking quickly, the darker-haired boy nodded, scooped them up, and dropped them in, the potions ready for them. Quickly scooping them up, Longbottom dropped them in quickly. Wincing, Harry knew that even if they managed to not blow it up, he was still taking advantage of the make-up potion if he could that night. Because he'd be spending a lot of time stirring out the air dropping the roots in had introduced, this was going to be runny and thin. Thus, it would take a triple dose to work for anyone. "Really, Longbottom?" Harry shook his head, and tried to stir out the air bubbles the plopping root chunks had created in the potion. Potions isn't that different from cooking. He realized he'd spoken too loudly when the potions master stopped in front of their desk, looked at the liming mess in front of them, and sneered. "Care to explain that, Mr. Potter? I wasn't aware you knew anything of cooking in the first place to compare the two." "Well, sir," Harry winced as he got the last air bubble out of the potion, just as it turned green enough for the next ingredient. He added that, still stirring, and adding the next ingredient as he spoke. "They both work with recipes, require specific ingredients, precise measurements, and set times to stew, cook, and prepare. They require set temperatures, and are often ingested. The main difference is that in potions, you wouldn't be eating very many of the ingredients on their own, while in cooking, nearly everything is edible outside of a recipe as well. You're just as capable of making people sick with a mistake in cooking as in potions." Harry paused as he added the last ingredient, which caused the potion to puff white for a couple of seconds, and there he realized that the whole class was paying attention. "And while explosions are caused by the equipment more often in cooking as opposed to bad combinations of ingredients as in potions, cooking can still be deadly. I don't like to think of the times that my aunt nearly poisoned us when she actually cooked. That was why I didn't have many problems with that chore being almost exclusively mine." The air of the room changed, and Harry realized he'd given something about his home life away. Not just to Slytherins, but basically, to the whole school. Harry mentally gave a point to the professor for tricking such a confession out of him, but at the same time, was growling at the man in his mind for pulling such a trick. Nodding and looking at the potion as it rested, Snape smirked. "1 point to Slytherin for an explanation of the processes of cooking and potions making that even Muggleborns can understand. A point to Slytherin for the first potion made, in concert with Longbottom, which didn't explode this year. Pity it isn't exactly what your assignment was." Quote. With that, Harry and Neville joined the rest of the class in packing up and cleaning out their cauldrons. As he did so, Harry mused on the adult's parting remark. He had asked Professor Snape long ago why he terrorized Longbottom so, and the response the man gave indicated that it was just as much for the fun of it as it was to keep the House of Lions in line. Harry had asked if he could leave off, at least on Longbottom for a while, so that the boy might learn how to actually make potions instead of explosions. The professor had given Harry a detention for his cheekiness, but had deigned to consider it. He'd since then been a lot less caustic, and had noticed that the potions Longbottom worked on exploded a lot later in the process. It seemed Longbottom's fear levels corresponded directly with the times of the explosions. This proved Harry's theory, and while he suspected he'd cemented himself as Longbottom's partner for the remaining 4 years the other boy would be in potions, at least he'd get plenty of practice in explaining things to people. As Longbottom's partner for the rest of the term, Harry had plenty of opportunities to glean information from the other boy about herbology. He used the information for all it was worth. Though the heavier boy wasn't very skilled at potions, transfiguration or charms, he was no worse than any Hufflepuff at defense, and as far as Harry could find, unparalleled at Herbology. Being a good little Slytherin, he took notes from what Longbottom spoke of in class, and studied them. He'd had decent grades before, but "every little bit helps" was definitely one of Harry's catchphrases. The goodwill generated by Harry helping Longbottom extended through potions and defense classes only. The other Slytherins wanted to keep the accident-prone Gryffindor far away from their delicate projects. At the same time, the other Gryffindors wanted to keep the Snoopy Slytherin from their secrets. At that, Harry laughed. They didn't seem to realize that he wasn't interested in secrets, just information he could actually use. One day, as Harry sat through the torture that was Defense Against the Dark Arts, he pondered what exactly about the man got on his nerves. When he thought about it, Harry could live with the stutter. It really wasn't as though the man stumbled over every word, and Harry knew that he couldn't help it. He supposed he could make do with the hissing as well, though that was something Harry couldn't figure out. Quirrell was not reptilian in nature. He seemed almost phobic of them in fact. Well, that didn't mean much, as the professor seemed frightened of his own shadow most of the time. So, even though Harry only heard the hissing around the professor, he wasn't going to hate the man for it. He wanted to, but he wouldn't let himself. For all he knew, the man had a condition that required an oxygen tank or something. Though how that would happen in the wizarding world, Harry didn't even want to think about. Having eliminated his two biggest complaints about the defense teacher, Harry wondered why he didn't want to take his name off the list of suspects. It couldn't be the fact that every class with him, Harry left nursing a headache. That was no more the fault of the instructor than the stutter. Having pointed all of these facts out to himself, Harry had to wonder if Granger had some merit in her suspicions towards Professor Snape. After all, Quirrell was the ultimate in harmless-looking folk, while Snape couldn't pass for harmless with his arms and legs missing. The incident at Halloween with the troll seemed to be the only sticking point in eliminating suspicion on Quirrell entirely, which made Harry wonder if there was someone working with him, and threatening him to gain the cooperation. Again, this was something the potions master was quite capable of. Harry just barely pulled himself out of his musings to notice that he'd been called upon for demonstration of a hex. If he had any reason to suspect Quirrell of anything, this was it. After all, Harry didn't figure it was just coincidence that the man called him up to the front of the class every time he wanted to demonstrate a new hex, curse or jinx. There were one or two times through the year where someone other than Harry had been called upon, but those were instances of that student being so painfully obnoxious that Quirrell's seeming favoritism of casting at Harry had to take a back seat to discipline. This, of course, meant that Harry was regularly closer to the man than he cared to be, having to listen to the hissing up close, and somehow, his headaches unfailingly began at these points. Steeling himself for a long-winded explanation, complete with false starts, and a headache of monumental proportions, Harry stalked to the front of the classroom. Which happened to also be the center. Now, since you all have completed the body bind, it's TT time to move on to the Jelly L Legs curse, Quirrell began, and Harry quickly searched around for something to hold onto or to at least break his fall with. Just the name of it told him all he'd ever wanted to know. If his notes were right, this would make him feel like the bones of his legs had disappeared. He relaxed a little as the professor continued, this SS spell is usually used against one's attackers. It was CC created by a witch who ran RR rather slowly, and got tired of her peers SUERS catching her. I will now demonstrate this curse on Mr. P. Potter. Wincing as the hissing in his ears and pounding in his head teamed with the sudden feeling of his legs moving sideways, between his knees and ankles, Harry grabbed the desk he stood next to and tried to brace himself with it. As you can see, Quirrell added, her assailants were forced to CCEase their intentions towards her, as they couldn't even walk. This spell is most easily countered by finite incantatum, but sometimes one must wait out the EFFECTS of it. With that, the man turned to the rest of the class and proceeded to coach them on the pronunciation of the spell. Even while he was infuriated, Harry resigned himself to remaining where he was. It was times like these that the boy was led to believe Professor Quirrell was testing him for something. Mentally shrugging, as he always did, Harry set about breaking the spell. The first time Professor Quirrell had cast a hex at Harry, the poor boy promptly cast it right back. He lost points for his effrontery, was assigned a 6-foot essay on making sure one knew the effects of a spell in its entirety before casting it upon someone, and was given detention with Filch. Thus, after the first demonstration, Harry had been asked to leave his wand at his desk, so he had to make do with sheer willpower in his efforts to free himself. This meant the boy wasn't exactly countering the spell, just forcing himself to disbelieve what his nerves were trying to tell him. When he felt confident enough, Harry stood up again, and turned towards the rows of desks nearest his seat. He got as far as he could, with the support of Quirrell's desk, but had to take a leap of faith when it came time to bridge the gap between the adult's desk and the student's. Barely daring to trust he'd make it, Harry sighed deeply when his hands met the edge of Zabini's desk. The darker boy met Harry's eyes and, taking the chance of disrupting the class, spoke the common counter to the curse. Sighing deeply in relief, even as Quirrell whirled his attention to the two boys, Harry braced himself for a recast of the spell, with admonishment to not allow himself to rely on others to solve his problems. Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell was actually smiling to a degree, and Harry almost found that even scarier than the lecture he was sure to get. Congratulations on reaching that distance while cursed. Many others have tried, but failed to even stand. Suppose this is yet another signal of your determination to succeed. Even if the spell was cast at only half strength. Muttering under his breath, Harry nodded anyway, and continued to his desk, slowly. The professor continued to teach the rest of the class about the spell, and Harry continued to wonder what exactly about the man got on his nerves. When the class ended, no one was happier than Harry was. While the rest of the class was still packing, Harry had already shoved his supplies into his bag and dashed off. This was the only class he had so little consideration for his parchment and quills, but he figured they'd forgive him, as he was really quite desperate to get out of that room before Professor Quirrell decided to do another demonstration on him. In his haste to leave the room, Harry almost didn't notice the rest of the Slytherins catching up to him. They were muttering not so quietly that Quirrell seemed to have it in for Harry, and the Gryffindors, just behind, seemed to agree. Having thought to never see this day, Harry froze in place. The others only caught on once he was in the midst of the two groups. I almost hate to say it, the brunette boy drawled, but do the lot of you even realize you're agreeing with one another about something? Potter. Ron stepped forward, with a tense look on his face. Gryffindors may seem to be blind to USS, but even we can pick up on a teacher who's picked a target to torture. Unless they deserve it, no one should have a teacher targeting them for demonstration of all the hexes. We don't see you as deserving it. Finnegan piped up, almost as wounded as the redhead, what with you keeping your house in line and all. Bristling, Harry snapped, don't look at it as me keeping them in line. Think of it as us showing you that you aren't perfectly innocent either. Blinking, Thomas tried to soothe flaring tempers, we were giving you credit there, Potter. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It shouldn't be a case of us having to prove we're not deserving of such treatment, Harry growled, and started walking again, headed for the Slytherin common room. We should have the same considerations you give to other Gryffindors, to Hufflepuffs and to Ravenclaws. After all, we're just as human, as wizard as you. Potter, not grabbed Harry's sleeve slightly, trying to diffuse the tempers, now's not the time for this. Remember your great plan. Try this now and you'll have to burn it all up and restart. The other Slytherins smirked at the expressions on the faces of the Gryffindors before them. Harry calmed just enough to nod at his classmates and not yell at anyone that got in his way. He finally cooled down enough by the time he reached the common room that he could actually say the password, Unidad, without the entire hallway hearing him. Quickly dropping off what he didn't need in the first year's room, he pulled his text out and started on the essay. He was just starting to write about the process of making a table into a chair and vice versa, when the rest of the first years clumped around him. So, Potter, Bulstrode started the conversation, what are you going to do about Quirrell? Taking it to the headmaster won't do any good. Parkinson flipped her hair over her shoulder. You're a Slytherin, he seems to think this kind of thing is character building material for us. You haven't already tried, Harry started, indignant. Not in specific detail. Zabini waved at him to calm down. We just mentioned that Quirrell was targeting one student for demonstration purposes every class period. He sounded like he was going to do something about it at first, Bulstrode grumbled, but when we mentioned that it was a fellow Slytherin, he said, and I quote, Parkinson butted in. "It will work out, children. I'm sure your friend will learn a great deal from this. It will help him to build character. As if we need anything else to help us with that. Did you at least make sure there were some first years besides myself missing when you asked?" Harry wasn't sure he wanted to know. But he had to ask. "What kind of idiots do you take us for, Potter?" Not asked, indignant. "You, Malfoy, and I weren't there. The fact that you took it to him at all makes me nervous," Harry grumbled. "He's always seemed to be watching my every move, like he's trying to make sure of something. If he knew for sure that I was the one Quirrell was harassing, I almost think he'd actually ask the man to step it up a notch." "Why, Potter," Malfoy's voice was somewhere between mocking and disbelieving, "one would think you don't trust the headmaster." "I don't know what to make of him," Harry muttered. "We hardly ever see him at school, aside from meals, yet he knows almost everything that goes on at the school. How can a person do that?" When no one else had an answer, Harry moved to quickly change the subject. The group came to a consensus to use the time left before dinner to make progress on their defense and history essays. By the time they went to supper, nearly everyone was either done with their essays or was in the final tweaking stages of them. Reaching the Great Hall, the Slytherin first years sat in a clump. This was neither common nor rare, as the group was usually divided into factions. Harry's usual group was folk like Bulstrode, who liked to quiz him on Quidditch. Otherwise, he'd sit with Zabini or not, both of whom had more fun making sure Harry didn't forget how to differentiate between shades of green. Everyone else in that year tended to sit at the other end of the table, with Malfoy, who was shaping up to be the Lord of the First Years. If Harry had wanted to fight for the role, he would have cared more, but all Harry really wanted was to prove that light had just as many shortcomings as dark. This tended to alienate him from the rest of the Slytherins, who weren't quite sure how he would stand a chance of making this clear to the rest of the school, much less the rest of the wizarding world. If he wasn't surrounded by the other three, Harry invariably found himself surrounded by the Quidditch players, and discussing training, practice, or future plans the team had for games, and Harry's progress on rejuvenating the team's reputation. After finishing his meal, Harry headed off to headquarters to work on projects for their pranks. Along the way, he caught a glimpse of Hagrid, as the tall man apparently headed back to his cabin from the infirmary. Blinking, Harry wondered what could have hurt someone who specialized in dangerous creatures to the point that he'd go to the nurse for treatment. Paying closer attention, Harry spotted that the man's right hand was swelled to nearly double its usual size, and Harry figured that something had bitten the man, and that something happened to have some kind of swelling-causing component in its bite. Deciding he was better off leaving it alone, Harry continued on his way in the direction of Hogwarts' kitchen. Upon reaching the wall by the pear painting, Harry muttered, "Spatula," and walked in the newly revealed door, and turned to watch it close behind him. Sitting, Harry pulled his notes from his bag, and worked on a few details to their latest plan for the end of the year. He'd finished what he brought with him, and had started researching a charm for his personal map project, when the door opened again, and the twins zipped through. "Ah, Harry," the first ping-pong match of the day started with Fred. "We saw you at the Great Hall, looking preoccupied, and more than a little grumpy. We wondered if it had anything to do with Ron. Speaking of which, have you seen our little brother?" Not since class let out and both halves went their separate ways. Harry looked up. "Why?" "He's been mumbling with Thomas and Finnegan about Hagrid having something dangerous, and asked us if we'd gotten a return message from the one he sent to Charlie in Romania." George started round 2 of the game, and Harry chuckled internally. The twins only tried to confuse Harry like this when they were either on a severe sugar high, or when they were worried. "He wouldn't let us read it," Fred grumbled. Harry remembered seeing Hagrid earlier and explained to the twins, "I think I can see why Ron would be worried. I saw Hagrid earlier, walking out of the infirmary, nursing a hand that was bandaged but almost twice its normal size. What could have done that?" George pondered. "Fang likes to bite Hagrid's hand while playing, but even Fang's bites don't cause swelling." Suddenly Harry remembered that Hagrid had seemed more than a little tired, and even a bit singed in the beard, and mentioned it to the twins. "What bites, burns, and keeps you awake for hours on end?" Harry posed the question to the air around them. "Well, a lot of things bite, and most of those keep one awake as well," Fred muttered. "But I can't imagine any of those that burn you as well." George suddenly stopped, and his twin froze at the same time. "Wait, dragons." "That's right," Fred S. Ked in a deep breath of air. Charlie works at a dragon refuge, and baby dragon bites cause swelling. So Ron's trying to get a dragon out of Hagrid's hut. Harry blinked, then snickered. He'd better hope it happens soon. Hagrid lives in a wooden building. One wrong breath would leave the man homeless. I don't suppose there's anything we can do to help, is there? George seemed resigned. Probably better if we leave things alone, Fred agreed. Anything we do would have to take place after curfew anyway, Harry snorted. An invisibility cloak or not, I'm not taking that chance. Who knows who else we'd run into? Having resolved that, the three worked together on their plans for an end-of-the-year prank. They were debating on turning the hair of Gryffindor's green and of Slytherin's red, or charming the decorations of the 4 tables to switch locations with each utterance of the word, house. Finally, the three realized that the alarm they usually set to go off 10 minutes before curfew had not gone off, and that meant that they were almost 2 hours past curfew. Luckily, Harry's cloak was in headquarters that night, so they all ducked under it. Upon reaching the Gryffindor portal, the twins noticed that it was just swinging shut, and they quickly dashed through, only to swing right back out muttering about their crazy younger brother. Harry, go check towards Hagrid's hut. Fred whispered frantically. We think that whatever plan they had going was going to take place tonight. George held out a note that read to the same effect. Sure, but what do I do when I find him? Harry whispered back. Find a way to get him back to the common room without getting him or you caught. George grimaced. Pranking him for being a prat is one thing, but him losing points for trying to help Hagrid. With that, the twins slipped back into their common room, and Harry slipped away, towards the lower levels of the castle. He had to bite his lip to keep from laughing as the portrait in front of Gryffindor Commons grumbled about her wall maybe being jammed, then went back to sleep. He dashed as quickly and as quietly as possible to the ground level of the school. On his way there, he had to hug the wall, as Malfoy dashed past, heading, of all places, to upper levels of the school. Harry got a sinking feeling that Malfoy was heading for McGonagall. His sinking feeling spread to the rest of his body when he saw the 4 adults tying a young dragon in a cage to their brooms. The young dragon was taking swipes at anything stupid enough to get close, and the 3 Gryffindors watching weren't even thinking about getting back to their common room. He shook his head as the Romanian preserve workers lifted off the ground, and mentally urged Thomas, Finnegan or Ron to get their heads screwed back on before Malfoy came back. Finally, they snapped out of it, but at that exact moment, McGonagall came stalking into the area, fiercely glaring at all 3, and even at Hagrid. I have never. She fumed out loud. I thought better of you 3. There is absolutely no reason to be out this late. You all have detentions with Filch this Friday, and will have to explain to the rest of your house how you lost them 50 points. 50 points. Ron yelped. A piece, the professor snapped. The Gryffindors were fuming. At the same time, Malfoy finally caught up to the woman, and was smirking. Harry felt like smacking that smirk off his face, and was about to do something recklessly Gryffindorish to do so, but Professor McGonagall whirled and met the B's eyes squarely and informed him, and that includes you, Mr. Malfoy. What? He yelped, matching notes with Ron unintentionally. I said there was no reason to be out of bed this late, and even if you had good intentions, the tone of her voice indicated that she doubted this idea very much. You had no more excuse than they. Therefore, you will serve the same detention as they, and have lost Slytherin 50 points as well. She herded the 4 boys towards the castle, and unknowingly had a 5th boy following. Harry got more than a little nervous as Fangs seemed to want to growl at him, but Harry had no intentions of losing Slytherin another 50 points to go with Malfoy's loss. In fact, Harry suspected that he might lose even more points than any of the other 4 boys had, though he'd had nothing to do with the dragon-sized escapade. Shuffling along behind them, Harry was infuriated as the woman sent her trio to their tower, trusting they would go where she directed, but felt she had to guide Malfoy straight to Professor Snape's door. Having had a few close encounters with the man patrolling the halls, Harry held back, not wanting to be caught out this time. As soon as the potions master's door opened, the Transfiguration professor snapped her attention to the man, who had obviously been awoken by her sharp raps on his door. One of your Slytherins was wandering the halls, she began, and encountered 3 of my Gryffindors being fools after curfew. I've subtracted 50 points per child, and assigned a detention with Filch for all of them. I leave him in your hands. Do as you will to further the lesson. As she stalked off, Harry held his breath, hoping to not have been spotted himself. When he peered back around the corner, his green eyes met the coal-black ones of his head of house. The adult had ushered Malfoy into the room, and had stepped out. Harry was sure he'd told the boy he was making sure McGonagall had actually left. "Potter, I know you're out there," Snape muttered. "You had best get to your bed quickly, for if I catch you, there will be 5 detentions with Filch on Friday instead of just 4. Harry held his breath as the man continued to stare through him, holding as still as he possibly could. Finally, the potions master nodded to himself, muttered a curt, "Good night," and closed his door. Waiting a few seconds, Harry scuttled to the hidden door to the common room and dashed downstairs to the first-year sleeping room. He quickly stashed the cloak among his things to carry around the next day, and prepared for bed. In his anxiousness to keep out of trouble, Harry never stopped to think about how the man had known he was there, regardless of the cloak he was covered in. Nor did he wonder why the man didn't just give him the detention for being caught at all. The aftermath of the Dragon Dunder, as the junior Marauders dubbed it, was not pretty, to say the least. The 3 Gryffindor boys were ostracized by the rest of their house, and even the houses of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff seemed eager to mock them. Notable exceptions to this were Granger and Longbottom, though the youngest Weasley, Thomas, and Finnegan didn't seem to pay any heed to this. Harry tried not to feel too much glee. It wouldn't be noticed amidst the proudly displayed joy found in the rest of his house, but for a different reason. While the other Slytherins rejoiced in their nearly guaranteed victory in House Cup standings, Malfoy's point loss notwithstanding, but Harry was more interested in the other houses showing how like Slytherin they really were. After all, it was common knowledge in the other houses that Slytherins would turn on you as soon as it was to their advantage, yet, what had the other 3 houses done? This led Harry to agree with the twins about staying their pranking ideas for a time. At least any directed towards the youngest Weasley at school. To ensure teachers suspected nothing, they also left Malfoy alone. Why should they give away that one of them knew more details than the rest of the school? Even through the ruckus over the dragon that the majority of the school would never know about, Harry noticed the stress levels of some of the older students. Specifically, Flint, Bletchley, Higgs, Derek and Bull all got rather snappy when the other Quidditch players commented on homework being rough. This led Harry to decide that the safer path with Owl and Newt-bound students was to leave them alone until and unless they decided to seek him out. Ironically, the older Quidditch players seemed content to form a miniature study group, and let Harry in on it sometimes. Not that he provided much more than a more impartial question reader. If he hadn't figured that stealing their books would literally get him cursed senseless, the 5th and 7th year boys would have lost their books for a week or so, while the first year copied information down. Instead, he committed as much to memory as possible, hoping that it would stick around long enough for him to get it noted in headquarters. As the exams presented themselves to the school, more and more students ran around, as Harry called it, like chickens with their heads cut off, and his description earned him more than a few odd looks among the Slytherins. Strangely, it seemed to have provided a brief moment of humor even to the head of the house. Having been part of study groups for Owls and Newts on the sly, and helping his own year mates more directly, Harry found his first-year tests to be almost universally easier than he'd expected. Admittedly, Herbology was a bit of a challenge, as it was the first test Sprout had administered that actually required her students to sit and write on paper to prove their knowledge, but the only other classes of any difficulty were defense and potions. The first was difficult because Harry was still used as the testing dummy, and rarely got a chance to actually cast any of the spells. Right after said exam, Harry sat at lunch and discussed with his fellow first-years how they could make future tests and classes much easier. He hoped they would catch on to the idea, even though it would require cooperation with other houses, because it would be useful in more ways than just grade boosting. "Potter," Malfoy was shaking his head, "you're still going on too much about blending us with the rest of the school." "That's not what it's about in this case," Harry sighed. He was beginning to see that he'd been too blunt about his ultimate goal to start with. He wondered how to cut it back so they didn't see what he was up to quite so easily, but wasn't sure he wanted to hide it. "I'm doing this for our grades as well. Maybe even more so for this reason." Zabini drawled, offering his input. "Oh, really? What reason could you have for us to work with other houses other than for your Grey campaign to have another step taken?" "Well, for one thing," Harry rolled his eyes, and finished another bite of corn, "surely your parents have taught you the values of networking." I heard about the problems that some of the older Slytherins are having in their classes because none of them were particularly skilled in runes. So they didn't have anyone to further explain what they couldn't glean from notes. You're trying to say that if we started working with those, Malfoy bit off the comment he'd been about to make at Harry's expression, we'd have a network set up. Not immediately, I'd guess, but over time, they'd get used to working with us, and that might translate well over to what we do after graduating here. Harry supposed, in between his last bites of corn. Where do you dream these things up? Parkinson raised an eyebrow. There's no way you're coming up with these ideas yourself. Harry agreed, no, I'm not, but even though I don't like them, and they don't like me, I learned a lot about the world from the Dursleys. If you know the right people, you can get almost anything accomplished. If you know how to treat them, you can get them to do almost anything. If you know how to combine the two, your life is a lot easier. It's how my uncle is as far in the company as he is. He knows just how to butter people up to get what he wants from them. I may not like the way they treat me, but that's because I don't have anything they want, except never mind. But the point is that, well, back there, I had a lot of time to think. And people didn't really bother much with watching what they said around me, so I heard a lot of interesting things. Apparently, so you think if we, say, approached Longbottom for herbology homework, it would benefit us in more than just grades? Not asked. In the long run, sure. I mean, you help him, he helps you, both have a class grade stay the same or improve. He would still likely be hopeless in a class like potions, but with any luck, after 5th year, he won't be taking it. Then, after graduation, he'd remember that you were helpful, and might be willing to send plant samples your way for a lower price, for your work in, say, potions. Harry explained to make it completely clear. And Granger, Bulstrode, peered up from her pickle spears. How is she supposed to be useful? I'm not going to be fool enough to turn down the chance to search the information in a walking encyclopedia, are you? Harry asked her straight out. Why are you so worried, Potter? Greengrass poked a fork at him. It's not like you're having any troubles in class, aside from defense. Not now that we've told you how to tell shades of green, and the like. Rolling his eyes, Harry countered, well, sure, my grades are just fine, but that doesn't mean I want to be the only one doing well. After all, what kind of network could I build that way? So is everything you're doing here just networking? Zabini's eyes held a strange gleam to them. One that Harry wasn't sure he wanted to puzzle out just yet. Not really, I've got lots of reasons for doing what I am, but the ones you all have heard are the easiest to explain to others. Harry muttered into his glass of pumpkin juice. Surely it wouldn't be that difficult to explain that you believe in giving people a first chance. Harry and the rest of the first years looked up abruptly at the voice from the end of their table. Standing there, looking as though she was not sure whether she wanted to hide or stand on her own 2 feet, was a bespectacled girl whose hair seemed the same color as wheat. She fussed with her red and gold tie as she stood there, and continued, it doesn't seem to me like much of that's going on around here. What do you want, Gryffindor? Malfoy hissed, and surprisingly the girl flinched. Blinking, she then met the bee-owned boy's eyes. I'd like to offer my help with this study group. She nodded her head at Harry. He's got an idea. Traditionally, Gryffindors are pathetic in potions, even without the help of students throwing extraneous ingredients into their cauldrons. At the same time, Ravenclaws are considered too bookish to do well with classes like care of magical creatures, and Pufflehuffs are rarely skilled at classes other than herbology. At least, if you go by what everyone seems to believe of one another. Seeley, a redhead, walked up to her left. You do realize you just called the Hufflepuffs Pufflehuffs, don't you? Oh dear, she mumbled, I did it again. That is the biggest reason why she wants to help develop a cross-house study group. The redhead on her right grinned at the Slytherin table. Her essays do her justice in classes. It's actually casting the spells that gets her into trouble. You really don't want to know what happens when you cast Wingardium Leviosa. The girl shuddered. Believe me, it's worse than the feather fire Finnegan flirted with. Did you ever want your pop quiz back? Harry asked the girl, the one where he quizzed everyone on his beginning of the year speech. She tapped her nose and pondered a moment. It's not like I can turn it in again, revised for a better grade. Besides, I think he's started using it as kindling by now. Well, I hate to break up the start of a beautiful alliance. Fred's grin called him a liar. But Seeley has an herbology exam in 5 minutes, George smirked as the girl scrambled to the door, whacked into the jam on her way out, and managed to mutter a spell that had her class supplies traveling in the air behind her as she rubbed her face. While we're at it, we have a defense exam to take, Fred chuckled, and don't you lot have potions right now? The first years looked at their timepieces, and scrambled to pack and head for class. Taking the opportunity as it was offered, the twins muttered about a rumor of the headmaster's absence. The importance of this escaped Harry for much of the class period. He was more focused on the potion he was working on. Professor Snape had informed each student as they walked in that they were to work as individuals, unless otherwise directed. Knowing that the Longbottom and Ron pairing would only result in an explosion, Harry sat as far away from them as possible, a sentiment echoed by all of the other singled-out students. The remaining pairs, Crabbe and Finnegan, Goyle and Thomas, Greengrass and Brown, were resigned to being in the range of any possible explosions as Malfoy, Zabini, Knott, Granger, Pottle, Parkinson, and Bulstrode were more able to scramble for perimeter desks as individuals. Still, being in range of Patil's possible explosions made Harry nervous. He'd had the misfortune of the girl sitting in the row ahead of him, but resigned himself to anything that happened. As he worked on the potion, Harry got the feeling that no two groups, or individuals were working on the same one. As his own potion progressed, the boy kept an eye out on the ones surrounding him, and felt fairly confident in identifying the others as he went. He even jotted them down when he felt sure enough. Little did he know someone was watching him do this. Upon finishing his potion, amazed that there hadn't been an explosion yet, Harry turned in his vial. Mr. Potter, finish identifying the rest of the potions assigned, and turn that in as well. The potions master smirked at the boy as he muttered this quietly enough that they were the only ones to hear. As he walked back to his desk, Harry's mind finally reminded him of the twins' comment before class even began. He peered around the classroom, and finished his list, leaving only Crabbe's, Goyle's and Longbottom's potions unnamed, as the three groups didn't seem to be making anything other than a mess. Sighing, he walked to the front of the classroom again, with the remainder of his supplies, and returned them to their places in the cabinets. Some of the ingredients on Crabbe's and Finnegan's desks suggested what the two were supposed to have been completing, and on his way back to his desk, Harry thought he recognized Goyle's and Thomas's assignment. With his last trip to the front, returning ingredient surpluses, Harry thought he recognized Ron's and Longbottom's potion enough to know that the ginger root they were about to add would not react well. Not even stopping to think about the trouble that he'd get into, Harry yanked the root from the redhead's hand. Why don't you wait for the potion to change colors first? Potter, Ron sniped, I think we know what we're doing. The instructions say to add the whole ginger root when the potion is goldenrod. It's goldenrod now. No, Harry blinked, it's canary yellow. With that, he shrugged, whimpered and walked back to his desk. He could hear Knott, Zabini, and Malfoy snickering, and he knew at least part of it was for his explosion prevention efforts. Just as he jotted down what potion the two Gryffindors had been ruining, the explosion occurred, and Harry sighed again. While you were reading the instructions that told you to add the ginger root when it became goldenrod in color, Snape hissed, you obviously overlooked the preceding sentence, which told you to add the ground salamander tail at the same time. Not to mention you completely overlooked the murtlap leaves. The class packed up and ready to leave, the class period ended, and Harry brought his paper to the front. Quietly as he could, Harry handed it over and asked the professor if he knew where the headmaster was. No, I don't, the man grumbled, if he's not in the school, then, a pause, Mr. Potter, catch up with your yearmates and inform them they need to be on their way to the Slytherin common room. Do the same for the Gryffindors, and any other students you happen upon. Do so quickly, quietly, and above all, don't get involved. Sir. Harry was puzzled. I mean it, Potter. The grumbling became growling and the man waved a hand in the air, furthering his dismissal of the child in front of him. Move. Quickly. Resorting to what he'd been told actually had been labeled as the Harry Potter scuttle. In Slytherin House, the boy gathered his things and caught up to the students that had just left the classroom. He relayed the message, and told all of them to continue relaying it as they went to their common rooms. He followed the cluster up to the point where they came even with the junior Marauders, hidden door, and there he quickly but quietly spoke the password, which had been changed to freedom, in honor of the coming break. The twins were already there, and as Harry snuck in, they looked up. So, Fred asked. Harry grabbed supplies. Snape ordered me to send everyone to their common rooms, but we need to sneak up to the hallway to clear out the traps, make it easier for the professors to get through. Righty then, George also grabbed some supplies. We at least know Quirrell has something to do with it, he never showed for the exam. So he and whoever else has had roughly the entire class time to work on the deterrents the professors created. After getting through our traps, Fred continued. Harry finished the chain of thought, so there might not be much left intact. Maybe we can talk the professors into letting us leave some of our untested stuff to catch him up when he leaves. 3 grins accompanied that statement. Though the boys knew that they'd more likely put Gryffindor further out of the running for the House Cup, and leave Slytherin actually possibly losing it to Ravenclaw, they were going to do what they could to help. Harry because he knew the twins would go anyway. The twins, because they figured, Gryffindor was out of the running, why worry about points at this time? Besides, it sounded interesting. As the trio reached the off-limits corridor, they noticed the blasted open door, and the rather disturbing lack of sound. No growling, snarling or barking, just a faint melody wafting from the room. Looking at each other, they inspected the passage for any remnants of their traps. Footsteps alerted the boys to the approaching professors, and they all flinched mightily. It was one thing to know that if they got caught they'd be in it deep, it was another entirely to actually get caught. Particularly by these 2 professors. At least it cleared their names from the list of suspects. Hermione would be glad. McGonagall had nothing to with the problem. What do you 3 think you're doing here? She snapped. Fred for once, seemed hesitant. We were checking on the traps set on the door. There aren't any left intact, so we were thinking of asking permission to leave some for whoever comes back out. George added. Absolutely not. She hissed, sounding remarkably like a cat. Wait, that was her animagus form, Harry reminded himself, so no wonder, by rights you 3 could be expelled for even being here. Fred collected enough nerve to further scare the other 2 boys. We were under the impression that the only consequence of being here was death. The headmaster said so himself at the welcoming feast. On pain of death. Nothing about detentions, point loss, expulsion, lines to write, or anything other than death. Heaving a deep sigh, the woman stalked forward. Fine, if you're going to be difficult about it, we'll make use of your assistance in keeping the Cerberus in line. I presume at least one of you knows a charm to play music. Grinning, George cast the spell as the small group walked in the room. Harry privately thought something strange was going on, as McGonagall didn't seem the sort to let children get involved in anything to do with adults, and this was definitely an adult situation. It made him wonder if there were other things going on. Snape smirked at the small boy as he passed. Both professors quickly surveyed the room, and saw the enchanted harp that had just stopped playing. They looked at each other and nodded. Weasley, Harry never understood how the man could use just their surname and manage to speak to just one twin at a time, but Snape did so even at this time. Keep that song going until we either return, or yell up to you to run. If we yell for you to run, do so. Do not cast traps, do not look back, and most certainly, do not come back. You will be killed, and if you're lucky, it will just be the dog that does so. Is this understood? The 3 boys nodded, and resolved to keep that charm going for as long as possible. The 2 adults walked to the trap door, and suddenly, Professor McGonagall stiffened. Harry just barely heard her mutter about points in the negatives by the end of this fiasco, and then both adults were waving at him and Fred. We've got a slight hitch in our plans, McGonagall muttered, rubbing her temples a bit. There are students down there. If you listen, you can just hear one of them yelling. Standing that close to the trap door, they actually could, and both boys looked back up into their professors' faces. The worry even in the potions master's eyes didn't speak well of the situation. Harry offered, "Ma'am, if you can get to them and levitate them to us, we can get them from the doorway. We might even be able to get them to the infirmary." Nodding, McGonagall added, "Poppy is already on her way. So if either of you know any first aid, that would be better than trying to rush them to her. The other professors are also on their way, so if they arrive in time, one of them can take over the music charm. Should we be that fortunate," Snape didn't seem to believe they would, "the 3 of you, and any students back up here from below that are capable, will return to your common rooms, will remain silent concerning this, and any theories you have, and will prepare for the punishments you will face for interfering in this." "Yes, sir," Fred nodded at both adults as he said this, and Harry nodded as well, though he was looking down the hole. He thought he recognized one of the voices. "Sir," Harry hesitated, "I think I might know at least one of the people down there. I can almost guarantee it is more foolish members of my house, Mr. Potter." McGonagall sighed, "most likely to be some combination of Ronald, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Finnegan, and perhaps even Mr. Longbottom." "Mercy upon us if Longbottom's involved," Snape muttered, "but we still need to get down there. Weasley, you will take over any levitation charms if we have an unconscious or injured student to send up. Mr. Potter, if the student is able to move under their own power, merely pull them from the hole, and cast a quick lumos to inform us when said student is clear." "Yes, sir," Harry and Fred chimed and nodded, in unison. Even through the worry, Harry grinned a bit at the muttered triplets from both professors. With that, the two adults levitated themselves down the passage, and the boys stood guard. After a bit, Fred asked to be relieved of the charm. His arms were getting tired, and he was filled in on the instructions left by the adults. Shortly after the twins switched, the boys noticed a shape at the bottom of the trapdoor. With no spells flying their way, the boys felt it was safe enough to poke their faces over the top, and they saw McGonagall. She nodded, and then spoke to the smaller shape standing near her. The shape was shivering, but nodded back to her, as she cast the levitation charm. The Weasley twin and Harry readied themselves for the person on their way up to them, and saw Thomas as he cleared the doorway. When it was safe, Harry pulled him from over the hole, and Fred let the Transfiguration professor know it was clear. As soon as the charm was removed, Thomas stuttered about a plant they'd only gotten through when their fear froze them solid, and a door with hundreds of keys. At being asked, he said he'd not been more than scratched by the keys as they dashed through the door on the other side of them, and was told to bandage that up and head to Gryffindor Tower and to stay put. Harry was amazed that he did so without argument. A minute or two after Thomas left, the two boys spotted Professor Snape at the bottom of the tunnel. He nodded as he saw he had their attention, and began levitating someone up. Both boys were relieved to see that the individual was awake, though Finnegan seemed to have been silenced. Harry didn't see how he could appear to be screaming without noise otherwise. Once he was clear, the boys gave the man standing at the bottom the signal, and he waved at them to move from the trapdoor. They pulled the rather panicky Irish boy away from the door, and Fred continued to tug him away from the three-headed dog to help him calm down, as Professor Snape levitated himself up. He nodded to the four boys, and indicated that they should remain just a bit longer. Peering down the trapdoor, he waved, and Harry could see another student being lifted up. This one was not awake, and seemed to have a head injury. The squeaky noise the twins made told Harry a second before he recognized the red hair who it was, and he moved forward to help Snape stabilize the first year. Pulling his robe off, leaving him in shirt and jeans, Harry folded it up to use as a pillow for the boy when he was set on the ground. Looking over at them, Harry took over the music charm so the twins could help fuss over their brother. Shortly after the youngest redhead was settled on the ground, both professors were back up in the room with the sleeping Cerberus, and Harry looked nervously at the trapdoor. "We never saw anyone other than these three," Snape muttered under his breath, "which means that the culprit must have made it past all of the traps." "That's not as bad as it sounds." McGonagall tried to diffuse the dark mood. "Albus' defense is meant to trap whomever would be after the object. We shouldn't have a problem if we can get the children out of the room, and the other professors here to meet him when he gives up." With a snort, Snape snapped his gaze to the muted boy. "Finnegan, you and Thomas will scrub cauldrons until the train leaves with you on it. I see no point in subtracting points from Gryffindor, as your house is already close enough to the negatives from your actions less than a month ago. Thus, when you return to school, consider your first month back to be mine for detentions. This will not happen again, do you hear me?" Rather than contradict the man, McGonagall nodded. "I shall deal with Misters Weasley, all three. I suppose you'll take on Mr. Potter's detentions as well." Gladly, the drawl sent a shiver down Finnegan's back, and Harry knew that by the time that month of detentions next year was over, he'd be able to identify a lot more potions by their color and residues. Silently, he resigned himself to being good friends with the scrubbing brush and the cauldron soap. "Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Potter, if you would." Professor McGonagall's instructions were interrupted by the arrival of the nurse, and Madame Pomfrey bustled straight to the injured student. "Oh my," she mumbled to herself, Well, we've got a mild concussion at the least here, but fortunately, his spine is intact, so we can put him safely on a stretcher and levitate him to the infirmary. I crossed Thomas on my way here, and sent him there. Mr. Finnegan, if you would please come with me, we'll have you fixed up in no time at all. Though the nurse was quite capable of levitating the magically conjured stretcher, the twins were having none of that. The solemnity of their faces reassured her that her comatose patient would be safe, even with his brothers providing the locomotive power for the device. Harry waited for the 5 of them to leave the room, and was just about to leave himself, when the rest of the professors finally arrived. Flitwick seemed tense, and for once, Harry was nervous around the tiny man. Rather than the jovial nature he usually displayed, this version of Flitwick was frighteningly similar to the usual attitude of McGonagall and Snape. Sprout was more serious as well, but she wasn't nearly as intimidating as the other 3 heads of house. Hooch was always on the intimidating side, like Professor Snape, but at this time, she was downright frightening. Briefly, he wondered why she was involved, but was content to do so as he left the room. When Hooch took over the music charm, he made to do just that. A hand on his shoulder kept Harry in the room for a bit longer. Professor Snape was looking down at him with a strange expression on his face. As Harry looked up, he explained, "It would be best if you headed for the headmaster's office at this point, Mr. Potter. You might be able to catch him as he returns from his errand. If you see him, inform him of our whereabouts. If you see any students along the way, instruct them as to where they should be, or just remember their name, and report it to me when I return to fetch you." "Yes, sir." Harry turned again to leave, but doubled over in pain as it felt like something lanced through his skull. Though the boy wasn't aware of it, the professors spent a split second of worry over him, then whirled to the figure levitating themselves into the room. Harry's head was bursting with such pain that he didn't understand the arguing of the adults, but he was vaguely aware of someone standing near him. Hooch had remained at his side, continuing the music charm to keep Fluffy asleep. When the others began shooting spells at each other, she erected a wall of silence in front of the Cerberus, and a strong shield in front of herself and the child. He was incapacitated, but she didn't dare leave to take him to Pomfrey, not until the headmaster showed. If he'd been able to look up, Harry would have been amazed at how well Quirrell was holding up against Flitwick, Snape, McGonagall, and Sprout. He was finally able to look up when the pain lessened a bit. The sight that met his eyes at that point made him wish the pain hadn't let up. Sprout had just been flung against a wall, barely missing the sleeping 3-headed dog, and McGonagall and Snape were both struggling to stand back up from the same hex. Flitwick was flinging curses, jinxes and hexes quick as he could, but even still, Quirrell and Harry was happy to be right was dodging and countering them as though it were child's play. After a second, Harry was even more amazed as it turned out that Quirrell was facing the wrong way the entire time. Not sure why the pain had lessened, Harry got Madame Hooch's attention and motioned towards the door. She nodded, and as the small boy turned for the door one last time, he was quite shocked, even flabbergasted, to find himself flying in the wrong direction. Harry was going to look up the summoning spell when he got the chance, he swore to himself. He wanted to know how in the world it could summon people. This thought was interrupted by a return of the screaming pain, but worse even than it had been before. A hissing sound issued from the boy's arms where Quirrell, now facing the right way, was holding him still. Speaking through the pain, Quirrell threatened the others, "This boy and I will be returning to the mirror, where he will retrieve the stone for me. You all will cower here as you wait for my return. If you survive, have a nice time collecting his corpse." Taking a step back at this point, the man dragged the boy back towards the trapdoor. Though the pain was nearly shutting his brain down, Harry knew he really didn't want to go down the hole. Somewhere, in the back of his mind, he wondered how the professor could stand it. The hissing began to smell of burnt flesh, and Harry realized that there was actually something burning. Managing to squirm enough to get an arm free, he realized he wasn't the one burning, not quite. A hand on his neck made the boy yelp and nearly shrill like a girl when faced with a rat on the ground. His fear was not lessened any by the sudden growl that issued from behind them. When the hand dropped from his neck, Harry quickly turned and looked over Quirrell's shoulder. Catching a glimpse of the rotting mass on the back of the man's skull, Harry felt his lunch wishing imminent greetings to the floor at his feet. Even that thought was silenced when he realized that the growling came from the now awakened Fluffy. Said three-headed dog drooled at the food standing before it. Harry took a step back, and hoped that the dog would go for the morsel closer, rather than the younger one. Quirrell reached for the boy again, as said child fell another step back. At the same time, the creature snapped forward with one of its heads. Flinching, falling and not quite sure why he didn't close his eyes, Harry saw the head, sharp teeth included, close the distance between the adult and itself. Feeling the rushing movement of a summoning charm cast on himself again, Harry was amazed that the second and third heads hadn't made a snatch for him as he flew out of their range. Instead, all three heads seemed preoccupied with the figure in front of them. The bloody mess had collapsed, and it seemed as if the teeth in all three mouths had blood and other bits dripping from them. Harry's lunch started its preliminaries of greeting the floor again, as the adults crowded around him. Mr. Potter. Professor Snape's voice suddenly pierced the fog his mind had collapsed into, and Harry's gaze snapped to meet the man's black eyes. With the images of Quirrell's death replaying briefly through his mind, Harry wondered at the burning sensation caused by the man's touch. When Snape suddenly looked away, Harry turned his head to see what the adult was looking at. Headmaster Dumbledore had returned, and with a sad look on his face, was looking at the mess Fluffy had left. As if feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, he turned to the cluster to his left. "Are you well, Harry, my boy?" The worry seemed genuine in the headmaster's voice and eyes, but Harry couldn't concentrate on it. He saw the hands on his arms again, felt the hissing and slight burning that had accompanied it, and reviewed yet again the biting of the Cerberus upon the form of Quirrell. Strangely, with this third viewing, Harry actually saw the strange gas released upon the teeth closing in upon the body. One more time, his stomach rebelled, and this time, its rebellion was successful. The boy doubled over, and retched out the contents of his stomach, as the professors all scattered back a step or three. When his stomach had emptied itself to its content, the boy peered up at the adults. For a few seconds, he saw the sadness in their eyes, but that didn't last long. As he heard the headmaster repeat his question, the boy felt the muscles of his body relax, and saw black tunnels surround him until he saw no more. Having had very few opportunities to see the inside of the infirmary, Harry was understandably confused when he woke to the sterile, white and off-white walls of said chambers. Blinking a few times, he looked around to see someone sitting up in a bed not far off. Sitting up himself, Harry searched around for his glasses, and perched them on his nose. Looking further, Harry saw the pile of candy surrounding the redhead and the pile of his own to the left side of his bed. Thinking he could just leave the pile of sweets to the red-haired boy, he began mustering up the energy to climb out of the bed. His efforts were interrupted by the appearance of the nurse, who bustled over to the beds quicker than the boy could move off the surface. "Mr. Potter," she admonished, "I would appreciate it if you would remain on the bed until I can ascertain whether or not there was any lasting damage." "From what?" Harry blinked, confused. Walking into the infirmary, the headmaster clarified, "By all accounts, my boy, you were suffering under a great deal of pain. It is generally considered a bad thing to be subjected to pain at all, much less for the prolonged period of time you appeared to have endured." The boy mumbled, "What about Ron? He suffered a simple concussion, and is nearly ready to leave," Madame Pomfrey diagnosed. "It seems you have recovered well enough yourself, Mr. Potter, so feel free to gather the sweets your fellow students purloined from Hogwarts kitchens and go. Tomorrow is the leaving feast, and I expect that if either of you feel the need, you will return immediately." Both boys nodded quickly, and gathered the candy. Harry managed to leave with fewer sugar-filled delights than the redhead, as he wasn't sure it would benefit him much to have them. He did, after all, want to get some sleep that night. On his way to the Slytherin common room, Harry wondered what it would hurt to ask permission to stay at Hogwarts for the summer even. He didn't remember reading about anyone ever doing so in the school's history book, but neither did he recall any rules forbidding it. As he reached the door leading to Professor Snape's office, the portrait guarding it swung open, and the potions master stepped through. He looked up to spot the boy approaching his door, and raised an eyebrow. "Did you need something, Mr. Potter? Or were you intending to get a head start on those detentions?" Suddenly feeling his nerve drain away, Harry nearly whirled around and said, "Never mind." He knew, though, that the adult wouldn't let him get away with that, so he plowed on through to ask, "Sir, do you think there's any way I could stay here for the summer?" With a deep sigh, the pitch-black eyes slid towards a far-off wall, there are not the facilities for such a thing. The school undergoes a hibernation period, during the summer, so as to not stretch the ambient wards overmuch. Having a child in the school year-round would make this impossible. Nodding sadly, Harry asked the second half of the question, is there anywhere I could stay that wouldn't be the Dursleys? If you had asked that question earlier in the year, Snape nearly muttered to himself, I'm sure we could have worked something out, if your reasons for wanting to not return were along the lines of feeling endangered, unwanted, or actually being abused. Otherwise, there is nothing to be done. And at this point in the year, we can only file the request as a complaint concerning your lodgings, to keep in mind for next year. Thank you, sir. Harry nodded to the man in gratitude, even though nothing was going to change. Then, the boy turned towards his common room and scrambled into bed. The next morning, after Harry woke and changed, he headed for the Great Hall, even before the rest of his roommates were awake. He sat, and had made it through roughly half a plate of scrambled eggs when the rest of the students began trudging in. The older students sat proudly under the green and silver banners, and the younger ones were quickly filled in on what it meant. By the time everyone had settled in and eaten their fill, everyone knew that Slytherin had won the House Cup. Even the potions master's usual poker face was gone, replaced with a quiet smirk. When all of the students seemed to have finished with their food, the headmaster stood and drew everyone's attention to himself. I would like to congratulate you all on a year well spent, he began, and I wish you the best for your summertime efforts to clear your brains of the stuffing we have performed upon them. It is my understanding that it is time to award the House Cup. As they stand now, the houses have the following points. Gryffindor is in 4th place, with 312 points. 3rd place goes to Hufflepuff with 352 points, and 2nd to Ravenclaw with 426 points. This means that Slytherin, with 472 points, wins the cup. The rest of Harry's house began to cheer, and the other 3 made a polite attempt at congratulatory clapping. Harry, while still happy, couldn't help but wonder why the headmaster was still standing. Seeing the man wave his hands gently in the air made the boy's stomach sink. I do believe, however, Professor Dumbledore spoke when the noise died down, that in light of recent events, there are more points in need of awarding. This announcement caused the whole school to still, and the expression dropped right off of Professor Snape's face. Continuing without missing a beat, the headmaster enumerated his points to award. I award 40 points to Mr. Dean Thomas for bravely standing guard in a dire situation. The Gryffindors perked up a little, but were still puzzled as to what good a mere 50 points would do for their house. To Mr. Seamus Finnegan, the headmaster had a benevolent smile upon his face. I award 40 points for acting as a sound guide in times of trouble. Thomas and Finnegan both had perplexed looks on their faces, and Ron seemed like he was adding something particularly complicated in his head. A sudden thought occurred to Harry, and his stomach sank even further. Mr. Ronald Weasley earned 40 points for his excellent game of chess, played under duress. The headmaster had to be ignoring the indignant expression on Snape's face, and the flabbergasted expressions on the rest of the professors. For holding a rather superb music charm, I award Mr. George Weasley 30 points. Many of the Slytherins were slumping, bad posture rules ignored. Harry was hoping that the headmaster was nearly done. Malfoy seemed to be memorizing the banners above the Gryffindors, as though he thought they might be changing in aspect soon. Mr. Harry Potter wins 30 points for his efforts in barring entrance to sensitive areas. Dumbledore's eyes shone brightly to anyone actually looking. To Mr. Fred Weasley, Dumbledore added, I award 30 points, for his quick thinking and actions to prevent sensitive materials from falling in the wrong hands. The whispering that rumbled through the Great Hall indicated to all of the mathematically inclined, that the Gryffindors had been caught up to the Slytherins with this set of declarations. The feeling in the pit of his stomach told Harry that the headmaster still wasn't done, and the expression lacking on Professor Snape's face spoke of his own realization in that regard. For such excellent information-gathering skills, I award 10 points to Miss Hermione Granger. At this point, the whole room erupted. The sinking feeling he'd been suffering from throughout the speech suddenly transformed into a heavy stone in his stomach, and Harry felt a sourness develop in his mouth. He got the feeling that the 5 Gryffindor boys were going to be exempted from their detentions next year, and that this was only the beginning of a situation Harry already hated. Hot on the heels of this epiphany, Harry met the eyes of the older Slytherins and saw that they had seen it coming. Evidently, something in his gaze rang to them, and each of the older students whose gaze he met gave him a little nod. That was all he needed to know to have confirmed that they had suffered similar blindfold removal moments. With a deep sigh, the smallish boy began paying attention to the hall again, and noticed that the banners had gone from green and silver to red and gold, and the cheering had finally died down. The students were dismissed to their rooms to finish packing, and to speak their farewells, and Harry found himself pulled aside by the Quidditch team. Potter, Bletchley had an expression between sympathy and an "I told you so" that set Harry's nerves on edge. He knew more was coming to make the situation worse. "We wanted to know if you were still going to try out for the Seeker position next year. Are you telling me not to bother?" Harry peered up at them. "If you don't take the Seeker position," Flint shrugged, "we'll just continue playing as we always have. No point in changing ourselves when they won't ever. All this year, when you've said, 'I'll think on it,' you all were really meaning, you've yet to see what we've seen, didn't you?" Harry's gaze caught Higgs, and the older boy flinched at the open betrayal in the green eyes. "You're not going to change the world just by wanting it to happen." Bull shook his head. "We hoped you might have been able to open their eyes, but we weren't going to hold our breath. If I come back next year," Harry looked at them all, "and show you all what I can about Muggles, so that you can make informed opinions to like or dislike them, will you at least take the time to learn the information? Not going to try and make us like them, are you?" Warrington spoke up, a rarity for him. "I mean, I don't care if you tell us about the Muggle world in an effort to educate us. If you're going to try and turn us into Muggle lovers, though, I wouldn't bother." "No," Harry shook his head, "I'm trying to show you enough of the Muggle world so that if you continue to despise them, you'll at least know what exactly you're despising them for. Instead of hating them simply for not having a magical pedigree that traces back thousands of years, you can hate them for driving on the wrong side of the road, or for wearing gaudy jewelry. Those are pretty stupid reasons to hate a person." Derek rolled his wand across his palm in a restless manner. "So's not bothering to meet any Muggles but hating them for not having 15 times great-grandparents all the way down to their parents who use magic." Harry snorted. "At least if I hate Muggles, it's because I've been around them to personally find things to dislike." "So your crusade is changing from getting the world to like us to being for us to like the Muggles," Flint began. "My crusade was for everyone to open their eyes to the differences of the people around them," Harry grumbled. "I've spent most of my life where people only see what they expect to, and then learned that magic actually exists. Then when I came here, I hoped that it would be different, only to find it isn't. Can you really blame me for wanting to change that?" "No, QC," one of the graduating 7th years smirked, "we don't blame you for wanting that. Or even trying to make it happen. After all, that's probably what got you sorted into Slytherin. It's what got most of us here. We wanted to change the world. Pity the world's better at changing us than we are it." Higgs nodded. "Just keep in mind, Potter. You can't expect change to happen, not of that scale, in a day, a week, a month, or even just a year. This crusade of yours could take your whole life. I like the idea of this life goal better than the one that was assigned to me." Harry moved his hair off his forehead and the whole group chuckled. They then scattered to their separate floors, and gathered their belongings. On the train ride back, Harry sat in a compartment with Ravenclaws, as the twins were quite happily catching up with their other friendly Jordan. Not begrudging them the friend from their own house, Harry plotted ways of bringing things to Hogwarts to introduce to his fellow Slytherins in an effort to give them a real choice in regards to the non-magical inhabitants of the world. In between those thoughts, he wondered if Hermione had been reporting to Dumbledore the entire time she'd been helping Fred, George, and Harry. By the time the train reached King's Cross Station, Harry had managed at least a rough draft of his Transfiguration and Herbology essays, and had gotten enough notes to feel comfortable in starting a draft for his history class. As he packed his books back up, he realized he didn't even have his defense book out of his bags, and wondered what the professor had assigned for the summer. He couldn't remember what essay he was supposed to write, or how long it was to be. For that matter, he couldn't rightly remember the man's name, though his mind kept stuttering and telling him it had something to do with the class. Finally, he shrugged, and as the students disembarked, Harry decided to work on all of the other essays first, and when they were done, he'd send a letter asking what the assignment had been. After collecting Hedwig in her cage, and his school trunk, Harry began looking out for his uncle. Hoping that this summer wouldn't be too unbearable, The boy sighed as he finally spotted the long neck of his aunt. Approaching them, Harry noticed a few Slytherin housemates keeping an eye on the trio of muggles, and resigned himself to introducing them to his relatives. He was, however, surprised when no such thing happened. This might have been in part due to the fact that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia swept Dudley and Harry through the station as quickly as possible once they knew they actually had to take Harry with them. After shoving his trunk into the back of the car, Harry climbed gingerly into the new car, amidst his uncle growling about not getting any of his freakishness all over, or he'd be sorry. After the first 2 weeks of the break, Harry was ready to allow himself to be committed to an asylum. The Dursleys had taken his trunk, locked it in the cupboard, and refused to allow him access. They also had installed a number of locks onto the door of the room he was borrowing from Dudley's broken toys. He was told he'd be allowed out to cook, to wash, and on rare occasions when the Dursleys were about to entertain, and needed a quick cleaning of the house. Otherwise, he was going to be locked into the room, with not even homework to occupy himself. As for Hedwig, Vernon had taken her cage, with a sour look, and disappeared with her. Harry hoped he'd been kind enough to leave her with something to eat, but he wasn't going to hold his breath. Thus, it was no surprise that Harry never noticed the lack of letters no one had ever promised to send. As the second week of seclusion came to a close, however, Harry had had enough, and his shamefully Gryffindor side burst out with a vengeance. Upon being released by Petunia to cook breakfast for the rest of the family, Harry stalked downstairs and stood in the kitchen. Rather than heading for the stove to cook the pan of bacon for Dudley and Vernon apiece, or to the icebox to retrieve the dozen eggs the 2 other males would consume for the meal, Harry met his uncle's gaze and simply stood. "Well boy, what are you waiting for?" An embossed invitation. Chuckling at his own joke, Vernon gestured to the stove. "We aren't just sitting here for our health, you know." While Dudley cackled and Petunia preened, Harry cocked his head sideways and took a chance. "You want me out of this house as soon as possible, right?" "What a fool question that is, boy. We wish you'd never been in it in the first place," the man snorted. "Then what's the point of preventing me from doing my school work?" Harry took a step back towards the stove at the menacing expression on his uncle's face, even as his cousin whipped out the rather large and solid stick from his school to whack him with. "We don't want your freakishness to contaminate our house any more than it already has," Petunia sniffed. "Why not look at it this way?" Harry offered, as he finally turned towards the stove, hoping to minimize the damage even a little. "If you let me work on my schoolwork, I can get it done before I return. If I get it done before returning, then my grades will get higher. If my grades are higher, I might be able to convince one of the wizarding families to take me in. If I can do that, you can tell the neighbors that your wild nephew attending St. Brutus finally ran off and got himself put under house arrest or something and won't be coming back for ages, if ever. And what's to stop you from using any of that mumbo-jumbo on us in the meantime?" The heavy man, amazingly enough to Harry, seemed to be actually considering this. "I can't very well convince a wizarding family that I would be a good addition to their household if I've got a record for picking on my relatives, now could I?" Harry hoped this would help, not hinder his goal. "Besides, if I spend all day working on assignments, I figure I should be able to tire myself out enough to not do anything, except on accident, at least." The silence was almost worse than the comments they usually made. Wincing internally, Harry continued to fry the bacon. One half of the pan was ready to turn, as Uncle Vernon liked his bacon just to the point of crispy. The other half, what he'd give to his cousin, wasn't quite done yet. Dudley liked his bacon to crunch with each bite. Harry would never say, but he personally thought it sounded like the bigger boy was breaking his teeth with every mouthful. Turning the latter half of the pan of bacon, and quickly switching the former to a plate with a paper napkin over top to drain the grease, Harry's nervousness climbed a notch at the silence. Not even Dudley was speaking, and the other boy could usually be counted on for at least a whine of, "Aren't you ready yet?" every 30 seconds or so. Trying not to hunch too badly, Harry quickly loaded the cleared half of the pan with the second portion for his uncle, and turned with the plate to place it in front of the man. The expressions that greeted him as he did so didn't provide any comfort. It seemed they were all flummoxed at the idea he'd suggested, and Harry prepared himself for a sound rejection and an early locking away for daring, but resolved to at least get them through breakfast so they couldn't complain about that. Finally, as Dudley's half of the pan reached readiness, the trio at the table began muttering. Not trying to. Hard to hear. Harry still caught mentions of, couldn't be that lucky, what we'll have to do in return, and, that freak headmaster of the freak school wouldn't let it happen. When his cousin's bacon was ready, Harry gave it the same treatment as his uncle's, and reloaded the pan again. Waiting a bit to turn it over to the other boy, as Dudley didn't like his bacon that hot. Thank you, Harry turned the second portion of Vernon's bacon, and at the same time tried to avoid the grease spatters. The muttering was also starting to increase in volume, as apparently, Dudley and Vernon were arguing about something. Frankly, the dark-haired boy was amazed the argument had even happened, as his parents almost always caved into what Dudley wanted. The only other time Harry could remember had resulted in Harry's room assignment change last year. When he brought the bacon to his cousin, the muttering stopped abruptly, and the three looked at him as though they had forgotten he was even there. Harry found this rather funny, as he'd been the impetus for this particular conversation in the first place. While he cooked, the conversation wavered between hisses that were just indistinct enough that Harry couldn't understand them, and mutterings that he did. It seemed to the boy that his uncle and cousin were all for getting him out of the house as soon as possible, even if it meant dealing with a little strangeness. After all, a little now would preclude the need for longer exposure, right? His aunt, however, seemed rather stuck on the thought that someone wouldn't allow it. Finally, after the trips back to the table that delivered both of the second halves of the bacon to the males in the house, and the 3 strips to his aunt. And after the set that delivered the eggs over easy to everyone else, and the jaunts to the refrigerator to replenish milk and water, the brunette felt it was time to return to the conversation. On a paper plate, he gathered the strip of burnt bacon he was allowed, and the scrambled eggs they encouraged him to eat. He also got a small plastic glass of water and set them on the counter, not far from the now cooling stove. Any decisions made? Harry interjected between his aunt's and his cousin's words. About how long do you think this will take? Vernon raised an eyebrow. You know, to get you taught up enough that you can leave the house. I'm not sure, but I figure that's what the schoolwork's for. To give me some more information about the whole thing. Shrugging, Harry set his plate in the trash, as he gathered the utensils he'd used to cook and put those into the sink. If I can get to a source of information in the other world, I can research the process, I think, and at least get it started. So, this weekend, we take you to where to get this information. Vernon demanded as the boy took the plates from the table and set them in the sink as well. Starting the water in the sink now, before it got full, Harry also added soap, then turned around once more. Slightly puzzled himself, now Harry wondered about Hedwig. Well, I could either send a letter with Hedwig, or I can try to find something at a library in London. If it's a big enough library, there might even be a section in it about this, or someone to tell me more themselves. Harry finished collecting the dishes, and as his relatives got ready to start their days, he started the dishes. That ruddy owl. The heavy man grumbled indistinctly to himself, then spoke up, fine. You'll send a letter to one of the other freaks, and we'll wait for a response. When that happens, we'll use that information to get you topics to look under in a library. You get this figured out and we'll get you taught up so that one of those families will want to take you off our hands. Why someone would actually want you, I'll never fathom. You're an awful waste of space, but if they're that stupid, who am I to argue? With that, the man gathered his suitcase for work, and walked out the door. Not far behind him, Dudley called out about how he was going to the park to hang out with his friends. Finishing the dishes, Harry was surprised that his aunt hadn't immediately ushered him to the smallest room. Instead, she pointed at one of the chairs. I'll disinfect it later, but right now, you and I need to talk. She sat back down as Harry gingerly perched on the edge of the indicated chair. You don't really think that your headmaster will allow this, will you? I don't know. Harry shook his head as he answered, that was one of the things I wanted to investigate. I can't help but think that if you all are my guardians, he doesn't have a say in it. He had a reason for putting you with us in the first place, you know. Harry was amazed even more as she fidgeted. His aunt was known for being able to remain still as a statue, yet she was repeatedly smoothing the front of her dress down her knees. I don't know how many times we've wanted to drop you off at an orphanage, and mysteriously, we'd get a letter reassuring us that it would be for the best to keep you. It would be safest, and healthiest for all concerned. That we should look past the hurt caused by foolish children and prove we're stronger than they thought. I frankly fail to see why any of that has anything to do with raising a child such as you, trouble that you are. I don't see it either. Harry was puzzled. Some of those reassurances sounded like the philosophical statements he'd heard the accelerated students bandy about in the local school. Beginning to wonder if those conversations he'd overheard had been staged, he seriously wondered what they could have to do with him staying at number 4 Privet Drive. Why exactly do you hate magic, Aunt Petunia? That's none of your business. She hissed, and the truce was suddenly recalled. She stood and motioned for the boy to follow her. Leading him back to his room, she told him to stay put. As she left, she pulled a key from her pocket and said she'd return with the owl. You'd better send that letter quickly, boy, so we can get this worked out. I'll also bring up some of your books, and you can work on that. We don't want you dreaming up any more impertinent questions. More than a little afraid that he'd ruined his chances altogether of getting out of there sooner, Harry dug up some scratch paper and a pen, and scribbled out a letter to the twins. He asked if there were rules about a child being adopted, fostered, or taken in from the Muggle world to the Wizarding one. He also asked if there was any way to find out who his guardians were. Figuring that having a father in the ministry would ensure the two knew something, Harry felt safe sending them a message. He then shrugged, as he remembered that Malfoy also had a parent in the ministry, and that it shouldn't hurt to ask him too. As his aunt brought up the cage with Hedwig in it, the small boy wrapped up the first letter and tied it off. He then addressed it to the twins, and started in on the second one, the one to the Malfoys. He made sure that the paper was cleaner, neater, less wrinkly, and most of all, that his handwriting was as neat as he could get it. By the time he'd finished penning the second one, his books had been brought up. Well, Petunia hissed as she dropped the Transfiguration, Potions, and Charms texts on his bed, haven't you finished yet? I remembered someone else who might have information to share, so I'm writing another one. I'll send both with Hedwig, and that will hopefully keep her both out of here longer, and will also keep her out from under your noses for a while longer. Harry finished the second letter, and after it received the same treatment as the first, he opened his owl's cage and tied them to one leg each. The one on your left leg should go to the Weasleys, and the one on the right goes to the Malfoys. Try to keep them from becoming confused and taking the wrong letters. Take your time, enjoy the trip and the exercise, and I'll see you when you return, okay? The owl flew off as his aunt shuddered. At least the beast is able to take off for flight, giving us freedom from its filth. As he was settling into the homework assignments he could work on, Harry took note of all he could regarding guardianship. Which wasn't much, but anything was better than what he had at this point. He knew how to behave in noble company thanks to prior research and his year mates, and that thought made him wonder why his other books had nothing in them about wizards taking custody of children from Muggles. Over the next 3 days, Harry found it difficult to concentrate on his homework. Not because it was difficult, or even because his relatives were being obnoxious, but because he was hoping that the Malfoy or Weasley families could point him in a specific direction for his research. Said anxiety left him more and more prone to accidentally moving things in his room. Luckily, this was limited to pencils spontaneously rolling off the desktop, and other incidents that even Harry was hard-pressed to believe were his doing. When Hedwig finally returned, she carried only one letter, and Harry thumped himself on the head, wondering why he didn't think to ask both families to send one through her, as that was the simplest way he could think of for the missives to get through his relatives' investigations. Opening the letter, Harry was impressed by the whole thing. Not just the paper, which was a finer type than he'd ever seen before. Even Grunning's official paperwork was on more coarse paper than this. The ink was also different, but Harry hadn't a clue how. Most of all, the handwriting was amazing. It somewhat resembled Professor Snape's, except it was even tidier, and less spidery. The gist of it gave Harry several directions to pursue, and as he reread it, Harry got the feeling that the senior Malfoy suspected Harry's home life wasn't sunshine and daisies. It still gave no concrete details, citing Harry's own vagueness as reason, but it did point out that many of the larger libraries in Britain would have a hidden section in them, one accessible only to wizardkind. Taking notes of what it said, Harry plotted out how to get to a library. His best bet, he figured, would be to catch a ride with his uncle, who drove by one every morning as he went to work, and again in the afternoon, when he was returning. So it was arranged that the next day, when Vernon left for work, Harry would be dropped off in front of the library, and when the man returned, he'd pick his nephew up. The whole family figured that should be enough time to research, or at least to get a good start. The next morning, the boy woke early, and started on breakfast. He knew that he'd have to cook something special in the next few days to thank them, or they'd start calling him ungrateful again, even if he thanked them verbally. He was mentally planning this out, and dishing up the first helpings as his relatives arrived to their places in the kitchen. "Good, you've started," Vernon mumbled around a mouthful of bacon, and Harry was reminded of the stories Fred and George told of their younger brother. Trying not to laugh, he turned back to the stove, where there were more bacon strips frying. "Pet's given me a list of supplies to purchase, so there'll be a side trip to the grocer's when I pick you up, boy." Vernon had chased the bacon down with orange juice, and then gulped down some coffee by this time. "We've got guests coming over tomorrow," Petunia explained. Figuring now was as good a time as any, Harry tried out a plan he'd been tinkering with for the last few days. "Is there any way that I can get chores to act as trade for things?" "Explain what you mean by that." Vernon was again talking through food, and I'll think about it. "Well, we know my list of chores usually includes cleaning the house on a roughly weekly basis." Harry was carrying the last of Dudley's eggs to the table as he spoke. "What if we said that was payment for me living under the same roof? And cooking was payment for food. Then gardening would be payment for my supplies, and I'd swear to stay quiet and out of sight during guest trips in exchange for being able to walk to the park and let Hedwig out every few days so she can get some exercise." A moment of silence, and Harry was readying himself for the dash to the smallest bedroom ahead of his uncle and cousin as they yelled and hollered. Setting the dishes used to cook in the sink, Harry braced himself. "I'll think about it." Vernon, when Harry chanced a glance, was a little on the purple side, but seemed to be calming down. Then a smirk crossed his face, and Harry felt a stab of worry. "You never said anything about clothes, boy. What's your deal for them?" "Well," Harry hadn't thought about that one, but spoke as he actually did. "My clothes are all things Dudley is either too tall to wear or has worn out, so I suppose you mend them, that makes them yours." Petunia piped up, then added, to it, "If you want anything new, you'll have to do mending for me." "Simple enough. As you already do your own laundry, that covers that." Harry suspected he'd just given his uncle a new weapon, but felt that having to trade for everything was better than simply being told he wasn't worth anything, and that freaks didn't deserve anything either. "What about washing up Dad?" Dudley added his 2 cents worth, and Harry knew this could only get worse. "That's for our own sake," Vernon grumbled. "We wouldn't want him stinking up the place, and how clean would it be if he was cleaning out the tub, but hadn't washed in a week?" A mental sigh of relief nearly knocked Harry to the floor at that, and the boy resolved to find a way to get to his Gringotts account. He'd have to do something to guarantee he had something to trade for any other quirky details of life. Finishing the dishes, Harry dashed upstairs to gather his bag of paper and pens, so he could take notes in the library when Vernon dropped him off. He made it back downstairs in time to hear Dudley call out that he'd be at Pierce for the day, and to meet his uncle at the door. "Get a move on, boy, you know your seat," Vernon snapped at him as they walked out the door. Moving quickly, Harry climbed into the back seat, covered in towels, to keep his filth off the nice clean car, and buckled up. He noticed one neighbor was mowing his lawn and had a sour expression on his face. At first he was puzzled, then he realized the neighbor was gracing him with that face, and remembered that St. Brutus was a school for juvenile delinquents. The knowledge that the neighbors wouldn't even give him the benefit of a doubt bothered him, and he made note to add that to his first-hand reports of Muggle behavior for the older Slytherins. As the car arrived in front of the library, Vernon turned and ground out, "I'll be back a little after 4. Be here, or I'll leave you." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded as he climbed out. The car was gone as soon as he closed the door behind him, and Harry clambered up the steps at the front of the library, to read its hours of operation. Groaning aloud at the posted hours, Harry sat down to wait 3 hours for the place to open. Thus he was more than a little surprised when an individual in a tartan robe approached him. At first, Harry just thought it was a loopy individual, then he remembered that wizards and witches wore robes, and for some reason, never caught on to denims, trousers, and slacks being the norm in the Muggles' view. "Lad, you looking for the other side of the library?" The man called out, then waved a hand. "Follow me, I can show you in." Wondering if this could be considered stupid or not, Harry followed, at a distance, and gaped more than a little when the man tapped a wall, in broad daylight, albeit early in the morning, and muttered a spell out loud. He was getting ready to walk away, pretending he hadn't a clue as to who the man was, when the wall section tapped faded away, and the man gestured towards it with a shallow bow. "Welcome to Surrey's very own wizard's library. We don't have to worry about muggles, it's too early even for the librarians." Hesitantly, Harry walked through the doorway, and listened to the man, wizard, librarian, whichever, explain the rules of the establishment. Volume was to be kept down, no running, no eating over books, and as he was a student, no spellcasting. The catalogue was simply a parchment where one wrote the subject of their search, and a list of books containing that subject would appear on the paper under the heading. Once a searcher narrowed down their topic, the paper would then provide directions to the desired book or books. Readers could check out a book for 2 weeks at a time, and would have to tap the spine and say, "Renew," if they wanted to renew them. Unfortunately, as an underage patron, Harry couldn't use magic, which included renewing his books. Thus, he'd have to renew in person should he want to. If he wrote down a mailing address, the library could send an owl every 2 weeks to pick up old books and drop off new ones if he wanted them. The downside was that he'd have to leave a note each time if he wanted the owl to return in 2 weeks. He'd also have to return the books in person, if he was going to return them early, as that process also included a spell. Once the spiel was completed, the librarian simply asked if Harry needed it repeated, and the boy shook his head, thanking the man. He took the paper, and wrote Muggle Wizard Custody, and wasn't surprised when he was asked to widen his parameters. He tried Wizarding Custody rules, and got several books. A few hours passed, and Harry's stomach growled. Deciding he needed to leave the library, he found a different librarian, this time, a witch, to give him directions to the wizarding exit, so he could get something to eat. Following her directions, Harry was interested to discover himself in Wizarding London, according to the signs. Though it was in an offside alley, Harry chose to believe them. After all, if there was a Diagon Alley in London, what kept there from being a Season Alley? As he wandered Season Alley, Harry slowly began recognizing buildings and supposed he was approaching Diagon Alley. His guess was proven right as he passed the Quidditch shop. Without a guide to rush him along, Harry felt free to browse. The store selling brooms was fascinating, and Harry felt like he should like to buy one when he was sure of whether or not he'd be a Quidditch player. He slunk out of there, feeling a sense of loss, but knowing he'd have time to oogle the brooms to his heart's content at another time. Though it was a bit fuzzy in his head, Harry thought he knew the path to Gringotts, and was proud of himself, just a bit, when he recognized the pillars in front, complete with warning for thieves. He was amazed when he thought he even recognized the goblin in front. Reading the name quickly, Harry asked, "Ah, Mr. Frognock, do you work in front of the building every day at this time?" Blinking, the goblin seemed nonplussed to be addressed at all, much less with a measure of respect. "I've been the door guard for the day shift for many years, lad." "Why do you ask? I was here last year, well, almost a year ago. And I thought I recognized you from when I was here last." Harry explained. "You keep that skill, lad." The goblin's face split into a grin, "and the managers of Gringotts will have a job for you when you graduate Hogwarts. That is, you do go to Hogwarts, right?" Nodding, the boy took note of the potential job offer. "I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Frognock, thanks." Puffing up, the goblin seemed quite happy to let the drab-looking human child through the doors of the bank. Not sure how to go about this, Harry hesitated until he saw lines forming. He stood at one that looked like it was for normal bank business, and waited. Luckily, lines didn't move as slowly with goblins heading them as he'd heard the human bank lines did. When it was his turn, Harry peered up at the goblin at the desk, and was amazed to again recognize a face, or rather, the ears and sharp, pointy teeth. Taking a deep breath, Harry asked, "Is there any way a minor can have possession of their own vault key?" Blinking, the goblin stamped a piece of paper. "I'm afraid, child, that is not business I deal with. If you turn to your right, and walk in past the passage to the vaults, the third goblin on that new wall of desks is whom you need to speak to. There isn't even a line, so you shouldn't have a wait." "Thank you, Mr. Snagspear." Harry was oblivious to the expression on the goblins' faces and on those of the people in line behind him as he walked over to the new goblin he'd been pointed to. If he'd seen the shocked looks, he might have asked what they were for, and he might have learned that in general, wizards treated goblins as necessary evils, and in return, goblins made the wizards wish the evils weren't necessary. As he stood in front of the goblin at the third desk of the second wall of desks, Harry peered at the nametag and tried to memorize the features. He began to understand why Mr. Frognock had marveled at his recognizing a goblin at all. They all had exceptionally pointy ears and teeth, and very spindly fingers. But Frognock's ears were straight up pointing, and Mr. Snagspear's had pointed up and to the back. Not to mention there were a few knobs spread throughout the cartilage leading to the tips. This newest goblin, Mr. Swingstaff, had ears that pointed almost straight to the sides. I was pointed here by Mr. Snagspear, when I asked if there was a way for a minor to have possession of their own vault key, Harry explained at the goblin's curious glance. Ah, Swingstaff had the momentary look of surprise on his face at the actual name of a goblin being used, jotted something down, then schooled his face into a blank mask. Momentarily, Harry envied that ability, but listened avidly as the goblin explained the rules of vault keys. If it is the key to a trust vault in your name, you may carry the key yourself. If it is a vault leading to your family's holdings, you must wait until emancipation or majority, whichever comes first. In the case of emergencies or extenuating circumstances, exceptions can be made, but that requires a rather daunting amount of paperwork on either your or my part, and I'd greatly like to avoid that if I can at all. Grinning at the goblin's frankness and honesty, Harry spoke, I think it's a trust vault, but I'm not sure, as I only learned last year my family even had one in the first place. Your name. With a quill poised to jot the name down, the goblin couldn't school his features as quickly this time to recover from the shock at the boy's next words. Harry Potter, and the boy was as surprised as the goblin when the sharp teeth clacked together and the beady eyes widened so much Harry wondered if they would fall out. You most certainly have a trust vault, and there are family vaults as well. Making more notes, the shocked expression on the goblin's face was starting to fade already. Tapping the desk, Swingstaff then spoke to it. Unfortunately, it was in a language Harry didn't understand. He thought he understood the word griphook, but wasn't sure, until the goblin that had led him and Hagrid to his vault and to 713 last year walked up. He really didn't know how he knew it was the same goblin, but the fact remained that he'd known it was Griphook before he saw the name badge. Griphook, please take Mr. Potter to the key draft. Swingstaff apparently surprised Griphook with something, as a quick conference occurred between the two goblins in that language Harry couldn't understand. At the end of the quick conference, Griphook nodded, and gestured for Harry to follow him. As they plodded along, Harry looked around, and was amazed by the various carvings on the walls. Recognizing a theme, Harry wondered aloud, are these depictions of various goblin rebellions? Griphook stopped, turned, and peered at the small boy, then grinned, all his sharp teeth showing. Yes they are, Mr. Potter, it's an honor for you to recognize that after only 1 year of schooling. Our history of magic professor drones on and on about goblin rebellions in class, and most of us fall asleep until we're working through them in the book later. Harry was still looking around, so he didn't see the bristle-relax movement by the goblin in front of him. I don't know how he does it, but Professor Binns manages to make it impossible to stay awake, though the books are fascinating enough. You are a most individual human. A new goblin's voice stunned the boy into utter silence. The ears on this individual were almost evenly dragged to the back and out, but didn't stick straight up. His teeth seemed even sharper than any goblins he'd seen so far. I am the one in charge of drafting keys for vaults. The lack of name tags or a nameplate left Harry at a loss. He had no idea how to address this goblin, so he settled for the fall back. It's nice to meet you, sir. Harry nodded, then fidgeted a little. I just needed to withdraw some money to buy supplies for some research I'm doing. Ah, the goblin breathed. Currently, your key is resting at Hogwarts, at the behest of the headmaster. Why does he have my key? Harry remembered Hagrid as having it. As he is your steward, he can oversee your vaults. The explanation brought about more questions. Does that make him my guardian according to the wizarding world? Harry asked. I don't know the custodial aspects of stewards, but, the goblin confessed, financially, he can deny your purchases, and even, in times of emergency, access your funds, but only in as much as they regard your needs. Is there a fund set up for the Dursleys? Harry asked, wondering at Dumbledore's control of his money. At this time, there is not, Griphook interjected. Is there a way to set one up? Harry asked, in Muggle funds. It will take time, must be approved by your steward, and should be done at a later date, the key goblin, as Harry had taken to calling him indicated. First, we should see about making you a copy of your trust vault key. The headmaster even controls that vault, right, just so I know. Harry wanted it made clear. As long as the funds are spent on supplies for school, or in regards to your education, the response made Harry relax. The headmaster of Hogwarts will not even see the charges for the purchase. When would I no longer need a steward? Hoping it wasn't when he was able to access all his vaults, his hopes were quickly dashed. When you reach your majority, the goblin's face stretched in a slight smirk at the boy's expression. It shouldn't be that bad, child. I doubt the headmaster will demand an accounting for everything you purchase. It's just that I'm still trying to figure out who my guardians actually are. Harry waved his hands around in frustration. I was to all intents and purposes, dropped on my relatives' door as a baby, and nothing was set up to help them raise me. I was never told of the wizarding world, and am now learning about it as things slap me in the face. Whenever I try to learn something beforehand, I find blocks that make it difficult to make any real progress. The two goblins seemed to reach an understanding. In that case, the older goblin reached into a drawer in his desk, and pulled a key. Here is a copy of your trust vault key, and I would suggest you keep its existence to yourself. If you stand within your vault, and ask for books to be transferred, the vaults belonging to your family will respond. As nothing will have been withdrawn, the headmaster does not have to hear of it. Besides, once you leave the trust vault, the books will return to their original locations. Thank you. Harry's relief showed on his face, in his voice, and even in his hands, and something about it spoke to the key goblin. When you come of age, return here, either through asking at the desks, or just ask for a guide to me. The goblin nodded. If you ask for the key goblin, they'll know who you're asking for, but my name is Steelknife. Either will get you brought here. At that time, we can see to it that yours is the only copy of the key to your vaults, all of them. Thank you, Mr. Steelknife. Harry grinned, then followed Griphook back out of the room. With his back turned, he missed the grin on the goblin's face. If he had seen it, he might have been frightened, or he might have recognized it as the same type of expression that appeared on Professor Snape's face when planning out the tests to give out each year. Returning to the main part of the bank, Griphook quickly led the boy to the vaults. One quick, and rather fun ride in the carts later, and Harry stood in front of his trust vault. Griphook took the key, and opened the vault. Taking the pouch from last year out of his pocket, Harry opened it and put a few coins inside. At Griphook's direction, he told the walls that it was for research supplies. He then stood up, with the pouch of sickles in his pocket, and asked for books on wizarding custody laws. He was rather surprised to have gotten anything at all, but was not expecting the single sheet of paper that appeared in his hands. Peering at it, he blinked. Mr. Griphook, Harry turned and showed it to the goblin. Does Gringotts have anything to do with wills? More than a little, Griphook smirked. Most often we are the ones who write them for wizards, the ones who ensure they're read and executed, and the ones who carry out the shifts of funds entailed. This, Harry stuttered, I've never seen one before, but this looks like what I always thought a will would. Peering at it, the goblin nodded. It's a will. It seems to have not been executed, however, or it would be in a lawgoblin's office. The name at the very bottom made Harry pause. Why would the Marauders have a will in my family's vault? Puzzled, the boy then asked if he could take the will with him. Try taking it out of the door. If it disappears, then no. The goblin was singularly unhelpful. Rolling his eyes, Harry was amazed when the paper was still in his hands as he left the vault. Figuring that this was all the help he'd get out of the Potter vaults, he decided to return to Wizarding London to get his lunch, and to get back to the library to continue his research. So far he'd only found that a child born in the wizarding world was supposed to have wizarding guardians. If said child had a muggle-born parent, and all wizarding relatives had expired, any wizards or witches named guardian by the wizard parent had precedent in custody over any muggle relatives, even if the named guardians weren't related. Harry could only hope that Dumbledore hadn't been named his guardian, as that would add another loop of knots to the problem. After eating, Harry dashed to the library and searched out a few more books. At 3:50, he closed up the books he had in his hands, having found all he could from them, and checked out the next ones on his list. He wrote his mailing address, and asked for the owls to arrive at night, if possible, as he lived in a muggle neighborhood. He left before the librarians could make a fuss about having had Harry Potter in their library for most of the day. Making it across the street, Harry stood and waited for his uncle to drive past. As the car neared, the boy wondered if the man was going to pretend he wasn't there, but the car stopped. Climbing in quickly and buckling up again, Harry was relieved. "Well," Vernon seemed in a good mood, "what did you find, boy?" After relaying his findings from the books, he spoke of his trip to the Wizarding Bank. "I found out that there isn't a fund set up for you and Aunt Petunia to be taking care of me, but I asked about getting that fixed. Unfortunately, since the headmaster is the steward, he has final say." A grunt met his statement. "So if your parents named a wizard or witch as your guardian, that person would be in charge of you over us?" Vernon tested a theory out. "Yeah," Harry nodded, "as far as I can tell. Though I hope they didn't name the headmaster as my guardian, because that makes things even more complicated. It's bad enough that I'm supposed to have a guardian from their side over you, but if it's him and he dumped me off on you, then never arranged for compensation. We should be entitled to restitution." Vernon actually agreed with the boy. Harry would have been amazed, but he figured that was where more than half the trouble he'd had with his relatives had stemmed from. They had no ability to tell Dudley no, and to add another child to raise to that, without so much as a "thank you," well, Harry wasn't really surprised to be despised. "Is there a dictionary at number 4? Harry asked. The books had had words Harry wasn't familiar with, and Vernon had just used another. He'd never expected that books on legal issues would have their own language. "Why?" "Well," Harry started, "for one thing, I read a lot of words in the books that were strange, or seemed to be used oddly." "Then you used another one. I've never heard of restitution before." "It's the same thing as compensation," Vernon smirked. This led to the car being filled with discussion on the meanings of words in the legal realm. By the time they reached number 4, Privet Drive, Harry felt as though he could better understand what he'd taken down as notes, and might recopy them so he could look at them later and know the meanings of the strange legalese he'd gotten a crash course in. "I'm doing what I can to prevent Harry from being genius, prodigy, or 12 going on 50. So please forgive my adding Harry needing to learn the words of lawyers as an attempt to counter him getting dangerously close to knowing everything else. I honestly think the Dursleys weren't getting any help in taking care of Harry. I'm not saying that it's a good reason for them treating him badly, seeing as there is no good reason for that, but as far as I know, foster parents get money each month for taking on children that aren't theirs, regardless of family income otherwise. Why not have the same be true in this case?" The next day, the Dursleys scrambled to clean up an already spotless house. Dudley and Vernon spent much of the day cleaning themselves, while Petunia ensured that every surface in the den, kitchen and hallway was spotless. Harry, meanwhile, was tending the garden, and the outside of the house. He was still more than a little disconcerted by the looks he got from the neighbors, but hoped he wouldn't have to suffer from them for long. He was hoping that the books he'd borrowed or arranged to borrow from the library would have information that would make it possible for him to find new guardians. He wasn't liking the Muggle world any more than the Wizarding at the moment, but still felt at home in the electricity-powered environment. As soon as the outside of the house was cleaned, Harry peeled off his shoes, leaving himself barefoot, and rinsed them off, then dried them with a ratty old shirt that neither he nor Dudley could wear anymore. He wadded it up, and placed it into the bin. Careful not to touch anything but the doorknob, he walked inside. Setting his slightly soggy shoes just in the back entryway, Harry looked at his aunt. "Mind if I shower?" Harry was edging away from the freshly disinfected countertops as he spoke. "Yes, please do. I don't want you touching anything while you're in that state, and there's still cleaning to do." She waved him up the stairs, yelling as he went, that Vernon and Dudley had better not keep him out of the shower. There was still cleaning needed and the boy needed to be cleaned to clean properly inside. Relieved to see that not only was the bathroom empty, it had a relatively clean towel on the rod waiting for him. He snagged fresh clothes, and double-checked the towel. After cleaning himself up, Harry settled his clothes in the bin for his clothing alone, then trekked back downstairs to rejoin the cleaning effort. He, for one, failed to see the need. The house was already spotless, but maybe the guests were allergic to dust. By the time the guests were to arrive, the house had been cleaned top to bottom wherever anyone could see, and doors were closed where the cleaning would be impossible. Vernon and Petunia's room, of course, was locked. Dudley's room was to have a closed door, and Harry's would be locked as well. To double-check, Vernon ran through a list of what the family would do to ensure the guests felt welcomed, and Harry nodded at the instruction to stay quiet and not be noticed. What should have been a smooth, quiet night, where Harry worked on homework and the books that he'd borrowed from the library ended up a rather painful memory in Harry's book. Somewhere between 8 and 9, after the families sat down in the den to chat, Harry heard a rather distinctive pop. Looking around, Harry was amazed to see a house elf. It was one he'd never seen before, so he knew it wasn't from Hogwarts. Not to mention, its covering was rather ratty, stained and hole-ridden. "Hello." Harry's greeting was met with tears, and a rather giddy jump that had the boy nervous about noise. "Ooh, Mr. Harry Potter is greeting Dobby, he is." The elf gushed. "I don't mean to be rude." Harry risked a glance at the door, "but do you think you could keep it down? My relatives are entertaining, and they don't like noise. Dobby is here to warn Mr. Harry Potter not to return to Hogwarts." The elf lowered its voice a little, but Harry still worried about volume. "Why do you not want me to return?" Harry was puzzled almost as much as worried. Hogwarts is being unsafe for some students, and Mr. Harry Potter is being one of them. The elf yipped, and shortly after, Harry did too, as the elf dashed for the door. "Wait please." Harry froze as the elf swung the formerly locked door open, and as it would have met the hand of the creature, Harry's kept it from making contact that would make noise. "Why don't you please explain what you can to me, and stay calm?" "Ooh, Mr. Harry Potter is too kind to be worrying for a house elf. Dobby is just being a bad elf and warning him when his master is telling him to keep it quiet." The chattering was more of a run-on sentence than anything. It left Harry wondering if the elf needed air or not. It continued as he thought that, but Dobby can't be letting the plot be hurting Mr. Harry Potter. He is being the hope to us house elves, and even to the goblins and to the wizards. "What's this plot?" Harry asked, and regretted it as the elf trekked to the closet door this time. He caught the creature in time, rather glad he knew that elves punished themselves when they did wrong. "If you think you have to punish yourself, either wait until you leave here, or settle for twisting your ears or something. I'll get into trouble and might get kicked out of the house if you make a lot of noise." Freezing, the elf looked at Harry. "Your family is being unkind enough to kick you out for noise." "They don't like me," Harry grumbled, "so I don't really have anywhere else to go if they don't keep me. I can't stay here, because I need to learn what I can at Hogwarts. So you see, I have to go." "You can't." Somehow the exclamation managed to still be quiet, though painfully squeaky. Harry froze as the conversation downstairs paused. Then the elf started talking again, quieter though. "It is not being safe. It's not exactly safe here either." Harry looked at the door that led out to the main part of the house. "If you could give me any clues as to why it wouldn't be safe, I'd appreciate them, then I could stay away from whatever it is, and maybe we would both be." "No, Mr. Harry Potter is not understanding," the elf yipped again. "Just being at Hogwarts is being not safe. Dobby," Harry tried one more time, "I don't have anywhere else. If I stay here, I won't learn magic. If I don't learn magic, I can never get out of here. Do you want me to be here for the rest of my life? If it's safer." Dobby's face set in determination, and Harry genuinely became afraid, not just worried, but nearly terrified. "Then Dobby is being sure that Mr. Harry Potter is not going to Hogwarts. It is being better all around." "No, Dobby." Harry gasped as the popping noise sounded again, and the elf disappeared. Not wanting to see what was about to happen, but knowing he'd be held accountable for it all the same, Harry only went as far as the top of the stairs, but saw the pudding hovering over Mrs. Mason's head in the den, and sagged. He'd read about that charm. He was also aware that the only known source of magic in the area was him, so he'd be held responsible for underage magic. He was only glad he'd told his relatives about the rule, so they wouldn't crow about that. Knocking his head into the railing, Harry fought back the tears, just knowing that his chances for leaving the Dursleys, ever, had just been sent to a really hot place, in a woven wicker basket. The pudding fell, and his uncle hollered, "Boy!" Wincing, Harry climbed slowly down the stairs. Knowing better than to hope that he'd be able to talk his way out of it, he kept silent, fetched the materials to clean with, and began cleaning. A sudden thought occurred to him, and he whispered to his aunt that an owl was probably on its way for him. This spurred the woman into motion, and she, in all politeness and saccharine sweet falsity, suggested that Mrs. Mason might like to use their bathroom to clean the worst of the mess off herself, and that Mr. Mason was welcome to join her. As the couple vanished up the stairs, and into the bathroom, as guided by Dudley, Vernon wheeled around to face Harry. "Thought that would be funny, did you, boy?" "No sir," Harry quickly tried to concoct something that would make it clear to be an accident. "I was reading a textbook, and accidentally cast the spell out loud enough for it to work. I didn't know it would go through a wall, the floor, and a few other walls, sir." "You'd better hope this didn't ruin the deal," Vernon hissed as an owl flew through and dropped off a letter. It luckily flew right back out before the Masons trekked back downstairs. As the distressed couple was returning to the living room, Harry kept his gaze to the floor, finishing cleaning. When they made rather clear noises about leaving, Harry stood up, and slowly approached them. He apologized for the mess with the pudding. He, with help from Vernon, related that he'd been working on a project that would lift things into the air, and had forgotten about it being downstairs when he'd been sent upstairs. Vernon made it clear that Harry was more than a little unstable, and that had been the reason Harry was kept upstairs. After expressing his apologies again, Harry returned upstairs to read the letter stamped with the ministry's seal. He hoped that the Masons weren't too offended by pudding fall, but at least they hadn't seen the owl. He'd just finished reading the note when his uncle stormed up. "Well, boy, it's what I thought it was," Harry sighed. "I swear I didn't mean to cast the charm, it just happened. I suppose accidentally doesn't do much for keeping me out of trouble, does it?" "No, it doesn't," the large man smirked, and Harry found himself rather frightened again that night. "And since you didn't stay out of the way of our guests as the deal states, we don't need to let you out of your room. I don't think you'll be going back to that school, boy, as just 1 year led to this mess. Another 6, and who knows what havoc you'll wreak. Are you going to leave Hedwig outside?" Harry took a chance and brought the owl into the conversation. A funny look crossed the man's face, and he stomped out the door. Oddly, it was left open, and just as Harry was going to investigate, he brought up Harry's trunk, while Petunia carried a cage, with a rather fussy-looking Hedwig inside. Setting the trunk on the floor, and the owl on the desk, Vernon and Petunia turned to leave. "You'll be getting food 3 times a day, just so we don't have to deal with a corpse, and we'll let you out to clean yourself. But it'll be a long while before you're let out again for anything else." Resigned, Harry waited until he heard the clicking of the locks. Then he rushed to Hedwig's cage and apologized to her for her getting locked up with him. "Hope you enjoyed being outside, girl. It looks like that was the last either of us will see of the wild for a while. I write to get the plot bunny out of my head. I post to get others' ideas of what is good, and what needs fixing. I'm out to enjoy myself, while I improve my writing, and as long as what you see me doing wrong is something I can fix, I will most certainly try." A few weeks passed with Harry scribbling out as many assignments as possible, and somehow managing to still get books from the library, through the bars Vernon had installed on the window. He took notes from the books and learned a rather alarming amount of information concerning custody rules in the wizarding world. Enough so that when he finished Hogwarts, Harry almost felt confident that he could take that as a job option as well as the goblins' offer. Of course, that all hinged on getting back into the wizarding world at all. As the summer drew closer to its end, Harry wondered if the Dursleys intended to simply keep him in the house year-round, or if they were going to send him to Stonewall, or even that street Brutus that they spoke of. One night, Harry dreamt of walking the passages of Gringotts, where the goblins stood in lines waiting for him to tell what their differences were, tiny as they may be, and then each identified goblin would ask him about a facet of custodial battles in the wizarding world. Just as he ran out of goblins and facts, it felt like someone was tickling his nose. Swatting at the fly in front of his dream face, Harry told it to leave him alone. It kept flying in front of his face, and suddenly Hedwig appeared in his dream, larger than life and hooting happily. Not used to such noise in his dream, the boy snapped awake. He was amazed to see that there was in fact something in front of his nose. Harry quickly put on his glasses and peered at the string attached to the object. Then to the hand attached to the string and the person attached to the hand. Fred was at his window. Blinking, he blearily asked, "What's going on?" "Jailbreak, Potter." Ron poked his head around Fred's to peer in through the window. "Get Hedwig near enough, and we'll get these bars pulled off," George spoke from the other side of Fred. After a quick glance, all the sleepiness left Harry. You three are in a flying car. Harry yipped. That we are, Fred grinned, our dad tinkered with it. Currently we've got it set to be visible to muggles, so you can see us, but when we get you out of there, we'll all be invisible again. Just a push of the button. Rolling his eyes, Harry pulled his trunk from its spot on the floor to rest on his bed, then gently lifted Hedwig's cage to place her there as well. Okay. Looping something around the bars, Fred laughed at Harry's expression. Wake up, Harry, we'll have you out of there in no time. Harry mumbled to himself about, you be cheerful when woken in the middle of the night after a rather twisted dream. He was then rather unsettled when the wall around his window, with a creak, a groan, and more than a little noise, pulled away from its mooring, and there was suddenly a rather large hole in his room. Fred quickly leaned into the room through the hole, and coaxed Harry to pass the owl over. As he handed the owl to Ron, Fred jumped through, and both boys lifted the trunk and hoisted it into the car. Just as both of them finished clambering into the vehicle, Vernon thundered through the door and started yelling about how Harry had better not come back if he knew what was good for him. With a deep sigh of relief, Harry opened the cage holding Hedwig, and rolled down a window. There you go, Hedwig, feel free to fly on your own and beat us there. A hoot and a hop later, and Hedwig was winging her way to the Weasleys' home ahead of the four boys. Luckily, George and Fred had re-engaged the invisibility on the car, and no one thought much about an owl flying through the sky. If they noticed she appeared from nowhere, they would just assume she'd been flying and they had only just noticed her. You do realize, Mum's going to kill us. Ron was a few shades paler than normal, if she doesn't string us up by our toenails. Or something. So why didn't you guys ever answer about the wizarding custody questions? Harry changed the subject quickly. We did. Fred looked back. It's you. Who never answered our letters. I never got any letters from anyone other than the Malfoys, who used Hedwig. Harry shook his head. Dig through my trunk if you want proof. We'll believe you. George never stopped watching the sky as he drove, but that just means someone was keeping your mail from you. With a groan, Harry realized who it probably was. I think I know who did it. A house elf, named Dobby. Why would a house elf keep your mail? Ron was puzzled. It kept saying something about Hogwarts not being safe, and that I was supposed to stay away. Harry shrugged, then continued. Then it promptly walked downstairs, hover-charmed a cake to fall on Dursley guests' heads, and left me to get the letter from the misuse of magic department in the ministry. I don't think there's anything that can be done in regards to that, Fred remarked, but at least we got you out of there. Shortly, the boys found themselves nearing familiar grounds to the three brothers, and Harry was rather excited to have the opportunity to see the Weasley home. Knowing that the family didn't have a lot of money, Harry expected a smallish house, but as they walked in, he was utterly amazed by the packed space. It was a lot larger on the inside than the outside indicated. Enlargement charms. Harry breathed. Wow, I knew they had uses, but for a house. I suppose it would be like what they do for trunks and stuff. I really believe the twins now when they say you're a bookworm. Ron snorted. You're almost as bad as Granger. At least you're not trying to tell me I'm doing everything wrong, and that it's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Gah, if she does that one more time, can you at least cast the levitation charm then? Harry interrupted. Well, yeah, Ron nodded, but then hush about it. Harry rolled his eyes. If you don't like her teaching or coaching methods, say something about it to her, explain that she comes off badly. Instead of whinging to everyone else around you about it. She'll never know it needs fixing if you say nothing. Oh, Ron blinked. I get it. I think. The rest of the conversation was put on hold, as a bustling, matronly woman stepped out of the kitchen, and immediately set about putting the boys in their places. Lovingly, yet sternly, she chewed Fred up one side, George down the other, and Ron still somehow got chewed out too. Amazed at the display, Harry tried to apologize for the trouble, but she waved it off with a, "Hello dear, it's good to see you again. I do hope the muggles didn't starve you. You look as though you could use a little food. Are you hungry?" Flummoxed, Harry just nodded as she shuffled the four boys to the table and placed food in front of them. Waiting his turn to gather a little food, Harry was rather amazed at the amount on his plate when he looked down, and wondered how it got there. As he watched, a little more appeared, and the snickering from his left told him that the twins, seated on either side, were filling his plate for him. "Hope you like being full, Potter," Ron grumbled, "'cause they're gonna keep filling your plate, till you tell them to stop." Eyes wide, Harry yipped, "Stop. If I have room for more after this, I'll ask for it, please, no more." A slightly lower chuckle alerted the four to a new arrival. Sleepy as he was, Percy seemed to enjoy the twins teaming up on someone other than him. "Good morning, Fred, George, Ronald, Harry, Mum." "Good morning, dear Mrs. Weasley bustled about, and about the time she had settled down from her lecture of the twins and Ron, another voice sounded, and she burst out again. "Do you know what 3 of your sons got up to this morning?" She raised an eyebrow at the man who came through the door. Hesitantly, the man looked at the boys in question. "No. Oh, good morning, Harry. Wait, oh dear." Rubbing his face with a hand, he sighed. "They used that charmed car of yours that I'm sure you thought I didn't know about to go fetch Harry from his relatives at an ungodly hour of the morning." She was just on the safe side of shrill, and Harry wondered at the trouble the boys were in, except, the 4 Weasley boys at the table were all focused on eating, rather than the argument their mother was trying to have with her husband. "Keep eating, Harry." Percy shook his head, "They do this all the time." She'll harangue him, then return to lecturing the twins, give Ron a little bit of an earful, and she might cycle like that for most of the day. It's when she's particularly quiet that we need to worry. Oh, Harry blinked a little more, then returned to eating. It seemed Percy was right, as Mr. Weasley was settling in to eat breakfast, even though his wife was still grumbling at him. Right about the time that everyone settled in again, a smallish girl in a nightgown stumbled into the room, blearily sat down, and started eating her breakfast. The oldest 3 boys, Mr. Weasley and Harry, had all finished eating by the time the girl woke up enough to look around. She was more than half done eating in her own right, and that left the bottomless pit otherwise known as Ron to be still eating. His mother was still cooking, and Harry wondered why she cooked so much. Not even Ron could eat all that, could he? A squeaky squawk made the brunette peer at the girl in surprise. His gaze was met by a shocked pair of brown eyes before the girl flew out of the room and up the stairs in a flash. Looking around, Harry saw that the twins were laughing themselves silly, Ron was snickering, and even Percy seemed to be restraining himself. Between chuckles, Ron gasped out, "She's got a crush on you, been talking about you all summer. Probably will ask for an autograph first thing when she gets done hiding from you." Oh, Harry blinked some more. Now, Mrs. Weasley, finally done raking her husband over the coals, though neither of them would know the phrase if Harry told it to them, pointed at the 3 brothers in trouble, and told them to denome the garden. She pulled out a book with a picture on the cover and started to consult it. As he turned his head sideways to get a better look, Harry was surprised to see that the picture on the cover was simply that of a wizard with longish wavy hair and bright blue eyes. He supposed that the wizard must be popular, with the way Mrs. Weasley fawned over the book. Or maybe he really knew his stuff. As she read from the book on how to denome one's garden, the snorts issued by the twins and Ron warned Harry that this might not be the case. On a whim, he volunteered to help. After being shown how the boys actually went about ridding their yard of gnomes, Harry settled into finishing his homework in the room that he was to share with Ron. He felt more than a little warmed by the news Mrs. Weasley had parted with in her rants to her sons and husband. They'd worried about him. It was nice to actually have friends. He supposed that they were the first he'd ever had, as Dudley had done a rather good job ensuring no one dared during primary school. The next day, the school lists came by owl, and after reading his list, Harry had to wonder why there were so many texts for defense that year. He overheard Mrs. Weasley mumble about how she'd have to buy all new books for her brood, and that the Lockhart books were quite expensive, popular as the wizard was. A day or so after that, Mrs. Weasley was bustling all her children, including Harry, to get ready early and quickly. She fed them, and Harry felt like bursting. Afterwards, she fed him so much, and then pointed them at the fireplace. It had a fire, even though it was summer, and at first Harry was puzzled. When Percy pulled a pinch of powder from the mantel above and called out, "Diagon Alley," Harry blinked as the boy disappeared. He was still collecting his thoughts as Mrs. Weasley indicated it was his turn. "Take just a pinch, dear, and cast it into the fire. Speak clearly the name of your destination, in this case, Diagon Alley, and step in after it turns green. It won't burn you. Keep your arms close, and watch the grates as you go. When you see the twins, Ron, and Percy, step out quickly or you'll overshoot. Got that. Nodding hesitantly, Harry grabbed a pinch from the pot, but apparently stirred up a little too much. He sneezed as he said, "Diagon Alley," and stepped through as it turned green. Keeping his arms close, he watched for 4 redheads, but never saw them. He was rather amazed though, when he was pushed out into a rather dark and dusty room. He'd thought he had to step out to leave the Flow network, as Mrs. Weasley had called it. He overheard a low, cultured voice bargaining with a salesman. Details like, "wouldn't want the ministry to find it," made Harry wonder. Then a voice he recognized simpered, "Can I have it, Father?" Only to be told no, maybe when he was older, or managed to beat the mudbloods' grades. Peering cautiously out, Harry recognized Malfoy, and who apparently must be the boy's father. Slinking out after them, Harry tried to edge from this more than a little scary alley to Diagon. He was about to chance asking directions when Hagrid spotted him. "Ari, what are you doing in Nocturne Alley?" "Oh," Harry stuttered a bit, "I was walking around and got lost. I think I made a wrong turn somewhere, and wound up here. I was just about to ask for directions back to Diagon Alley when you spotted me." "Don't spend much time here, Ari," Hagrid cautioned, pulling the boy into Diagon proper. "It's dangerous. The wizards in Nocturne are dark, and not very nice." "Oh," Harry spotted the redheads of the Weasleys and pointed them out to Hagrid, "there's my guides this time." He dashed off to meet them, and was scolded for getting separated. After a bit of discussion, the Weasley parents decided that they would lead Ginny around Diagon Alley. Telling the boys to meet before lunch at Flourish and Blots, they left Percy to navigate on his own, and the twins were set in charge of Ron and Harry, ironically. The twins quickly decided that of the 2 younger boys, Ron was the more likely to get into trouble, so they stuck with him, for entertainment. Left to his own devices, Harry wandered aimlessly, and found himself in the same area as he'd entered Diagon Alley from during his first year. Just outside the tavern Hagrid had led him through the year before, he was made privy to an intriguing conversation. "I heard Hogwarts had to hire another defense teacher," he overheard from a group of witches at the table nearest the door. "They've had to find a new one every year for almost 50 years, another witch grumbled. "I heard this latest one had to do with that Potter boy." The 3 women cackled to one another and leaned in closer, and Harry lost the thread of their conversation to the ruckus that was kicked up near the bookstore. "Did you know that you know who is at Flourish and Blots?" A youngish-looking witch giggled to another witch her age, and Harry was completely floored. He'd thought that, "you know who," meant Voldemort, and he didn't think anyone would be happy to have him at a bookstore. "You twit." The giggling witch was thwacked over the head by the woman standing next to her. Harry supposed it was her mother. "It's not, you know who. That is at the bookstore, it's Gilderoy Lockhart. He's doing his book signing. You'll start a riot if you say fool things like that." "Well, I wouldn't want everyone to know," the girl simpered, rubbing her head. "He's only signing the first 300 books, and as many autographs as he has photographs." "Well, if you're so worried about getting an autograph, why'd you bring it up in front of the leaky cauldron?" Her mother snapped again. "Now every witch and her sister will know in 10 minutes. Remembering that he was low on some of his potions supplies, Harry put on his best mask, and looked up into the gaze of an adult. He was hoping his hair stayed put long enough to hide the scar, and he asked, "Would you happen to know how I would find the apothecary? I'm a 2nd year, and the person who was with me last time went there without me, so I never learned where it was." Nodding, the adult pointed out the building in question. Thanking the man, Harry wandered in that direction, hoping not to get lost along the way. If anyone had asked, the boy would deny trying to avoid the crush caused by a book signing, but to himself, he felt quite relieved that he was going to miss Mr. Lockhart's event. What he'd seen of the book that Mrs. Weasley had quoted for denaming the garden wasn't impressive, to his eyes anyway. In the apothecary, Harry pulled out the list he'd made himself to keep supplies straight. Reading from it, he slowly made his way around the store, and realized that he'd forgotten to go to Gringotts to replenish his funds. Doing some quick maths, he figured he had just enough to pay for his potion supplies with what was left in the pouch. Moving to the till, Harry asked if it would be possible to hear the total first, to be sure he had enough. The wizard behind the counter smiled gently and nodded. Adding up the numbers, he read off the amount it would cost, and the boy sighed in relief, as he had enough, like he'd thought. After paying for his supplies, Harry left the apothecary, stowing the shrunken bag into his robes to give to Mrs. Weasley later. Then he figured he might as well seek out the matriarch outright, as he'd have to make sure she knew he was going to Gringotts, as a side trip anyway. He met up with her outside of a store whose sign was faded and worn, and noticed that she carried a handful of worn-out bags in her hands. She was muttering about how her boys should stop outgrowing their older brothers because that defeated the entire purpose of hand-me-downs as she looked up and noticed the dark-haired boy in front of her. "Oh, Harry, did you need something?" She turned to look at her daughter, who was as usual, hiding behind her, as her husband blithely passed on by, focused on the store across the way, which advertised, "Genuine Muggle Tools." I realized I needed to go to Gringotts, to be able to pick up any more of my supplies. Harry held out the bag with his potions ingredients. "I had enough left over from last year to pick up this, but I still need to buy things for Hedwig, and to replenish my ink, and, well, yeah." "Oh, Mrs. Weasley focused sadly on the bag from the apothecary, then pointed at her husband. "While we were searching for you earlier, Harry, Arthur made a trip to Gringotts, and we purchased most of your supplies. That was why we felt it safe to send you with the twins and Ron, rather than trying to go with you. The only supplies left for you to get are your books and your robes, and you might not need new robes. It doesn't look like you grew too much over the summer. You might be okay with just letting down your hems." Blinking, Harry wondered how the Weasleys could get into his vault. After a bit of thought, he asked out loud, "How did you get the goblins to give you the money to pick up my things?" "The headmaster gave us your Gringotts key." Blithely, the matron waved the boy to start walking, as her daughter skittered to hide behind her father instead. "He told us that we only needed to return it after our excursion. So the headmaster has my key normally." Harry wanted this made clear. "Why yes, dear." Mrs. Weasley paused. "Why? Unless he's my guardian in the magical world, he hasn't any right to it." Harry tried not to grumble too obviously, nor does he have any right to give it away to anyone. "I looked it up during the time I could this summer." Shocked, and maybe Harry was imagining things, more than a little pale, Mrs. Weasley asked, "Why would you look into that?" "I want to live somewhere else next summer." Harry met her eyes, just a few shades different from her daughter's, then continued, "I don't see living with the Dursleys as doing me any good education-wise. I'm sure the headmaster looked into every possible direction to place you before putting you with them," she muttered. "Though, goodness knows, Arthur and I petitioned to be able to take custody of you when you know who was defeated. We asked again at the end of this last year, after learning from the twins that you weren't looking forward to returning. Why is everyone following his judgment on the matter?" Harry asked. Blinking rapidly, Mrs. Weasley stuttered a bit. "Professor Dumbledore has your best interests at heart, Harry." Mr. Weasley came to his wife's rescue, "We're sure of that." With that, Harry realized he'd get no better answers from the red-headed clan leaders, and shrugged. He'd ask more questions of someone else later. "I don't suppose I could have my key, could I?" "Oh, Harry," Mrs. Weasley shook her head, "it's too much responsibility for a child to hold the key to their own vault. It could pop into their head at any time that they just need to pull a little from it, and then a little more, and a little more, until, suddenly, there's nothing left in the vault at all." Harry made sure not to meet the woman's eyes as he rolled his. Deciding to write this day's events down, to record them for future references, Harry focused on the direction the Weasleys were headed. Vaguely, he noticed that Percy had made it to the bookstore already, and was chatting with a burly boy Harry thought was the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, and a Ravenclaw girl while waiting in line. "Oh, Percy, good." Mrs. Weasley called out, to the embarrassment of the teen in question, "You're already here. Now, if Ron, Fred, and George would just show up, we could get in line and wait for the defense books, while Arthur trudges through the rest of the store to get the others." The prefect managed to simultaneously pale and blush while standing with his friends, and Harry sympathized. Peering around quietly, Harry managed to sneak up to the point in the line where Percy and the other older students stood. Before they noticed his presence, Harry overheard a rather interesting conversation he'd heard parts of for the short time he'd been at the Weasley house. Last year, Percy had been an OWL-level student, and shortly before Harry's arrival at the Burrow, the results of said testing had been brought in by an owl. Thus, when she wasn't scolding Ron, the twins or her husband, Mrs. Weasley was praising her eldest in the house son on his scores. Apparently, the Ravenclaw girl was no slouch in her studies either. And even if he was rather obsessed, as the twins told it, with winning the Quidditch Cup, the Quidditch captain had a good head on his shoulders as well. He'd just heard what sounded like a friendly rivalry between the three for grades when they spotted him listening unabashedly, and all three grinned. Had to get away from the grown-ups, Potter. The lilt in the Quidditch captain's voice made Harry wonder if the boy practiced it or if it came naturally. Harry grumbled, "Do you know anything about vault keys? What do you want to know?" Percy had a perplexed look on his face. What's the youngest a person can be to have their own vault key? Harry peered up at them, hoping this wouldn't get back to the matriarch he'd just escaped. Well, Percy pondered a minute. My parents gave me a copy of mine when I started at Hogwarts. The other boy rolled a shoulder, so I don't know if there's a limit. If a parent is worried about their children overspending, the girl added, they can put a cap on the vault, or set it to have a certain amount, to be refilled or not, at their own decree. What if said child is an orphan? Harry asked. Such things would have been provided for in your parents' will, Harry. Percy had a look on his face that told the younger boy to stop asking questions. Percy, didn't your family get a copy of his trust vault key from Professor Dumbledore? The Ravenclaw asked. Yes, Penelope, I do believe he gave it to my mother. Percy tapped his nose for a second. Did you ask my mother for it and she fed you a line about not knowing your limits on spending? Nodding, Harry waited for the older boy to tell him off. Ah, Percy shrugged, Mum's like that. She doesn't think any of us are grown up enough to make our own decisions. She even tries to make up Bill and Charlie's minds for them, and they've both been out of Hogwarts for a while. Oliver, do you think there's a way to get Harry's key remanded to him? Penelope directed her question to the other boy, and Harry finally remembered his name. A bad joke he'd heard from the Slytherin Quidditch captain made the small boy smirk and try to hold the laughter in. What are you laughing about? Percy looked worried for the small boy holding his hands over his face, or are you about to sick up? No, snickering some more, Harry tried to pull himself together. Potter, if you don't stop laughing, you'll hurt yourself. Wood raised an eyebrow. Finally catching his breath, Harry tried not to break down laughing again as he prepared to tell the joke. It's a bad joke I heard from Flint. Oh dear, Penelope sighed, is it at least clean? I suppose so. Harry was puzzled at that question. I mean, he told it to us first years without any trouble. That doesn't mean a thing, Percy snorted. Flint may come from an old family, but he'll tell some of the rankest jokes. Oh, this one's a rotten one all right, but I don't think it's too gross. Blinking, the second year in waiting paused. But I would guess you three would be better judges. It goes like this, and I'm probably going to mess up the timing. He piped up during a Gryffindor and Ravenclaw match about how ironic it was to have Wood on a broom. Deep breaths from all three older students made the shorter student worry. I knew he was only getting worse as he got older, Penelope whimpered. At least it isn't you he's picking on, Oliver was rubbing his nose. I think it's safe to ask you not to tell that one to anyone else. Percy seemed to be blinking about 3 times as fast as normal. Okay, Harry wanted to ask why they reacted the way they did, but wasn't going to bother them any more than he had. Well, except on the key issue. Back to the matter at hand. Penelope tried to change the subject. If his magical guardian feels it's unsafe for him to have his vault key, Wood responded after a bit of thought, there's nothing that can be done. Does he even have a magical guardian? The Ravenclaw asked. I'm not sure. Everyone assumes it's the headmaster. Percy looked at the doorway they had just reached. The line, slow as it was, had moved forward enough that the Wizard of the Hour was finally visible. Peering through the doorway, Harry noticed that only the witches were fawning over Mr. Lockhart, and any wizards around were looking extremely bored with the whole thing. The students he stood with were no exception to this rule, and Harry boggled at how a sensible girl like Penelope could get so vapid at the sight of the man. By chance, he, with his incredulous expression, met the gaze of the older boys, and both chuckled. It's a mystery to us too, Potter, Oliver sighed. Is there such a thing as Vila for females? Harry remembered sneaking a peek at a 5th year's defense book last year, and it had mentioned Vilas as having allures that, to males, was nearly irresistible. The 2 older boys smirked, and tried valiantly not to laugh out loud. By this point, the girl was close enough in line to select her books for classes, and stand giddily waiting for the possibility of having her copies signed. Wondering if he should move back to join the rest of the Weasleys, Harry stood out to the side of the line a bit. Just as the two older boys reached to pull him back in, a voice sounded over his shoulder. "Ah, Mr. Potter." At the sound of a voice full of laughter and more than a little smarm, Harry whirled. Blinking, he realized that he was being hailed by the man behind the table covered in photographs and books. Said adult was winding his way around the line, and approaching the dark-haired boy. "I am honored to finally meet you, Harry. It is okay if I call you Harry, isn't it, Harry?" The man was shaking the child's hand and chattering a mile a minute, and blinking, the boy realized he'd blindly nodded in response. Shaking himself out of it, he noticed that there was a person carrying a camera around. Wondering how in the world the individual could fit the paraphernalia in an enclosed space such as this, the boy almost didn't catch on in time to Lockhart's intentions. Dragging the boy towards the laden table, the bee-owned man was still chattering. "I knew it was just a matter of time before you arrived. After all, who wouldn't want to meet the 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Best Smile Award? And really, I'm not surprised you waited until now, as you certainly had to get the measure of someone who might just be able to commiserate with you on your savior status, didn't you, Harry? I mean, what with all the creatures I've dealt with, I'm getting quite close to your level, or I dare say perhaps even surpassing you." Even as the boy who lived, still a little unsettled at the chatter and being pulled around, Harry caught on to the man's intentions to have a photo taken and raised an arm to cover his face. "No, I was just here to pick up texts for classes, Mr. Lockhart. If you'll let me go, I'll just go back to my place in line to gather my books." "Oh," pausing for just a second, the man launched into another monologue. "I am so heartened to see a studious student. Such a blessing it is for children these days to actually be willing to learn. There's so much you could learn from me, Harry, so I'll start by doing you a favor and letting you take a picture with me. Might do your popularity a boost to catch up with mine, eh?" "No," Harry shook his head and extended his arm again. "I don't want my photograph taken. I read over the summer that to publish a picture of a minor, a photographer has to have permission from said minor's guardian, and I don't think you want to talk to mine, much less write to them, so please, don't bother." "Oh," nonplussed, the wizard froze and released the boy unconsciously. As soon as the grip loosened, Harry was pulling away and sidling to the Weasleys' inn line. When he came level with the 3/6 years, Penelope grabbed onto him like a lifeline and dragged him to stand next to her. More than a little worried, Harry peeked at the other two boys, who were again trying not to laugh. He thought he heard one of them mutter something about her hoping the Lockhart glitter would rub off on her, but didn't want to think too hard about it. Finally, they made it to the front of the line in a more normal fashion, and Lockhart decided that the 3 teens standing with him must be his friends, or at least his bodyguards, and took pity on them. "Oh," he dramatically paused, "I do believe I shall do you a favor anyway, Harry, since you were so noble as to save my photographer the hassle of contacting your guardian. I shall give you and your 3 guards here free copies of my books, and I shall sign your copies for you, Harry." Wishing desperately for the man to just stop talking, Harry knew his face was red enough to put Percy's hair to shame. About to refuse, he caught a glimpse of the sheer joy on the Ravenclaw girl's face, and the relief on Percy's. Biting his lip, he merely nodded, and thanked the glory hound for his generosity. Upon reaching the fresh air outside, Wood shrugged, and passed his copies of the books to Percy, saying loudly, "I picked up my copies the other day, and was just going with you guys because Penny was worried about whether or not she'd get here on time. Make sure your parents don't pick up the extra copies, Perce." And with that, he walked off quickly, before his fellow 6th year could speak a word. With a sad smile, Percy shook his head, and stowed the second set of books in a bag, muttering. He approached his parents, who, with Ginny, were just barely reaching the doors to the bookstore, to inform them they had one less set of books to buy, as Oliver had accidentally gotten a second set. Figuring that the older boy had been feeding his friend a line to get the books accepted, Harry mentally shrugged. He decided that was one Gryffindor who didn't need his eyes open to shades of gray. He'd ignored the little Slytherin talking to him and focused on the friend of a brother of a friend instead. Catching sight of the twins and Ron, Harry related the events in Flourish and Blots, and noticed the sour look on Ron's face at the mention of the photographer incident. "Bet you couldn't wait to get your picture taken with him, Potter." Ron grumbled. Actually, Harry glared back. I told him he couldn't take my picture without my guardian's approval. Exactly, the drawled word came from behind the small Slytherin and Harry jumped, whirling to meet the laughing gaze of his housemate. Potter, meet my father. Father, this is Harry Potter, as if you didn't already know just by looking. The Owen smirked at the redheads that now stood behind Harry. Though taller, and with longer hair, the elder Malfoy could almost pass as a twin to his son, and Harry was more than a little disconcerted by this. Okay boys, Mr. Weasley bustled through, carrying 3 more sets of books by Lockhart alone, as well as the texts needed for the other classes his sons and daughter needed. He stopped suddenly, noticing the Malfoys, and both men glowered. Are you sure you have enough money to buy your brood's books, Weasley? The elder Owen's words had Harry's eyes widening. Or have you finally realized that with a litter of that size, the only way you'll survive is on charity? I hope that someday, Malfoy, you realize that money isn't the only thing one needs in this world, Mr. Weasley returned, obviously holding onto his temper by a thread. Ah yes, casually, the man responded, fame and glory are good things to have before death as well, but I don't see a single member of your children accomplishing either of those. Do be careful to spit the hems out, Malfoy, Weasley hissed, and to wipe the dust off your knees. Wouldn't want to give ourselves away, now would we? At least my family can wipe the dust off. This was the last straw, and both men suddenly lashed out at one another. Knowing there were undertones to the undertones of the insults just delivered, Harry tried with all he had to fathom what was being said under the words expressed. All he could get out of it was that Mr. Malfoy was calling the Weasleys animals, and Mr. Weasley was commenting on groveling to someone. Mrs. Weasley waded into the fight, yelling at both men to act their age and set good examples for their children, and for Harry as well. Faking ashamed glances, both men refused to meet her eyes. Stepping back, the elder Malfoy stumbled into Ginny, and an entire pile of books went cascading to the ground. Sneering as the girl scrambled to pick up her books, he turned to his son and raised an eyebrow. As the younger Owen rushed to stand by his father, he looked Harry in the eye and nodded. Mr. Potter, I do hope your summer ends better than it began. The rest of him froze as Harry nodded in response to the well-wishing. Wondering how the man could be so civil in one breath and yet so caustic for the 5 minutes preceding, the boy asked himself if there was a possibility of a feud between the two families. The Weasleys gathered together, and came to the realization that they had all the supplies needed for the next school year. With that, they headed to the nearest public flow, and trudged back to the burrow. Discomfited as he was by the flow system, Harry was still distracted by planning how to answer the questions he was sure the younger Malfoy would have for him upon reaching the Slytherin dorms. Firstly, the joke Harry quotes Flint for, I know it's horrible, and I know it's probably pushing buttons, but I had the random thought pop into my head, word for word, ironic for wood to be on a broom, and sputtered laughing to myself. I figured out how to phrase it better, and there you go. I don't know if Harry's response is too naive or not, but I've been known to make wisecracks like that at the drop of a hat. At the same time, I've been known to listen to the same type of remarks, and only catch on to what was actually being said about 15 minutes later. As far as I can tell, in the original series, Harry never actually tells anyone what goes on at the Dursleys. He just makes it clear he hates it there. The closest anyone gets to knowing is Ron and the twins breaking him out second year, and Snape's occlumency discoveries. I think that may be part of why he is stuck with the Dursleys unguarded for so long. I have no idea what kind of alternative will show up at this point, but Harry is going to either be forced to speak out, or will come to terms with having to stay with the Dursleys if he doesn't want to tell the whole wizarding world that his relatives wish he'd never been born, and seemed quite happy to see to it that he knew it. Someone remind me to add in Harry asking why the twins decided to fetch Harry, please. I am sure I had plans for that question, but Harry got so caught up in things, that I'm ready to write about the dueling club fiasco, and he still hasn't asked the twins about it. Amidst the rush of packing for school, Harry pondered the things he'd learned over the summer concerning custody rules in the wizarding world. He was very glad for the information he'd gathered concerning publicity, as it had helped with Lockhart. Speaking of the man, Harry wondered why his books were being used for defense. Just thinking about the course reminded the brunette that he hadn't yet done the assignment for his defense class. Wondering why in the world he had taken so long to notice, he dared to ask Ron what the assignment had been. With a perplexed expression, the redhead said he wasn't exactly sure, and would have to ask one of the other incoming second years to find out. Not only did this tell Harry that Ron didn't know, it also made it clear Ron hadn't cared. Sighing to himself, the brunette resolved to working on that assignment on the train, amidst the reading he'd set to himself. Finally, when the family prepared to leave, Harry was rather shocked to see them loading their supplies into the trunk of the car the twins and Ron had used to rescue him from Privet Drive. He was even more amazed when they all nonchalantly climbed into the back seats, and Mrs. Weasley actually voiced respect for Muggles making cars look smaller than they actually were. Just as he was about to say something, he caught the eyes of the twins, and oddly, Percy, and all three shook their heads, smirking. Not sure what to make of the usually anal retentive, rule-touting prefect bending a rule, Harry kept his thoughts to himself. Well, until he reminded himself of his defense homework. Do any of you remember what the defense professor assigned at the end of the year? I seem to have forgotten to do the project, Harry began. The incredulous expression startled him, and he tried to fathom what each one meant. Ron's, he suspected, was surprise at trying to learn from older sources. Percy was probably more than a little disgusted by someone letting it go this long, but he couldn't put a name to the faces the twins had. You didn't remember the assignment, Harry. Fred raised an eyebrow. You're usually the first one done with your assignments, so that's rather strange, George added. I heard that he'd been through something rather traumatic at the end of the year, Percy clarified, after you all left for the hospital wing. What do you mean? Ron bleated. I'm not certain of the details, but I heard that the defense professor had snuck into the third-floor corridor, and when confronted by the other professors, it turned into a fight. Percy's words caused a low buzzing in Harry's head. We were there until just before the fight then, Fred looked at his twin. How would Harry have had anything to do with it then? George countered. That's where opinions diverge radically, Percy hesitated, spotting the uncomfortable expression on the dark-haired boy's face. I sort of remember standing there, with Fluffy asleep, Harry paused, then it gets fuzzy, and I remember waking in the hospital wing. I think you saw more than your mind could cope with, Percy reassured the boy, so it more or less erased what it couldn't handle. I'm almost willing to wager you don't even remember the man's name. Blinking, the boy stopped to think about that challenge, and rather than spitting out the first name that came to mind, he actually thought about it. The more he thought, the more he realized the sixth year was right. He remembered the things he'd learned the year before, but no features. Spells but not a single reference to the man's appearance. The directions to the classroom, but no name. If you really want the memories back, you might have to talk to the headmaster, as he may have assisted the memory block for you that your own mind was instigating. Percy completed the line of thought. But I'm still going to be held accountable for the defense assignments. Harry yelped. Snorting, Percy rolled his eyes. Don't count on it. He didn't announce it while we were in there, but Lockhart couldn't wait to brag after we left that he'd be teaching defense this upcoming year, and it sounded like he wasn't aware that there were assignments that had even been given. Realizing that the car was nearly to the train station, the older boys steered the conversation to other topics. It wasn't long before the twins and Ron were laughing at the details of the deal Harry had arranged with his relatives, though Percy's face had started seeming to have a permanent thoughtful expression on it. Not exactly inclined to think anything of it, Harry hoped it was a normal face for the young man to have, and that it wasn't guaranteed to cause him trouble later. The red-headed clan and their dark-haired tag-along clambered out of the vehicle, unloading their trunks as they went. At first, the family seemed inclined to venture towards the platform in a cluster, but a quick question from Harry banished that idea. How are we to inconspicuously pass through the barrier if there's 8 of us trying to reach it all at once? He heard the stifled snicker behind him, and was mildly surprised to see that the twins, standing in front of him, weren't the source. As the parents of the redheads stared, Harry wondered why this had never occurred to them before. He's got a point, Mother. Percy spoke up from behind Harry, and the small boy blinked triple speed in surprise. After all, 8 people clustered around a single pillar is much more suspicious than 2 or 3 approaching it at a time. All right then, Percy, since you approve so much, you and I will lead Ginny through, so she doesn't get lost. Mrs. Weasley grumbled a bit, and Harry didn't want to think too hard about her reasons why. Then Fred, George and I will go, Mr. Weasley waved at his twin sons, so I can keep them out of trouble. Ron, Harry, if you don't mind being the cabbies of this train, I'd appreciate it. Cabbies. Ron was perplexed, and muttered under his breath. Supposing that the Muggle-fascinated ministry worker had meant to make a new word for the plural form of the ends of trains, Harry was only a little less confused by the term and suggested the idea to his friend's younger brother. Oh, Ron nodded, I suppose that makes sense. A bit. After waiting what they felt was the prerequisite time, the two headed for the platform, and realized with no small sense of panic, that they had a mere minute to make it through the barrier in order to catch the Hogwarts Express. With a mere 15 seconds to go, they made it to the needed pillar and made a run for it. The crashing noise they made, complete with Hedwig squawking, garnered more than a few stares, and the two boys sank to the ground in desperation, hoping that they were imagining things. After righting his things, and helping Harry to do the same, Ron leaned against the pillar with his trolley and whimpered when it still refused to let him through. Are you boys all right? An attendant approached. Paling, Harry nodded, we just weren't looking where we were going in our rush and ran into the pillar. If you hurry, you might still catch the train on platform 10, it doesn't leave for another few minutes, the poor woman offered. Oh no, Ron whimpered again, we've already missed our ride. Oh dear, holding a hand to her mouth, the attendant pointed, there's a phone kiosk near the restrooms, if you need to call someone. Thank you ma'am, Harry nodded, with a gentle smile, we'll pull ourselves together and then we'll work it out. Nodding with a smile of her own, the attendant left them in peace. Ron was thunking his head into the pillar, not seeming to care for the brain cells he was killing with each impact, though the brunette bit his tongue to keep silent on the matter of neural genocide. Mum's gonna kill me, Ron groaned. Why would she do that? She'll know we didn't miss the train on purpose, Harry shrugged and started. For the way they came. Wait, where are you going? Ron yelped and tried to catch up. I was going to wait by the car for your parents to return, Harry blinked. The car. Ron yelped some more, jumping up and down a bit, I never thought I'd say this, Potter, but you're a genius. We'll just take the car to the school. If we're lucky, we'll get there about the same time as the train and no one will ever know any better. I doubt it, Weasley. For once, Harry felt safe using the surname. His estimation of the intelligence of the youngest male of that family had just sunk to a new low. What? Why not? Ron glared. For one, your brothers will have noticed. I'm fairly sure that Granger and Malfoy will have noticed, and with them, most of our respective houses of our year. From there, I will leave you to do the math, Harry snapped. Well, I'm still going to take the car, Ron grumbled as he kept going, see you there, Potter, if you ever make it. Your choice, Harry shook his head and found a bench. Digging in his pocket for any possible Muggle change, he wasn't surprised to not find any, but knew he'd need to have tried. He'd been hoping he could find a directory with which to find a number to call, but without any money, even that was moot. Sitting for a while, the boy quickly became bored. A thought occurred to him and he spoke to his owl, only feeling a little foolish. Hedwig, do you think you could carry a message to the school for me? A low hoot and the owl hopped in her cage. With a small grin, the boy quickly found a kind soul willing to lend him a sheet of paper, and a pen, and he scribbled out a message. He didn't address it to anyone specific, but made it clear what his problem was, and that he hadn't meant to miss the train. Returning the pen to its owner, Harry folded it, so that it made its own envelope, more or less. Quietly, and trying not to make a spectacle of himself, the boy found his way to an open window. Upon reaching it, he pushed it just a bit further open, and then opened his owl's cage. Looking around to make sure he had no audience, the boy tied the letter to her leg and asked her to get to Hogwarts quickly as possible. He asked her to get the letter to Professor Snape if she could, but if McGonagall got it, he wouldn't complain, just so long as it wasn't the headmaster. He knew the old man would get the message eventually, he just didn't want the line of communication to be that direct. He got the feeling that if it was, then no one else would ever get any details. Wishing her luck, Harry let his owl go when he was sure no one was looking. After closing her cage back up and returning to his bench, the boy fidgeted, wondering if he was going to miss the first night back entirely. He was starting to think he should have joined the impetuous redhead in the flying car when he heard grumbling from the people in the station. Some yahoo is reporting that he's seen a car flying through the air a few miles north of here, the boy overheard. With a wince, Harry changed his mind again, knowing that the Gryffindor was going to be lucky if he still could attend Hogwarts after this stunt. He also took note of the conversationalist's features. He was sure they would be memory charmed, but if he could help, he'd try. After all, he wanted to forget the day's events, so he begrudged no one else if they should desire the same. Even with occasional tidbits about Ron's car ride, Harry got painfully bored. Enough so that he apparently made quite the pitiful picture to adults passing by. A few asked him if he was waiting for his parents to pick him up. Others asked if such a little boy was sure he was big enough to ride the train on his own. Frankly, the 12-year-old wanted to scream that he was diminutive, not that young, short, not stupid, and nearly blind, not completely deaf. However, when someone handed him a small, stubby pencil, and a sticky notepad, the boy could have blessed them, their children, and their grandchildren if he dared to. After a momentary debate over the entertainment value of decorating surfaces with the notes, Harry decided to draw on each sheet before doing anything with the tiny square of paper in question. 5 squares later, and a rough map of Hogwarts from memory, and the boy was again about to scream from boredom. He'd done his research concerning the cartographic charms Moony from the Marauders map had mentioned, and yet was no closer to figuring out how to charm the lines of his own map to move like the staircases, or even like the representations of them in the map did. He became so lost in trying to figure this out, without books, without notes, that it was with complete and utter shock that he realized someone was standing behind him, staring over his shoulder at his notes on sticky papers. Yipping, the boy whirled around to peer at the person, and yipped yet again as he recognized the potion's master. The smirk on the man's face did little to reassure the boy, but as the expression seemed more directed at the sticky notes than the child, Harry relaxed. Just a hair. Well, Potter, should I ask what you're getting up to now, having missed the train entirely? The man's drawl settled the boy's nerves a bit more, as there was no anger directed at the boy present. Sir, when Ron and I tried to catch the train, the path was closed. We wound up running directly into the pillar separating platforms 9 and 10 instead of reaching our destination. The boy tried as he spoke to think of how to say what he meant without the exact words, so that it wouldn't give too many things away to eavesdropping muggles. The Slytherin head of house nodded just a touch, which told Harry his message had been conveyed. Only time would tell if it was the exact message the second year had tried for. Pointing vaguely at the sticky notes, Snape asked, "And what project is this?" "I was bored silly waiting for someone to show up." Harry shrugged, then peeled each paper off the table one by one. "Someone else in the station was kind enough to give them and a tiny pencil to me. I think they knew I was about to do something rather Gryffindorish, sir." A low, quiet chuckle was his reward for the anecdote. Looking around, the man gestured for the boy to stand and gather his things. "Come along, Mr. Potter. We still need to get you to the school. Your owl is, the last I heard, happily in the Ollery, enjoying some well-earned food. She did remarkably well in getting to the school as quick as she did, and was rather adamant that I get the message. I suspect that had to do with you." Nodding, the boy explained, "I figured that if anyone was going to learn any details about the trip they'd be asked to make, even if it's just to tell me I've been expelled for this, it'd be better if you or Professor McGonagall got the note. You because I figure, as my head of house you'd be the poor soul sent, and her because. Well, sir, this sounds sad to say, but I have to. As far as I can tell, Gryffindors can't keep secrets, and I thought if she read it, she'd have the instant, thought-to-mouth reflex, and there wouldn't be a pause to process." The snort from his professor made Harry feel a little relief from the constant worry of being told he was going back to the Dursleys now. The man's response, however, did not. "She's more gifted at keeping secrets than you suspect, child. It's the young Gryffindors that have serious cases of foot-and-mouth syndrome, and your own symptoms of it led me to believe your parents have more of an influence than we knew. Sorry, sir." Harry wasn't sure exactly what he was apologizing for, but figured it was better safe than sorry. "Well, sorrier, that is. Relax, Mr. Potter, you're not being expelled. You've only managed to miss the express, and if we hurry, you might make it to the school before your schoolmates anyway." With that, the adult led the child to an area of the station that wasn't quite so full of travelers, and looking around, nodded, "This is called Side-along Apparition, Mr. Potter, and I won't tell you it will be comfortable." There's a good chance you won't like it at all, but there's nothing to be done about it. Yes, sir, Harry nodded as the man reached out to his shoulder, held on firmly, and concentrated. Shortly after, the boy felt like he'd been squished and rolled into a small ball, stuffed into a straw, and shunted through it like a blow dart. As he opened his eyes again, the small boy looked around in surprise. He didn't recognize the place at all, but it felt the same way the school in Wizarding London did. Where are we? This is Hogsmeade. The professor looked around. Spotting what he was looking for, he guided the child to the outskirts of the town, explaining as he went. If you're fortunate, next year you will see more of this village. For now, content yourself with this. We are on our way to the school through the carriages. You would have ridden one to the school this year anyway, but now your trip will be just that bit longer. As they approached the carriage with the school's crest on it, Harry blinked rapidly at the creatures harnessed to the front. They looked like horses at first glance, but that second glance was what puzzled the boy. Instead of the short fur horses have, these quadrupeds were covered in scales. They also seemed to have wings, which further perplexed him. Sir, sorry to bother you, but what are those? What or what, Mr. Potter? The reserve in the man's voice drew Harry's attention from the not quite horses, to the man himself. The almost horses harnessed to the carriage, sir, Harry pointed, the creatures with scales and wings that most definitely aren't Pegasi. The deep sigh worried the boy almost as much as thoughts of being expelled had earlier, and with that, he flinched. Sure he was about to be yelled at or insulted, he nearly fell to the ground as his trunk was hoisted to the roof of the carriage away from him, and his question answered at the same time. Those are Thestrals, Mr. Potter, and I was hoping you wouldn't be able to see them. Sir. Harry climbed into the carriage as the professor indicated, and sat. What do you mean, you were hoping I wouldn't be able to see them? Doesn't everyone? No. Looking outside, the man seemed to be just that little bit gloomier than usual, and it worried the boy some more. Most people can't see them. Do a little research in the library come the formal start of the term, and you'll know why. I suppose that it was too much to hope you'd still be fortunate enough to not see them, what with the events at the end of last term. Events. Harry blinked again. All I remember is seeing you, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, dueling with Professor, what was his name? Though he strained his ears, the child couldn't hear the potion's master mumbling to himself, but he thought he heard the words, memory charm, and couldn't help but be curious. He kept it to himself though, as the carriage had reached the front of the school. As they climbed out, the Slytherin head of house informed his student to leave his belongings, the house elves would collect them. Remembering a house elf from earlier, the boy quickly recounted his issues with Dobby, and asked the man if he knew anything. Blinking slowly, the adult informed the child that the house elf in question might not be a matter of consequence for much longer. He had an idea of what the tiny Slytherin was speaking of, but knew he could do little to nothing about the matter. So, he cautioned the child, warning him to be careful, else the elf's actions could be repeated, in efforts to try and force the decision to leave the school. In an effort to lighten the mood, he mentioned to Harry that he'd keep an eye out for Fort Anglias in the air that night, and off the boy's own arrival. Reaching the Great Hall, the two Slytherins trekked directly for their table in the hall, and leaving Harry to sit, Snape stalked off to search the area, for a wild car, or a red-headed individual who might as well be given the same moniker. After a bit, the rest of the students from second year and up filed into the Great Hall, and no small count flustered at the sight of him already there, waiting. Those that actually knew him seemed relieved. Oddly, this included Percy at the Gryffindor table, as well as a portion of the Quidditch team. Quickly he informed Slytherin that he'd relate the story in the common room later, but did still want to go to bed early. Crowding around the brunette, Malfoy hissed, "Where were you, Potter?" "I missed the train," Harry hissed back. "Shush, they're about to start the sorting." Even though he made it sound like he was excited for the sorting, Harry was actually more than a little distracted. He was hoping that Ron had made it safely to Hogwarts. Mostly for the twins' sake, but the time spent at the Burrow had given Harry a little insight on the Gryffindor second year. Having 5 older brothers left the other boy with quite a complex. Head boy, prefect, Quidditch players, and pranksters extraordinaire, and what could Ron do to measure up? Though Harry suspected expulsion would normally be the result of an escapade like this, he was also figuring that Dumbledore's decision would be merely to take points and give out detentions, if that. While he was pondering this, other Slytherins attempted to wheedle information from one another about the Daily Prophet article that had been published that day. It had a rather odd report of Muggles sighting a car in the air, flying along a northerly route. A hissing from his left suddenly captured Harry's attention. Looking in that direction, he spotted Snape more or less dragging a reluctant and sheepish Ron towards the Gryffindor table. The others at the Gryffindor table crowded around the redhead, and in turn, the other Slytherins pointed their gazes at Harry. Yes, they're connected, Harry sighed. By this time, the last first year had been sorted, and the headmaster stood. Welcome all of you to Hogwarts. Those of you returning, I say welcome back, and our newest students, enjoy your first glimpses of the school. I should like to say a few words of greeting to our new defense professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, and to inform all of you that as usual, the Forbidden Forest is just that. I have been informed that there has been a rather large crash between the Whomping Willow and a flying vehicle, the likes of which the school has never seen before, and with any luck, will never see again. The driver of the vehicle has been thoroughly chastised, and points have been taken away. Caretaker Filch has posted, on his door, all additional items that students are not allowed to have on Hogwarts grounds. Lastly, I would like to welcome all of you to dig in and eat your fill. After eating a little food, Harry noticed that the rest of the Slytherins were still paying him entirely too much attention. Luckily, Malfoy noticed this as well, and began poking fun of the youngest Weasley male. This drew most of the Slytherins, focused to the owned, and Harry felt safe to continue eating. As he finished his meal, Flint spoke up, "Well, Potter, do you have the notes you threatened us with?" "Not with me now," Harry shook his head, then continued to munch his way through cooked carrots. "Got any interesting tidbits to share with us now?" Bletchley mumbled around his helping of green beans. "The people around where I live think I attend a school for violent children," Harry shrugged. The silence that sentence was met with shocked the small boy. He'd figured that at least half of the table was listening to Malfoy by now, and very few were still paying any heed to Harry. Judging by the ringing in his ears, Harry knew he'd either been painfully wrong, or just as painfully optimistic. With a deep sigh, the small boy resigned himself to more questions he didn't want to answer. "Now why would they do that, Potter?" Pusey asked. "I'm going to answer that later, if you don't mind," Harry stalled. "Actually we do." Warrington stood, his meal finished. The older boy was quickly pulled back down to sit at the table. No one had been dismissed yet from the Great Hall. With a hiss, Warrington continued, "When they let us go, you're coming with us to decide whether or not you're trying out for Quidditch, but while we're at it, I'm curious to know what exactly your relatives think they're up to." The nods surrounding them warned Harry that unless he wanted to be painfully harassed, he'd better answer their questions quickly once they were all allowed to leave the Great Hall. In a twist, Harry thought, of fate, the headmaster stood again, wished everyone good night, and bid the prefects to guide everyone to their houses. The older years not acting as head boy and girl, and prefects simply led their younger classmates to the respective common rooms. Plainly, Harry was trapped by the older Slytherins, and knew he was about to get chewed out for withholding information. He also knew they were going to grill him on the details of his summer in general, and particularly how it ended. Not that they wouldn't make sure of the Muggle details he had collected, but it seemed like right now was also going to be the time they used to find out why he would know anything about Ron's trip. Knowing that the older years would be dismissed from the room quickly, the cluster of older students dragged Harry to one of the older boys' rooms. The cluster circled around him and gently, though insistently shoved him to rest on one of the beds. "Okay now, Potter, speak," Flint snapped. "I'm still working out some of the details, but events over the summer led to my being at the Weasleys' house for a few days. So I was with them trying to board the train. Somehow the path was sealed, leaving Ron and I on the wrong side." Harry was stalling for time, and he was sure all the others knew it, which was why he was allowed to try. "I reminded him of a car his dad owned, and he took that as a sign to use it to get to Hogwarts. I waited, after sending a message with my owl, for someone to pick me up. That's nice to know. Now what's with your relatives?" Bull tapped a shoe, eyebrow raised. "That's part of what I'm trying to work out." Harry had a sudden thought, and tried a new tactic. "If you give me a good reason to tell you all about it, I will. Otherwise, I'm going to bed now, and I'll have to get back to you on the Quidditch thing." Apparently his bargaining tactics were so brash, brazen, and off the wall that none of the older students even tried to catch him as he dashed out. Thus he missed the calculating looks on their faces. If he'd seen them, he might have decided to be afraid, to be very, very afraid. Reaching his own floor, Harry scurried into his sleeping clothes and under his covers to sleep, or fake it, so fast, he forgot one of the questions he wanted to ask the potions professor. Waking up the next morning, Harry just barely remembered to gather the notes he'd made of how people had behaved in Privet Drive, where the Dursleys had spread their tale of where Harry went to school, and of the reactions of Muggle Londoners. He walked to the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, and would have sat in his usual spot, but first years had taken it. Malfoy sat in his second usual spot, and if Harry had been a little more confident, he'd have told the first years to move over. If he'd been less confident, though, he would have figured that it was a conspiracy of some kind. As it was, he sighed, and moved to the Quidditch players' seats and plunked himself down. As he was finishing the last of his toast, roughly all he had the stomach for at that point, the Slytherin team arrived. The silence of the rest of the table made the brunette nervous, and though he tried desperately not to, Harry could feel himself scrunch into himself at the feeling of the older boys staring into his back. "So, Potter," Flint spoke up as he sat, across from the small second year, "does this mean you're trying out for Seeker?" "I was thinking about it," Harry shrugged. "Well, just keep in mind, your success will determine our playing style," Bull added from Harry's left. "I'm really sitting here because my old seat was snitched by firsties, and my other favored seat is occupied as well. I didn't feel like starting anything this early in the morning. Or this early in the year, for that matter." Harry reached into his pouch of supplies, pulled out the thin sheaf of paper, and sat, putting the pages into order. "Potter, please tell me you haven't written a dissertation already," Derek, on his right, whimpered in fake fear. "Nope." Harry made sure the stack was even, then handed it to Flint. "Here. Make what you will of it. If you read it, and still feel the same, that's your decision. At least it will be a better informed one." Bull smirked suddenly and asked, "Are you bitter about last year, Potter?" "I'm working on it," Harry shrugged. "Oh, so this is what you were threatening us with at the end of last term." Bletchley actually had the nerve to steal the entire sheaf from Flint as he sat on the captain's left. Shrugging at the theft, the Quidditch captain merely settled into eating the food off of his plate, and peering at the second year with narrowed eyes. "What little I saw of that wasn't good, Potter. You sure you want us to see that? I told you then I wasn't trying to make you guys into goody two-shoes," Harry mumbled, "so I wrote down the good, the bad, the ugly, the nitty-gritty. Even the pathetic." "Wait," Bletchley's interruption made everyone at the table listen, subtly or not, and Harry froze. "It says here that your relatives have told everyone in their neighborhood you're attending a school for criminal children. You mentioned that the neighbors thought that, but didn't say who told them." "That's the story they've told," Harry nodded. "I thought you were leaving bits out," Flint hissed. "You told us they didn't like you and you didn't like them either, but to tell lies about you. They told me my mother and father were killed drunk driving." Harry stood as he spoke, gathered what was left of his things, and only as he stalked toward the doors, realized that he'd just committed himself to one of the two plans he'd made for the way he'd live this year out. Mentally shrugging, Harry crossed off the details of the second and decided to iron out the rest of the details of this one as he went. His first step would be class, though he would need to find a way to communicate with Professor Snape concerning the possibility of finding new lodgings after the year's end. Just as the boy reached the doors leading out of the Great Hall, a hush fell upon the students as the owls flew in with their deliveries. One old, decrepit owl flew in front of Ron. Having spent a few weeks in the burrow, Harry recognized Errol, and was about to ask himself what message it could be, when it began screaming. At the end of the message, Harry felt sorrier for Mr. Weasley than he had before, and made a note to write an apology to the man for not doing better to talk his son out of the idiot stunt. Shaking his head, Harry continued on to his first class of the day. While he waited for the rest of the students to show up, Harry gave his charms text a second glance over. He wondered if the professor was going to quiz them over the assignments from the end of the year or not. Finally, he noticed other Slytherins trickling into the room, and Harry smirked at Malfoy, who had seemed like he was going to sit in Harry's old seat. He figured the B.O. was going to do this in every class, and had every intention of fighting back. Not sure how yet, but he didn't intend to just take it. The tiny man teaching the class arrived into the room shortly after it filled with students, and he hopped up to his podium and greeted his students. He, however, was greeted with groans because he informed them of the quiz he'd sent to their desks, to test what they recalled from last year. After completing the quiz, they'd move straight to their first charm for the year, and go from there. As he moved about the room, he collected the assignments from the students. Upon reaching Harry's elbow, the diminutive, yet bouncy individual whispered to him, "I have an independent project for you, Mr. Potter, if you'd like to take me up on it." At the boy's nod, an extra page of paper appeared on Harry's desk. At the top it read, "Read after the quiz." So, the boy followed instructions and finished the quiz first. Since he'd been reading his second-year text ahead of time, Harry wasn't really surprised to see most of the spells on it. His guess, based on what he knew of last year, and what he'd read of this year's texts, was that first year was spent learning the basics of the spells. Second year was spent tuning the strengths of those same spells and learning stronger varieties that carried out the same tasks. Such as the hovering charm, a more powerful version of the levitation charm would be taught to second years, perhaps after they gained more control over their use of the latter. When he finished the quiz, Harry turned it over, and with a little thrill, saw the paper fly off towards the professor's desk. Flitwick was the only professor that used that spell, so Harry had yet to get sick of it. McGonagall had her students pass to the right by rows, and then that column would pass papers forward. Snape chose to have each student bring their quizzes personally to his desk, and Sprout, on her rare paper quizzes, asked for students to drop them into a box in the back of the room or the greenhouse. Though he couldn't remember the man's name, Harry thought the old defense instructor would walk up to each student's desk to collect the tests. Turning his thoughts from the professor with no name, Harry read the independent study suggestion from Flitwick and froze. Blinking a couple times, he reread it. Duplication charms are a complicated set of spells, usually taught in third year at the earliest. They range from the duplicator of objects, to complex spells that simulate the Muggle process known as cloning. Your assignment would be to research all varieties of said family, and document their strengths, weaknesses, durabilities, and any legal repercussions of using them. This assignment would be a progressive one, and you will check in regularly to record your progress. By the end of the year, you will have enough information to decide on how long a parchment you want to turn in, and I will desire that you run it through several editors for spelling, grammar, and factuality. As he read and reread it, Harry became more and more sure that Professor Snape at the least, and perhaps even Madame Pants, whom Harry had forgotten to formally apologize to last year, were behind this project. It did intrigue him though, so Harry could easily see himself working on it. He could also see using the information to help in the projects with the twins. Seeing as he wasn't going to change anyone's mind on Slytherins with the track he'd tried last year, Harry felt it would be better to talk the twins into turning the prank projects to products. His attention was drawn to the front of the room when the professor began his lecture. Harry tried, really he did, not to laugh when the lecture turned out to be about hovering charms, but it was really difficult. Of course, at the same time, he wanted to cry, but that was a completely different matter entirely. Apparently his attempts at not laughing failed, as he had garnered enough of Flitwick's attention to get called up to the front of the class. Hoping he wouldn't be making a habit of this, Harry gave the hovering charm a try. The difference between levitation and hovering, as far as Harry had read, was a matter of both control and strength. The former was meant for light objects, so control was of very little import. The latter, however, was meant to be used on things from the weight of a book, to the weight of a small child. Thus, it required more control. Levitation was rarely used on humans, while hovering could be. Who wanted the person casting the hover charm on you to suddenly send you careening into the wall on your right? Though it wasn't easy, and nowhere near pretty, Harry did manage to cast the hovering charm in front of the class. He felt a little vindictive pleasure at his success, since he'd been charged with casting one roughly a month ago, but hadn't ever done so until that day. The expression on his face must have changed, as Crabbe asked about it when he sat back down. "What are you, smirking for, Potter?" The larger boy edged from him just a hair. "Oh," Harry smiled, trying to take the edge off his expression, "someone cast a hovering charm where I live this summer, and it was blamed on me. I hadn't ever cast it until today, and so it's nice to actually be able to cast the spell I was accused of." A snort and chuckle accompanied this statement, as both Crabbe and Goyle enjoyed the humor and irony. Asked to assist his classmates, Harry worked with those two first, and by the time he got them to be successful, most of the rest of the class was as well, and the class was also over. I have to ask, Harry made sure Malfoy wasn't listening, why are you two still friendly to me, as obviously, Malfoy has decided to try to erase me. Oh, that, Crabbe smirked as he packed. He's just gotten told he's supposed to rule Slytherin. Or take over from Flint. He took it into his head that it meant he was supposed to keep you hemmed in. Goyle shook his head. Ah, Harry shrugged, he's welcome to the leadership role, I'm done trying to make you guys do anything. Now I just want to provide you all with enough information to make a decision on your own. Sure, Potter, and I'll believe that about the same time as I'll believe that Velas are ever male. Zabini piped up from behind the smaller boy, though without any malice. The next class, Herbology, should have been similar to the first, but for two rather important things. First, Professor Sprout was rather grumpily stalking to the greenhouse, hands full of bandages, and second, Lockhart was trailing behind her, blathering on about the best way to mend Whomping Willows. Harry thought he heard the Hufflepuff head of house mutter under her breath about how he hadn't even been at Hogwarts when the tree had been planted, so it was likely his first sighting of such a tree. Hoping desperately not to be spotted, Harry stood very still, as he knew that fidgeting would only catch the magpie's eye like glittering, shiny things always do. Sadly, Harry's scar must have been glittery enough for the man, as he stopped trying to convince the Herbology professor that he knew more than she, and suddenly veered for the Slytherin cluster of students with a grin on his face. I knew you'd try something newsworthy, Potter. His grin sent a chill through Harry's blood. The waggling finger didn't help matters any, but the man's face alone set the poor boy to wishing he could hide. After all, you'd had to pass up your chance at front page of the Prophet Glory with me, and no one wants to be shown up. Sighing, as the man had obviously developed selective memory, Harry was about to correct the man as to why he'd not participated in the publicity stunt when Professor Sprout spoke up. I do apologize, Professor Lockhart, but don't you have a class to teach in your classroom? The boys in the room smirked, chuckled, or snickered, while the girls gave reluctant sighs. Looking to his old class partner, Harry was rather disappointed to see that Parkinson was just like any other girl, and had been mooncalving after the fop as well. Now, we shall start the year off with a bang. So to say, Sprout passed around a box, with the instructions that each student was to take a pair of earmuffs. She then demonstrated the proper way to place them upon one's head, and explained, we will be repotting mandrakes today, and as the cry of an adult can kill, I want you all in the habit of taking the proper care in regards to them. Thus, every time you are to work with them, we will be wearing these. Right now, they're infants, and their screams will only cause unconsciousness, but it's better to get into good habits early. She demonstrated the proper way to repot a mandrake and then told the class to separate into pairs. In a surprise move, Longbottom walked straight over to Harry and asked to work with him. Blinking, Harry acquiesced, and wondered how out of sorts Parkinson would be later. During the repotting, Harry took notice of how the Gryffindor cared for the plants, and was rather amazed at how well they reacted. He'd thought he had a pretty good understanding of plants, thanks and no thanks at the same time to the Dursleys, but Longbottom seemed to have a natural green thumb. Not that Harry was going to complain. It might even help him to work out the study group he was still hoping to implement between houses at some point. When the mandrakes were replanted in their soil and covered sufficiently that the earmuffs could be removed, Sprout continued her lecture about the properties of mandrakes, their roots, and how to use their natural defenses to one's own benefits. Taking notes as he listened, Harry almost didn't notice when a small note found its way into his pile of notes. When the professor paused for a gulp of water, Harry stopped taking notes long enough to read the message, and began wondering why Longbottom would choose him of all people to work with on an independent project. Harry wouldn't mind the chance to personally pick the boy's mind more thoroughly on Herbology, and have a proper excuse for it. It was rather strange in the green-eyed boy's mind to associate himself with the Gryffindor who happened to be nearly hopeless in any class other than Herbology, though. Quietly meeting the brown eyes of his new partner, Harry nodded, but wrote on the note that he had a lot of questions to ask before making it concrete or anything. As the class ended, Harry was stopped by Longbottom handing him another bit of paper, which read, similarly to the one Flitwick had given him. There are a great deal of mandrakes to be cared for, and as I am both professor and head of a house, I have very little time to tend to them. I would like to ask a few students to take care of them on the side of their own schedules. Each of these students will have a pass to do this observation. The pass in question will allow said student to be caught by Filch, a professor of Hogwarts, a prefect, the head boy, the head girl, or by the headmaster up to twice in any combination, after curfew. If you get caught out after those 2 times, you will get into trouble as anyone else would. It also had a jotted note from the other boy, reading, I asked if I could have a partner for this, and she said it was okay. Since you have helped me in potions, I hoped I could return the favor for Herbology. This is supposed to boost our grades by at least 1 measure. With that, Harry felt it was fairly safe to accept the offer. Nodding again at the heavier boy, Harry scurried off to the Great Hall for lunch, hoping to stay out of Lockhart's path from there on out. Outside of classes, that was. He had no choice in regards to the actual time spent in class. At lunch, Harry managed to claim a seat just outside of the Quidditch players and was more than a little perplexed when Zabini plunked himself down to his left. As the smaller boy finished eating, he started to pull a text out, complete with notes. So, what's going on? Zabini's question out of seeming thin air caused Harry to pause, blink and look at him wryly. I've been given 2 projects already this year, so I'm doing as much ahead of time for other classes as possible. I don't want to fall behind, you know, certainly wouldn't do to lose my Raven of Slytherin status. Harry scribbled more notes even as he spoke, wanting to avoid the topic he knew was coming anyway. No, I meant why are you giving up on your crusade from last year? Zabini explained. Having thought the feast from last year would have made that clear, Harry just paused. He then tried to find a way to say what he wanted to say without being too rude. After a bit, he gave up, and left the table, muttering, ask the Quidditch team if you really want to know, they can say it better than I can. With the extra time on his hands, Harry made a trip to the dungeons, to drop off the extra paperwork he'd accumulated. While digging around in his trunk, Harry made sure to snag blank papers to take notes from the history text with, as that class was next. After reaching the room where the ghost taught, Harry found his seat, knowing he was early enough to keep the same one, and opened the book. He began taking notes from the last point they'd reached in the text the year before and almost didn't notice when the class started. The only reason he knew was the huff from Malfoy as the other boy walked in, and found Harry already sitting. He was so lost in his own world of notes that he never heard the quiet thumps of his classmates' hands and heads as they fell asleep. As he'd said to the goblins in Gringotts, he had no idea how Binns could make the goblin rebellions so boring, as it really was fascinating to read about the hows and whys of the wars. There were even cultural references in the stories, ones that he'd never heard of existing in Binns' lectures. Before reading of the rebellion of 410 CE, Harry had never known that one could tell a goblin's rank in society that of the goblins, of course, by where the verb in their name was in translation. Thinking about it, Harry realized that that meant Griphook was a different rank from Frognock. Since the book didn't specify exactly what the order meant, Harry could only speculate, based on his human understanding of bank ranking, that Frognock would be a lower rank than Griphook. He had to wonder, though, where Steelknife's rank fell, as Harry didn't think the first half of his name was meant to be a verb, but an adjective. Somewhere along the way, Harry realized that the sawing noise in the room wasn't from the tales of the book finally coming to life, but from a sleeping student forgetting not to snore. This made him snap out of his consideration of the goblin rankings. He spotted Binns, who seemed to actually be hearing the snores. Since it seems that none of you are actually conscious enough to listen to the lecture, the ghost cut itself off, I will release you earlier than usual. You will still be responsible for the material I would have covered today, so do study diligently. With that, it floated out of the room through the ceiling. Debating the wisdom of leaving the class to sleep, Harry stood. Granger was also standing up to leave. He noticed that most of the class was also asleep. He suspected that the only reason Parkinson wasn't was because she'd been doodling in her notebook all period. Sighing to himself, Harry decided to have mercy on his housemates, and dropped his history text onto his desk. The resulting noise catapulted more than a few students from their seats to the floor. Professor Binns dismissed class because someone was snoring loud enough to wake the dead, Granger sniffed. We're still going to be held accountable for what the lecture should have been, Harry grumbled as he finished packing and left the room. Taking the time to make a dash for the Junior Marauders HQ, Harry quickly voiced the password, and slipped inside the room. Glad for the house elves, Harry noticed the lack of dust immediately. Next, he spotted the sheaves of paper the twins had copied from the alchemy texts. Warily stalking over to them, Harry wondered what state the book copies would be in. Reaching to one, with a fake wand prototype, Harry flipped it open. After a few seconds, he dared to peer over at the actual pages, and groaned. He'd managed to copy portions of the first one, but none of the second, by hand before the year's end, and was now depressed by all the lost information. The pages of the copied text now read, "These pages are copyrighted, and as a student I should know better than to plagiarize. Madame Pants has rightfully copy-protected the pages of all books in her care. Violators beware. First offense is forgiven, but any past that," just the wording gave Harry the shivers. He left a note for the twins regarding both the books, and the plan he was hoping to set up for their projects that year. Noting that it was nearing time for him to head to his next class, Harry quickly left the room, making sure no one saw, and dashed to Transfiguration. In McGonagall's room, Harry noted that Malfoy had taken a leaf from his book and reached class early. Having plunked himself down in the seat Harry had used the year before, the boy had an expression on his face, that if Harry had been older, he'd have had the perfect name for. Grumbling under his breath, Harry made sure there was time for this minor confrontation, and then proceeded to sit directly next to the bee-owned, as neither Crabbe nor Goyle had shown up yet. "Okay, Malfoy, this has to stop. You're not going to give anyone the idea that you're suddenly top dog of our year by taking my seat in classes. You're just going to show people how far you have to go to grow up. If you can't keep your seat, no one has any need to show you any respect, now do they?" The other boy drawled. "Respect is earned," Harry snapped. "And you haven't yet," was the response. "What makes you think you have? For that matter, what makes you think anyone was showing me any undue respect?" Harry hissed, "This year, I'm just trying to give everyone else in our house as much information as possible so they can decide to dislike Muggles for something they know about them, rather than because their parents said to. You're really trying to make us like them, admit it, Potter," the bee-owned growled back. "Actually, right about now, I couldn't care less whether you guys like them or not. I just don't want you to hate them as abstract concepts of inferiority. If you're gonna dislike them, you'll know something about them to specifically dislike." Harry rolled his eyes. The eye roll was returned by his apparent rival. "Oh really? Prove it. My relatives told our entire neighborhood that I go to a school for juvenile delinquents." Rather than taking the time to learn any facts, sound familiar yet the neighbors chose to swallow the information like a juice drink, and all of them gave me sour looks all break. Harry grumbled. "For that, I can't stand the Muggles that live near me." "Then why are you so determined to give us this information? I don't see it as helping your cause any." Malfoy seemed to actually be listening now. "I've already said, I don't care if you like them or not." Harry groaned. "I just want you to dislike them for a reason other than, my daddy said to." "What makes you so sure that's my only reason?" Malfoy hissed. "No one's ever said anything more than, my father said this, or, my mother told me that. In my hearing." Harry crossed his arms in front of his, "So all I know is that your parents say to hate Muggles. You've read the history books, you have to know what would happen if they knew about us." Malfoy thumped the desk in front of him. Rolling his eyes, Harry countered, "Yeah, I've read the history texts. I know about the American Salem witch trials. I also know about the European Inquisition. I also know that the Death Eater's actions would only justify those reactions in the minds of the Muggles if they knew. If we presented a good face to them, they might not pull witch trials on us, or they might still do that. But we certainly aren't helping matters by letting people flip them upside down and whirl them like a washing machine on spin cycle. I'm not even going to pretend I understood your metaphor, Potter," Malfoy grumped. Harry would have continued the argument with the bee-owned, but classmates were slowly trickling in, and the professor was stalking into the room as well. McGonagall certainly wouldn't have allowed their discussion during her time. She'd have probably said it was better suited to history, or even Muggle studies, not that the two boys yet knew the latter class existed. Other than the argument, the class went on much the same as last year. McGonagall set them to changing chalk sticks into knitting needles as review from last year to start. While the majority of the class fumbled through, Harry, Malfoy, Granger, and oddly, Zabini accomplished their projects quickly enough to be set to reversing the process as well. As she looped around the room, McGonagall gave tips and pointers to those struggling, and bits of encouragement to those who were making good progress. Of course, for students like Crabbe, Goyle, and Ron, she could only do so much, but still, the effort was the point, right? As she passed Harry, a sheet of paper appeared on his desk. Grimacing at the sight of it, Harry began to wonder if there was a conspiracy going on. This was the third project he'd been given, even if one was indirectly. The process of transfiguring inanimate objects to animate is a complicated process, rivaled by that of the reverse. Third years learn to transfigure pincushions into hedgehogs. It has been brought to my attention that you managed this somewhat successfully. Thus, my challenge to you is to research this process further, and successfully transfigure an inanimate object into an animate one, that moves and behaves as the animal it should be mimicking. From there, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge to transfigure one animate creature into another, so the second half of the project is researching this process as well. Even without any other classes going this route, Harry saw himself spending a great deal of time in the library that year, and was resigned to having a cramped hand to boot. Spotting Granger reading as well, Harry wondered how many students got such projects. Finally everyone had managed a passable chalk stick to knitting needle and back, and McGonagall felt it was time to move on. At the end of last year, you all began practicing transfiguring larger objects into smaller, and some even began researching the process of transfiguring the smaller into larger. This term we will begin that process again, and continue until it is fairly comfortable to all of you to make a chair into a spindle, or to manipulate a teacup until it can substitute as an entire china set. Taking notes as the professor spoke, Harry wondered just how much he'd incidentally skipped in his work with the twins. If he was going to be researching so much, and using it for Marauders' benefit, how would he find time for Quidditch? If he wasn't going to play, the team would continue as they always had, but that would sadden the boy to no end to see the work from last year going more or less to waste. At the same time, he had no clue how he would tie in two research projects, a plant tending project, research galore, practice, and detentions. Ah, the detentions. Harry just barely remembered in time to set aside his work that night for later. Finally snapping out of his daze, he realized that he'd been taking notes on autopilot, and hoped that he'd gotten all the pertinent information. Else, he'd have to ask someone else, and that would certainly go over well. The class dismissed, and everyone streamed out in their various directions. Heading for the Slytherin dorms, Harry suddenly veered off, recognizing the twins at the doorway to headquarters. He snuck up behind them, and as all three slipped in, he tapped the twins on the shoulder. "Hey!" Whirling, the redheads yelped. "Harry, don't sneak up on us. Sorry, I made a trip here earlier. Apparently, your little brother snores loud enough to get Bin's attention. So the ghost released us from class a bit early. On a whim, I checked out the books from the restricted section that we'd copied." The pages were replaced. Going to the table covered with books, Fred pulled the sheaves of paper from the alchemy texts, and opened it. "Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Some of the texts in this library are protected from copying. Even if one intends to return the original, or cite the information properly, they don't allow a person to make copies by magical means. We should have expected that to happen, but we didn't." George grumbled. "That reminds me," Harry pretended to have to dig through his thoughts to add to the suspense. "I have been asked to take on 2.5 independent projects. One has to do with duplication charms. So, this all might actually help, as long as it isn't a painfully elaborate way to trick us into giving ourselves away as the pranksters everyone loves to hate." "Wow," Fred mumbled, "you're getting bogged down. You're still trying out for the Slytherin Seeker in Quidditch, right?" George asked. "I was going to give it a shot at least." Harry nodded. "On a different topic, are you guys going to your detentions tonight?" When we returned to the school, McGonagall pulled us aside and told us she'd talked the headmaster into erasing our punishment, but that it would continue as on record in the ministry's files. "Oh," Harry blinked, "well, I didn't get so lucky. I have a detention tonight at the very least. Then we'd better get you off to the Great Hall to eat ahead of time." Fred teased. Rolling his eyes, Harry pulled his papers from his bag, except the ones he would need for the detention, and spread them out. This is what I got from the books before they returned to Madame Pants in all effects. Reading, the twins grinned, then looked at the clock. All three blinked, as they hadn't realized that the conversation had taken that long. They rushed to pack up, and scrambled through the door. In the Great Hall, the three split up and Harry thought he saw the eyes of the professors assembled at the table flicker back and forth amongst themselves. This lent weight to his developing theory that the adults were trying to eliminate the pranks from last year. He reminded himself to try to talk the twins into turning more towards research, like they had begun the year before. Sitting down, Harry didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. He was too busy thinking up how to work the projects into the work with the twins and class assignments. He was so lost in thought that he never noticed Zabini waving at him from the other side of the table. When he finished eating, still thinking, he stood and wandered his way to the potions classroom to serve his detention. In the classroom, while he waited for the potions master, Harry pulled out one of the texts from classes that day, and started drafting an essay. He was, in his own estimation, roughly halfway through when the door opened to usher in the adult supervising. Your housemates are rather perplexed by your behavior in the Great Hall, a sliver of amusement shone through the man's voice. Oh, looking up, Harry put the paper, quill, and book away. He stood, and moved to the stack of cauldrons on the floor. Sir, are you professors trying to do something specific with the independent studies? Those are usually given to students who show a knack or interest in the field in question. Longbottom, according to Professor Sprout, is a natural in that field. Professor Flitwick is terribly impressed with your and Miss Granger's charms work, and Professor McGonagall feels you would benefit from extra work in Transfiguration, what with what she's heard of your work with the twins. You're not going to give me a study too, are you? Harry was both hoping for and against. For because he actually enjoyed working with potions. Against because he wasn't sure he could balance it with everything else. These detentions are serving as the independent study, Mr. Potter. The smirk on the man's face told Harry all he needed to know. Now, if you will begin. You know the routine by now, I should hope. Thus, words will not be necessary, I do have essays to grade. The silence of the room after that was only interrupted by the occasional grumble from the professor at a particularly inept parchment, or by the low twangs and clonks of the boy dragging a cauldron around, or of two pots striking one another on accident, or Harry muttering to himself as the boy sometimes did. Mr. Potter, I don't know if you realize this, but you are speaking to yourself about convincing the twins to work more on research and development of prank products. The words in previously silent air startled the boy. Luckily, Harry had just pulled his head out of a cauldron, so he didn't wind up with a concussion. Sorry, sir. Harry bit his lower lip to keep quiet from that point, but found it really difficult to think about the subject without words. Finally, he blew out a breath of air in exasperation and mentally shoved that line of thought out the back door. He chanted under his breath the ingredients he thought were in the mess on his current cauldron until he got to a scrap of paper to scribble them down. He then reasoned out which potions could have that color with those ingredients and narrowed his list down. Finally, he wrote out a guess as to what the potion had been an attempt of, and passed the rewritten process to Snape's desk. Finished. Snape stood and assessed the potion. You missed the beetle's eyes, which makes the potion completely different, or would have, had the fools not allowed the eyes to dissolve completely. Nodding, the boy adjusted his findings and guess, and rewrote it all again. Remembering that he had a lot of questions to ask the man, Harry began with the easiest, or so he thought. Why would McGonagall talk the headmaster into eliminating the detentions for the others? Harry asked. Does it really matter? The answer, while typical in its delivery, was unusual because if the man didn't want to answer a question, he'd respond with, think for yourself, Potter, you're not a Gryffindor. After a bit of thought, Harry wondered if he was actually supposed to answer the question, and began to think about it. He supposed that if the others' parents had stepped in, it would make a difference. Or if they were doing more work than he was, but he rather doubted that with Ron, Thomas, and Finnegan. He knew that if they had tried, McGonagall and Dumbledore could have talked Professor Snape into canceling the detentions as well, but the boy would have still taken the opportunity to get extra tutoring in potions. It wasn't remedial, certainly, but any help he could get, since this was a class heavily geared toward practical work, would be useful. Well, the droll question told the boy he was supposed to answer after all, but he had no more answer than he had when he'd asked his own. It does matter why for some reasons, but mainly so I'd know for sure it was another example of favoritism, sir. Harry rubbed the side of his nose under his glasses a bit. At least in Ronald Weasley's case, the detention exception was revoked. Snape continued grating as Harry started on his next cauldron. I'd figured as much, Harry nodded. Mine probably would have doubled or more if I'd gone with him. You'd have been lucky to not be expelled, Potter, the man snapped. That too. Harry shrunk in on himself, remembering that half of the redhead's punishment. Returning to his desk, Professor Snape sat, and began grading again. After a bit, near the point when Harry finished cleaning, he spoke up. If you're still trying to deal with the favoritism, Mr. Potter, I'd warn you to give up before you're disillusioned past the breaking point. Aside from that, when you've finished cleaning the cauldron, set it with the rest, and you may leave. Return at the same time tomorrow for your usual detention task. Nodding, the boy followed the instructions given. As he was opening the door to leave, Harry turned and called out, I had already given up on that, sir. Now I'm just going to show them as much information as I can gather on the Muggle world, so that the Slytherins know exactly what all the fuss is about. You might want to abandon that task as well. Not even looking up from his grading, the man countered, you'll have the same luck. I have to do something, sir, or I'll wind up so jaded about it all that I'll be just like Higgs and Flint, and the other Slytherins that have given up. With that, the boy skittered out of the room. He moved so quickly, he never saw the flicker in the potions master's eyes. Hurrying to the common room, Harry gave the password, which was still, Seguridad, as it started out being every year, apparently, and walked through the door. He was a little surprised to see the whole Quidditch team assembled on the chairs, and attempted to sneak past. He didn't want to interrupt their planning, though it was odd in his eyes that it would take place in the common room, of all places. Ah, Potter, just the boy we've been waiting to see, Bletchley called out, causing the younger boy to freeze in place. Yes. Harry looked up, not quite meeting the eyes of anyone. We've got the pitch reserved for next week. Flint stood from his chair and pulled a stack of papers from the table in front of him as he walked in Harry's direction. So we're having tryouts on one of those days. Higgs and Pusey graduated, so we need a seeker and a chaser, Warrington spoke up. We've been canvassing the Slytherins for interest, Bull began grinning, but we seem to have only a handful of people who are even thinking about it. Malfoy's going to try for seeker, Zabini's thinking about trying for chaser, and we've got a couple of third years, and a fourth year also trying for chaser. So, unless you want to guarantee Malfoy's spot on the team, Derek smirked as he left his statement in the air. What time next week? Harry reached out and took the papers Flint offered, and read them. After a glance, he recognized the papers he'd given them the day before. He put them into his pouch as he waited. Well, we were thinking of having it during the time between the last class of the day and supper. We couldn't have it earlier because you'll be in classes, and so will everyone else. We can't have it later because of your month of detentions. With a sheepish grin, Harry nodded, sure then. I'll at least try out. The group as a whole moved to the stairs down to the rooms, and Harry put his belongings away in his trunk, sealing it with the Muggle lock he'd picked up over the break. He then changed, closed his curtains and went to sleep. Harry's got more plans than he has time for at this point, and yes, some will fall through. Additionally, I chose to italicize the writings of adults and leave Neville's writing plain because that emphasizes the thought put into it. Or at least, that's what I want to convey. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.